In a room with sealed windows and doors completely empty, a slender woman with long limbs curled up in a corner. A sliver of light seeped through the door crack, illuminating her face. Closed eyes with long narrow slits, a delicate nose bridge, and pale cracked lips. A clicking sound of a lock being undone. A burly man with tattooed arms entered. A basin of ice-cold water was poured over the woman's head. In the piercing cold, she slowly opened her eyes, large cat-like eyes with elongated corners adding a hint of enchantment. The tattooed man tossed the basin aside and leered at her, his muddy, protruding eyes sweeping over her body. How does it feel to go a day without food or water? Next time won't be so easy. I heard you're a model. Strip naked for photos. Should sell for a lot of money. He reached for her face. Crack. A sharp sound. The woman's pale, slender hand suddenly burst with incredible strength, catching his wrist like lightning. With a deft twist, his wrist bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The woman stood up and scanned the room. 4 men rushed in, tall, short, fat, thin, attracted by the tattooed man's screams. A biao. What happened to your hand? A fat man asked. This bitch broke my wrist. The tattooed man cursed loudly. Quick, take me to the hospital. It hurts like hell. A thin man muttered in disbelief. How is that possible? What's impossible? Beat this woman to death. Debt repayment is only right. We just kept her locked up for a day and a night. She's the one who owes money and dares to fight back. Hearing this, the others hesitated no more and surrounded her, ready to teach her a lesson. The woman sneered, a cold glint in her eyes. She kicked the nearest man, a skinny one, sending him flying out the door. Moving like a ghost, she took down all the men in the room within seconds. A big man, nearly in tears, pulled out his phone to call the police. The short man snatched it and yelled, "Are you crazy? Daring to call the police? We're the victims, why can't we call the police?" The big man lowered his eyes, aggrieved. We're a legal lending platform. She didn't repay the loan and she hit us. Why can't we call the police? The short man gritted his teeth. But we locked her up for a day and night. That's illegal, violent debt collection. If we're found out, our platform is finished, and so are we. Hearing the word loan, fragments of memory surfaced in Su Ye's mind. Family of Li Liangji, please come out. The patient's condition is severe. If we don't perform a heart bypass soon, it could stop at any moment. The surgery costs about 1,000 to 1,500 yuan, depending on prognosis. You need to raise the funds as soon as possible, no more waiting. Xiao, your mom really can't afford it. Your grandfather's illness. I'm unfilial wowo. That's Li Ziankio's father, not mine. I'm already divorced from your mother. Don't come to me. You're an adult now, stand on your own. In a daze, countless memory fragments scattered like snowflakes in Su Ye's mind. One fragment showed a phone screen and need money urgently. Gene die fast, loan no waiting. Su Yu snapped back to reality, a murderous gleam in his cold eyes as he swept his gaze over the men on the floor. They shrank back under his killer's stare. Was this woman pushed to the brink and gone mad? Mad people have strength and killing doesn't get them punished. Better not provoke her today. You can go. Don't worry about the money. We'll talk to the company to extend your deadline, the fat man stammered, his triple chin trembling. Su Yu didn't hesitate. He picked up a bag from outside the door. He thought it must be his. Her bag. His mind was in turmoil. He needed to find a quiet place to sort things out. The building where Su Yu was held was an old, dilapidated residential block. The streets below were unfamiliar. He walked quickly, found a small park nearby. After sitting in the park for half an hour, Su Yu finally sorted out his thoughts. Su Yu, a tall boy of 1.8 meters, had transmigrated into a book and had become a woman. Su Yu, who loved extreme sports, had finally killed himself. When he crashed into the rock wall, he had lamented dying young at 28. If only he could have another chance, he would have stayed safe in his small martial arts school and never taken risks again. It seemed the heavens heard his prayer, but not quite clearly. They threw him into a novel he had once read. In that novel, a cannon fodder female side character was also named Su Yu. At 3 years old, her biological father, Su Jianyuan, had an affair with his secretary, divorced, and married the secretary. Her biological mother, Li Xiangxiao, remarried and abandoned her. Neither parent wanted Su Yu. Only her grandfather pitied her, raising her frugally on his small worker's pension. During winter and summer breaks, Su Yu worked part-time to get by through college. Her grandfather had heart disease. In her sophomore year, his condition worsened, and the doctor recommended a heart bypass. But the family had no money, and neither parent cared. Su Yu had a good figure, 1.75 meters tall, angelic face, supermodel body. With no other skills, she decided to become a model to quickly raise money for her grandfather's surgery. After over a year of struggling, she remained a third-rate model, occasionally doing small shows in malls or print ads. By her junior year, her grandfather's heart couldn't wait. He needed surgery immediately. The original Su Yu was forced to borrow money from loan apps. But without repayment ability, she borrowed from another platform to pay off the previous one when the due date came. Robbing Peter to pay Paul, the debt snowballed. She couldn't pay it back. She didn't even know how many platforms she owed. Every day, numerous collection calls and threatening texts came. Su Yu was almost broken. Finally, the collection calls reached her grandfather. He had just had surgery and was too emotional when he heard about the debt. He couldn't take it and passed away. The original Suyu returned home to find her grandfather's body and then received another collection call. She completely broke down. That night, she burned charcoal and committed suicide, leaving with her grandfather. The original novel's heroine was a newly hired policewoman and the hero was a busy forensic doctor. The canon fodder original Suyu's role was to create the opportunity for them to meet through this case. Strictly speaking, the original Suyu wasn't even canon fodder, just an extra. Now that Suyu had arrived, the original soul was gone and the body didn't die. So naturally the original novel's male and female leads had no part. Suyu tried hard to remember the plot, but he had only read the beginning and lost interest after the Suyu in the book died. The time point of Suyu's transmigration was exactly when the original Suyu had already taken loans, but her grandfather didn't know yet. Suyu took out his phone. The warn screen showed only a few everyday apps, but the rest were loan apps, each with borrowed money. With predatory interest and compounding, the initial debt had become an astronomical figure, at least to the original Suyu. No use dwelling on it. He should go back to see his grandfather first. Suyu was already supposed to die. Since he was reborn in this body, then his grandfather was his responsibility. He would take care of him and live well. Following the memory route, Suyu returned to the original Suyu and her grandfather's home. As soon as he reached the door, he saw a red paint scrawled on it, "If you don't repay the debt, your whole family will die." 8 ferocious red characters. They must have been painted not long ago, the paint still wet, dripping down in streaks, looking eerily terrifying in the dim old apartment building. The grandfather usually went out to buy groceries in the morning, then watched people play chess in the park, and came back around lunchtime. It was almost 11 a.m. now. The only thought in Suyu's mind was absolutely must not let grandfather see this. Suyu immediately pulled out his phone and called his grandfather. "Grandfather, where are you?" "Just entering the community gate, almost home." "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" The grandfather's voice was as kind as in his memory. Suyu said urgently, "Just stand there, don't move. They'll come to you right now." Suyu rushed to the community gate and intercepted his grandfather. "Xiaoyu, why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have bought some food you like." The grandfather smiled warmly at Suyu. He hadn't seen Xiaoyu for a week and missed her. "Grandfather, what did you buy?" Suyu looked into the eco bag his grandfather was carrying. Seeing only a few greens and 2 pieces of tofu, he felt a pang of sadness. This wasn't Suyu's own emotion. It was the Bodhi's memory. "Grandfather, we haven't eaten out for a long time. I crave the 3 fresh wontons at the shop on the corner." Suyu looked at his grandfather with pitiful eyes. Li Liangji couldn't bear to see his granddaughter like that. "It's just a bowl of wontons. We can afford it. Come on, grandfather will take you. Old Zhang at the wonton shop is familiar with me. They'll ask him to give you extra." While eating wontons, Suyu kept thinking about how to solve the problem. Not to mention the immediate issue. What about the words on the door when they went home? He absolutely could not let his grandfather repeat the tragedy in the original book. "Grandfather, let me ask you something." Suyu hesitated. "What do you think is the most important thing?" His grandfather replied without thinking, "Xiaoyu's happiness is the most important." Suyu's nose tingled again. He smiled bitterly. "For me, both of us staying alive and well is the most important. Grandfather promised me no matter what happens, stay calm and hold on." He rubbed his nose. "If something happens to you, you'll be all alone. Who would I turn to when someone bullies me?" The grandfather panicked. "Xiaoyu, who bullied you? Don't be afraid, tell grandfather. He'll make it right." "If I tell..." Li Liangji's mind raced through many possibilities, especially since his Xiaoyu was so beautiful. He prayed it wasn't something terrible. His heart raced, and he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Suyu was startled and hurriedly patted his grandfather's back to soothe him. "Grandpa, don't be nervous. I'm fine, don't overthink it. It's about money." Li Liangji's heartbeat calmed a little upon hearing that it wasn't what he had imagined. Suyu, frightened by his grandfather's reaction, broke into a sweat and became even more unsure how to broach the subject. "Speak up, Xiaoyu. Grandpa can take it." Li Liangji held Suyu's hand. "As long as you're safe, no amount of money is insurmountable." Suyu closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and spoke faster. "Grandpa, the money for your surgery wasn't given by my father. I borrowed it." "From whom? How much?" Li Liangji's tone grew heavy. "An online lending platform. I borrowed 100,000. In truth, including the upfront deduction, the original had borrowed 100, but he dared not say that. Nor did he mention the snowballing interest from plugging one loan with another, which had swelled the debt to hundreds of thousands. Let Grandpa digest the 100,000 first. Li Liangji pondered. 100,000. He could swallow his pride and ask a few old friends, but he didn't know how much he could borrow to repay the debt. And then, Suyu didn't dare look up, staring at the greasy table of the wonton shop. "The debt collectors came to our door and painted graffiti on it." Li Liangji finally understood. "So you dragged me away in such a hurry this morning because you were afraid I'd see that?" Suyu's voice was barely a whisper. "Alas." Li Liangji sighed. "Xiaoyu, it's all Grandpa's fault. You've been bearing this burden alone all this time. You should have told me sooner." "Don't be afraid. Grandpa can handle it. If I were to leave you behind, those debt collectors are all vicious." "I couldn't rest easy." Li Liangji patted Suyu's hand. Suyu recalled the vicious men sprawled on the ground that morning, truly distressing. So ugly. He would need to look at many beautiful women to cleanse his eyes. After finishing the wontons, the two headed home. At the entrance of their residential compound, some nosy neighbors pointed at them covertly. The people who usually greeted them loudly had seemingly vanished except for, "Oh my, you're back. Something terrible has happened." A slightly plump grandmother in a floral spring blouse rushed toward them. "Oldly, shall you go home quickly and see?" This was Granny Lu, the neighborhood's famous busybody who lived across from them. When they reached their door, even with his mental preparation, Li Liangji was startled. A lifelong honest man, he had gained notoriety in this way for the first time. His heart was a mix of emotions. "Oldly, what on earth is going on? Who did this? Who did this?" Granny Lu asked impatiently. "Granny Lu, don't worry. It's nothing serious. Last time my grandpa had surgery, and I borrowed some money from outside. The lender came to collect. Chuan, why you go back first? We need to think about what to do. If you need any help, just say the word. I still have some retirement savings." After seeing Granny Lu off, the grandfather and grandson opened the door and began cleaning. Suyu ran to the hardware store at the gate and bought a bucket of paint matching their door's original color, then repainted the entire door. Looking at the freshly painted door, Suyu said to his grandfather, "Let's sell this house." It was an old-style tube-shaped apartment building from the 1970s, originally worker welfare housing from the light bulb factory. A tiny two-bedroom, one living room unit, only 50 square meters. Later, during housing reform, Li Liangji spent some money to buy the place and had lived there for decades. The location was poor, the orientation was bad, and the layout was outdated and impractical. Selling it wouldn't fetch much, maybe not even enough to cover the current debt. Anyone willing to buy in this neighborhood was gambling on the distant dream of demolition, and they would drive a hard bargain. Housing prices in City B aren't cheap either. Even though it's a small city, we can't afford it. Grandpa shook his head. "If it's just 100, I'll swallow my pride and borrow from a few old friends. You can work hard to pay them back later." Suyu's fingers drummed on the counter, biting his lip, looking at his grandfather with unspoken words. Li Liangji frowned at his granddaughter's expression. "Xiao Yu, is there something else you're hiding from me?" "It's just, online lending platforms charge a lot of interest. I couldn't pay it back, and it snowballed." Suyu glanced at his grandfather to gauge his condition. "I borrowed from other platforms to pay off the first one. Now the debt is far more than 1,000. After a morning of shocks, Li Liangji had developed some resilience. He frowned sternly. "How much exactly? Tell me once and for all." Suyu didn't dare say he hadn't even calculated it, so he gave a rough figure. "About 7,000. That's really everything. I'm not hiding anything else from you, Grandpa. This is usury. You foolish child. What's worth saving my old life? I don't have many years left anyway." Grandpa said with deep pain. "Sell the house. Usury doesn't wait. The longer we wait, the more interest piles up." Grandpa glanced around the old home he had lived in for decades. The morning had been chaotic. Suyu had been doused with a bucket of water, and in this March weather it was still very cold. "Grandpa, go rest in your room. He'll handle the house sale. The doctor said you shouldn't overexert yourself." Suyu helped his grandfather to his room. After Grandpa rested, Suyu returned to the original Boda's small room. This room held all the original owner's memories, happy and sad. Li Liangji had only one daughter, Li Xiangqiao. The daughter was unfilial, and now only his granddaughter remained by his side. The original owner's grandmother had passed away before she was born. Behind the chipped door hung an old half-length mirror. Looking at the face in the mirror, a mess of long hair barely concealing striking beauty, Suyu was stunned. This girl was more beautiful than all the fish in his pond combined. Having transmigrated into a woman's body, he wondered if this was retribution for his past life as a playboy. He wondered if his Jinjin Ai and Lian Lian would still remember him after his death. And his parents, the old burying the young. Fortunately, he had a younger brother. From now on, his parents would be in his brother's care. From now on, he was she. His clothes were wrinkled. Suyu opened the wardrobe, almost all dresses. After rummaging for a while, he finally found a pair of jeans. After changing his long hair was an eyesore. Might as well cut it off. He went to a hair salon near the community gate. Tony greeted him enthusiastically. "Beautiful lady, getting your hair done. A haircut. Just like." Suyu glanced at the trendy men's hairstyles on the wall and pointed at the most fashionable one. "Like this picture." Tony raised an eyebrow, smiled a bit effeminately, and said, "You're really trendy, miss." An hour later, looking at the new self in the mirror, Suyu was very satisfied. Clean, short, tousled hair accentuated the facial features, making them more defined. The silhouette was elegant, lined smooth. The narrow corners of the cat-like eyes tilted slightly upward. Beneath a straight, handsome nose, the curve of the lips was perfect, as if always carrying a smile. Suyu tilted his head, a smile spreading across his face. Both handsome and beautiful, almost enough to make Tony swoon. Tony watched a beautiful woman transform into a handsome man, hardly believing it was his own handiwork. "So handsome. I'm going to turn straight." "No, I was already straight." "Wait, am I gay now?" Tony clutched his heart, thoughts in disarray. After paying, Suyu walked out of the salon under Tony's reluctant gaze. This area was an old district, Buildings dilapidated, wires tangled, streets narrow, traffic jammed during rush hours. Suyu entered a real estate agency. After explaining his purpose, the agent enthusiastically served him a cup of hot tea. Suyu's voice was a neutral, clear tone. With his new short hairstyle, the agent actually didn't recognize him as a girl. Sir, this property still has market potential. Leave it to us, and we'll get you a good price. The agent wore a professional smile. However, there's talk of demolition in this area. Are you sure you want to sell now? Every year they talked about demolition, but it never happened. Sell. How much can I get? Suyu sighed. I need the money urgently. The sooner the better. Also, I need to rent a place nearby. Recommend something cheap and clean. The agent, familiar with clients forced to sell due to financial emergencies, didn't waste words. He set up a selling plan, and then took Suyu to see rental properties. Since you're used to this neighborhood, it happens that there's a rental unit in the same compound. I can also take a look at your property. 2 birds with 1 stone. The agent brought Suyu back to his own compound. Suyu looked at the apartment and was satisfied. It was right below their own unit, saving moving costs. He signed the rental contract on the spot. Back home, Grandpa was already awake. He was stunned to see his granddaughter with short hair. A pang of sorrow hit him. Xiaoyu had gone through so much, she must have been devastated to cut her beloved long hair. Grandpa, you're awake. This is the agent. I've already rented a place right downstairs. We'll move today. So fast. Good, the sooner the better. Sell the house and pay off the debts. Grandpa nodded. From across the hall, Granny Lu peeked through a half-open door. You're moving away. Lu Chunhua had lived alone for years. Her husband died long ago, and her son and daughter-in-law were busy in another big city, rarely visiting. If old Lee across the hall also moved, she would be very lonely. Granny Lu, we're just moving downstairs. Feel free to visit any time. Suyu tilted his head and smiled at Granny Lu. Moving downstairs. That's good. Granny Lu felt relieved. She looked at Suyu and laughed. Xiaoyu, you've cut your hair. You look like a different person, very handsome. Suyu asked Grandpa to sit at Granny Liu's place and began cleaning the house and the new rented apartment downstairs. Half an hour later, looking at the messy house, Suyu decided to give up. Truly, a person doesn't inherit the original owner's housekeeping skills just by swapping bodies. When you have too many bugs, they don't bother you anymore. Since things have come to this, a little more debt won't matter. Suyu called a professional moving company, the ones with flyers plastered all over the building corridors. The movers were efficient. They finished the move in half a day, tidied up both apartments, and arranged the furniture neatly. It's true, every industry is fiercely competitive these days. After settling her grandfather into the rental and signing the listing agreement for the house, Suyu had to head back to school. She was still a junior, and students who stayed out overnight without permission would have their conduct points deducted. She had been kidnapped by debt collectors on Saturday morning when she went home, and now it was Sunday evening. It would take nearly 2 hours by light rail to get back to a city where her university was located. Grandpa, I'm going back to school now. If you get any debt collection calls, don't engage with whatever they say. They'll handle it. Suyu was worried about her grandfather, afraid the original plot might repeat itself, so she reminded him repeatedly. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. They'll visit your grandfather often, Grandma Lu said, taking Suyu's hand in reassurance before her grandfather could even respond. Suyu smiled. That was good. After waving goodbye to her grandfather, she set off for a city. Before returning to school, Suyu bought a few cheap, gender-neutral outfits and sports shoes nearby. She changed into them at the store, leaving none of the original owner's clothes behind. Though the fabric wasn't great, a handsome person could still pull off a potato sack. Suyu tilted her head and smiled at the salesgirl, her long neck and delicate collarbones subtly visible. The salesgirl felt a jolt like an electric shock, numb and tingling. Blushing, she stared at Suyu at a loss. Why is my heart racing when she's clearly a girl? The effect was quite good. Suyu was satisfied with the salesgirl's reaction. It seemed that even as a woman, her charm hadn't diminished. Luckily, her body wasn't too curvy. Suyu secretly felt grateful. The face was the same, but the change of soul had transformed her aura from the inside out. The original owner was a junior at a city's Institute of Economics, majoring in business management. Because of her pretty looks, she was pursued by many male students, and even the campus heartthrob had subtly expressed interest. But the original owner was aloof and uninterested in romance, so her suitors eventually gave up. The female students, however, were put off by this cold, unapproachable beauty, who drew so much male attention, and they quietly isolated her. In school, she had no friends. Following the path from memories, Suyu arrived at the girls' dormitory building for her department. It was already 9 in the evening, and most of the girls had returned. Suyu suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Don't ask, it was the feeling of a big wolf about to enter the sheep pen. She made an effort to keep her expression neutral, and walked into the dormitory with a blank face. Hey, don't you know the rules? Guys can't enter the girls' dorm. The Dragon Lady dorm matron blocked Suyu's way. Andy Wong, am Suyu from room 404, not a boy, Suyu said with a look of innocence. The matron squinted, scanning Suyu from head to toe with suspicion. Just as Suyu was about to pull down her pants. No, wait, take out her student ID to prove her identity. The matron finally recognized her. It really is you. You've changed so much, I almost didn't know you. Alright, go on up. Suyu, victorious, clutched her little fluttering heart and headed upstairs. Room 404 was at a corner of the building. All rooms, ending in 04 in this dormitory, were larger than the others with a curved balcony. So unlike other rooms, this one had 5 bunk bed desks, and even so there was still plenty of space. Another ping-pong table could easily fit. Room 404 had 5 residents, and the other 4 were all very close while the original owner didn't fit in. The moment the door opened, a scream burst from the room. So you took one look and immediately shut the door. Wait, why am I feeling guilty? This is my room, and whatever they have, so do I. The girls in 404 were startled. A ridiculously handsome guy had suddenly and rudely pushed open their door. Even if he was handsome, a pervert peeping Tom was unacceptable. Besides, they had all taken off their makeup and were wearing casual pajamas, not at all picture perfect. Suyu took a deep breath and said, Suyu, I'm coming in. She peeked through the door crack and saw that the girls had all retreated to their beds, pulling their curtains shut. Suyu walked in, and the girls popped their heads out of their bed curtains one by one like gophers, examining her carefully. Under such scrutiny, Suyu the peacock casually fanned out her feathers. Pulling out the chair at her desk, she sat down with an air of authority, resting her left hand casually on the back of the chair and flipping open a book with her right, presenting her finely chiseled profile to the girl opposite. As Suyu read, her lips beneath a straight nose hinted at a smile that wasn't quite there. She lazily ran a hand through her hair, exuding a dangerous yet alluring aura. The girl across from her was completely stunned. You're really Suyu? In the flesh, Suyu said with a playful, slightly roguish smile. Her long, narrow eyes lifted at the corners as she gave a quick, light glance at the girl opposite. The girl suddenly ducked back into her bed curtain. Suyu was utterly confused, rubbing her chin in thought. That can't be right. With my charm, I should be able to charm a little rabbit like that 110 at a time. Little did she know the girl on the other side felt like her heart was about to burst. Suyu shrugged. I haven't showered since yesterday. That must be why my charm has taken a tiny dip. Suyu grabbed her clothes and went into the bathroom on the balcony to take a shower. Usually she'd be done in 5 minutes, but today she took nearly an hour. While she was showering, the girls finally climbed down from their beds. The 4 of them exchanged glances, none speaking. After a while, one girl covered her face and said, He's so handsome. The other 3 nodded, blushing. One by one they started changing clothes and applying lipstick. Suyu scrubbed her fingers until they were pruny before finally coming out of the bathroom. Amidst the steam, Suyu wore a loose, white long-sleeved tee and comfortable sweatpants. Her hair was still damp, and a droplet of water traced the clean line of her jaw, then slid down her slender neck into her delicate collarbone. Suddenly, one of the girls had a nosebleed. After a moment of chaos, the girls sat in a neat row, staring blankly at Suyu. Suyu raised an eyebrow at the row of little rabbits and chuckled. What? Not going to sleep? We have class tomorrow. Now off to bed. The girls nodded obediently and climbed back into their beds. What the heck? Was the unanimous thought in every girl's mind. As Suyu lay in bed, she thought for the first time that being a woman wasn't so bad after all. A dreamless night. The next morning, one of the girls, blushing, asked, Suyu, we're going to the cafeteria. Want to come along? Having 4 girls accompany her for breakfast. This was something that wouldn't have happened even when she was managing her best group of admirers in her past life. Go. Of course he'll go. The girls had gotten up early, put on their best outfits, and spent ages on their makeup. They were all at that blooming age, each looking radiant. Suyu walked to the cafeteria with her 4 companions. Who's that? So handsome. Which department is he from? I'd definitely remember if he were this cute. Could he be from another school? Aren't those Yang Bing and her friends from class 2 of the business management department? Just send a WeChat message to find out. With a thick-skinned confidence, Suyu was unfazed by all the open and covert stares, remaining perfectly calm. As she walked to class after breakfast, she ran into a clueless guy. Yang Bing, who is this? A man with glasses only about 1.7 meters tall, shorter than Suyu, blocked their path. Yang Bing, the girl called out, had a sour expression. It's none of your business. We've already broken up. Stop harassing me. It's been a few days, and you've already found a new fling. The man sneered, making a crude insinuation. Yang Bing's face flushed with anger, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She's my girlfriend. Got a problem with that? Suyu pulled Yang Bing closer and pressed her against her chest. You're neither taller nor better looking than me, so what gives you the right to make a scene here? Leaving a loser like you is called cutting your losses. You don't even have a leg to stand on, either in looks or character. Yang Bing stared at Suyu, her heart pounding. The world seemed to shrink to just Suyu, everything else fading away. The man with glasses, veins bulging in anger, clenched his fists as if ready to lunge and throw a punch. His friend quickly grabbed him. Fights are banned on campus. You'll get a serious demerit. You've broken up, so let's go. Just you wait. The man ground his teeth as he was dragged away by his friend. Oomph. Suyu gave a contemptuous snort. You got lucky. You must have burned incense in your past life to have a friend like that. Otherwise you'd be headed to the hospital or the dean's office today. And no matter what you say, I'm just a delicate, weak woman. What right does a man have to raise his hand against a woman? Don't get angry over a guy like that, he's not worth it, Suyu said, cupping Yang Bing's face and gently wiping away her tears. MHM. Yang Bing looked at Suyu with sparkling eyes, her heart and mind consumed by Suyu alone. The glasses guy was already a distant afterthought. The surrounding gossipers were quietly shocked. Who exactly was this handsome stranger? The girls around, he's so handsome. His boyfriend energy is through the roof. Having been delayed on the way, by the time he arrived at the lecture hall, it was nearly full. Today was a joint class for 2 sections. The professor hadn't arrived yet, and the tiered classroom was buzzing with chatter. The moment Suyu walked in, everyone fell into a sudden hushed silence. A faint ambiguous smile curved Suyu's lips. A sharp intake of breath broke the quiet. A cursory glance showed that only the unpopular front row had empty seats. The noise only resumed after Suyu had taken a seat. Whoa, so handsome. Do we have someone this good-looking in our department? How did I not know? Maybe he's from another department auditing the class. He looks kind of familiar. Or is that just me? Hey Yang Bing, who is that? Why is he here with you? A girl in the back row tugged at Yang Bing's clothes. Yang Bing smiled, a mix of shyness, pride, and shared honor on her face. That's Suyu from our dorm. The surrounding students were incredulous. What, that's Suyu? A girl who's more handsome than any guy? Is there no justice? She just got a haircut and became this stunning. Is it too late for me to get the same style? A boy ran his hand through his hair. His deskmate chimed in, forget it, man. She cuts her hair and becomes a heartthrob. You'd probably just end up looking like a drowned rat, ha ha ha. Get lost. The chatter only died down when the professor entered. The class was microeconomics. Suyu, the class slacker, thought, what if I can't understand a thing? Waiting online for an answer quite urgent. Judging by the professor's receding hairline, this wasn't a subject she was meant to master. Having graduated years ago, her last time in university felt like a past life, and her major was completely unrelated. She endured the class as if listening to a foreign language, then slumped listlessly over her desk. Suyu sat by the window in the front row. The morning sun filtering through the tender green leaves of spring cast a spotlight on her, making her look incredibly striking even from the back. A book once said, when the Tyndall effect occurs, light takes shape. When you appear, love takes shape. The girl's gazes involuntarily focused on Suyu. Suyu, what's wrong? Yang Bing asked, a little worried. Suyu lazily propped her head up with a hand, looking at Yang Bing with a casual, charming smile. The spring sun is too warm, and your gaze is too soft. I'm just getting a little lost in it. Yang Bing's face flushed as she became flustered. Just kidding. The truth is, this class is too hard for me to follow. Maybe you could tutor me, Suyu said with a bright smile. The original owner of this body hadn't been a good student either, but Suyu wasn't worried about blowing her cover. I'm a slacker too. The one with the good grades is Song Ruohua from the other class. She gets a scholarship every year. Yang Bing glanced back at Song Ruohua, who was sitting a few rows behind. Suyu followed her gaze. What a beauty. She had long, silky hair that draped gently over her delicate shoulders. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her smile was serene, making her look like a slowly unfurling inkwash painting. At that moment, Song Ruohua's gaze met Suyu's. Suyu, with a look of having spotted prey, stared at Song Ruohua with sparkling eyes. Song Ruohua thought Suyu looked a bit dazed and rather cute, and couldn't help but smile back. Suyu picked up her book and walked over to the beauty. Excuse me, could you explain this problem to me? In the next class, Suyu unabashedly took the seat next to Song Ruohua. However, even with the halo of the beautiful top student beside her, Suyu was still tormented by microeconomics. Only a slacker can truly understand another slacker's pain. The only class a slacker ever loves is P.E. On the court, Suyu seemed like a completely different person from the one in the classroom. Suyu dribbled the ball with a slight crouch, weaving left and right. With a swift pivot, she broke past the defender and executed a clean jump shot that swished right through the hoop. So cool. Why am I only now seeing how handsome Suyu is? I must have been blind before. Spinning the ball on her long, slender finger, Suyu whistled at the girls on the sidelines. Aunt. The girls blushed and squealed. OMG, so handsome. Suyu dribbled between her legs, faked out the opposing guard, and leaped towards the basket. Bang! The rim rattled violently as Suyu slammed the ball through with a powerful dunk. Whoa, that was amazing. As Suyu came off the court, girls swarmed to offer her water and towels. The other guys felt a pang of jealousy that used to be their treatment. Suyu, I didn't know you were so good at basketball, Song Ruohua said, wiping the sweat from Suyu's face. The guys nearby got even more jealous. Song Ruohua was the school's beauty queen, and no guy had managed to win her over in 3 years. Suyu used to be a beauty too. Well, now she's more of a handsome guy. But isn't a girl pairing a waste? Hey, look at us. At lunch, Suyu and Song Ruohua walked side by side. Suyu, handsome, and Song Ruohua, beautiful, made a perfect couple. Suyu was really stealing the spotlight, leaving no chance for the guys. After lunch, Song Ruohua took out 2 lipsticks to touch up her makeup. Suyu, do you think this shade looks better on me or this one? Suyu propped her chin on one hand, brushed Song Ruohua's cheek with the other, and lightly wiped her thumb across Song Ruohua's lips, smiling. You're so beautiful, you'd look great in any shade. If anyone else had made that expression and gesture, it would have been unbearably cheesy. But with Suyu, it carried a dashing, unrestrained charm. You're so smooth with your words. Don't pick up those bad habits from the boys, Song Ruohua said with a soft laugh. Let's go to the library this afternoon. It'll help you with your studies. Meanwhile, on the school forum, a hot post was rapidly gaining traction. Opie, I declare this is my husband from now on. Image 1F. Wow, really handsome. Licking screen JPG. 2F. Hey Opie, which department is this handsome guy from? 3F. Gotta say he's genuinely good looking. 4F. Damn. I feel like I got into this school through the back door. I don't know what else to say except damn, he's too handsome. 127F. Opie, don't keep us in suspense. A handsome guy is a public resource. Which department is he in? 128F. I know this one. It's Suyu from Class 2, Grade 2020 Economics and Management. And she's a girl. 129F. The person above said something, but also said nothing. 130F. I haven't read much, don't fool me. That's a girl. 131F. It's really her. Check the comparison photos. Image 132F. 133F. 134F. 135F. Breaking the chain. 136F. I think I'm turning gay. 137F. She's a human wrench. 227F. She's even more handsome than our school's heartthrob. Are we going to have a change of heartthrob? 228F. Ha ha ha, agreed with the above. 229F. It's tough luck for the current heartthrob having his crown taken by a girl. Suyu was completely unaware of the buzz on the school forum. At this moment, she was personally experiencing the truth of the saying the hardest thing to handle is the favor of a beauty. Don't be so fierce, Ruohua. This problem is really hard. I recognize all the words, but when they're put together, I just can't understand them. Suyu whined pitifully. I really don't know how you've studied for the past 2 years. This is all basic knowledge. Song Ruohua had a headache too. Suyu was such a bad student, but she really couldn't be helped. Song Ruohua could only start explaining from the freshman year textbooks. In City A at the top floor lounge of Tianyu Entertainment. Before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, a man of breathtaking beauty, as if sculpted by the goddess Nuwa herself, reclined on a sofa. He rubbed his brow with his left hand, appearing somewhat weary. His brow was sharp as a blade, his straight nose as if carved by a knife. Ring. The intercom phone beside him rang, and after 2 rings it connected automatically. A clear male voice came through. Mo, sure the itinerary for the 9th anniversary concert is all planned out, just waiting for your final confirmation. The man stood up, his legs impossibly long, his height, close to 1.9 meters. His slender figure seemed custom-made by the heavens, measured with a ruler, his form sleek and straight. In the meeting room, this concert will debut the 10 songs from the new album. The stage and visual effects are crafted by a top international planning team. They've provided 3 proposals and want us to finalize one quickly. The venue is also confirmed. It's still the A-City Stadium. We've asked the stadium manager to add retractable seating to accommodate 100 people. To combat ticket scalpers, our ticketing system will require real name registration, and the ticket will display the buyer's full information. Entry will require both ID and ticket. We've informed the fan club, so this time there won't be a large crowd of fans who missed out gathering outside the venue and causing congestion. The planner spoke eloquently before the screen while the man rested his head on his hand, eyes closed, seemingly listening yet not. Only when the presentation ended did the man open his eyes. What eyes they were! Thick, long lashes framed pupils as dark as undiluted ink, holding a hint of casual indifference. His thin lips parted slightly, and his low magnetic voice pierced the ears of everyone present like an electric current. Plan B. Having uttered those 3 words, he fell silent. No one dared to question. Those who couldn't understand wouldn't be seated here. His expression was distant, his gaze cool, as if nothing in this world was worthy of his attention. As the meeting ended and he was about to leave, his assistant quickly reported, "Sir, madam requests you return home tonight." No. With a stride of his long legs, he was already far away, forcing the assistant to jog to keep up. But the chairman said, "If you upset madam again, he won't help you reject the marriage alliance proposals from the various noble families this year. Tell him to have another child for that." The words lingered in the air as the man disappeared around the corner. The private parking lot on basement level 2 was filled with luxury cars. Just as he was about to pick one, a stretch Rolls-Royce pulled up before him, blocking his path. The window rolled down, revealing a distinguished lady who looked to be in her early 30s. Her brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the man with a pitiful expression. "Son, don't you miss me at all?" The driver swiftly got out and opened the door for the man. He sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face, and got in, sitting beside the lady. The car started silently, exited the garage, and merged into the traffic. The city's neon lights flickered in the night. Shinmoshi turned his head to look out the window, his profile sharp and handsome. The passing neon lights reflected in his eyes, shimmering with a clear brilliance. "Son, you're 27 this year. When your father and I were your age, you could already talk." The lady pulled the man to face her. "You were so cute as a child. Look at you now. If I hadn't watched you grow up, I'd suspect someone swapped my son." Shinmoshi gently pried her hands away. He disliked physical contact, even with his parents. "When will you bring a daughter-in-law home?" Your Aunt Hetty and the others send me videos of their grandsons every day just to show off. The lattice expression turned wistful. Mom, you could always have another one yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm 52. She touched her flawless, wrinkle-free face. Besides, having children is the enemy of a woman's youth. Agreeing to have you was your father's reward for saving the galaxy in his past life. Shinmoshi remained silent, gazing out the window as the car left the main traffic and headed towards the suburbs. Soon they reached the entrance to the Shun estate. The servants, having been notified of their arrival, had already opened the grand gates and were waiting. The car drove in, and the intricately crafted iron gates slowly closed behind them. After another half-hour drive, they finally arrived at the main building of the Shun residence. Upon entering, he saw his father Shin Yunrui sitting on the living room sofa listening to an assistant's report on group business. Father, Shinmoshi greeted him and quickly headed upstairs. Shinmoshi, you stop right there. The man took off his glasses, his expression stern, making his face so similar to Shinmoshi's imposing without anger. He'll take a shower first. Shinmoshi didn't stop, which irritated his father. All right. It's rare for our son to come home. Don't make him leave so soon. The lady entered, defusing the man's rising anger. Ayun, stop spoiling him. You're ruining him. The man's expression softened, his eyes warm as he looked at her. Shin Yunrui, is it my fault your son turned out this way? Lu Yun's brows arched in defiance. It's my fault. Shin Yunrui quickly changed his tune, his expression doting. Lu Yun cast a charming, reproachful glance at Shin Yunrui, then asked the butler who had just entered, Fubo, are all of Moshi's favorite dishes prepared? Yes, madam. All of the young master's favorites are ready. When shall we serve? The butler replied promptly. As soon as Moshi comes down. The easternmost room on the third floor was Shin Moshi's. It was just a room, but as large as an average person's house, complete with a study, living room, gym, music room, and a bar. At this moment, steam filled the 50 square meter bathroom. Shin Moshi lay in the bathtub, seemingly on the verge of sleep. The intercom by the tub rang, waking him. He frowned in displeasure, reached out, and pressed the answer button. Son, hurry down for dinner. If you don't come soon, I'm coming up to get you. Shin Moshi coming. Splash. He rose from the tub, water droplets reluctantly tracing over his 8-pack abs. In the walk-in closet, he casually picked out a set of clothes. Almost everything in the closet was custom-made. However, many of these clothes and accessories would go out of season before he ever wore them, and once cleared by the servants, they would never appear before him again. Dressed, he came down. Lu Yun, with a beaming smile, waved for him to sit beside her. Instead, Shinmoshi sat diagonally opposite her, a deliberate distance from both his parents. Seeing this, Shin Yunrui felt a surge of anger. Ayun was the jewel of his palm. He wouldn't tolerate anything that displeased her, even from his own son. Lu Yun saw the look on Shin Yunrui's face and knew what he was about to say. She cut him off. Don't you say a word. Shin Yunrui looked at her with a hint of grievance. Lu Yun smiled radiantly at Shinmoshi. Son, how about mom comes to cheer you on at your concert this time? She had never been to his concert. Shinmoshi shook his head. The concert coincides with the auction. Lu Yun frowned. That was a shame. The highlight of this Christie's spring auction was a national treasure stolen by foreign invaders. She was determined to win it back. After dinner, Shinmoshi was already eager to leave. He disliked staying at the main house. I'm off. Enjoy your meal. With that, he left the dining room. Moments later, the roar of an engine swept past the ears of the couple still at the table. Lu Yun looked worried. Our son is so withdrawn. How can I ever rest easy? Shin Yunrui smiled lightly at her words. Though in his 50s, he showed no signs of aging, instead possessing a charming allure that came with time. He was born as my son. Everything comes too easily to him, and he's highly intelligent. Life is too unchallenging for him. Just you wait. One day he will taste the bitterness of unrequited love. Lu Yun looked at her husband in slight surprise. Why was he so impressive today? Seeing the admiration in his wife's eyes, Shin Yunrui felt even more pleased. He moved closer and put his arm around her. When that happens, your son will become a normal person, no longer acting like some edgy teenager. Having successfully pulled his wife close, Shin Yunrui pretended to rotate his neck and said, Oh, my neck. I've been reading too many financial reports lately. It's so sore. You don't expect me to rub it for you, do you? Lu Yun's admiration vanished instantly. She cast him a charming, reproachful glance. Of course not. My wife's hands are too delicate for such rough work. Look at that exquisite manicure. My dear must be tired today. Let your husband give you a massage. Shin Yunrui pulled his wife closer, pretending to massage her. Lu Yun quickly dodged. There were still people watching. Fu Bo, standing nearby, thought this is unbearable to watch. I'd better head home early. Seeing less of the master and madam's lovey-dovey act might just extend my life. The edgy youth, Shin Moshi, drove aimlessly through the river of traffic. At times like this, inspiration would burst forth in his mind like stars in the sky, and his brain, like a computer, would record and optimize each one. When he had wandered enough and gathered enough inspiration, he would pick a random direction and head to the nearest of his residences. He owned many homes, each meticulously maintained, so he could stay anywhere. Once inside, he would immediately transform those inspirations into musical notes and record them. In each of his houses he stored numerous notebooks filled with lyrics and scores. Almost every piece was exceptionally beautiful, yet very few songs ever saw the light of day. When it was time to release an album, he would casually grab one of these completed notebooks and hand it to his manager. Which songs got released was entirely up to the song's own luck. At this moment Shinmoshi sat at a piano playing the melody he had just conceived, refining it as he played until it was perfect enough to commit to paper. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling window beside the piano, neon lights on both riverbanks bloomed like flowers, and a cruise ship drifted lazily across the river's center. The house was dark, but the light streaming in from the window cast a hazy glow upon him. In the light he was so handsome, he seemed otherworldly. A lonely, brilliant god perhaps was exactly this. Another weekend arrived, and Suyu once again boarded the bus home. The housing agent informed her that a buyer had been found for the house. In the end it sold for only 47,000 yuan. The property could have fetched a higher price, but Suyu was in a hurry to sell, and was ruthlessly lowballed. After repaying the loans from the platforms with the longest borrowing history, Suyu had just 2,000 yuan left in her hands. She had paid off 45,000 yuan in one go. The money hadn't even been in her possession for an hour, and it pained her deeply. She handed the remaining 2,000 yuan to her grandfather for living expenses, leaving her pockets emptier than her face. Should she go find a job? Suyu asked herself. Working was out of the question. She'd never work in this lifetime. In her past life, she had always idled away at the family martial arts school, only occasionally helping her father train those rambunctious junior disciples when she was bored. Suyu's thoughts turned to the original Buddhist deadbeat parents. She was still a student. How could her deadbeat father refuse to pay child support? Not to mention, he hadn't fulfilled a single ounce of paternal responsibility since she turned 3. And her deadbeat mother, as her grandfather's only child, had never fulfilled her duty to support her aging father. Suyu acted on impulse and boarded the bus to her mother's place. After weaving through narrow, cramped alleys, she finally arrived at a self-built building in a crowded urban village. Xiaoyu, a disheveled woman with a haggard face, looked at the handsome figure at the door with confusion. Suyu curled her lips. Her biological mother had recognized her despite how much she had changed from the original. Mom, it's me. Li Xiangxiao nervously glanced around, confirming the man hadn't returned before whispering, why are you here? What? Can't I come to see my own mother? Suyu said with a smile, but her eyes were icy cold, devoid of any warmth. No, it's not that. Li Xiangxiao bit her lips, seemingly at a loss for how to face her suddenly cold and intimidating daughter. Though her daughter had harbored resentment before, her eyes had always been filled with longing. At that thought, Li Xiangxiao felt a surge of inexplicable anger. How dare you speak to your mother like that? You've never been like this before. Humph. Suyu sneered. The old Suyu died the moment you chose to abandon her and Grandpa for your own selfishness. Grandpa had surgery so long ago, and you never once visited him or contributed a single cent. I had to borrow all the money for the operation myself. Li Xiangxiao seemed embarrassed and glared at Suyu angrily, but when her gaze met her daughter's frigid eyes, she flinched and looked away. Xiaoyu, I had no choice back then. Your heartless father, the moment he got money, started fooling around with that vixen at his company. Later he even abandoned me. The one who had endured years of hardship building his business from scratch with him. His startup capital came from your grandfather. That ungrateful beast. Xiaoyu, I really had no choice. I didn't mean to abandon you. Staying with your father was better than eating chaff and vegetables with me. I never imagined your father could be so heartless as to abandon his own daughter. Later I married your Uncle Fong, and his family wouldn't let me bring you along. Your mother's life isn't easy now either. I still have to support your younger brother through high school. I can't spare any money for you. You should go find your father instead. Li Xiangxiao seemed lost in her own world, muttering endlessly like a tragic figure from a tale. Suyu grew impatient and was about to interrupt when a drunken man stumbled in. He shoved Li Xiangxiao, who was still mumbling with her head down. Hand over this month's wages. I'm going to win back all the money I lost to that rat Lu tonight. You went gambling again. Li Xiangxiao was stunned. Stop the nonsense and hand it over. The man roared, shaking his fist. Li Xiangxiao trembled in fear and pulled out 500 yuan. Use it wisely. This is all I earned this month. The man grabbed the money and was about to leave when he suddenly spotted Suyu standing nearby. Well, you're sneaking around with some young pretty boy behind my back. Huh. Your complex facial features can't hide your simple-minded stupidity, Suyu retorted. Her patience had long run out and her fists were itching. The man didn't quite understand the insult, but he knew it wasn't anything good. His bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on Suyu. Who the hell are you, you little brat? You dare cause trouble here without knowing my reputation, Fong Jun. With that he charged forward, swinging his fists. Suyu casually sidestepped, and the man with his unsteady footing swung at empty air and stumbled to the ground. Enraged, he grabbed a nearby shovel and swung it at Suyu. With half-slitted eyes and hands in her pockets, she nonchalantly dodged left and right, even letting out a yawn. The man's wild swings with the shovel never even grazed a single thread of her clothing. Having finally grown tired of the game, Suyu's eyes snapped open wide, her icy, killing intent freezing the man mid-motion. She kicked the shovel out of his hand, then delivered a flurry of flying kicks. The man was sent sprawling, tears and snot streaming down his face, teeth and blood flying. A truly miserable sight. Throughout it all, Su Ye's hands never left her pockets. Shall you stop? He's still your elder. How can you hit your stepfather? Li Xiangxiao finally snapped out of her shock. How had Xiao Yu become so vicious and terrifying? And how did a girl like her even know how to fight? He's worthy of being my elder. Not him, and not even you. Neither of you deserve that title. Su Ye's eyes were hidden in the shadow of her bangs, her expression unreadable. When he was swinging that shovel at me, you didn't even try to stop him. Su Ye's voice trembled slightly, as if suppressing immense anger and grief. Was this the lingering obsession of the original body? Su Yu, what is there to hold on to with family like this? He didn't even hit you, did he? Instead, you're the one who beat your stepfather to a pulp. Li Xiangqiu's logic was refreshingly twisted enough to make Su Yu want to vomit. Who called the police? 2 officers suddenly appeared at the scene. Officers, I called. My stepfather was beating me. Su Yu, the acting prodigy, switched expressions in an instant, looking pitifully at the police. Xiao Yu, when did you call the police? Li Xiangxiao was annoyed. This was a trivial matter. Escalating it to the police was just embarrassing. Just now, when he was grabbing your money, Mom. Please stop giving him money to gamble. You're only enabling him. Without waiting for Li Xiangxiao to respond, Su Yu continued to plead her case to the police officers. My stepfather took our money to gamble and threatened to beat my mom and me. He's gambled away our entire living allowance for this month. You little bastard, who the hell are you calling a? Fang Jun clutched his gap-toothed mouth and struggled to his feet, ready to throw another punch. Officers, save me. My stepfather is a violent drunk. He lost his balance and fell. I never laid a finger on him. Su Yu hid behind the officers and shot Fang Jun a provocative look. True, she hadn't touched him. She had used her feet. The officers were the local beat cops and knew exactly what kind of scum Fang Jun was. Although this kid didn't look entirely trustworthy either, they were more than happy to deal with a community menace like Fang Jun. Everyone's coming with us to the station. The officer said sternly. Oh please officers, we're all family here. This is just a minor domestic dispute. There's really no need to go to the station, Li Xiangxiao quickly interjected. The police were busy people, and if the victim didn't press charges, they wouldn't meddle in family affairs. After all, you make your own choices in life, and you have to live with them. What about you, kid? The officer looked at Su Yu. Officer, since my mom says so, we'll listen to her. Su Yu put on her best innocent face. As the police left, Su Yu dropped the act instantly. Curling her lips at the 2 piles of human refuse before her, she said, you two better live well. He'll be coming back to visit. After some trouble, Su Yu had come to see the true colors of her deadbeat mother and stepfather. There was still her deadbeat father to deal with, so Su Yu went straight to Su Jianya's company. Su Jianya ran an advertising agency with dozens of employees, enough to be called a boss. At the front desk. Do you have an appointment? You can't see Mr. Su without one, the receptionist said, blushing as she looked at Su Yu. Really can't. Miss, I came a long way to get here. Su Yu leaned on the desk with both hands, leaning in close to the receptionist with a pitiful look. I really can't. The receptionist struggled to resist Su Ye's charm offensive. All right then. Su Ye's expression fell. Why don't you wait here for a bit? They'll go ask for you. The kind-hearted receptionist couldn't bear it. Miss, you're as beautiful as you are kind. Su Ye's eyes curved into crescents. At the general manager's office. Mr. Su, there's someone named Su Yu outside who wants to see you, the receptionist said nervously, knowing she was overstepping her bounds. Su Yu. Send her in. Su Jianya wore a pair of glasses and a suit, looking respectable. Dad. Su Yu walked in, looking utterly boneless as she lounged lazily in the chair opposite him. Su Jianya barely recognized the current Su Yu. Dressed like a man with a scruffy attitude, she was an embarrassment. What have you done to yourself? What's wrong with how I look? Isn't it nice? Su Yu said with a grin. This is ridiculous. Are you trying to shame me? Don't you ever tell anyone you're my daughter. Just looking at her made his blood boil. Huh. Su Yu had lost count of how many times she had felt the irony today. Is being your daughter something to be proud of? Su Yu sneered. All you ever did was provide a sperm and raise me until I was 3. What else have you done? Su Yu propped her feet up on Su Jianya's desk, looking down at him with disdain. These people were all responsible for the original owner's death. Get your feet off my desk. Get out. Don't ever show your face here again. Su Jianya stood up and roared. No way. Su Yu curled her lips and raised an eyebrow at him. This is my dad's company, so I'm staying right here. They'll come every day. Su Jianya was so furious he nearly lost his mind. He grabbed the phone off his desk and hurled it at Su Yu. Su Yu kicked the desk with both feet, sending her swivel chair gliding smoothly backward. She spun it in a circle and came to a stop by the wall. The phone crashed to the floor, alarming the people outside. What's going on here? A woman around 40, dressed in a professional suit with a skirt that barely covered her hips, walked in. Is that you, Xiao Yu? Long time no see. What happened to you? Xiao Lian, get someone to throw her out. As of today, I no longer have a daughter named Su Yu. So this was my wonderful stepmother, Zhang Lian. How very Lian of her. Jinya, don't be like that. Xiao Yu just needs some guidance. You should teach her. She's still just a child. Zhang Lian said with feigned innocence. Suyu remained seated watching this pair of dogs perform with icy contempt. She's beyond saving. Let her mother deal with her. I can't teach her, puffed Suyu said with a smug look. Truly a match made in heaven, a bitch and a dog forever together. What did you say? You ungrateful brat. He'll beat you to death today. Su Jianya grabbed whatever was in reach and started throwing. Suyu slid around on her chair, dodging every missile while his office got trashed. Spotting her chance, Suyu charged at Su Jianya and Zhang Lian like a bowling ball. All the pins went down. You ungrateful wretch. What do you want? Su Jianya scrambled to his feet, wincing in pain. I have no money for food, no money for tuition. You're my father. You have to take responsibility. The original owner had been too stupid, struggling to get by, even resorting to loan sharks rather than coming to her deadbeat dad, and it cost her her life. There was no shame in asking her father for money before she could support herself. It was his duty and obligation. Dream on. I won't give you a single cent, Su Jianya said through gritted teeth. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Suyu smirked. She had noticed earlier at the front desk that a big client had an appointment today. The big client should be arriving soon. Suyu finally got off her chair, stretched, and walked out. Hello, I have an appointment with your Mr. Su this morning to discuss the details of our cooperation. The big client had arrived. Sir, I'd advise you to find another company to work with. The boss of this company has no integrity. He cheated on his wife with an employee, fooled around with his secretary, and abandoned his wife and child. Are you sure you want to do business with a company like this? What? So the current Mrs. Su is a homewrecker. I can't believe Mr. Su is that kind of person. So the one causing trouble today is the daughter from his ex-wife. The employees whispered among themselves as Su Jianya and Zhang Lian's faces were ground into the dirt by Suyu. You're talking nonsense. Then how did the woman beside you get where she is? You abandoned your daughter when she was only 3 and you cast aside the wife who built your business from nothing with you. This is explosive. The employees thought. Let's discuss the cooperation another day. You two should talk things out. He'll be going now. The big client left. You. Su Jianya was so angry he could barely breathe. How much do you want? Take the money and get lost. Su Jianya decided to pay up to avoid further trouble. Give me 100,000 first. He'll come back when I run out. Suyu looked like a thug collecting protection money. Su Jianya filled out a check with such force he nearly tore a hole through it. Get out. Thanks, Dad. He'll be sure to visit you often. Suyu grinned with smug satisfaction and walked out. With the 100 check in hand, Suyu went to the bank next to Su Jianya's company, cashed it all out, and deposited it into her account. She took out 9,000 to repay the debt, leaving 16,000 still owed. The money from selling the house had lasted her almost an hour last time. This time it was even shorter, gone in 10 minutes. Suyu was walking down the street feeling annoyed when a basketball flew over from a nearby street court. Given the angle and force, it was clearly aimed straight at her face. Without even looking back, Suyu caught the ball with one hand. Hey, pretty boy, throw the ball back. Suyu's temple bulged with an angry vein. Her eyes flashed red as she bared a set of demonic fangs in a ferocious grin at the heckler on the court. Here you go. Planting her right foot, raising her left leg high, and gripping the ball in her right hand, Suyu hurled it across the court with a pitcher's wind-up. Whoosh. The ball tore through the air, spinning at high speed toward the hoop. The ball ripped through the net, slammed into the ground with tremendous force, and ricocheted straight into the face of the heckler. Holy crap. That's insane. This kid's incredible. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare write this. The onlookers were stunned. Suyu the Demon King clenched her fist and stepped onto the court. Want another round? The guy who got hit spat out a tooth. Blinded by rage, he recklessly challenged her. Yeah, a rotation match. You scared? No need for a rotation. All of you come at once. I can take all 5 of you easily. A contemptuous smirk curved Suyu's lips. The spectators around the court got excited. Whoa, damn, this kid's got some serious swagger. The king of king himself. Fight. Go, go, go. That's so badass. The battle was about to begin. Suyu dribbled the ball, charging toward the opposing team. There seemed to be an invisible string connecting the ball to her hand. No matter how fast she moved, or where she dribbled, the ball stayed glued to her palm. The only time the ball left her was the moment it went through the hoop. That's so cool. So intense. Even as a girl, I'm fired up. Amazing. In just 5 minutes, Suyu had already scored 23 points. The other team hadn't touched the ball even once. 5 players converged on Suyu under the board. She leaped with explosive power. Bang. The other 5 crashed to the ground as Suyu hung from the rim, swung a couple of times, and executed a clean backflip to land. Too cool. Oh my god. What kind of incredible master is this? Is he a character straight out of a manga? Phew. Suyu had a great time playing. The frustration was blown away. In a great mood, she thanked her sparring partners. Thanks, guys. Wishing you all a long and happy life. The sparring partners thought, go to hell with your long and happy life. The surrounding players swarmed Suyu. Master, please carry us. Master, we want to be your friend. Master, let's play together. Suyu gave a perfunctory smile and was about to leave. Master, please play in a match. There's a participation fee. A little fan shouted. Suyu's ears seemed to perk up and her feet turned toward the source of the voice. How much is the fee? Working a job was out of the question, but getting paid to play ball was a different story. Doing what you love isn't work. Work is being forced to do something you hate just to make a living. 100,000 for a game, the fanboy said. Let's go, how do you want to play? When Suyu wrapped an arm around him like old buddies. The usual way. Tonight I'm going to crush those losers fair and square. The fanboy clenched his fists. Boss, my name is Lu Xiao. What should I call you? That name is too much. You're trying to take advantage of me. I'm Suyu. From now on I'll call you Little Whistle. They arrived at their destination, an underground basketball court. Yo, Master Lu, you dare show up today? Didn't you get enough yesterday? A red-haired punk sneered. Ha! Around him were more thugs of the same ilk, all with rainbow-colored hair. At first glance, it was like stepping into a zoo. I brought a real boss today. I'm going to make you guys call me Grandpa. That pale-faced pretty boy next to you. That afternoon's game had started with the same insult. These guys were dead meat tonight. Lu Xiao thought to himself. Tisk, were you hiding when humans evolved? So you taunted. You little brat looking for a beating. I don't want to play ball today. I just want to fight. Beat him up. Teach him why the flowers are so red. The animals jeered. Suyu curled his lips. I'm easy to deal with. Whether it's ball or fist, take your pick. Little Whistle, is there 100,000 appearance fee for fighting too? Suyu lowered his voice and asked Lu Xiao. Oh, but they outnumber us. We can't win. Lu Xiao frowned, already considering calling for backup. Don't worry about that. Suyu shook his head and cracked his knuckles. Boys, get him. The animals charged in a swarm. Suyu shoved Lu Xiao out the door and locked it from inside. Oh, boss brother, you don't be impulsive. They're too many. You can't take them. Lu Xiao pounded on the door, terrified. This was it. Someone was going to die, and it was his fault. Right, call my cousin. He lives nearby. Lu Xiao rushed out to make a call. Cousin, help. Someone's going to die. Shinmoshi. Meanwhile, Suyu was having a blast fighting. He hadn't had this much fun in ages. These thugs had some skill. Clearly they bullied plenty of good students. Today was just righteous retribution. 20 minutes later, Suyu opened the door looking refreshed with a pile of multicolored animals lying behind him. Like a satisfied playboy, he pulled up his pants and walked away. At the underground court's entrance, Lu Xiao was surrounded by a group of black-suited men. As soon as Suyu came out, he heard Lu Xiao shouting something like, "Help!" Seeing so many people encircling him, he couldn't let his newly acquired underling be bullied. Suyu charged in and threw one big man to the ground. In a few swift moves, all the men were down. Shinmoshi. He suddenly felt his family's bodyguards needed a serious overhaul. Had definitely put them through hellish training later. Brother, you don't. They're on our side. Lu Xiao quickly stopped. Suyu, terrified, shed take down Shinmoshi next and get him skinned by his aunt. Brother, are you okay? Lu Xiao asked belatedly. Your brother, yes, skills are #1 in the world. Those chickens weren't even a snack. This is my cousin Shinmoshi. I called him for backup because I was worried about you. Hello. Suyu greeted casually. Don't you recognize him? Lu Xiao asked stupidly. Should I? Suyu was baffled. Oh well. Lu Xiao was at a loss. He couldn't exactly say his cousin was a superstar. That would feel like bragging. Lu Xiao awkwardly tried to bridge the gap. Cousin, this is the big shot I met today, Suyu. He's amazing at basketball. And at fighting. Shinmoshi didn't react, and Suyu stayed silent. The atmosphere froze. After a long pause, Shinmoshi finally spoke. Thank you for helping Lu Xiao today. It was nothing. I always protect my underlings. Suyu smirked. It's late now, brother. Where do you live? We'll take you back. A city economics college. At the parking lot, Lu Xiao found all his tires slashed. It must be those bastards, he growled. Cousin, can you give us a ride? Shinmoshi. He suddenly realized younger brothers were a truly annoying species. Shinmoshi said nothing and walked to his car. Let's go, brother. Is your cousin always this standoffish? Doesn't he get bored not talking? Don't his family think there's something wrong with him? Suyu asked. Shinmoshi with sharp ears. Lu Xiao didn't know what to say, so he smiled awkwardly at Suyu and walked toward the bodyguard's car. His cousin hated people invading his space. But Suyu unceremoniously got into Shinmoshi's car and sat right next to him. Shinmoshi. Fine, call it a good deed for the day. He conveniently forgot the people had kicked out of his car before. Hey, your name is Shinmoshi. Which MO and which sure? Suyu rested her chin on her hand and leaned toward him cheekily. Shinmoshi. He closed his eyes and ignored her. Mine is the U of Island. Suyu tilted her head and leaned closer. Shinmoshi. Frowning, he found her extremely noisy. Is Lu Xiao your aunt's son or your uncle's? Shinmoshi. Suyu rolled her eyes. You're so boring. Shinmoshi. Who was boring? Hey, Shinmoshi, look at me. Suyu waved her hand in front of his face playfully. Shinmoshi finally opened his eyes and turned to the noise source. Suyu hadn't expected him to actually turn around. She had thought he was cosplaying a wax statue. She tilted her head, unable to suppress a smile that spread across her face, breathtakingly beautiful. The neon lights outside the window melted onto her face, casting a hazy glow that made her smile seem dreamlike. Shinmoshi felt his heart skip a beat. Slightly annoyed, he turned back and ignored the chattering Suyu. At a city economics college, Suyu bid farewell to her underling and ran into Song Ruohua returning from shopping at the gate. Suyu's eyes lit up as she pounced on Song Ruohua, and they walked into the campus chatting and laughing. Shinmoshi. The next day, brother Yu, I still owe you the 100,000 appearance fee from last time. Lu Xiao called Suyu. Forget it. Since you're my underling, it's my duty to protect you. That's too embarrassing. How about this? I'll invite you to a concert. I have 2 VIP tickets my cousin gave me. Prime seats priceless. Suyu's philosophy: if you don't take free money, you're throwing it away. Sure, when and where? This Saturday, a city stadium. See you there. After hanging up, Suyu walked back to the classroom. Class hadn't started, yet everyone was chatting. The tickets for our idol were so hard to get. I felt like they were gone in less than a tenth of a second. 100,000 tickets. Amazing, the fans must be grabbing them at light speed. We're usually one big happy family sharing recommendations, but when it's time to grab tickets, we turn into bitter rivals. Not being able to see the 9th anniversary concert makes me no different from a salted fish. And we can't even listen outside. The Ace City Stadium outer area is huge. They'll have to watch the live stream on Saturday. Ugh, so frustrating. Are these tickets really that hard to get? Suyu turned to ask. Definitely, the girls replied in unison. What about VIP tickets? Suyu continued. VIP tickets never appear on the ticket system. They're given away by the idol's team. My idol won the Kale Music Award at 25, the most famous global music award. So far, he's the only person in all of China to win it. If I could sit in a VIP seat, even once in my life, I'd die without regrets. Suyu rubbed her nose and stopped asking, afraid of being assassinated. Saturday evening outside the A City Stadium. Yuji, over here. Lu Xiao waved, standing on his tiptoes. By the way, how old are you? I still don't know if you're studying or working since you're free every day. Suyu raised an eyebrow and asked. I'm 24 and already working. Lu Xiao grinned, showing a row of white teeth, looking a bit goofy. It was hard to believe that Lu Xiao with his youthful face was already that old. I'm only 20. Suyu pursed his lips. Lu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Age doesn't matter. If you're better than me, you're my big brother. That's so logical, I can't argue with it. Suyu crossed his arms and nodded with a serious expression. Let's go in through the VIP passage. Suyu and Lu Xiao walked into the VIP passage amidst a sea of envious and resentful gazes. While waiting backstage, the fans were as happy as if it were New Year, with various cheering light boards flashing and fan photographers' long lenses filling every remaining inch of space. Looking at the words flashing on the light boards, Suyu asked in confusion, Shinmoshi. Is that your cousin Shinmoshi? You'll find out soon enough. Lu Xiao smiled meaningfully. At that moment, the lights in the venue dimmed. The fans suddenly fell silent. A beam of light shone down on the center of the stage, and a tall figure slowly rose from below. Ah! A big brother is here. Suyu was startled by the screams beside him. The man on stage, wearing a dazzling performance outfit, slowly turned his tall straight back. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, I'd give you my life. Whoa, big brother is so handsome. This must be a masterpiece by Nuwa. Suyu's big cat-like eyes were full of astonishment. It really was him. The man on stage had a face as handsome as a deity from ancient Greek mythology, his starry eyes gleaming with a cold, rebellious light. Under his high nose bridge, his thin lips, tinged with arrogance, curved slightly upward. A blue earring adorned his left ear, and his whole demeanor exuded an air of unspoken nobility. His slender, well-defined hands gripped the microphone stand, as if holding a beloved, his body moving with the rhythm of the drumbeat. As soon as he sang, his voice seemed to pierce the souls of the listeners, instantly resonating with the audience. On stage, he was as dazzling as the sun. Shinmoshi's dance moves were free and unrestrained, his rhythm incredibly strong, each step hitting the beat perfectly. He seemed to radiate light on stage. His captivating stage makeup under the lights was absolutely breathtaking. A big brother's waist, a lethal blade. I'd give you my life. The heat of the crowd surged wave after wave, and Suyu felt his ears were about to give out. Shinmoshi is actually quite good-looking, though still a bit less than me, Suyu thought narcissistically. Shinmoshi hadn't expected to see Suyu at his concert. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, and then smiled in Suyu's direction. A good-looking person who usually doesn't smile when they do, the effect is comparable to a nuclear weapon. Ah, big brother smiled at me. When big brother smiles, I lose my life. Ah, don't you just want my life? Here, take it, ah. The fans a few rows behind Suyu were going crazy. Shinmoshi was a master of the stage, skilled in singing and dancing, a great composer and lyricist. The songs at the concert were all written and composed by himself, and even the dance moves were his own design. He loved the stage. Only on stage could he truly unleash his inner self. After a thrilling concert ended, Shinmoshi and his fans, the clocks were all fulfilled. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Xiao dragged Suyu backstage to find Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi still wore his captivating stage makeup, making his already stunningly handsome face even more dazzling. Except to Suyu, who seemed to have a natural filter against male beauty. A man wearing such heavy makeup, so effeminate, Suyu thought. Cousin, you sang so well. Even a guy like me is about to fall for you. Lu Xiao said excitedly. So you thought I sing well too, we'll sing for you next time. A future Lu Xiao travels back to this moment, everyone don't believe her. At the celebratory banquet after the concert, Suyu shamelessly tagged along for a meal. Shinmoshi was in a good mood today, and drank a bit too much. The assistant looked at the slightly drunk Shinmoshi. What a headache. The assistant didn't dare leave Shinmoshi alone in this state, but Shinmoshi didn't like people going to his residence. Young Master Lu, could you take care of our young master tonight? The assistant pleaded with Lu Xiao. No can do, I have to go home tonight. My family's Empress Dowager has summoned me early tomorrow morning, or I'll lose my allowance for the second half of the year. Lu Xiao also had a headache. Oh right, Yuji, you don't have school tomorrow either. Can you take care of my cousin for me? Please. Lu Xiao begged Suyu. When a little brother asks for help, the big brother must deliver. Otherwise, how can he command respect? Alright, I'll take care of him. Straight guys, Suyu didn't see any problem with this proposal. When they arrived at Shinmoshi's residence, the minions dispersed one by one. The stage was now left with just the male and female leads. With such a beautiful night, a handsome male lead drunk on the bed, wouldn't it be a waste of heaven's design if nothing happened? However, Suyu carried Shinmoshi and threw him onto the bed without a second thought. So heavy even a pig is lighter than you. If I didn't have some strength, I couldn't have carried you. Shinmoshi was jolted awake by Suyu's toss. Why are you here? Shinmoshi frowned. If it weren't for me, you'd be sleeping on the street. You wouldn't let anyone touch you. If I hadn't used my awesome boyfriend strength to carry you back, you'd have been waiting for your fans to pick your drunk body up. I'm thirsty. Shinmoshi looked at Suyu pitifully. Suyu raised an eyebrow and sneered. You really think I'm your servant? Fine, I'll get you a glass of water. Suyu's big cat-like eyes twinkled as a sly smile curled on his lips. Suyu originally planned to find a bunch of oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar in the kitchen to make him a hangover tea. Unexpectedly in the kitchen, even the plastic film on the range hood hadn't been removed, so there was obviously no cooking oil, salt, sauce, or vinegar. He opened the fridge thinking there would be various flavored drinks or alcohol, but it was all just plain water. Defeated, Suyu took out a bottle of water and handed it to Shinmoshi. Can't open it. Shinmoshi frowned. Suyu clenched his jaw. Fine, I'll open it for you. Shinmoshi took a sip. So cold. Are you done? Suyu was angry. Why are you yelling at me? Shinmoshi looked like a wronged golden retriever. Seeing Shinmoshi like this, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into Suyu's mind. Smiling wickedly, Suyu took out his phone, opened the camera, and pointed it at Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi, who am I? Suyu. No, call me Yuji. Yuji. Haha, you're done for. I'll make you die of embarrassment tomorrow. Suyu laughed and collapsed onto the bed, ruffling Shinmoshi's hair. After playing around for a bit, Suyu got bored, abandoned the toy that was Shinmoshi, and went to shower and rest. Shinmoshi's home had many clothes, all brand new and never worn. Although the sizes were a bit off, they were fine for a temporary change. Suyu had just entered the bathroom when, ow, what the hell is this? Why is there blood on my underwear? When did I get hurt? I don't remember at all. Suyu's shrieks woke Shinmoshi, who had just fallen asleep. Worried, Shinmoshi went to check on Suyu. He opened the bathroom door and saw the blood on Suyu's underwear. The scene froze for a moment. At this moment, Suyu's top was still properly on. She was bent over and nothing that shouldn't be exposed was showing. Shinmoshi was startled for a moment before reacting. You're injured. Come on, I'll drive you to the hospital. He reached out to put his arm around Suyu. Suyu pushed Shinmoshi away with disdain. No, you've been drinking. Driving drunk harms others and yourself. Call 120. Suyu pulled up her pants and looked up at Shinmoshi. Still a bit dizzy, Shinmoshi had forgotten that his family had a doctor on call, so he obediently went to call 120. When the doctors and nurses arrived and asked some questions, the nurse couldn't help smiling and said, could it be that she's on her period? Suyu was instantly struck as if by lightning, her face a picture of shock. Shinmoshi frowned his sword-like brows and asked incredulously, you're a girl? I am a girl. Suyu was severely shaken and still somewhat dazed. In the end, Shinmoshi traded a signed photo for a pack of sanitary pads from the nurse. Seeing that Suyu seemed dazed and didn't know how to use them, he considerately demonstrated the usage. Before leaving, the nurse smiled at Shinmoshi with a maternal expression and said, I'm a rational mother fan, son, I want to expose your secret. Shinmoshi, thanks a lot. After the doctors and nurses left, Suyu lay on the bed with a look of utter despair, feeling that the whole world had turned gray. It was only then that it dawned on her that women bleed. Every month women get pregnant, women give birth. Seeing her look like a wilted eggplant, Shinmoshi was a bit at a loss and secretly took out his phone to search for what to do about women's period discomfort. The answers were a mixed bag. Shinmoshi barely managed to find one he considered useful. Drink more hot water. When Shinmoshi brought a cup of hot water, Suyu stared at it and fell into thoughts of her previous hot water theory. Jinjin caught a cold. Suyu, drink more hot water. AI had period cramps. Suyu, drink more hot water. Lian was in a bad mood. Suyu, drink more hot water. Damn, being reborn as a woman is indeed my karmic retribution for being a womanizer in my past life. Suyu went crazy, burrowing into the blanket and wriggling like a freshly dug up earthworm. Her movements were too violent, and there was a leak. The earthworm like Suyu suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Woe heaven, why are you doing this to me? Suyu's tears streamed down her face, and the area of her psychological shadow covered the entire earth. Shinmoshi. So hot water doesn't work. The jade rabbit sank in the west, and the golden crow rose in the east. Morning light filtered through the gap in the curtains onto Shinmoshi's chiseled handsome face. The moment Shinmoshi opened his eyes, he saw Suyu sleeping beside him. Shinmoshi, why are you here? He grabbed the blanket and wrapped himself up like a startled rabbit. Suyu sneered, I'd like to know why I'm here too. It must be that this place's magnetic field didn't agree with her, that's why she got her period. Suyu was sleeping in the guest room. The drunk Shinmoshi had a bizarre train of thought. Seeing Suyu rolling around on the bed crying and fussing, he was convinced that her period cramps hurt, and she needed care, so he insisted on staying in the guest room no matter what. Now it was clearly Shinmoshi who had insisted on staying in Suyu's room, yet it made Suyu look like the scumbag who had taken advantage of someone's innocence. Humph, Suyu sneered, a cold glint in her eyes. With a strong desire for revenge, she took out the video she had recorded last night and showed it to Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi, who am I? Suyu. No, call me Yugo. Yugo. Haha, you're done for. He'll make you die of embarrassment tomorrow. The successfully mortified Shinmoshi's pupils dilated. That must not be him. Shinmoshi rushed to the bathroom intending to wash his face and sober up. But he saw the sanitary pad placed on the storage shelf. Then he remembered everything. You're a girl? Shinmoshi's handsome face wrinkled. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Shinmoshi's face was like an overturned palette, turning white then red then white again. You a girl? You actually. He clenched his jaw tightly, his handsome brows furrowed. He seemed both angry and embarrassed, pointing at Suyu momentarily at a loss for words. I took care of you all night, and you don't even thank me, but you're making a face. That's too much. Suyu rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Who took care of who? And who messed up whose life? Shinmoshi didn't know how things had reached this point. No one had ever barged into his world so recklessly. What's with all this, who? I don't care who you are. I came down to take care of you for my little brother's sake. Suyu still felt wronged. Why on earth am I here arguing with you about this? Shinmoshi murmured, somewhat dazed. Master Su didn't want to bother with the inexplicably moody Shinmoshi anymore. She gave him a glare and said goodbye. Master Su left, and Shinmoshi abandoned fell into deep self-doubt. Time went back to last night on the internet. Shinmoshi's concert was live-streamed. From the start, Weibo was overwhelmed. There were messages about Shinmoshi's concert everywhere, and more than half of the trending topics on the hot search list were about his concert. The fans were as jubilant as if celebrating the new year. Amid Shinmoshi's concert trend dominating the charts, a trending topic, basketball bro, somehow appeared at the bottom of the list. Oh, such a handsome basketball bro. Wow, he plays so incredibly. Even Kuriko's basketball wouldn't dare film this right. I have one more husband, you guys need to let me rest. I can't handle partying every night. Little bro, I want to have your babies. 3 minutes, I want all the info on this basketball bro. Looking at the comments under his Weibo, Lu Xiao was very satisfied. Indeed, his Yugo was the best. Earlier tonight, while posting a Weibo about his cousin Shinmoshi's concert, he saw the video he had shot a week ago of Suyu playing basketball. My Yugo is so handsome and awesome, I have to post it for ordinary humans to worship. The trending topic continued to heat up. By this morning, basketball bro had surged to number 4 on the hot search list, just below Shinmoshi's 3 trending topics. Just now, Suyu had stormed off angrily, and Shinmoshi was a bit dazed, not knowing what to think. He unconsciously took out his phone, opened Weibo, and saw the trending topic basketball bro. As if possessed, Shinmoshi clicked a like on that Weibo post. Fans who rushed over upon seeing their idol online. Who is this handsome guy? He actually got our brother to like it. Did brother slip, eh? My brother appeared. Brother, your concert look is too cool. Is he a newly debuted artist from some company? He's quite handsome, but just a little less than our brother. Are you guys only looking at his face? Look how well he plays basketball. This bro is so handsome I can. Isn't this our school's newly crowned campus heartthrob? Haha. Wow, is he from your school? I'm waiting for his detailed info. Haha, yes, he's our school's campus heartthrob. He's really handsome. Hey, race, a treat for your eyes. I have one too. This comment was quickly pushed to the top of the hot comments by Suyu's schoolmates and netizens. Opening this comment, there were all photos of Suyu reading in the library, playing basketball on the court, and dozing off in class. Not knowing what psychological drive was at work, Shinmoshi opened and looked at each photo. Seeing one of them, where Suyu had curved eyebrows and a smile showing a row of white teeth, his fingers, without permission from his brain, arbitrarily downloaded and saved it. Just then a call came in. Shinmoshi, who had just saved one photo and was about to look at the others, was a bit annoyed and didn't want to answer. The ringing persisted, so he suppressed his displeasure and pressed answer. Moshin, why did you arbitrarily like someone else's Weibo post? The like if I want. The other side seemed to know he wouldn't speak and continued on his own. There's already a lot to do after the concert, and you're giving us more work. That's your business. Forget it. I just want to say one thing. Please don't arbitrarily like other people's Weibo comments in the future. I'm begging you. After hanging up, the agent went to deal with the aftermath. Shinmoshi's fingers traced that smiling face, his expression vacant, not knowing what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Suyu was lying lifeless in her dormitory. Her period seemed to have drained all her energy. With the slightest movement, the gush of warmth would freeze her in place. Suyu was sobbing. Suyu, I brought you lunch. Eat a little, okay? Her dorm mate said worriedly. I don't want to eat. Being a woman is too hard. Thinking that she would have to go through this every month, Suyu felt utterly hopeless. Fortunately, it was Sunday, and there were no classes, otherwise Suyu really didn't know how to face this sudden visitor. On the third day of Aunt Floss's visit, as it was already packing up to leave, Suyu felt alive again. At noon, Suyu received a WeChat message from a close friend she had known when the original Suyu worked as a model. Suyu, a small magazine, is looking for models for its interior pages. Are you coming? Suyu thought. Working is out of the question. He'll never work in this life. But, are there many pretty model girls coming? I'm not going to work, I'm going to see the girls, Suyu thought to herself. Yes, it's a group shoot this time. We need 7 or 8 models. Are you coming or not? If you don't come soon, it'll be full. You can still make some money. Coming. Send me the time and place. Then hurry up. It's at 3 p.m. this afternoon. He'll send you the location. Fortunately, she had no classes in the afternoon. When Suyu arrived, her close friend was stunned. Was this still Suyu? How had she become so handsome? During makeup, there were many people, and it was just a small magazine shoot with little pay, so the styling was basically slapdash. But Suyu's handsome face and good skin couldn't be ignored. Suyu, who usually didn't wear makeup, looked devastating with just a little. The makeup artist couldn't help but meticulously apply makeup on Suyu. The theme of this shoot was the unimaginative spring. It was March and the magazine was planning a special issue on spring. The makeup artist gave Suyu a light base makeup. Suyu's skin was good, almost flawless, so she only emphasized the eyes and painted a peach blossom at the corner of her eye. After finishing the makeup, before even changing clothes, the makeup artist was already won over by Suyu. What a divine girl. Her beauty was enchanting, but not seductive androgynous, making Suyu instantly become the makeup artist's new crush. The costume was a flowing, ancient-style outfit, white, with scattered pink petals trailing silk on the ground, draped lazily and gracefully over Suyu. The costume designer was a girl in her 20s. While adjusting Suyu's clothes, Suyu kept looking at her with laughing eyes, causing the girl to blush. Costume designer's inner monologue: this girl is really handsome and going to turn gay. The set was designed as a deep spring forest. Suyu propped her head on one hand, closed her eyes, and reclined sideways on a tree with her hem and sleeves flowing down. Staff scattered petals nearby, and a fan blew. The scene was so perfect that the photographer was like a shot of adrenaline. Great. That's it. Perfect. Suyu slowly opened her eyes. In her gaze flowed a light that captivated hearts. The peach blossom blooming beside her upward slanting eye corners seemed to bloom right in the photographer's heart. Suyu seemed to have an innate sense of the camera. Even without shooting experience, she knew exactly where the lens was and how to present her most perfect side to it. Clearly, besides Suyu, there were many other models sitting or standing in various poses, but somehow the camera started chasing only Suyu. The shoot became all about Suyu alone, the others were completely relegated to the background. The other models mostly had long flowing hair, only Suyu's short hair made her stand out. The makeup artist created a gender-neutral look for her based on her features. During the shoot, restless, Suyu would put her arm around one model's shoulder, then another's waist, carefree and unrestrained, extremely dashing. The photographer thought this effect was also good, feeling like a handsome and romantic emperor hosting a spring banquet with his beloved consorts. It instantly added a different soul element to the monotonous spring theme. Perfect. That's it. Alright, one more. With every move, Suyu exuded an aura that was sometimes sharp and mesmerizing, sometimes languid and affectionate. A casual lift of her eyelids could drown someone in her gaze. The photographer shouted inwardly, I've really struck gold. He had been in the industry for years, always unlucky, unable to make a splash with anything. He had a feeling this shoot would be the best he had ever done. After the shoot, the photographer took the initiative to befriend Suyu. He felt this girl was destined for greatness. He also recommended Suyu to a good friend of his, a photography genius who was quite famous in the photography circle. They were college roommates and had always been close. His classmate had already gained some fame while he was still stuck in place. However, he felt this shoot would bring him a different opportunity. Miss Su, I think you are very talented. This is a business card of a close friend of mine. He is currently looking for models for his new project. I think you should give it a try. The photographer handed Suyu a card. Suyu took the card, casually slipped it into her pants pocket, and smiled faintly with a curl of her lips. Thank you, will consider it. After the shoot, Suyu and her close friend went to grab dinner nearby. Suyu, you're about to take off. This is Alger, a genius photographer in the photography circle. He's already won many international awards at a young age. The close friend pinched the card and said in surprise, really? Suyu replied casually. Listen to me, you must go. It's really your loss if you don't. Suyu was noncommittal. Just give it a try. Besides helping your modeling career a lot, there's also a generous reward. Aren't you short on money? Broke? Suyu felt an arrow in her knee. Back in the dorm, Suyu lay on the bed deep in thought, unconsciously toying with the business card between her slender fingers. Should she go or not? She thought of her grandfather's aged face and the helplessness of her past-life parents after giving up on her terminal laziness. Suyu, who was unmotivated and a slacker, finally made up her mind, just see how far she could go on this path. The terminally lazy Suyu took the first step in self-treatment. She called the genius photographer. The call was answered by Alger's assistant, and they set a time and place for the interview. On the appointed day, Suyu arrived at the interview location, a building with a very unique style. Judging by the building's style, one could tell the photographer was indeed quite eccentric. Suyu pursed her lips and walked in. Besides her, there were several other models waiting. Almost every model had an agent or assistant by their side, only she was alone. When it was Suyu's turn, as soon as she entered, the judges sitting behind the table lit up. This model's temperament and appearance were very unique. Her beauty was androgynous, with a free-spirited elegance tinged with a hint of mysterious allure inexplicably fitting their theme. When the test shoot began, Suyu's sense of the camera again impressed photographer Alger. Did this model have eyes on the back of her head? Why was even her back so camera-catching? Suyu thought, little guy, isn't it just showing off? I'm the best at this. Suyu slightly curled her lips at the camera, a half smile, but her eyes revealed a hint of casual indifference. Her skin was cool white, but her lips were as if stained with the brightest rouge. Her slender figure was alluring no matter how she posed, radiating an androgynous beauty. The photographer exclaimed, what an enchantress. Unsurprisingly, Suyu secured the lead role for this shoot. Miss Su, I am truly looking forward to working with you. Alger felt certain that Suyu would bring him an enormous surprise. A faint polite smile played on Suyu's lips as she replied, I hope you will offer your invaluable guidance, Alger. Suyu took the shooting theme home to ponder over it. On the day of the official shoot, Suyu arrived at the location early to wait. The theme was the temptation of Eden. In ancient Greek mythology, the gods created the first man, Adam. Later, feeling Adam's loneliness, the gods fashioned a woman from his rib to accompany him, and that woman was Eve. In Eden grew the tree of knowledge, whose fruit was the forbidden fruit that must never be eaten. Yet Adam and Eve partook of it, and were ultimately cast out of Eden by the gods. What Suyu needed to convey was the seduction of that forbidden fruit. This shoot featured only Suyu. The makeup artist applied a look with European-American influences, emphasizing sharp contours. The chiseled lines made Suyu's features more pronounced, and her deep, limpid eyes could captivate anyone at first glance. The costume was a white garment reminiscent of ancient Greek mythology, revealing her slender, elegantly curved arms, and her exquisitely perfect collarbones. The shoot commenced. Under a clear azure sky, a garden brimming with blossoms, where large hydrangeas bloomed in profusion. Suyu stood amid the flowers, reaching out a slender hand to hold a green apple. Her finely sculpted face was as handsome as Apollo, the sun god, noble and aloof, with the line of her jaw superior and smooth perfect as a human figurine. With eyelashes lowered, Suyu gazed upon the green apple in her hand, her look pure and immaculate, free of any stray thought. As time flowed, she remained as proud as ever. Through changing seasons, wind, frost, rain, and snow, the apple stayed green, unchanged. Suyu kept holding that green apple as if time had forgotten both her and the fruit. Until at a certain moment, a venomous serpent slithered into the garden. The serpent coiled around Suyu's smooth arm and bit the hand that held the green apple. Having bitten, the serpent fled. Suyu's gaze seemed to shift, a hint of bewitching red tinging her purity. The green apple in her hand slowly became stained crimson with blood, the apple as red as blood, exuding an ineffable temptation. Holding the red apple, Suyu frowned slightly, gazing at the camera with a bewildered look, her helpless eyes piercing through the lens into the souls of all who met her gaze. She looked at the camera, her gaze gradually shifting from confusion and helplessness to something bewitching and commanding, a smile curling at her lips full of aggression. How to describe that smile? Like a deity finally descending from the altar, touched by the mortal world's allure, or like a pure angel bound by thorny rose vines, awaiting someone to release her and taste the forbidden fruit together with her. The photographer's camera clicked away relentlessly. Suyu had perfectly captured the essence of the fall of purity. It was truly flawless. After this scene, Suyu rested while the makeup artist adjusted her look, as another scene remained to be shot. For this scene, Suyu wore smoky eye makeup and a loose, unbuttoned white shirt with a black diamond earring sparkling on her left ear, exuding a rebellious edge. In a room where light and shadow flickered, Suyu lounged across a single sofa. When she turned her head, she revealed her elegant ear adorned with the black diamond earring, as if she were a creature of enchantment incarnate. A beauty that blurred the lines between masculine and feminine, dangerously alluring. Her bare feet were casually crossed, and her slender, delicate fingertips toyed with a luscious, bright red cherry. In the overall monochrome palette of black, white, and gray, the room's color seemed concentrated on that vivid red cherry. With her cat-like eyes half closed, Suyu cast a nonchalant, smoldering gaze at the camera, her fair, slender fingers playing with the delicate cherry. Lazily bringing the cherry to her lips, she parted them slightly, her sharp little thongs slowly piercing the cherry's tender skin. The stark contrast of white teeth against the red fruit was visually striking. The cherry's crimson juice overflowed, staining her snow-white teeth and trickling from the corner of her mouth. In the wavering light, Suyu appeared as bewitching as a vampire. The room seemed to grow hotter, and more sweat beaded on Suyu's face, glistening under the lights, as if she had been highlighted. The trickles of sweat formed streams that ran down her long neck and over her pulsing veins. Each beat of her artery seemed to pound in the hearts of onlookers. The stream slid over her delicate collarbones, finally flowing into the abyss of sin. The sexual tension was palpable, and that irresistible agonizing pull. The photographer was like a machine that couldn't stop. The makeup artist beside him blushed, her heart racing. Suyu wasn't even doing anything explicit, so why was it so hard to breathe? The makeup artist's hands trembled as she touched up Suyu's makeup. This person was unreasonably sexy. She just wanted to push her down and have her way with her. Just then the makeup artist's eyes met Suyu's. Suyu curled her lips into a sly wink at her. The makeup sponge slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. Hello, police. I'd like to report a crime. Someone is seducing me into committing one. After the successful shoot, several female staff members nudged each other shyly before stepping forward. Could we take a photo with you? They asked, their cheeks flushing. Of course, Suyu said, a dazzling smile curving her well-shaped lips. The excited girls swarmed around Suyu, snapping several photos together. Suyu thought to herself, why wasn't I this lucky in my past life? Now that I've lost all that, I'm suddenly blooming with romantic opportunities. It's enough to make one pull their hair out. In the end, Suyu received 2,000 yuan as her fee, which she used to pay off a bit more of her debt, leaving 1,000 still unpaid. Psy life isn't easy, but one step at a time. Alger's team was extremely satisfied with the shoot. They stayed up all night retouching the images and posted several photos and behind-the-scenes clips on Weibo the next day. As a renowned photographer in the industry, Alger had a large following. As soon as the images and clips were posted, many fans flocked to see and share them. What a stunning beauty. Alger never disappoints with his work. I want to be that cherry. Why so handsome? This young man is so sexy. Ah! The monster from upstairs is at it again. Isn't this the basketball guy from the trending topic earlier? Oh, what an ethereal beauty he is. Well, Mom, I want to stand him. He's my husband, nobody else can have him. Suyu trended again on social media with a horde of fans crying out to bear her children. This time a talent agency that smelled an opportunity approached Suyu. At a cafe near the school, they presented a contract. Suyu glanced at it. The terms were too harsh: more work, less pay, with the lion's share going to the company. Even Warren Buffett would want to learn from their profit-making tactics. It made her want to give up on her laziness treatment before it even began. Moreover, the contract bound her for 20 years. Suyu, Miss Su, don't think these terms are harsh. Many newcomers struggle at the bottom, fighting for their lives without ever seeing the light of day. Our company's ability to make stars is among the best in the industry. If you sign this contract and follow our arrangements obediently, I guarantee you'll be a household name within a year. You're the first person I've seen who can dress up an indentured servitude contract so elegantly. Not bad, I admire your audacity. Suyu clapped her hands dismissively. Miss Su, don't be ungrateful and bite the hand that feeds you. Who do you think you are? We have plenty of ways to make sure you never make it in this industry. The other party was furious. What brand of trash bag are you, so full of hot air? Suyu let out a mocking laugh. We'll see about that. As long as I'm around, you'll never get ahead in this circle. The person stormed off in anger. Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why did everyone feel the need to strut their superiority in front of her? Little did she know she was about to become famous online. That evening, a gossip account vaguely and insinuatingly leaked a piece of dirt about Suyu disrespecting her seniors, accompanied by photos of Suyu playing basketball and filming Eden, making it obvious who Suyu was. So this young man is called Suyu. What a nice name. Finally know my husband's name. Husband is so handsome. These were a group of fans who only cared about looks. These newcomers, before they've even made it big, they think they're soaring to the sky. Exactly, they don't know how to respect their seniors. The old actors used to be so polite, times have changed for the worse. The entertainment industry is such a mess now, anyone can enter relying on a plastic surgery face, thinking they're invincible. This was the rhythm of paid trolls. As a pure bystander, I used to think he played basketball well, but I didn't expect his character to be so bad. Looks aren't the most important thing, inner qualities are. If one's character is flawed, everything else is useless. This was from netizens who turned from neutral to negative. Don't take sides recklessly before the facts come out. Exactly, let the dust settle first, or it'll be embarrassing when you're proven wrong. This was from rational netizens watching the drama. Yang Bing, while scrolling through Weibo, saw this post and was so furious that her eyes blazed with fire. She rained down on the gossip account like a machine gun. You need evidence for your words. Do you have a video? Do you have audio? You accuse someone of disrespecting seniors without any proof, but which senior was disrespected? Explain clearly, you trashy gossip account. Many people liked this comment, pushing it to the top. Indeed, one must speak and act with evidence. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi, who also saw this Weibo post, accidentally liked that top comment again. The confused clock fans. Honey, can you not be so eager to give them free publicity? But after all, he's our own child, what can we do but spoil him? Shinmoshi's fans. The clocks flooded the gossip account's comment section, washing away its entire page. The gossip account, perhaps having received some benefit, refused to delete the post no matter how much they were attacked. Even more trolls flooded in to fight with the clocks. For a while, Suyu became both infamous and famous, gaining even more recognition. Suyu knew nothing about the online storm surrounding her. She had gone home to visit her grandfather. Even though she had given him 20,000 yuan last time, he still didn't want to spend it, which made Suyu both heartbroken and angry. Although Aunt Lu occasionally visited her grandfather, gossip was a terrible thing, and it wasn't appropriate for her to come too often. Grandfather was left all alone. The one who truly should accompany him was her worthless mother. Suyu, furious, went to confront her mother. When Suyu arrived near her mother's place, she saw a boy of about 17 or 18 berating her mother. Are you even my mother? Are you giving me pocket money? I need to buy a birthday gift for my classmate, and she's the class beauty. How can this little money be enough? What will people think of me? Xiaoqin, you don't have to buy such an expensive one. It's the thought that counts. What is thought worth? Give me all of it. Fang Zekin grabbed all the money from his mother and ran off. It had to be said Li Xiangqiao was a total failure in life, cherishing a worthless husband and an unfilial son while treating her loving father and daughter like dirt. Suyu didn't confront her mother. She followed this boy who was supposedly her half-brother. Soon she caught up with him. At that moment, the brat was being beaten by a few thugs in an alley. A toad like you wants to give the class beauty a gift. She won't even glance at you. You might as well hand that money over to us. They moved to snatch the money from the brat's hands. Fang Zekin, having just gotten the money, wasn't about to let others take it, so he clutched it tightly. The thugs, frustrated, started punching him. When they had beaten him enough, Suyu finally stepped out from behind the wall. They could beat him, but they couldn't take his money. The money in the brat's hands was just a drop in the bucket for the debt, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Wouldn't it be nice to buy some supplements for Grandpa? Suyu made her move. Such scum, all combined, weren't even a toothpick to her. In a few moves, they were all bleeding and lying on the ground. Fang Zekin stared in disbelief at Suyu, who was as mighty and extraordinary as a descending deity. Was this his sister? Suyu retrieved the money from the thugs, unceremoniously stuffed it into her pocket, and told them to scram. Fang Zekin got up from the ground and awkwardly thanked her. Wondering if this waste of a brother was worth redeeming, Suyu looked at Fang Zekin, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Fang Zekin felt a shiver from her cold gaze. Suyu, why are you looking at me like that? What did you call me? A murderous intent flashed in Suyu's eyes. Sis. Fang Zekin trembled in fear and surrendered without any backbone. Come with me, let's go see Grandpa. Fang Zekin didn't dare refuse. Back at Grandpa's house, Grandpa was very excited to see his grandson. He hadn't seen Xiaoqin for a long time. Grandpa held Fang Zekin's hand and chatted while Suyu took Fang Zekin's phone and sat beside them playing games. She hadn't played games in a long time. The original owner didn't play games and had no game apps downloaded. This phone was a cheap brand bought when the original owner first entered university. Little memory, slow operation. Running a game required a lot of memory, or it would lag to the point of being unplayable. As Suyu was in the middle of an intense game, Fang Zekin couldn't help but lean over and saw Suyu achieve a pentakill, his jaw dropping in amazement. You're a pro. Fang Zekin looked at his sister with sparkling eyes. He had been stuck in diamond for a long time. At this rate, he'd soon rank up to star. Want to reach king? Suyu smirked. Yes, I dream of it. Fang Zekin said excitedly. Visit Grandpa every weekend, and if you behave well, he'll carry you to victory. That was easy. Grandpa was good to him too, and he could rank up to king. Why not? After visiting Grandpa, it was time for Suyu to return to school. As she walked out of the University City East Station, it was the time when college students were streaming out for dinner. The streets were bustling and lively. The area was a junction of several universities, and with so many students, it had formed a small commercial complex. There were many restaurants and snack shops, which also attracted many stray cats. A little kitten was trapped in the middle of the road, too scared to move with so much traffic. A girl, unable to bear it, went to bring it out. As she reached the middle of the road, a car suddenly lost control and swerved toward her. In a flash, Suyu reacted swiftly, dashing over and grabbing the girl's waist with one arm, while with the other hand, she pushed off the car's hood as it sped toward her, leaping gracefully onto the roof, then jumping down with the girl in her arms. All this happened in an instant. Amid the screams of bystanders, the car crashed into a wall and finally came to a stop. The door opened, and a middle-aged man crawled out, pale-faced and trembling. The brakes had failed. He had almost killed someone. The girl, still shaken, collapsed limply in Suyu's arms, her heart pounding. She had nearly met the king of hell. The girl looked up at Suyu's perfect profile, which seemed almost unreal. At that moment, Suyu was still holding her in a princess carry. Are you okay? The setting sun bathed Suyu's soft hair in a golden glow, and beneath her handsome brows a pair of cat-like eyes held a hint of concern. The girl thought him done for. The girl's face flushed crimson, words of gratitude swirling in her mouth, unable to escape. She shook her head, dazedly finally regaining the power of speech. Thank you. You can put me down now. Suyu curled his lips into a gentle smile and set her down. At the sight of that smile, the girl's mind turned to mush, her heart still pounding wildly. Mom, I think I'm in love. Someone had called the police and they arrived quickly. Suyu stayed by the girl's side the whole time. It was then that the girl realized he looked familiar. Wasn't he that basketball guy had been trending online lately? You're Suyu? The girl asked hesitantly. That's me. Suyu turned his head and smiled with a hint of charm. Sob, he's even more handsome in person than in pictures. Just then the people sent by the girl's family arrived. Suyu's mission was complete, and he prepared to leave. Wait. The girl called out to Suyu, blushing as she said, My name is Li Bingxuan, a freshman at a city polytechnic. Can I come find you sometime? Suyu, Class 2, Economics and Management, Grade 20, a City Finance Institute. You're always welcome. Suyu, one hand in his pocket, waved without looking back and walked away. Li Bingxian stared blankly at that tall, slender figure departing into the setting sun, unmoving for a long while. Li Bingxian was taken home by her family and sat on the sofa in a daze. The double shock of nearly being hit by a car and being rescued by Suyu had left her reeling even now. Her family was worried sick and was already preparing to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Remembering the recent online buzz about Suyu, Li Bingxian decided she had to repay him. Dad, I'm fine, no need for the hospital. Suyu saved my life today, you have to repay him. Li Bingxian pressed her mother's chattering hand, looking at her grim-faced father. You're 18 now, and still so reckless. All for a cat, you'd risk your own life. How am I supposed to feel at ease about you in the future? The stern-faced, middle-aged man spoke harshly, but his eyes were rimmed with red. Li Sihai had navigated the entertainment industry for half his life, blessed with only a son and a daughter. Today he had nearly lost his daughter forever. Dad, stop scolding her. She's had quite a scare today. A handsome young man with a tall, slender build hurried in from outside. He walked over and sat beside Li Bingxuan, saying, What am I supposed to say to you? You were scared stiff today, weren't you? Brother, signed Suyu. Consider it repayment for saving my life. As she spoke, Li Bingxian pulled out her phone to show Li Tianrui. Handsome, right? Signing Suyu won't be a loss. Li Tianrui looked at the cocky smile on the phone screen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A subordinate had shown him this person's file today, saying this one had star quality, trending on hot searches frequently even without being an official celebrity. Seeing his sister's eager expression, a mischievous thought crossed Li Tianrui's mind, and he asked with a sly grin, You like this person? A faint blush quickly spread across Li Bingxuan's face, her expression turning awkward. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing his sister's reaction confirmed his suspicions. Li Tianrui took off his wire-rimmed glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. This silly sister of his. This Suyu, do you even know them? Did you know Suyu is actually a girl? Li Tianrui mercilessly burst his sister's rosy bubble. What a... Li Bingxian was struck as if by lightning. She had fallen in love just today, and now she was about to have her heart broken. She felt that today was truly the most eventful day of her short 18 years of life. In just one day she had nearly been in a car accident, fallen in love, and gotten her heart broken. Despite a trace of resentment and embarrassment at feeling deceived, the memory of that embrace, which gave her immense security in that moment between life and death, and that smiling face shining in the sunset, made it impossible for her to stay angry. Brother, what are you talking about? How could I like her? Li Bingxuan's tears fell unbidden, but she hastily wiped them away. Suyu had never claimed to be a boy and had saved her life. She needed to thank her properly. Even if she's a girl, she has great potential. You must sign her and don't just give her a newcomer's contract. It was the same cafe near the school gate. Suyu looked at the man with the wire-rimmed glasses before her. Was she really about to enter the entertainment industry? So many agencies had been coming after her. Miss Su, thank you very much for saving my sister's life. Li Tianrui took a sip of his coffee and smiled. Suyu curled his lips in a casual smile. It was nothing. Offering you money directly would be an insult to your character, Miss Su. So you know, please insult me with money all you want. Erkong hand gesture JPG. Li Tianrui's slender fingers gently stirred his coffee with a spoon. After a pause he continued, To repay you for saving Bingxuan, please take a look at this contract. Suyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised as she opened the contract. After flipping through a few pages, she saw it was much better than the last shabby agency's contract. The profit split was reasonable, the schedule was reasonable, the workload was reasonable, and there were no messy conditions. It even took into account the fact that she was still a student. Work was almost entirely scheduled during holidays, so it wouldn't affect her studies. With such a thoughtful and generous contract, there was no reason not to sign. Li Tianrui, reading the satisfaction on Suyu's face, pushed up his glasses and formally introduced himself. My name is Li Tianrui, head of Sihai Entertainment. Are you satisfied with the contract, Miss Su? I'm honored by your company's high regard. I would be remiss not to accept. I'll arrange for an agent to get in touch with you shortly. Suyu smiled helplessly. President Li, just call me Suyu. I'm practically an employee of yours now. Alright, I have high hopes for you, Suyu. Li Tianrui said smoothly. Suyu returned to the dorm with the freshly signed contract. The The girls of room 404 saw the contract, and all wore expressions of, I knew this day would come. The thought that their dorm's treasured gem was about to be shared with the world filled them with a mix of pride and bittersweetness. Seeing their expressions, Suyu felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. What's with those looks? From now on you're not just our Suyu anymore. More people are going to come and fight us for you. The girls whined. Suyu slung an arm around Yang Bing beside her and grinned mischievously. I'm from 404. You guys get me every night. No one else does. At that player's speech, the girls' tears turned to laughter. They swarmed Suyu, dragging her to a chair for a torture session. Ha ha ha, stop. Ha ha. Suyu, tickled mercilessly, fell off the chair, rolling on the floor and begging for mercy. Truly the hardest burden to bear is the kindness of beautiful women. At noon the next day, just after class ended, Suyu received a call from the agent assigned to her by the company. It was the same coffee shop. When Hongxing, your future agent. Just call me Sister Xing. When Hongxing adjusted her glasses, her expression cold and strikingly beautiful. Slurp, Suyu nearly drooled. A cool beauty. She couldn't resist cool beauties. The woman across from her dressed in a professional suit that hugged her alluring figure with long wavy hair, cascading to her waist, framing a gorgeous face, her long legs dazzling Suyu's vision. Suyu. Seeing her dazed reaction when Hongxing frowned and called her rimless glasses reflecting a cold, ruthless light. Oh, I'm listening. They'll be in your care from now on, Sister Xing. Suyu struggled to pull herself away from the cool bowtie's charm. When Hongxing was dissatisfied with being assigned to mentor Suyu. As a top agent who had nurtured many famous stars, she was long past needing to guide newcomers. On Saturday, tomorrow morning, a car will pick you up to the company to discuss your future career path. Okay, no problem, I can do it, Suyu gulped. When Hongxing looked at the goofy Suyu across from her, utterly puzzled as to why the company had given this person a level contract. Saturday morning, Suyu got into the company's car, embarking on her new journey. In the meeting room on the 12th floor of Seahai Entertainment, the big screen had just shown clips of Suyu's works, Spring and Temptation in Eden, as well as recent hot searches about her, even a video of her playing basketball. When Hongxing began to change her view of Suyu, she did have some potential for fame. When Hongxing closed the folder and looked up at Suyu, ever sung before? Any dance experience? Never danced, but singing. I think I sound pretty good, Suyu said confidently. Sing your best song. Li Tianrui adjusted his glasses. Normally as the boss he wouldn't attend such meetings, but he couldn't resist his sister, who was a huge fan of Suyu. Indeed, Li Bingxian had turned her adoration for Suyu into motivation to advance her career. She was now Suyu's #1 superfan. Suyu cleared her throat. Ahem, I'll give it my best shot. She raised her right hand to strike a pose, singing a song from her childhood about a bird and a flower. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha. Ah ha. Ah ha ha ah when the mountain peaks. The singing was a piercing screech that made one's head spin, nearly fatal. Shut up. Suyu had barely started when Li Tianrui and when Hongxing, both pale-faced, shouted in unison for her to stop. So, how was it? Not bad, right? Suyu felt quite pleased with herself. When Hongxing took a sip of water to calm down. If you want to survive in the entertainment industry, never sing. No matter when, no matter where. Huh, was it really that bad? Suyu looked incredulous and hurt. Li Tianrui took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. Any other talents? There's one thing that might count, but there's not enough space here. Suyu asked for a change of venue. When Hongxing took her to the dance studio on the 7th floor. Is this spacious enough? When Hongxing assumed Suyu would perform a dance, given the singing, she was prepared for something cringeworthy. Yeah, this is nice, Suyu said, satisfied. Looking around, she spotted a jazz cane in the corner. She picked it up, weighed it, and decided it would do. Li Tianrui and when Hongxing both thought she was going to perform a jazz dance, never expecting the surprise she had in store. Suyu twirled the cane a few times and began to dance, moving it like a sword. This was the embodiment of graceful as a startled swan, agile as a swimming dragon. Li Tianrui and when Hongxing were both rendered speechless by the figure that was still as a crouching tiger in stillness, swift as a flying dragon in motion, slow as drifting clouds, fast as lightning. Suyu finished with a steady dashing cane retraction, standing firm, and raised an eyebrow at the dumbfounded pair. How's this talent? After a long pause, Li Tianrui clapped. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. When Hongxing also retracted her earlier dissatisfaction with the company's assignment. This Suyu would help her career reach new heights. She had brought many stars to fame, but they were only famous domestically. With Suyu, she could hit the international stage together. After signing with the agency, the first thing the company did was pay off all of Suyu's debts. Suyu was so moved, she was on the verge of tears, finally ending the days of being drowned in debt. Her grandfather was overjoyed these past days. The debt had weighed on his heart like a huge stone. Now debt-free, Suyu felt light as a feather. She promised her grandfather she'd work hard and buy him a big house. He was gratified and told her to take care of herself and not overwork. The second thing was setting up a Weibo account. Soon after creating it, she had few followers, and she wasn't keen on using it like a zombie account. Nevertheless, Li Bingshuan, Su Yes #1 superfan, quickly established Su Yes global fan club and a super topic. Besides that, as an artist, Su Yu couldn't dress casually anymore. The company arranged a series of fashionable outfits for her. However, you can't put on makeup. When Hongxing was speechless. Yeah, I've never done my own makeup, Su Yu said matter-of-factly. This was a bit of a problem. Su Yu was still living on campus for now, and the semester was halfway through. Applying for off-campus housing would have to wait until next semester. She couldn't do her own makeup, so what would she do at school? They couldn't send a makeup artist to campus. It would look bad. The company had arranged a 2-bedroom apartment in a secure neighborhood for Su Yu as temporary housing. In this apartment, a makeup artist could be arranged, but at school she'd have to rely on herself. We'll start with makeup lessons. After a few days of lessons. You've studied for so long, even a pig could climb a tree, but you can't even do a simple base makeup. When Hongxing was frustrated. Su Yu, clumsy with her hands, whined. I don't want to either. My hands have a mind of their own. Forget it, let's just leave it. When Hongxing gave up. Fortunately, Su Yes' skin was good, and she looked fine without makeup. A week later, the company arranged Su Yes' first job, an audition for a supporting role in a male-led TV drama. A female swordswoman named Lin Shuangjiang, with limited screen time. This was a role tailor-made for Su Yu as she had to get it. At the audition location, there were only a few people, 3 or 4, all there for the swordswoman role. The production team had already started filming with only this role yet to be cast. The swordswoman, though appearing little, was crucial. She was the male lead, Mu Hansheng's master, and his unspoken love. The bond of master and disciple could not be broken. The male lead always suppressed his feelings, and in the end the swordswoman died saving him. He never confessed his love before her death, leaving her as an eternal red mole on his heart. After that, the male lead wandered the world, roaming the martial arts realm, never loving anyone else. From another perspective, the swordswoman Lin Shuangjiang could be considered the female lead of this drama. The drama is titled The Unrepentant Sword, a name that signifies both the protagonist Mu Hansheng's weapon and the unwavering pursuit of his heart. May I roam the world upholding justice, never once regretting my original intent. The drama also weaves in a hidden thread. Mu Hansheng lived his entire life without a single regret, except for the one act that led to his master's demise. The deepest regret is the regret of having none. This production is the meticulously crafted work of the renowned martial arts director Zheng Yuan, who poured immense effort into it. He was especially devoted to the supporting role of the female swordsman Lin Shuangjiang, second only to the male lead. Director Zheng refused to use a stunt double for the female swordsman. He sought an actress with genuine martial arts skill. But times have changed. Actresses with skill often lack the looks, and those with beauty have no skill. Lin Shuangjiang was to be a woman the male lead would cherish for a lifetime, so she had to be stunning. Director Zheng searched for a long time without finding his ideal swordsman. The production wasn't his one-man show. Investors and partners had a say, and the fact they'd waited this long was a testament to his influence. However, no amount of influence could outweigh the burning cost of every idle day on set. Bowing to pressure, Director Zheng decided to settle on an actress recommended by an investor, one who barely met his standards. But the audition notices had long been sent out, and even with the role pre-decided, the proper process had to be seen through. The audition room door opened, and a female artiste with immaculate makeup stepped out. Judging by her beaming expression, she was likely the pre-selected swordsman. Other actresses filed in and out for their auditions, their faces growing increasingly grim. Finally, it was Su Yes' turn. A swordsman. That's practically my own specialty. No fear there. Su Yu strode in with confident flair. The moment she entered, the judges, who had been ready to go through the motions, perked up, instantly captivated by her striking appearance. The judges glanced at the resume, Su Yu female. They looked again at this figure who seemed almost masculine and found it intriguing. Greetings, esteemed judges. I am Su Yu from Sihai Entertainment, auditioning for the role of the female swordsman Lin Shuangjiang. Su Yu gave a polite bow. You may perform scene 8. Begin. Su Yu knew the swordsman's script by heart. She clasped her hands behind her back, her face turning stern. Hongxing, showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to yourself. You must eradicate them root and branch to avoid future calamity. But master, he has begged for mercy and admitted his fault. Can we not forgive and be forgiving? A staff member read the male lead's lines. Su Yu frowned and shook her head. You are young and do not understand the dangers of a soft heart. One day you will regret this. Her gaze then shot like lightning at the enemy sprawled on the floor, a chair. Moreover, this man with his shifty eyes and vicious look is ruthless and treacherous. To spare him would be to bring disaster upon the village. Master, a man who mends his ways is worthy of praise. Let us give him a chance to reform. The staff member read the male lead's lines again. If you insist, then I only hope that one day you will not regret this decision. Su Yu shook her head helplessly, a hint of worry in her eyes. Yes, thank you, master. I am certain I will never have such a day of regret. The performance concluded, and Su Yu bowed once more. Thank you, judges. My performance is over. To be honest, Su Yu had never acted before, so her skills were naturally lacking. Although the female swordsman mostly kept a stern face in this scene, the more emotionless the expression, the more crucial the eyes became. Su-ye's eyes were lively enough, but that was all. Nothing particularly surprising. Director Zheng was about to send her off to wait for news, which likely meant she'd never hear back. Just then Su-yu suddenly raised her fist in a martial salute. Distinguished judges, I have one more skill to show you. Please allow me a brief demonstration. This was a martial arts audition set, so weapons like swords and axes were available. Su-yu walked to the weapon rack, running her fingers over the traditional Chinese arms, a wave of mixed emotions washing over her. It had been a long time since she had wielded a blade, and she rather missed it. Su-yu suppressed the faint nostalgia for her past life. Yesterday is gone, and what she must do is live well in this one. With a shing she drew a long sword. A soft hum resonated as the blade vibrated in the air, as if rejoicing at finally being unsheathed. The judges were taken aback. After auditioning so many female swordsmen, Su-yu was the first to draw the sword. Director Zheng's heart began to race. Could it be what had hoped for? Last time, when Su-yu wielded that jazz cane in the dance studio, she had only shown a fraction of her ability. Today she held a real sword. A proper training blade, not some flimsy prop. Su-yu ran 2 fingers along the edge. Long time no see, old friend. With a flick of her wrist, she spun the blade into a flourish and began to dance. The sword moved like a white serpent, striking, hissing through the wind, then like a silver dragon, weaving, darting up and down. The blade flashed brilliantly as Su-yu moved with agile grace. The sword spun faster and faster, whipping her robes into a flurry, her feet barely touching the ground, light as a drifting cloud. Finally she executed a swift somersault and came to a stop, sword held behind her back. Su-yu offered a sword salute. Esteemed judges, my demonstration is complete. You're it. Sign the contract, now join the crew this afternoon. No, right now? Director Zheng was nearly incoherent with excitement. This was the female swordsman of his dreams. After waiting so long, had finally found her. Joining the crew immediately was of course impossible. Su-yu still had classes that afternoon, she had only taken the morning off. Wen Hongxing wasn't surprised at all. Any martial arts production with a discerning eye wouldn't let Su-yu go after witnessing her skills. While Wen Hongxing negotiated the contract details, Su-yu sat outside playing games on her phone. Yes, poor little Su-yu finally had a new phone, and she nearly wept with joy when she heard the familiar Timmy sound. Shed promised her good-for-nothing brother Fong Zekin she'd carry him to victory, and she was only now making good on that vow. Su-yu's fingers flew across the screen as she dove into the fray. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. 666. So flashy. Quadra kill. Awesome. Pentakill. Ace. The enemy team was wiped out, and Su-yu's team swiftly pushed down the enemy's core. By then, Wen Hongxing had finished her negotiations and came out. Su-yu ignored the flood of friend requests popping up on her screen. She smiled at Wen Hongxing. Sister Xing, how did it go? All settled. Your scenes are scheduled mainly for weekends and times when you don't have class. ITLL be tough. Be prepared. Am not afraid of hard work. Ever since Shed resolved to buy her grandfather a big house, Su-yu had steeled herself for the grind. It's just, I've never acted before. I'm afraid I'll mess up. Su-yu finally voiced her worry. You'll join the crew this weekend. In the meantime, I'll find you an acting coach to cram in the basics. When Hongxing adjusted her glasses. Your role is small. If things go smoothly, and we shoot intensively, we can wrap it up in a few days. Thank you, Sister Xing. Su-yu flashed a smile, her lips red and teeth white, stunningly beautiful. When Hongxing was momentarily dazzled by that smile. After years as a manager, she felt certain Su-yu was destined for stardom. Little did she know a storm was brewing online, one that would engulf Su-yu. What? Director Zheng, we had a deal. You can't just drop our Jingjing like this. We turned down other productions for the unrepentant sword. Li Jingjing's agent fumed. We never signed a contract, and we agreed there would be a screen test. We had to see the results. Zheng Yuan flatly denied any prior agreement. It had all been tacit understanding. Now that he had found the swordswoman of his dreams, losing a bit of face was a small price to pay for his magnum opus. Zheng Yuan couldn't care less. Very well, then I hope we get the chance to work with you again, Director Zheng. Li Jingjing's agent gritted her teeth and hung up. Wang Jia, what happened? Li Jingjing asked, her eyes filled with anxiety. Jingjing, that bastard Zheng Yuan has given the role to someone else. We've been played. Wang Min closed her eyes, striving to suppress her anger. Wang Jia, are we just going to let this slide? Li Jingjing refused to accept it. This time we weren't cautious enough. We shouldn't have turned down the other production before signing with the unrepentant sword. Wang Min opened her eyes and looked at Li Jingjing. Jingjing, it's all right. Missing this opportunity might just be the catalyst for another one. Li Jingjing didn't care about any of that. All she knew was that the role that should have been hers had been stolen. Do you know who took the swordswoman role? Li Jingjing asked. I heard it's a newcomer from Sihai Entertainment, someone named Su-yu. Wang Min paused, her gaze turning stern as she looked at Li Jingjing. Sihai Entertainment is a giant we can't afford to provoke. Don't say anything rash, understand? I understand, Wang Jia. Don't worry. Li Jingjing lowered her head, hiding the venom in her eyes. While Suyu was being overwhelmed by both school academics and company acting classes, a piece of damaging gossip about Suyu was brewing online. Jima Shigwa says, Entertainment V, what's happening to the entertainment industry? You work so hard to get a role, get to the point of signing, and still get it snatched away. And it's taken by someone with a history of disrespecting their seniors who used connections to get it. It's easy when you have a big tree to lean on. Smile. This was a popular gossip account known for exposing celebrity scandals, and because they were bold, they had many fans who loved to follow the drama. Yo, who's Jima going after this time? Disrespecting seniors. There are plenty of people in the industry who do that. Jima, since when are you so polite? Just say the name. The gossip account replied to this comment. Jima Shigwa says, Entertainment V, it's that basketball gitch. Dog. Are you talking about SY? Who's SY? Suyu, you might as well just leak my ID number. Ridiculous. Suyu is preparing to act. Whose role did he steal? It's this Suyu again. This guy is popping up everywhere lately for no reason. So cringe. Who is Suyu? I'm a 90s kid, and I'm already out of the loop. I don't know any of these new young stars. Am I the only one who noticed the blogger said used connections? Dog, you're not alone. Dog. Li Jingjing, clad in a bathrobe, lay on the large hotel bed, scrolling through Weibo. When she saw the gossip accounts expose, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Trying to compete with me. He'll bury you. But then she frowned. This isn't enough. She nudged the man beside her who was sleeping like a log. President Liu, she cooed. You promised me the swordswoman role, but now it's been taken. You're not going to stand up for me. Was I with you for nothing? President Liu, woken up, was slightly annoyed. Once he had a woman, she lost her appeal. Be good and I'll arrange another role for you later, Liu said, waving her away impatiently. He knew Zheng Yuan's skill well. If he said Suyu was the only one for the swordswoman role, then he had his reasons. He had invested 50 million in this production. Li Jingjing missed her chance because she lacked the ability. No woman was worth jeopardizing his profits. Li Jingjing, watching the man fall back asleep, bit her lip, her face twisted with resentment. Just then she scrolled to another Weibo post that added fuel to her fury. The Unrepentant Sword official Weibo. After much anticipation, Mu Hanxing Shueshin, your master, has finally arrived. The valiant and heroic swordswoman. Suyu. Image. The accompanying image was Suyu's promotional still, a dashing female warrior in black and red standing atop a mountain peak, gripping a long sword, her coattails fluttering in the wind. She looked down upon the world with unparalleled dominance. The Unrepentant Sword had a massive fanbase, and this post brought many lurking book fans out of the woodwork. So cool. This is the master I imagined. Beautiful and fierce, this disciple is very satisfied. Mu Hanxing, come claim your master Shueshan. Shueshan was the male lead of the drama, and both he and Suyu reposted the announcement. Shueshan, needless to say, was a top-tier A-list idol with a massive fanbase, and his Weibo post was quickly shared and liked. Suyu, having not had a Weibo account before, had only seen fleeting fame from the basketball Gugu and Eden trends. But now, boosted by the official account and Shueshan, he quickly amassed a huge following. Fans who had wanted to follow Suyu but couldn't find him finally found their home. Oh, my husband finally has a Weibo account. I was turning into a waiting stone. Wait, Suyu is playing the swordswoman. So is this a cross-dressing role? No way. There are so many actresses. Why cast a man for this role? What kind of nonsense is this? Is there a possibility that Suyu isn't a guy, but a girl? Are you telling me this handsome guy is a girl? Oh, so handsome. Even if she's a girl, I'm a fan. Hubby, look at me. A hot topic. Suyu brother becomes Suyu sister quickly rose in the rankings. Uninformed netizens thought a young male star had undergone a sex change, which was quite amusing. With the dual boost of the official announcement and the brother-to-sister topic, Suyu's follower count skyrocketed past the 5 million mark. Li Jingjing watched Suyu's popularity soar, her rage so intense she felt like clawing through her phone screen as if she could scratch Suyu's infuriating face. All of this should have been hers. She was 30 years old, is stuck in the bliss. The Unrepentant Sword was a big production, so even a supporting role was fiercely contested. She had given everything, even herself, only to have the role stolen by this Suyu. Her fury blinded her, and forgetting her agent's warnings, she posted a message on Weibo. Li Jingjing V, I guess not all efforts are rewarded. Sad. Although Li Jingjing wasn't a top star, she had a decent fanbase. Seeing their idol upset, fans immediately came to ask what was wrong. Jingjing, what happened? Don't be sad, you still have us. Hug. Jingjing, who's messing with you? We'll tear them apart. Anger. A storm was brewing. Just as everyone wondered what had happened to Li Jingjing, one of her top fans who knew her staff came forward. Who else? It's that Suyu. The contract for the Unrepentant Sword was practically signed with Jingjing, but Suyu pulled strings and stole the role of the female swordsman. What? That androgynous freak. I knew she was trouble. With people like her, the entertainment industry is doomed. Suyu, go to hell. Is Suyu dead yet? Suyu was just cremated. Suyu, get out of the entertainment industry. Suyu's fans rushed to the scene to fight back, but they were outnumbered. You say she stole it, but where's your proof? Our Suyu did nothing, yet you scum of society slander her. It's so unfair. Suyu, get out of the entertainment industry. Su-ye's name trended relentlessly and many gossip accounts piled on vilifying her, as if she had committed unforgivable crimes. Many clueless netizens seeing everyone attack Su-yu joined in without knowing the facts, venting their own frustrations and work pressures as a vicious tide of malice against her. With the official announcement of the female swordsman role and this added frenzy, it seemed the entire internet was bashing Su-yu. When Hongxing, delayed by other matters, reacted too late and found the situation spiraling out of control, she immediately called director Zheng, demanding why he hadn't intervened. Zheng, feeling guilty, secretly wanted the fire to spread further for more publicity. "You're feeding on Su-ye's blood." When Hongxing gritted her teeth. "Don't worry, it's under control. The more they curse now, the more they'll sympathize with Su-yu when the truth comes out." Win-win. Zheng Yuan tried to placate her. "Issue a clarification immediately. They'll send legal notices too. Whoever slandered Su-yu, be they man or ghost, won't escape." When Hongxing hung up and rushed to the PR department, determined to show she wasn't to be trifled with. Zheng Yuan, taken aback, rubbed his nose. That woman's temper was still fiery. The official Weibo of the Unrepentant Sword posted, "Regarding today's turmoil, we wish to let it pass quietly, but fate had other plans. May all be well." Li Jingjing video. The official Weibo also posted, "Graceful as a dragon, startling as a swan. Master, will you take disciples?" Su-yu video. They shared both audition tapes. Li Jingjing, overconfident, had half-heartedly gone through her scenes, even worse than the inexperienced Su-yu. The difference was clear. Netizens commented, "Did a mosquito just land on my face? Who slapped me? Thanks. Ouch, my face hurts. I said let the dust settle, but no, now we look foolish. Our Su-yu is vindicated. Oh, my husband is so handsome. A true martial arts master. Su-yu, I'm sorry. Su-yu, forgive me. I'll support your drama when it airs. Master, will you take me as a disciple? I think I have a unique bone structure destined to be a prodigy. Master, look at me. I've fallen for such a treasure of an idol. Her looks are truly her least notable trait. Husband, I'll be your fan forever." Sihai Entertainment's official Weibo. The internet is not a lawless place. Legal notices have been sent. Please check. Li Jingjing Jima Shigua says, Entertainment tidbits. First, has Su-yu quit today? Images. Father Sihai finally acted. Such people must not be tolerated. Meanwhile, Li Jingjing, look at what you've done. Wang Min glared at her in disappointment. Didn't I tell you not to speak recklessly, eh? Now see how you'll fix this. Sister Wang, you have to save me. I don't know how it got this bad. Li Jingjing panicked. Besides, it was Su-yu who stole my role. You didn't even try to fight for it. Her voice trailed off under her agent's murderous gaze. Even now, you're still stubborn. I told you this could be an opportunity for us, but you've ruined it all with your own hands. Sister Wang, I don't understand. Li Jingjing truly couldn't grasp it. If you don't understand, then don't act out. Zheng Yuan still owes us some favor. His next project will likely consider us first. In this industry, you never burn bridges until it's absolutely necessary. But look at your foolishness. Opportunities are for the clever, and you've not only missed it, but chased it away. Wang Min shook her head. Li Jingjing was finished. She'd need to find a new protege, someone smart or at least obedient. Su-yu, meanwhile, paid little attention to the online storm. She saw no point in reading the vitriol. She'd rather play a couple of games. When Hongxing didn't know what to make of her laid-back attitude. On one hand, it was good for her peace of mind. On the other, an artist must stay attuned to online trends. At the very least, she should think of her eager fans. Ordered to engage, Su-yu took a selfie and posted it. Su-yes Weibo. Yes, you finished your homework. Go do it now. Image. The photo showed her with a cocky expression, caption Dean of Discipline above her head. Fans burst into laughter. Husband, I'll do it now. Teacher Su, will you tutor me? I live in H City, Yungang, Zhongwan. If I don't do my homework, Dean Su, will you come for a home visit? A husband is so cute. Though fans knew Su-yu was female, her handsomeness made them still call her husband. Curiously, her fanbase was overwhelmingly female, a true spectacle. On a Friday afternoon in early April, Su-yu officially joined the production. Filming would take place both indoors and outdoors, starting at the Sea City Film Studio. At the airport, fans came to see her off for the first time. Not many, but enough to move her. What lovely girls. Go on back now, be safe on the road, and remember to post on my Weibo to let me know you're home. Su-yu smiled warmly at the girls. The fans were thrilled and touched. They had indeed chosen the right idol. Su-yu's fans had a wonderful name, Little Islands. Each one was a small island protecting Su-yu. Wherever she felt weary, a warm island awaited her rest. No matter how vast the seas of stars she sought to conquer, their islands could cover them all. Su-yu's Weibo, what lovely little islands. Heart. Su-yu entered the VIP waiting lounge and encountered someone she never expected to see there. Shinmoshi, you're here too. Su-yu was delighted, as she had been feeling a bit bored on her own. The company had wanted to assign her an assistant, but she saw no need for it and declined. When Hongxing had gone to another city to negotiate business on her behalf and was currently flying from that city to meet her at the film set. Shinmoshi looked up, and upon seeing Su-yu, quickly turned off his phone screen in a manner that was rather conspicuously guilty. Shinmoshi, where are you headed? I'm going to City C. Su-yu, acting as if they were old friends, sat down beside him. Shinmoshi. Coincidentally, he was also going to City C, but he didn't want to say so. Suyu rolled her eyes at his unresponsive expression, thinking, fine, I don't want to talk to you either. Suyu began playing a mobile game, absorbed in it. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Shinmoshi couldn't help but say, City C. Hide in the bush. You're a support, and you charge at the enemy assassin. Are you the enemy's support? Suyu hadn't heard a word he said. Shinmoshi was furious. The jungler isn't joining team fights. Are you giving birth in that bush? I am going to City C. He said it very loudly. Startled, Suyu's hand slipped, and her character died. Seeing her hero lying on the ground in a death countdown, Suyu angrily threw her phone aside and grabbed Shinmoshi's collar with both hands. If you're going to talk. Why so loud? I died because of you. Shinmoshi looked at the face, so close to his feeling, as if their breaths were intertwining. He cowardly averted his eyes, his face turning red. Say something. How are you going to compensate for my loss? Suyu was like an angry rabbit, her eyes blazing with fire. Shinmoshi looked at those incredibly bright eyes. Her gaze was like sunlight suddenly breaking through thick clouds, pouring down fiercely and intensely into the dark space of his soul. Shinmoshi awkwardly looked away. Sorry. The sound of her character respawning came from her phone. Suyu snorted, let go of him, and went back to her game. Is it that fun? Maybe I should download it and try it too. Attention passengers, boarding flight KM 1688 to City C. We are now beginning the boarding process. As the boarding announcement played, Suyu had just finished a game. She stood up, stretched, and said to Shinmoshi, "I'm boarding now. Make yourself at home." Then she walked off. The company had booked her a first-class seat. She hadn't yet embraced her celebrity status, walking openly without a mask or sunglasses. Before she got far, she was surrounded by a group of girls, all asking for photos. Suyu couldn't resist the pleas of the girls and took pictures with each of them, not noticing Shinmoshi, who had put on a mask and cap, quickly passing them by. Shinmoshi was on a private trip today, not publicized, so there were no fans seeing him off. By the time Suyu managed to extricate herself, the plane was about to take off. Phew. Suyu found her seat, panting. The girls are just too enthusiastic. It's all because I'm too handsome. Only then did Suyu realize that the person sitting next to her was Shinmoshi again. Why is it you again? Suyu was a bit displeased. Why wasn't the person next to her a girl? Not only was it not a girl, but it was the stony-faced Shinmoshi. Suyu stared blankly out the window, not wanting to talk. When Shinmoshi saw Suyu, he felt inexplicably happy. However, even when happy, Shinmoshi kept a straight face. The air fell silent. As takeoff approached, a flight attendant came in to check if passengers had their seatbelts fastened. Suyu's eyes lit up at the sight of the flight attendant. Was it her imagination, or were the flight attendants in first class really prettier than those in economy? Miss, I'm a bit cold. Where are the blankets? Miss, what drinks does your airline have that are good? Miss, will you be serving Chinese or Western food later? Miss, what's your WeChat ID? Can you tell me? Suyu kept pestering the flight attendant, who blushed and was at a loss. When Shinmoshi saw Suyu pulling up her WeChat QR code to add a friend, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Haven't you had enough? Shinmoshi exuded coldness. He still hadn't taken off his cap, making his expression hard to read. Suyu was stunned by his shout. Seeing that Suyu was no longer bothering her, the flight attendant quickly left. What's your problem? I almost got her WeChat. It's all your fault. Suyu shot Shinmoshi an annoyed glare. Shinmoshi took out his phone and showed his own WeChat QR code to Suyu. What are you doing? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you looking to add a friend? Add me. Shinmoshi's tone was braver than he felt. Suyu rolled her eyes. Who wants to add some random guy's WeChat? Can't be bothered with you. The plane began to taxi, and Suyu switched her phone to airplane mode, planning to sleep until they arrived. Shinmoshi's hand clenched, his phone veins bulging. So many people wanted to add him, but couldn't. He had fewer than 10 WeChat contacts. The plane flew smoothly, and Suyu slept so soundly she drooled. Suddenly the plane hit some turbulence and jolted. Suyu slept on, oblivious, swaying slightly before her head tilted and rested on Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi looked at the person slumped against his shoulder, drool soaking his clothes. It was intolerable. Suyu, however, did not miraculously cure Shinmoshi's germophobia. Shinmoshi immediately pushed Suyu awake, pointing accusingly at the drool stain on his clothes. Suyu, still groggy, took a moment to process, then smiled awkwardly and grabbed a tissue to wipe it for him. This shirt was custom-made by a top Italian designer. Sorry about that. Suyu was even more embarrassed. It was very expensive. How much? They'll pay you back. Suyu gave a sheepish smile. 5,000,000. Shinmoshi threw out a random number. He didn't know the exact price, but his clothes were only ever more expensive than that. Damn, why don't you just rob a bank? Suyu might not be in debt anymore, but she was still broke. You can pay in installments. Shinmoshi felt a sense of satisfaction, finally having turned the tables. Huh, she wants me to pay. Not a chance. Suyu reached out, attempting to take off Shinmoshi's jacket. Suyu, what are you doing? Shinmoshi panicked. Taking off your clothes. They'll wash it clean for you. Seeing his nervousness, Suyu decided to tease him, grinning mischievously as she tried to pull at his clothes. Stop. Forget the compensation. Shinmoshi snatched his clothes back, his ears turning red. Gotcha. I can handle you after all. Suyu smirked triumphantly. When the plane landed, Shinmoshi stormed off in a huff. His assistant, who had been in economy class, was waiting for him at the exit. Throw this away. Shinmoshi tossed his jacket to his assistant. The assistant was about to comply, even though the garment was expensive, knowing that if he didn't, the young master would throw him out instead. Wait. Shinmoshi snatched the jacket back, adding a rather transparently defensive remark. They'll take it home and throw it away myself. The assistant thought Bayun is lovely and cute, but the young master is truly strange. Fuming, Shinmoshi forgot to put on his mask when he exited and was instantly spotted by a large group of fans. Shinmoshi had over 200 million fans and his clocks were practically everywhere. Oh my god, it's him. I can't believe I ran into him today. Although the clocks were generally well behaved, the sheer number of them meant Shinmoshi was quickly surrounded. At that moment, Suyu, who had gotten a mask from the flight attendant, walked by with a wicked grin. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Suyu saw her ride waiting at the exit, waved a casual goodbye to Shinmoshi, got into the car, and drove away. Suyu first went to the hotel where the crew was staying to rest, where she met when Hongxing. Xingjie, you're here. Yeah, put your luggage away, and we'll go to the set now. So urgent. Suyu was a bit tired after the 2-hour flight. You need to get used to this pace, DYTLL, only get more tiring later. When Hongxing took Suyu to the set without any argument. At the set, director Zhang was delighted. You're finally here. Hurry up, take Suyu to change clothes, and do the styling. We'll try to shoot a few scenes tonight. Director Zhang directed the staff. Suyu was hustled away by several crew members. At that moment, Shueshun, who was playing the male lead Mu Hanxing, walked over. Director, is this person okay? She seems like a newcomer, no experience in acting. Flaws don't obscure the virtue, she has excellent martial arts skills. The female swordswoman scenes aren't many, you can guide her a bit. Shueshun sat down, stretched his long legs, and sneered with disdain on his handsome face. I can't guide people who are too stupid. When Zheng Yuan finished directing another scene, Suyu finally came out with her styling done. Dressed in black and red combat gear, hair tied high in a ponytail, holding a long sword, she looked valiant and heroic. Director Zheng saw Suyu's styling and smiled with joy. This was the feeling he wanted for his female swordswoman Lin Xuanjiang. The shooting officially began. Suyu had long memorized the female swordswoman's lines perfectly, and her intensive acting classes were also focused on that character. Scene 5, take 3, a shot 4, clap. The clapperboard operator called. In a courtyard full of corpses, the female swordswoman, wearing a bamboo hat, leaned against a pillar with her sword, watching the young man she had saved from the bandits. Why should I take you as my disciple? The female swordswoman said coldly. I want to become a great hero to uphold justice and eliminate evil. The young man raised his head, looking at her defiantly. The young man's parents had been killed by these bandits a month ago, and he thought he had prepared thoroughly, setting a trap tonight to avenge them. But the plan went wrong, and he nearly died under the bandits' blades. Fortunately, the female swordswoman was also tracking these bandits and appeared in time to save him. I don't take disciples without perseverance. If you can catch up with me, I'll take you as my disciple. After saying this, the female swordswoman gracefully leapt onto the rooftop and flew away. The young man gritted his teeth and chased after her. Cut. Director Zheng called cut. Not bad, not bad. The female swordswoman was graceful on the wire work with no sign of discomfort. But the dialogue scenes needed improvement. Director Zheng called Suyu over to explain the scene. When you look at the young man, your gaze should be cold with a hint of pity, not just cold. And you. Director Zheng turned to Shueshun, who was dressed as a young man. You want to become her disciple. Your gaze should be respectful. Do you understand? Let's do that scene again. Director directed everyone. Several scenes were shot at night, and the number of NG takes was acceptable. Suyu's acting sense was truly innate, and Director Zheng once again felt fortunate for his choice. Alright, that's all for today. Suyu will mainly shoot your scenes in the next 2 days. Director Zheng then called Shueshun over. Go back to the hotel and rehearse your lines. We'll speed up tomorrow. Suyu had classes in the morning, took a flight in the afternoon, and went straight to the set, without even sitting down once she arrived at the hotel. It was already 9 p.m., and she still had to rehearse lines after returning to the hotel. Was acting really this tiring? Suyu wanted to cry. Actually, Director Zheng was still accommodating her, otherwise who knows how late they would have shot tonight. After returning to the hotel, Suyu took a shower, grabbed the script, and went to the next room to rehearse with Shueshun, wanting to finish early. Shueshun opened the door, saw Suyu, rolled his eyes inwardly, and felt annoyed. He went back to the sofa and continued playing the game. Suyu didn't close the door and walked in. Hurry up, let's rehearse the lines. I want to sleep, I'm so sleepy. Shueshun didn't respond, focusing on controlling his hero, ignoring Suyu entirely. Suyu thought, my temper. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves to deal with him, Shueshun's phone played the voice for a hero. Death, you have been slain. Suyu leaned over to look, laughed mockingly, and said, 0 kills, 18 deaths, 1 assist, and you're a mage. You're amazing. Your teammates must be so annoyed with you, haha. Shueshun died again, and the respawn time was getting longer. He had given up and was just idling. You're just idling like that, so irresponsible. You're practically the godfather of the enemy team's MVP. Suyu clapped. Do you have nothing better to do? Shueshun was already angry from dying so many times, and with Su Yu's sarcasm, he didn't even want to keep up appearances. Disciple, let me teach you a lesson today. Su Yu took Shueshun's phone and controlled the hero. Soon after, you have slain an enemy. Killing spree. Wow. Shueshun was shocked. Rampage. Unstoppable. Ace. Watching the enemy team get wiped out, and all enter respawn countdown, Shueshun was stunned. Master, please accept your disciple's knee. Shueshun looked at Su Yu with admiration. Little one, I'll accept your knee after I finish this round for you. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Su Yu moved her fingers swiftly, quickly ending the battle. She wanted to go to sleep. She still had to rehearse lines. Your team has destroyed the turret. Victory. The battle ended in a great victory. Shueshun took back his phone, looked at the stats table with icons like Super God and Pentakill next to his avatar, and was about to kneel and become her disciple on the spot. Master, a day as a master means a lifetime as a parent. From now on, you're my Baba. Shueshun blinked with starry eyes at Su Yu. Master, you must carry me to rank up in the future. Sure, let's rehearse the lines quickly. Su Yu yawned. After rehearsing, she returned to her room and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. The next day, a strange scene unfolded at the set. Master, are you thirsty? Shueshun handed Su Yu water. Master, are you hot? Shueshun fanned Su Yu. Master, are you tired? Shueshun massaged Su Yu's shoulders. Everyone was stunned watching Shueshun, who was acting so sycophantically. Where was the arrogant Shueshun from yesterday? Director Zheng watched this scene approvingly and said he was satisfied. Actors should have this kind of dedication. Shueshun was good, and he got into character quickly. This morning's first scene was Su Yu teaching her apprentice martial arts. This was Su Yu's specialty, as she didn't even need a martial arts director. In the courtyard, plum blossom stakes were set up. Su Yu leapt up and stood firmly. When practicing the 5 postures of the stance work, you must remain stable. You can seek stillness in motion. The 3 methods of walking steps should be like flowing water and clouds with clear steps and precise swift movements. Su Yu demonstrated while explaining, alternating between stillness and motion fluidly. Still as a mountain, pressing with yin and yang, moving like a river, walking like waves, one wave not settling before another rises like a dormant dragon moving on water. Walk like the wind, stand like a nail, eyes like lightning, fists like shooting stars, agile body and feet landing softly like a cat. After finishing, Su Yu leapt down again and said to her stunned apprentice, Hanxing, do you understand? Shueshun was completely shocked. Was this person really this skilled? Master, this is a bit difficult. Could you demonstrate it once more for your disciple? Shueshun was practically playing himself. The shock he felt made his expression incredibly genuine. Cut. Great, this take is good. Take a break and we'll shoot the next one. Director Zheng was very satisfied. In this take, both Su Yu and Shueshun performed excellently. Master, you're truly amazing. Shueshun gave a thumbs up. Well, how else would I be your master? Su Yu smiled, proudly brimming with confidence. During the lunch break, Su Yu queued up with Shueshun for a ranked game, carrying him to victory and boosting him up a whole rank. Shueshun became even more devoted. He posted a microblog attaching a video of the match. Shueshun v Master, you'll be my master for life. Su Yu Buhui Sword official video. As a top-tier popular star with a huge fan base, his post immediately drew crowds of fans and netizens. My boy posted, Mom's here, Shin. Wow. Who played BNK? That was awesome. Son, that Kai Wenji isn't you, is it? That was terrible, haha. Shueshun saw the comment calling him bad and retorted directly, I'm not bad at all today. I'm not the same person I was yesterday. I have a master now. Ha, my boy is so cute. Could that BNK really be Su Yu? Too skilled. A true pro. Please carry me. Shueshun saw this comment and felt immensely proud, thinking smugly, master is mine alone. I have a master, you don't. You're just a stray pup nobody wants. Su Yu couldn't bear to watch. This troublesome disciple, whoever wants him can take him, a shed, even pay the shipping. After lunch, Su Yu's group headed out for an outdoor shoot. The crew had to take a 2-hour bus ride to reach the destination. On the bus, Shueshun stuck to his master like glue. Master, save me. Shueshun's composure was slowly crumbling. Steady, don't panic, hold on a bit longer, I'm on my way. Su Yu calmly unleashed her ultimate, taking out 3 enemies in one go, then swiftly moved to save Shueshun. A behind-the-scenes crew member was filming them playing games. Releasing such content during filming is a great way to maintain the show's buzz. After filming, the crew member edited the footage, added some special effects, and posted it on the Buhui Sword official account. Buhui Sword official v Master Disciple Daily Life. Video. In the video, Su Yu dressed sharply as a female swordsman calmly played the game on the bus, exuding an air of in the coolest no arguments. Meanwhile, Shueshun, still in his youthful disciple outfit, screamed for help with a progressively frantic expression. Ha, let me laugh for a bit first. Shueshun said he wasn't bad, but he's the worst of the worst, ha. Shueshun is like 23, right? Su Yu is only 20. How come their ages seem swapped? Ha, that's totally me. Terrible at the game, but still obsessed. Covers face. Whoa, I wish I had a pro master to carry me too. After a while they finally arrived at their destination, a famous 5A scenic spot in City C, with cascading waterfalls, beautiful mountains, and stunning scenery. They were here to film a scene of the female swordsman practicing her sword under the moon on a mountain peak. It was this very scene that captivated the 15-year-old youth Mu Hanxing, making him realize that his master was not only a formidable hero, but also a beautiful woman. A single glance could last 10,000 years. It was exactly that. While the crew set up the scene, Suyu discussed the choreography with the martial arts instructor. Suyu's kung fu was highly practical, but lacked visual appeal. For sword practice under the moon, it needed to be beautiful enough to make the moon itself pale in comparison. Everything was ready. The clapperboard snapped. Scene 9, take 5, take 3. On the mountaintop beneath a huge full moon, a figure swift as a shooting star practiced her sword under an ancient tree. Bathed in moonlight, her silhouette was graceful and elegant. Her sword gleamed like frost, and snow and silver light surrounded her. With each swing of the sword, fallen leaves danced. As the silver light flashed, it rippled like water or bloomed like a snow lotus in the wind. Master, your disciple has gained some insights from practicing the sword today, and would like to. The young Mu Hanxing rushed over excitedly to find his master. He watched the ethereal figure dancing with her sword under the moonlight, utterly entranced. For the first time he realized how beautiful his master truly was. The female swordsman Lin Shuangjiang gently turned her wrist. The sword moved like a white snake, darting its tongue, stirring the wind, and causing petals from the old tree to flutter down. Amidst the swirling blossoms, she moved gracefully, her robes fluttering, as if she might ascend to the heavens on the wind at any moment. As if afraid she might truly leave him, the young Mu Hanxing cried out urgently, "Master, don't abandon your disciple." Years later, when he had become a grandmaster, Mu Hanxing would still think of his master's figure dancing under the moon that night, and his heart would ache as if pierced by knives. Perhaps even then he should have understood his master did not belong to this mortal world, and certainly not to him. Or perhaps she had never truly been in this world, never been by his side. Everything was merely a delusion of his own. Cut. Shueishan, what are you doing? Cosplaying as a moonlit statue. Director Zheng was displeased. Suyu had performed excellently in this scene, but Shueishan stood frozen like an idiot. He couldn't help it. His master's figure dancing under the moon was just too beautiful. It was his first time seeing Suyu perform sword dance live, and it was breathtaking. At that moment, Shueishan felt a deep connection with Mu Hanxing, unable to tell if he was Mu Hanxing or Shueishan. What will master you, enchantress? You've stolen your disciple's heart. You have to take responsibility. This scene had to be res hot several times before Shueishan barely managed to get through it. From then on, besides pestering Suyu to play games, Shueishan also pestered her to teach him martial arts, becoming her loyal shadow. Behind the scenes moments. Master, teach me swordsmanship. Shueishan pestered Suyu, holding a longsword. Ask the martial arts instructor to teach you. Suyu was resting with her eyes closed. The night shoots had exhausted her. Master, how can you be like this? You're my master, but you won't teach me. Careful, I might defect from the sect. The doors that way turn left. Thanks. Let's just treat it as rehearsing our lines. In the next scene, I've grown up and can spar with you. Come on, hurry up. Shueishan dragged Suyu up to practice swordsmanship. After today's shoot, Suyu's scenes would be wrapped up. The female swordsman Lin Shuangjiang's role was always minimal. She merely guided the male lead Mu Hanxing onto the path of martial arts in his youth, and served as his first love memory. For today's scene, the female swordsman wasn't in her usual black and red outfit, but a set of white robes. Scene 12, take 3, take 4. Slate. By the waterfall, the female swordsman in white and the grown-up Mu Hanxing were practicing their sword forms. Mu Hanxing stood tall and straight, clad in black, wielding a heavy sword, a weapon specially crafted for him by his master. Its name was Buhue No Regrets. Hanxing, today your master gifts you this sword. May you use it to vanquish all the injustices of this world, and may you live your life with no regrets, never regretting a single moment. Thank you, master. Your disciple will not fail your expectations. Mu Hanxing looked at his master, struggling to suppress the emotions in his eyes. He dared not let her discover his true feelings, afraid she would send him away, and even more afraid of seeing disdain in her eyes. By the green mountains beneath a cascading waterfall, a man and a woman, one in black and one in white, crossed swords in a dance of steel. Mu Hanxing suddenly wished this moment could last forever, free from the world's clamor, free from anyone stealing his master's attention. Just the two of them practicing swordsmanship together day after day. Master, are you tired? Rest a while, and he'll catch a wild rabbit to roast for you. Mu Hanxing sheathed his sword and stood, his eyes curving into a smile as he looked at the female swordsman. Hanxing, a martial artist, must prioritize martial arts above all and diligence above all. Do not indulge excessively in culinary pleasures. The female swordsman admonished her disciple sternly. Oh master, even martial artists need to eat. They'll be back in a flash. It won't delay our training. With that, Mu Hanxing leaped down from the large rock where they practiced and dashed into the nearby woods. The female swordsman watched her disciple's exuberant retreating figure, shook her head, and resumed her practice. The essence of the sword path lies in diligence. Diligent practice births the sword aura, further practice births the sword intent, and ultimately one attains the realm of unity between man and sword. The realm of unity between man and sword. Throughout the ages, countless swordsmen had spent their entire lives striving in vain to reach it. This was the lifelong pursuit of the female swordsman Lin Xuangjiang. To achieve it, she could sever all ties of love, accompany her sword day and night, and roam the world alone with her blade. There was little left she could teach Hanxing. This disciple was even more gifted in the sword path than she was. A swordsman comprehends the Tao, often at the precipice of life and death. With her by his side, he would never progress. Perhaps it was time for him to venture forth alone. When Mu Hanxing returned with the rabbit he had caught, he found his master had vanished. He roasted the rabbit by himself, waiting for her return. But he waited and waited, from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to dawn, yet his master never came back. Master! Master! He began to call out, but only hollow echoes answered him from the valley. Finally, Mu Hanxing walked out of the valley, determined to search for his master. At the stone wall by the valley's mouth, he discovered his master's engraved message. The sword path is comprehended at the precipice of life and death. May you never regret entering the sword path, comprehend its truth, and we shall meet again. Mu Hanxing stared at the vigorous strokes that carried a hint of sword intent, tears streaming down his face unnoticed. Master, master, where are you? Have you abandoned Hanxing? Mu Hanxing began to wander the martial world, searching for traces of his master. At a martial arts gathering, he finally gleaned a sliver of information about her. But when he arrived at the designated place, he realized it was a trap, a net cast by a wicked villain he had once spared out of mercy. This villain, who had committed countless atrocities, had been subdued by his master. She had intended to slay him with her sword, but it was Mu Hanxing who begged her to spare the man. His master ultimately relented, hoping only that she wouldn't regret the decision. Who could have foreseen that this villain would harbor a grudge and set this deadly trap, all to claim his life? His master said that the sword path is comprehended at the precipice of life and death. It seemed today would determine whether he could attain that enlightenment. Comprehend it, and he lives; a fail, and he dies. The battle was about to erupt. Ha ha ha! What use do I have for a brat like you? Today I want the life of your master Lin Xuangjiang to wash away the humiliation I suffered that day. Is my master truly coming today? Mu Hanxing was both shocked and enraged, yet a flicker of joy stirred within him. Would he finally see his master again? The villain laughed maniacally. You think him bluffing? You are the bait, the lure to hook the big fish, your master Lin Xuangjiang. His master was in danger. He must not let her come. Mu Hanxing fought back with all his might, but he had been poisoned and couldn't channel his inner energy. Just as he was about to become the villain's next victim, his master appeared. Ha! Today neither of you will escape. The villain waved his hand, and poisonous smoke billowed from all sides. Anyone who inhaled it would die the moment they channeled their energy. Having taken the antidote beforehand, the villain was immune to the smoke. Master! Mu Hanxing shouted. Go! Leave me behind. The female swordsman glanced at her disciple, without a word, then charged at the villain with her sword. The villain believed the master and disciple were doomed to die from the poisonous smoke, never expecting that Lin Xuangjiang's sword cultivation had advanced further. She could now resist the poison for a brief moment, while channeling her energy. The villain was ultimately slain by her sword. In his dying breath, he laughed wildly. You both inhaled the poison. There's only one antidote pill left. One of you will die. Ha ha! After killing the villain, the female swordsman led Mu Hanxing away from that place. In a ruined temple, the female swordsman finally coughed up a wisp of black blood. Master, take the antidote. I haven't channeled my energy, so the poison won't activate. It'll never channel my energy for the rest of my life. Please take it. Mu Hanxing cried desperately. The female swordsman said nothing, only looking at her disciple with a faint smile. Having forced her energy to fight, while poison, her meridians were already destroyed. Even if the poison were cured, she could never wield a sword again. This pill was best given to her disciple. He had talent in the sword path. From now on, let him carry the sword path forward in her stead. The female swordsman pressed the antidote into her disciple's mouth, and with a gentle palm strike, dissolved it within his body. Master! Mu Hanxing wailed in agony. Hanxing, may you walk this life with righteousness and never regret your original heart. The female swordsman closed her eyes with a serene smile. I regret it. I regret it. Master, are you going to abandon me again? Master! Mu Hanxing's anguished cry tore through the air. Cut. Perfect. Director Zheng was very satisfied. Xueshen's explosive performance in this scene had exceeded his expectations. But Xueshen was still sobbing in Su Ye's arms, clearly not yet out of character. Wah, master, don't leave me. Wah, master, don't go. Oh, master, I never got to tell you. I adore you. I don't want to be your disciple anymore. Or if you stay, you'll keep being your disciple. Xueshen cried uncontrollably, while Su Yu shoved him away in utter disdain. That's enough. You're a mess. Get off me. Su Yu struggled to free her leg from Xueshen's grasp. Wah, master, do you even have a heart? I'm crying my eyes out, and you're still so cold to me. When this blooper reel aired later, audiences were left both laughing and crying. The plot was heart-wrenching, but Shueishan was hilarious. Suye's scenes were finished after this shoot, and she had to catch a red-eye flight back. The female swordsman's role was small, so Suyu had worked non-stop for 2 or 3 days to wrap it all up. Director Zheng presented her with a bouquet congratulating her on a successful wrap. Shueishan trailed after Suyu like a pitiful abandoned puppy. "Wow, master, you're leaving already." Suye's only thought was speechlessness. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Come on, brother Shueishan, I'm still a college student. I have classes to get back to. That's enough. Wow, master, I'll miss you." Shueishan clung to Suye's sleeve, refusing to let go. "Be good, stop crying. Master will take you for some ranked games later, okay?" Suyu patted Shueishan's head to comfort him. All of this was captured by the behind-the-scenes crew, and in the future Shueishan's fans would replay it endlessly. It even became a minor viral sensation, and Shueishan suffered endless waves of public embarrassment. The plane touched down in City A at 2 a.m. Suyu returned to the apartment arranged by her company, so exhausted that she fell into a deep, oblivious sleep without even taking a shower. Early the next morning, if not for Wen Hongxing's phone call, she would have slept until noon. Suyu took a lightning-fast shower, was driven to school by the chauffeur, and stepped into the classroom right as the bell rang. "Suyu, over here." Song Ruohua smiled gently and waved at Suyu. Since they met, the seat next to Song Ruohua had always been Suyu's exclusive spot. These past few days, to meet the filming schedule, Suyu had barely slept a full night. Now she was so tired she could fall asleep standing up. "Is filming that exhausting?" Song Ruohua looked at Suyu with a hint of concern. "Filming really is exhausting. These days have worn me out, so little Huahua, can we skip the tutoring today?" Suyu blinked her shimmering cat-like eyes, trying to escape the extra lessons. Song Ruohua tapped Suyu's forehead. "That's impossible. Don't you know how your grades are?" While Suyu was miserably attending tutoring at school, Wen Hongxing secured her first endorsement deal. A fashion eyewear endorsement for a 2-year term. Back at the company, Wen Hongxing swiped through the schedule on her tablet, arranging Suyu's upcoming work. This weekend, go to City D to shoot the eyewear promotional video. Later there will be several counter events at eyewear stores. You still need to continue your acting classes every evening. Don't neglect your own studies, or you'll have to retake courses later, which will be a waste of time. In early May, you'll also be participating in a reality show. Hearing about all these tasks, Suyu looked at Wen Hongxing pitifully. "I feel like I don't even have time to sleep." "Sister Xing, can't you arrange fewer tasks?" Objection overruled. Wen Hongxing's alluring red lips parted slightly, crushing Suyu's illusion. Suyu gradually became a regular at the airport, flying almost every week. After finishing the eyewear endorsement shoot, and after the company took its cut, Suyu received over 3 million yuan after taxes. Combined with the previous payment from the female swordsman role, Suyu now had about 4 million yuan in savings. Suddenly wealthy, Suyu even walked with a swagger. It was time to buy a big house for her grandfather. Suyu returned to City B and bought her grandfather a well-decorated 3-bedroom apartment of over 120 square meters, fully furnished with appliances and furniture ready to move in. She left behind all the things from the rental. At this time, Suyu noticed that her grandfather and Grandma Liu seemed to have something going on. "Xiaoyu, Grandpa has something to tell you." Grandpa took Grandma Liu's hand, who was sitting beside him, and they exchanged a smile, warmth flowing in their eyes. "Your Grandma Liu and I want to be companions." Suyu was a little surprised, but also understood. She had long felt that Grandma Liu seemed different toward her grandfather. She should have expected this. Grandma Liu, I'm very happy. It's wonderful that you can be companions." Suyu looked at the two elders with curved brows and eyes. "But as the man's side, we need to consider Grandma Liu's family's opinion. Should we hold a wedding?" Grandma Liu, usually a straightforward person with a quick temper, seemed a bit shy now. "Last week we already met with my son and daughter-in-law. They have no objections. We don't need a wedding. We're old bones now, we just want to be together peacefully." "Then I'll respect your wishes." Suyu was truly happy. Her grandfather had always been alone, and now with Grandma Liu's company, he wouldn't be lonely in the future. The two families picked a good day, had a joyful meal together, and moved into the new home. In the following days, the smile never left her grandfather's face. After Suyu's role as the female swordsman wrapped up in early April, the entire crew of Bu Huijian also finished filming before May. Due to time constraints, Suyu didn't attend the wrap party. She was too busy. After settling her grandfather and Grandma Liu, Suyu studied academic courses during the day at school, took acting classes in the evening, and flew around on weekends for various engagements. It was visibly noticeable that she had lost a lot of weight. Having lost weight, Suyu's facial features became more defined. Her slender figure looked good in any clothes. Now Suyu was the star, campus heartthrob of a city economic college. Every day, many girls discussed her idol's daily life on the school forum. Every day, many girls accidentally ran into Suyu. Dormitory 404 became the most envied dormitory among all the girls in the school. Unfortunately, Suyu had no time to enjoy the girls' adoration. City A Shun residence. Shin Yunrui put down a document, adjusted his glasses, and said to Shin Moshi, who had just been summoned back, "There's a banquet tonight. You'll attend as the representative of our Shin family. I don't want to go. Shinmoshi sat down on the sofa nearby. Shin Yunrui was infuriated by his attitude. If you weren't the only one in this generation of the Shun family, why would I have to call you? You're already 27, and you're only running an entertainment company. You need to gradually take over the group's other businesses so I can take it easy. Shin Yunrui, seeing no reaction, patiently tried to persuade him. This banquet tonight is a perfect chance for you to meet the various uncles. In the future, you'll be the one dealing with them. Shinmoshi finally spoke, his tone a bit helpless. Dad, you're still strong and capable. The group can't do without you. I have things to do, we'll be going now. With that, he stood up and left. Stop right there. Shin Yunrui was furious. This ungrateful son. The assistant quickly trotted to catch up with Shinmoshi and whispered, Director Lin from Pineapple TV is looking for you. He hopes you can participate in a reality show they are about to launch. I'm not going. Shinmoshi got into the car with his long legs. The assistant closed the door and quickly sat in the passenger seat, turning back to continue. Then shall we arrange for other artists from the company to go? We owe Director Lin a favor from before. Our company's artists are all popular, more than enough for this show. After all, they even invited newcomers like Suyu. Who did you say? Shinmoshi suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Suyu, a newcomer from Seihai Entertainment. She. Before the assistant could finish, Shinmoshi spoke up. No need to arrange anyone else. They'll go to this variety show. After saying that, he paused and added, I owe Director Lin a favor. He'll repay it personally. Okay, then he'll rearrange your upcoming schedule. The assistant was stunned. The last time Director Lin helped wasn't even a big deal, yet the young master was willing to trade himself. Meanwhile, at the Seihai Entertainment meeting room, we've signed you up for a rural cohabitation variety show. It's a total of 5 days, 24-hour live streaming coinciding with May Day to let you experience the labor of the older generation. One Hongxing walked in gracefully in high heels holding a contract. Suyu was playing on her phone. She had been waiting in the meeting room for a while. Sister Xing was always busy. Labor. It's not going to be farming, is it? She wasn't good at that. You don't need to worry about what you'll do. Just follow the crew's instructions. What they wanted was for her not to know how. If she were all-around talented, the audience wouldn't want to watch. Cohabitation. Who will be there? Suyu's mind was already wondering if there would be pretty girls. For now, I only know about you. The show will officially announce the cast later. Remember to repost and promote it. Okay. Suyu curled her lips slightly and happily agreed. Weibo was also bustling. The rural cohabitation show called Labor is the Most Glorious had been hyped for a long time, and filming was finally about to start. Everyone was guessing which guests would appear. I wonder if my idol will be there. So excited. My brother probably won't come, he's been filming and has no schedule. The official account of Labor is the Most Glorious announced. May Day is coming and our labor journey is about to begin. Let us welcome this summer with labor, experience the hard work of our parents' generation, recall the hardships, and appreciate the sweetness, and never forget our original intention. There will be 6 guests joining us in labor. Shueshen Zhaowei, Su Manru Tanmingqi, Suyu, and 1 mysterious guest. Stay tuned. It's actually Shun. Sun Mom will definitely watch you. My little Ro is also participating. So excited. Hope the other guests take good care of our little Ro. My husband is going too. Husband, our island fans will definitely watch you. Zhaowei, a veteran actor, is also going. It's not easy for the show to get him. What works does Suyu have? She can even participate in this big-name show. Another backdoor entry. Mengqi, our little cutie, well, I'll watch you. Who is this mysterious guest anyway? Come vote and see who will be the mysterious guest in your heart. The voting link included many celebrities, but netizens never expected that someone they dared not even imagine would join this show. The variety show was filmed in a rural village in City E. At 8 a.m. On May 1st, the program officially began its live broadcast. In addition to the live stream, an edited version would be released later for those who missed it. Tens of millions of viewers were already waiting in the live stream chat, all hoping to see if the mysterious guest was their favorite idol. On screen, golden waves of wheat rippled, brimming with the joy of harvest. A simple rustic farmhouse stood at the edge of the wheat field, nestled among lush green bamboo groves. One by one, the show's vehicles arrived on the winding mountain road, carrying the guests. Suyu was the first to arrive. She pushed open the courtyard gate, and a gentle breeze stirred the waist-high weeds which swayed wantonly in the warm May wind, as if mocking her. Suyu stepped back out and checked the gate again. This is right, it does have the plaque reading Glorious Labor Household on it. There was even a sponsor's advertisement next to it. But could someone please tell her that this haunted house-looking place wasn't where they were supposed to stay for the next 5 days? It was a dilapidated tiled house. Spider webs hung arrogantly from the beams, swaying in the wind. The windows were just empty frames, the glass long gone. She gently pushed open the old wooden door, which seemed like it would collapse with a bit more force. Inside was a mess littered with leaves blown in by the wind and some wheat straw left by the villagers. Several tables and chairs were either missing legs or were broken. The rooms beyond emitted an unwelcoming musty smell. Suyu, I must have come to the wrong place. Hidden cameras in obscure corners captured her bewildered expression and streamed it live for the audience. Viewers were already in hysterics in the chat. Haha. Let me laugh. First feel free to join in. Haha. Look at Suye's expression of utter despair. I'm dying of laughter. I have to say Suyu is really handsome. How can a girl be more handsome than most guys? It's ridiculous. Suyu is barefaced right now, isn't she? Her skin is amazing. Haha, I heard Suyu is all thumbs, tried to learn makeup for ages, but never got the hang of it. Oh my god, this place is too rundown. Isn't this a dilapidated building? Can anyone live here? Can't the production team just act like decent human beings? Look what Suyu doing now. Suyu walked over to a corner of the haunted house-like courtyard where there was a small room that seemed to be the most lived in. The little room was neat and fully equipped, bustling with the show's staff. Director, can we talk about something? Suyu said with a cheeky grin. Can we switch locations? Or I could just crash at a local's house for a few nights. But the faces inside remained cold, and their words colder. No. Once everyone arrives, the rules will be explained. Are you sure it's a no? Suyu pulled out her ultimate move, turning on the charm for the head director, a cool, older sister. But the head director remained expressionless. Stay strong, I've seen all kinds of pretty boys in my time. Suyu slunk away, sitting alone and idly plucking weeds to weave a crown. At that moment another person walked in, a handsome man in his 40s. Hello, I'm Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei smiled and greeted Suyu. Suyu quickly stood up. Aside from the mystery guest, her manager had already briefed her on the other guests. This was a veteran actor and award-winning legend who rarely appeared on screen anymore. 20 years ago, he was a household name across the country. Hello, teacher Zhao. I'm Suyu, a newbie actor who's practically unknown. Suyu greeted the senior with a bright smile and a handshake. Zhao Wei looked at the handsome young woman in front of him, thinking she had a funny way with words and was more handsome than most male celebrities. Don't call me teacher, it's too formal. Just call me brother Zhao. Zhao Wei felt she was a good kid, not fussy and easygoing. Netizens commented, haha, 108th tier, not wrong at all. No one can roast themselves like she can, haha. My husband is so handsome, screenshotting this forever. Suyu helped Zhao Wei with his luggage. As she straightened up, she saw a girl outside the courtyard wall struggling to drag a heavy suitcase along the dirt path. Suyu immediately ran out to help. How could she let a girl struggle like that? Let me help you. Suyu effortlessly lifted the 28-inch suitcase that the girl was carrying. Su Manru felt the weight disappear from her hand and looked up to see a tall, slender figure casually carrying her suitcase as if it were filled with feathers. Thank you. Su Manru wiped the sweat from her forehead and thanked her breathlessly. No problem, it's my pleasure to serve a beautiful lady. Suyu turned around and gave Su Manru a radiant smile, flashing a row of pearly white teeth. In the morning light, the smile was like sunshine breaking through the clouds, even gilding the strands of her hair with gold. Her soft short hair danced in the breeze, and her handsome features were captivating. So handsome, like a character from a comic book, Su Manru thought, blushing slightly. When they reached the courtyard, Su Manru was also stunned. What is this place? Then she saw Zhao Wei standing in the yard and hurried over to greet him. Hello, teacher Zhao, I'm Su Manru, an actress. Hello, just call me brother Zhao, like Suyu does. This is Suyu. Despite how handsome she looks, she's also a girl. Zhao Wei said, pointing at Suyu with a smile. I really thought you were a guy just now. You're so tall and handsome. Su Manru blushed, a soft smile spreading across her face. The girl was sweet and cute, and when she smiled, her dimples looked like they were filled with honey. Suyu loved this type of girl. She raised an eyebrow, her big cat-like eyes sparkling with mischief. You can think of me as a boy. Anything a guy can do, I can do too. Su Manru's face felt hot under her gaze. What's wrong with this girl? She's better at flirting than most guys. Just then another person walked in. It was Shueishan, a cool boy with a punk look. Shueishan was currently the hottest star in the entertainment industry, tall, handsome, and with a huge fan base of both mom fans and girlfriend fans. The live stream, which had been watched by nearly 10 million people since the morning, hit a new peak, and the comments exploded. It's Shunshin, mommy's here to see you. Well, my boy looks so handsome today. I'm not a mom fan today, I'm a girlfriend fan. Shueishan just wrapped up filming Bu Hui Jin the day before yesterday, and he's already here this morning. He works so hard. Take care of yourself, son. But the cool boy Shueishan turned goofy the moment he saw Suyu. Master, I've missed you so much. Shueishan lunged at Suyu like an overgrown golden retriever. Suyu quickly put a hand on his head to stop him, looking disgusted. Don't pass your goofiness on to me. Master, you're so heartless. I've gotten thinner from missing you. Shueishan looked at Suyu with a pitiful, reproachful gaze, as if she were some heartless scoundrel. Wow, it's lively here. Am I late? Another pretty girl pushed open the courtyard gate. Im Tanmingshi, an actress. Hello, everyone. Su Manru hurried over to help her, a sweet smile gracing her lips. You're not late, we just got here too. They all introduced themselves to each other. Su Manru and Tanmingshi were both rising young actresses who had become popular in the entertainment industry in the last couple of years. Suyu was the youngest and had the lowest status among them. Netizens started discussing again. 5 people are here. Who is the mystery guest? I hope my brother comes. I haven't seen him in ages. Will my way Bao come? Based on the principle of gender balance, the mystery guest should be a guy. At that moment, the courtyard gate was pushed open again, and a pair of long legs stepped in. Oh, I actually got to see him. Oh my god. It's brother. Whoa whoa. A countenance so striking it dimmed the very heavens gleamed brilliantly under the morning sun. Even netizens lurking in the depths of the internet were blasted to the surface, flipping over to gasp for air and leave comments. Whoa, this show, is this impressive? They actually managed to book top-tier superstar Shinmoshi. Well, how is Shinmoshi this handsome? How am I supposed to find a boyfriend now? A life without sleeping with Shinmoshi is no better than a salted fish. I've got to get into either Qingbei or Shinmoshi's arms. Shinmoshi never does variety shows. This director is truly something else. With that, the Clock's fanbase spread the word like wildfire, and tens of millions of viewers flooded the live stream, in an instant nearly crashing the servers. Shinmoshi's gaze swept swiftly across Su-ye's face before he turned his head away to stow his luggage. His handsome visage, akin to a celestial deity, was flawless from every angle, even the back of his head exuding an air of aristocratic refinement. Tan Minqi's face flushed with excitement as she rushed forward. Hello, King Shun. My name is Tan Minqi, and I'm a clock. Shinmoshi gave a curt, expressionless nod, offering no words. Shinmoshi, I never imagined you were the mystery guest. Su-ye's eyes curved into crescents as she stepped forward to greet him. Catching sight of that smile, which had frequently haunted his dreams lately, the corner of Shinmoshi's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly upward before quickly flattening again. Su-ye, long time no see. His lips, dubbed the most kissable on the internet, parted slightly, his voice magnetic and pleasing to the ear, while an emotion he himself didn't recognize rippled within his eyes. He had agreed to this show solely due to a debt of gratitude owed to director Lin, definitely not because of a certain someone. After the guests exchanged greetings, the director finally made her appearance. Welcome everyone to Labor is Most Glorious, exclusively sponsored by Wu Yao Yao Gourmet Foods. Over the next 5 days, we'll be working together to truly experience the essence of Labor Day. During these 5 days, a special guest will also be visiting the cottage every 2 days. Over 20 cameramen from the production team stood in a long row filming the guests, while the director, positioned in the middle holding a megaphone, announced the rules of the show. The cottage before you, which we've named Home of Labor Glory, will be your living quarters for the next 5 days. We've already inspected it. It's a sturdy old house, but it needs you to clean and fix it up. It's now 8:30 a.m. If you can get the cottage initially clean by noon, you'll earn today's ingredients and all the kitchen supplies. No way, director. We couldn't clean this place in 3 days, let alone half a day. That's a total scam. Ironhead Shueshun was the first to protest. That's your problem. If you can get the cottage completely tidied up by 6 p.m., you'll get bedding and other daily necessities. You can only clean it yourselves, no outside help. Now you may begin. The group was left speechless. All right, let's get moving and divide the work, said the elder brother figure Zhao Wei. Moshi, you're tall, so you handle the beams and ceiling. Any problem with that? Fine. Shinmoshi nodded. The clocks in the live stream erupted. No. How can you make our king work? Manru and Minqi, can you two clear out the fallen leaves and weeds from inside the house? No problem, teacher Zhao, we can do it. The two girls had no objections. Shueshun, you're on the weeds in the yard. Suyu, you're responsible for wiping down and cleaning all the furniture inside. Okay. Shueshun nodded with a look of utter despair, and Suyu, a complete klutz at housework, nodded along. They'll take care of repairing the doors, windows, and any other damaged parts. I also need to check the roof to make sure it won't leak if it rains. Zhao Wei efficiently delegated all the tasks and even went to the production team to secure a pair of gloves and a mask for everyone. Netizens in the live stream commented, the big brother is still the big brother. Zhao Wei might not be a host, but his ability to manage the scene is truly impressive. Zhao Wei is steady and reliable like an anchor in the storm. Everyone began their tasks. Although Suyu was assigned to wipe the tables and chairs, when she saw Su Manru preparing to move the straw, she tossed her cloth aside and rushed over to her. Xiaoro, you go wipe the tables and chairs, that's easier. Let me help you carry this. Suyu extended her slender hand and easily scooped up a large pile of straw. This straw was rough and scratched her face painfully. How could she let a girl carry this? Thank you. Su Manru started to say it wasn't necessary, as Suyu was a girl too. Although Suyu was useless at housework, simply tossing things out wasn't a big problem. Soon enough, she had thrown all the straw out of the house. Shueshun was miserably pulling weeds in the yard when he saw Suyu tossing straw all over the place and immediately got angry. Master, that's too much. If you're not going to help me, fine, but don't make more work for me. My dear disciple master is currently helping Xiaoro. It's tough for a girl, you know. He'll come help you in a bit. With that, Suyu scurried away. The cameraman assigned to her thought this master-disciple CP seemed like good material and quickly followed. Master, you're prioritizing women over your own disciple. Am I still your most beloved apprentice or not? Shueshun whined like a scorned lover, which genuinely made the cameraman laugh. Zhao Wei inspected all the usable tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets in the cottage. For some damaged furniture, he found materials in the adjacent tool shed to make repairs. It was the last shred of conscience from the production team, not forcing them back to the Stone Age. Suyu constantly hovered around Su Manru. When Manru wiped the table, Suyu fetched water, When Manru couldn't reach a spot, Suyu helped wipe it, even though the spots Suyu wiped weren't much cleaner than before. Manru found this person hilarious and laughed. Suyu, stop wiping, you're just making it dirtier. The bow tie smile melted Suyu's heart. This Manru was just too adorable. If this were her past life, she would have pursued her wholeheartedly. Suyu wiped the sweat from her face with the back of her hand, blinking her big cat-like eyes. I'm a total klutz at housework, never been good at it since I was a kid. You won't look down on me for it, will you, Xiao? That wipe accidentally left a black smudge across her fair face. Manru found this dirt-faced Suyu inexplicably adorable, just like the tabby cat she kept. Hold on a second. Manru ran out, washed her hands, and came back with a wet wipe, gently cleaning the stain from Suyu's face. The cameraman noticed that Suyu had chemistry with everyone. This pair was also enjoyable to ship. Suyu's mood was soaring. What a goddess of a girl, too adorable. Suyu closed her eyes in contentment, enjoying the thoughtful service of the beauty. With her eyes closed, Suyu looked even more like her cat. It wasn't just similar, it was identical. Suyu, you're so cute, just like my cat at home. Manru absolutely adored the way Suyu squinted her cat-like eyes. Really? So who's cuter, me or your cat? Suyu blinked her cat eyes and playfully winked at Manru. Feeling a jolt of electricity, Manru's heart pounded, and she blushed slightly as she said, I guess you're cuter. My cat at home never winks at me. Netizens were losing their minds. The lilies of the homeland are blooming again. This couple is so sweet. Who needs men when you have two soft, sweet-smelling girls? The rainy stroll CP is locked in. While Suyu and Manru were surrounded by a bubble of pink romance, Shinmoshi watched the scene, finding it glaringly irritating and inexplicably annoyed. The hand gripping the long broom handle showed bulging veins, as if the stick would snap in his grasp at any moment. While Suyu and Manru were surrounded by a bubble of pink romance, Shinmoshi watched the scene, finding it glaringly irritating and inexplicably annoyed. The hand gripping the long broom handle showed No thank you. Shinmoshi's tone was indifferent as he stepped a few paces away. She was standing too close. A flicker of embarrassment and annoyance crossed Tenmenki's face as she sullenly continued sweeping. Why was Shinmoshi so focused on Manru and Suyu? Suyu kept clinging to Manru, and Shinmoshi couldn't stand it any longer. He wanted to separate them. Walking over to Suyu, Shinmoshi thrust the long broom toward her, a faint trace of resentment flickering in his starry eyes. I can't sweep it clean. You help me. Suyu looked up. What was wrong with this guy? Had he no sense of timing? Couldn't he see she was helping Xiao? When did she have time for him? I'm busy. Go find Xiao. Didn't she offer to help you earlier? Suyu rolled her eyes, pushed Shinmoshi aside, and moved closer to Manru again. Shinmoshi's hand gripping the long broom tightened until his veins bulged. The next second he grabbed Suyu's arm and said coldly, He'll go help her. You sweep for me. A look of understanding dawned in Suyu's eyes. So that's how it was. She leaned in close to Shinmoshi and whispered slyly, So you like Xiao? Shinmoshi's eyes instantly turned as sharp as swords, his gaze seeming to wish Suyu dead on the spot. Suyu shuddered at the killing intent in his eyes, her cat-like eyes widening as she leaned back in a tactical retreat. Why are you so angry? Even if I hit the nail on the head, you don't need to plot my assassination, do you? Think whatever you want. Shinmoshi gritted his teeth and walked away with the long broom. Suyu shrugged. Truly the heart of a king is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Rushing against time, the six of them finally managed to get the cabin initially cleaned up before 12 o'clock. After the director team's inspection, they barely passed. The director, holding a megaphone, announced, Everyone has worked hard. Labor makes life better. After hard work, food tastes even better. You can now come to the director team to collect your lunch ingredients and kitchen supplies. The cabin was now vastly different from the haunted house it had seemed upon arrival. Though still shabby, it was barely habitable for rest. The ingredients they received weren't many: a few potatoes, eggplants, peppers, tomatoes, a box of eggs, a piece of pork belly, and a bag of rice. The kitchen supplies included a large iron wok, a chopping board, knives, and various bowls and dishes, along with some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The kitchen featured a rustic earthen stove, which was just a stove without a pot. The large iron wok provided by the program team fit perfectly. After working all morning, everyone was famished and began preparing lunch. Who among you can cook? Zhao Wei, the eldest, spoke up again. Shinmoshi was out of the question. He probably didn't even know where his own kitchen was. Shueishan pulled out his phone. I have mate 1 ELE. Me and Lightning Express delivery. Which one do you want? He was a seasoned takeout addict. If he were to cook, they'd probably starve. Tan Mingqi looked at her freshly done manicure with some hesitation. She could cook, but she didn't want to. Cooking was so damaging to her hands. In the end, the desire to show off in front of Shinmoshi won out. Brother Zhao, I can cook a bit, but it might not be very tasty. Zhao Wei nodded and looked at the remaining two girls. What about you two? Can you cook? Brother Zhao, I think I'm quite good at cooking. Today let me show you all. Manru was full of fighting spirit. After all the help Suyu had given her earlier, it was finally time for her to shine. Suyu's eyes lit up even more as she looked at Manru. This girl was really perfect as a girlfriend. So cute and could cook too. Wanting to show off in front of the girls, Suyu said against her conscience, "Brother Zhao, I think I'm a decent cook too. Let me cook together with Xiao Rou. Then the cooking is up to you too. Mingqi, you wash the vegetables. Shueishan, go chop some firewood in the yard. He'll go fix the doors and windows." After assigning tasks, Zhao Wei turned to see Shin Moshi standing aside a bit troubled. Many didn't know Shin Moshi's family background, but he did. He wondered what this young master from a wealthy family could possibly do. "Moshi, is there anything you'd like to do?" Shin Moshi looked at Suyu, who was inseparable from Su Manru, and felt an urgent need to separate them. He'll cut the vegetables. Although he wasn't sure if this young master knew how to cut vegetables, since he offered, Zhao Wei didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Everyone went back to work according to their assigned tasks. Before cutting and cooking, they had to wash the vegetables, so the four of them began washing together. "Xiaoro, this tomato is so cute. It's all red just like your face." Suyu started with his smooth talk again. "Stop it. You're the one who's like a tomato." Su Manru retorted with a laugh, splashing a few drops of water at Suyu. "Huh." Suyu laughed loudly and dodged, flicking some water back at her face. Watching the two of them, Shin Moshi couldn't help the anger rising in his heart. He was practically scrubbing the skin off the eggplant in his hands. "Teacher Shin, you're about to break that eggplant. Maybe I should wash it instead." Tan Mingqi couldn't help but move closer to Shin Moshi. "No need. If it breaks, it's its destiny." Shin Moshi radiated cold air. Just then Shueishan ran over, tugging at Suyu. "Master, I can't chop this firewood. It keeps flying off every time I strike. Come and give me some guidance." Suyu was dragged away by Shueishan, and Shin Moshi's cold aura subsided a bit. But as soon as he saw Shueishan's hand on Suyu's arm, the cold air started seeping out again. In the yard, Suyu looked at the scattered mess of firewood in utter disbelief. "Shinshin, you're so useless. You haven't used any of the techniques I taught you last time. Whether it's chopping wood or practicing martial arts, your strength must be focused and not scattered. Concentrate on one point, use the force to deflect and deliver the heaviest strike with the least effort. Watch like this." Suyu spread her legs, gripped the axe tightly with both hands, raised it high, and brought it down with a moderate force. A log split open with a crisp crack. "Master, you're so cool." Shueishan clapped. "Wow, Suyu, you're amazing." Su Manru also came out to join the fun. Seeing Su Manru come out, Suyu slowly spun the axe in her hand and gave a few more swings at the neatly arranged logs, splitting them all cleanly in two. "Alright, my good disciple, see that clearly. Your master needs to go wash vegetables now. You keep working on it." Suyu left Shueishan behind and ran off to be affectionate with Su Manru again, leaving Shueishan standing there utterly bewildered. "Master, if you keep this up, you're going to lose me." The netizens in the live stream were dying of laughter. "This master-disciple pair is so fun to ship. I laughed so hard I nearly broke my digestive tract. Ha ha, this disciple Shueishan is like a freebie that came with a phone bill." Shueishan, the resentful wife, ha ha. The way Suyu spun that axe was so cool. After washing some of the vegetables, Su Manru was ready to start cooking. However, Shin Moshi, the young master, was at a loss, looking at the round tomatoes and potatoes. After chopping wildly, the counter looked like a crime scene. Suyu was utterly speechless. Although she couldn't cook, she was proficient with swords, spears, and axes, so she could easily outdo Shin Moshi in cutting vegetables. "Give me the knife. He'll cut." Suyu stood beside Shin Moshi, took the knife from his hand, and began to cut. Seeing Suyu, who had finally stopped clinging to Su Manru and was now next to him, Shin Moshi's heart skipped in a regular beat. Suyu lowered her head to cut her wispy bangs, falling forward, obscuring those captivating cat-like eyes, while Shin Moshi looked down at her. Suyu's hair was short and slightly tousled. Being tall, the top of her head was just level with Shin Moshi's chin. When she turned her head, her hair brushed against his chin, prickly and ticklish. Shin Moshi felt as if his heart had been stung as well, and he retreated in a fluster. Suyu saw him suddenly lean to the side and, thinking he had lost his balance, reached out and grabbed the clothes at his waist. The strength of a martial arts master was not to be underestimated. Combined with Shin Moshi's current state of distraction, she pulled him off balance. He braced his hands on the counter, inadvertently trapping Suyu in his embrace. The cameraman let out a silent cheer and zoomed in. This was prime footage. Would Shin Moshi, the famously aloof king of entertainment, push Suyu away? Under the force of their collision, they were pressed together. Suyu turned his head about to ask, "Are you okay?" "If you're fine, get off me." But his forehead accidentally brushed against Shin Moshi's soft lips. The unexpected touch sent a jolt through both of them. Suyu thought to himself, "Damn, I was kissed by a man." Meanwhile, Shin Moshi was in a state of, "Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing?" Having never kissed anyone before, he was stunned. Shin Moshi, who hadn't moved for a long time, was shoved away by Suyu, who also wiped his forehead with the back of his hand in disgust. The cameraman never expected Suyu to be the one to push away the heavenly King Shun, and with a hint of disdain no less. After being pushed away, Shin Moshi felt an emptiness in his arms and his heart. He felt he was acting strangely and needed to find a quiet place to clear his head. Watching Shin Moshi run off, Suyu rolled his eyes. As if, I'm the victim here. Besides the cameraman who witnessed everything in this corner, Tan Mingqi, who had also seen it all, avoided the camera and angrily snapped the chili pepper in her hands. Shinmoshi didn't stop even after running outside, dashing out of the courtyard. The cameraman chased after him, but Shinmoshi's legs were too long, and he disappeared in a flash. Outside the small house, besides a sea of wheat, there was a dense bamboo forest behind it. The cameraman lost him in the thick of the woods. Deep in the bamboo forest, Shinmoshi sat dazedly on a large rock, his mind in turmoil. He had long sensed something was off about himself, but had never dwelled on it. Since meeting Tsuyu, he had stopped being himself. He disliked physical contact with others, but he didn't mind it with Tsuyu. In fact, deep down he inexplicably craved her touch. He wasn't talkative, but he yearned to talk to Tsuyu, yet he was too shy to initiate a conversation. He disliked Tsuyu always hovering around others. He disliked seeing Tsuyu's sparkling cat-like eyes fixed on someone else. He disliked Tsuyu slinging an arm around other guys like a brother, and he also disliked Tsuyu embracing girls while laughing and chatting. Just then an elderly woman digging for bamboo shoots passed by with a basket of summer shoots. Seeing the dazed Shinmoshi, she couldn't help but think of her own grandson, who was also a handsome young man. "Child, what's wrong with you?" The old woman asked kindly, her accent thick, but understandable to Shinmoshi. Though he usually spoke little, he was now filled with a strong urge to confide in someone. He told the old woman about his strange symptoms. The old woman burst into laughter, revealing her few remaining teeth. This young man really was just like her foolish grandson. "It's because you like that girl." The old woman hit the nail on the head. Shinmoshi's heart felt as if a hurricane had swept away the clouds, leaving everything clear and bright. Although he had been in the entertainment industry for 10 years, his background meant he was never bound by its rules. He had always remained pure, loving music and the stage since childhood, with nothing else ever catching his eye. Now, besides music, his world had gained another presence: Tsuyu. Tsuyu was like a wild, untamed light barging into his world with irresistible force from the very first night they met. From the moment she recklessly got into his car. Now Tsuyu had taken root in his heart and couldn't be pulled out. Since she couldn't be uprooted, then Tsuyu don't even think about running away. Having sorted out his feelings, Shinmoshi gratefully thanked the old woman and even offered to carry her bamboo shoots for her. "Thank you, young man. I live right here in the bamboo forest. I'm glad you figured it out. You must seize this opportunity. Good girls are snapped up quickly, you know." The old woman walked off in another direction with a smile. Shinmoshi was no longer confused. As he walked out of the bamboo forest, he was in such a good mood that he broke off a few bamboo shoots to take with him. The cameraman finally found Shinmoshi and was astonished to see him carrying bamboo shoots with a small tear in his clothes from the bamboo. He had never seen such a down-to-earth heavenly king before. Shinmoshi returned to the small house with several bamboo shoots. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and praised him for adding to their food supplies. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Su-manru had already stir-fried a plate of spicy pepper pork, stewed a pot of potatoes and eggplant with braised pork belly, and steamed a small basket of rice. Tsuyu had also made a plate of tomato scrambled eggs. It was almost 2 o'clock, and they finally sat down to eat. The main hall was a bit cramped, so the guests simply moved the table out into the courtyard. It was a large, old-fashioned square table with 4 matching long benches. These pieces of furniture had been broken before, but Zhao Wei had patched them up with some wooden planks. They looked a bit comical, but were sturdy enough to seat 8 people comfortably. Come, try my tomato scrambled eggs. I guarantee they're delicious." She had followed a recipe she found on her phone step by step with more care than she had ever put into cooking before. "Master, let your disciple taste your lovingly made tomato scrambled eggs." Shueshun was the first to strike, picking up a piece. But the moment it entered his mouth, he spat it out and said, "Master, are you trying to kill me? What kind of tomato scrambled eggs are these? They're sour and salty enough to choke a salt cellar." After the others tasted it, they all complained about Tsuyu's cooking, calling it a bizarre dark cuisine. Netizens in the live stream speculated, how bad could it be? "I'm curious. To ruin the national dish of tomato scrambled eggs, Tsuyu is truly a kitchen killer, huh?" Seeing their reactions, Tsuyu refused to accept it and took a piece himself, only to spit it out immediately. "It was terrible. I mistook the salt for sugar and put in a lot," Tsuyu said with an awkward laugh. "You're a real talent, master. I bet my cooking is better than yours." "I think it's not bad," Shinmoshi said, picking up a piece. Just thinking that Tsuyu had made it taste both sour and sweet to him, and he found it delicious. He had heard that the taste of love was like tomato scrambled eggs, both sour and sweet. No one else would eat the dish, which was perfect. He could have it all to himself. "Shinmoshi, have you lost your sense of taste? Don't force yourself. I won't be sad if you don't eat it," Tsuyu said with an awkward smile. "Teacher Shin, you're amazing. I salute you as a hero. This plate of spicy pepper pork is perfect with rice. He'll dig in first." That idiot Shueshun dumped half of the pepper pork into his own bowl. "Wow, you traitorous disciple. Leave some for your master." Tsuyu and Shueshun started fighting over the food, putting on a show of their silly master-disciple daily antics. Zhao Wei and Su-manru just smiled helplessly. Only Tan Mengqi tightened her grip on her chopsticks. She seemed to have figured something out. The heavenly king Shin seemed to treat only Tsuyu differently. After the meal, worried that Shinmoshi might have consumed too much salt, Tsuyu strongly insisted he drink a large pot of water. Feeling cared for by Suyu, Shinmoshi thought the water tasted as sweet as honey. Could it be that she felt something different for him too? Little did he know Suyu was just afraid he'd get sick from the salt, and she'd have to take responsibility. After eating, everyone felt drowsy, but the day's tasks were not yet complete. It was almost 3 o'clock now, leaving only 3 hours until 6. Earlier in the morning, Zhao Wei had inspected the roof. There were some damaged tiles in one corner, which would be disastrous if it rained. The windows had no glass and needed to be sealed somehow. The front door also needed reinforcement. There was much work to be done. Repairing the tiles would be too difficult and time-consuming. The best solution was to lay a thick waterproof tarp directly over the damaged areas, weighing it down with bricks and stones. They also nailed sheets of clear plastic film over the window frames of several rooms. This would let in light seal the windows against the elements and still allow them to open and close. Zhao Wei had grown up in the countryside and was quite adept at household chores. Shueishin and Mo sure take a few of the girls and go buy some waterproof tarp and plastic film to cover the roof and seal the windows. No problem, but do we even have any money? Can we buy it ourselves? Shueishin, having spent years in the entertainment industry and knowing the show's tricks, raised a question. That's a good question. No, you don't have any money. The director's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. We can provide you with the tarp and film, but you'll have to earn them by completing a task. Director, are you even human? We've got a task due at 6, and you're piling on more work. Shueishin protested again. Protest denied. The director, a woman, sat cross-legged among the cameras with a smile, announcing the new task through her megaphone. May is the season when loquats are in abundance. A local farmer has a large orchard of ripe loquats that need to be picked immediately. If you can pick 6 baskets of loquats without damaging them by 4 p.m., we'll trade you the plastic film and waterproof tarp. 6 baskets. How big are these baskets? Suyu asked. You'll see when you get to the orchard. The director's mischievous smile made everyone feel uneasy. Eventually the 6 of them split up. Zhao Wei stayed at the cottage to work on repairing the door and other things that didn't require traded materials. The remaining 5 headed to the loquat orchard. When they saw the massive bamboo baskets, they were so frustrated they felt like quitting on the spot. These baskets are way too big. How are we supposed to fill 6 of these in an hour? Tanmingchi was annoyed. This show was such a scam. The orchard was also full of mosquitoes and bugs, which she hated. The baskets were specifically for loquats, each capable of holding 50 or 60 jin. Enough talk, we need to focus on filling these 6 baskets. Shueishin was also speechless. Loquats have delicate skin and bruise easily, which ruins their appearance. So picking them required great care with layers of paper placed between them. Filling 6 baskets in an hour was no easy feat. Time was of the essence. After a quick lesson from the farmer on how to pick the fruit, they got to work. Sharo, pick from here, there are tons over here. Suyu pointed to a tree whose branches were bending under the weight of the fruit. The lower ones were easy, but the higher ones required ladders or special tools. Shinmoshi, a pampered young master, had never done such work. He was a bit clumsy, but he was earnest and didn't slack off at all. Comments from netizens watching the live stream. Those loquats look delicious. I wonder if the orchard owner is selling them online. I'd pay any price for the loquats that brother picked. He looks at a loquat like it's a priceless treasure, haha. I love my clumsy brother. Haha, Shueishin is hilarious. Who picks loquats like that? Suyu is so agile, jumping around like Sun Wukong in the Queen Mother's peach garden, haha. After bruising a few loquats, Shueishin finally got the hang of it and started picking them quickly. Suyu was the fastest picker of the 5. Su Manru and Tanmingchi were slower, and they were starting to feel anxious. Su Manru, looking at the large clusters of loquats high up, asked the farmer for a ladder to reach them. But the orchard ground was uneven and the ladder wasn't set up properly. As Su Manru climbed, she stumbled and began to fall. The viewer's screams seemed to burst through the screen. At that moment, Suyu dashed forward and caught her in his arms in a perfect princess carry. To absorb the impact, Suyu spun around a few times before coming to a stop. The viewers, caught between shock and relief, felt their hearts pounding. Oh, that scared me to death. She could have broken a bone falling from that height. Suyu is so cool. He's so protective. I'm locking the rain walk couple. I've swallowed the key. Isn't this a scene from a drama? So romantic. A shaken Su Manru clung tightly to Suye's neck, not daring to open her eyes. Sharo, it's alright, don't be scared. Suyu gently rubbed his chin against the top of her head and whispered softly. The cameraman, who had been terrified a second ago, thinking it would be a disaster for the show, was now ecstatic. Suyu was both manly and gentle, and Su Manru was so delicate and endearing. This was an incredible scene. The rain walk couple was just too perfect. Su Manru opened her eyes and looked into Suye's warm gaze beneath his soft hair. She saw her own reflection in his eyes. The embrace was strong and secure. Her heart pounded wildly, whether from fright or something else she couldn't tell. Shinmoshi had also been startled, but once he saw she was safe, he began to feel annoyed. There Suyu was again. Why couldn't he just put her down? He crushed a loquat in his hand. Because of the near accident, the crew didn't dare let them continue. Still, they gave them the promised tarp and plastic film. Back at the cottage, Zhao Wei was also shaken to hear that Su Manru had almost fallen. He told her to sit down and rest, that she didn't need to work. Su Manru smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. I'm fine now thanks to Suyu." With that she gave Suyu a sweet smile. Suyu couldn't handle the impact of such a sweet smile from a girl like her. He grinned foolishly and said, "Anyone would have helped in that situation. It doesn't matter who it was, even if it was a big guy like Shinmoshi, I could have caught him too. Right, Shinmoshi?" As he spoke, Suyu nudged Shinmoshi with his elbow. "Oh really? You think you could catch me?" Shinmoshi's eyes held a faint chill. "Of course. Wanna try?" Suyu's obliviousness left Shinmoshi feeling helpless, a mix of sourness and anger churning inside him. "We're running out of time. We need to get the tarp up and seal the windows. Moshi, Suyu, come with me to the roof. Shueishin, you take the girls and seal the windows." Everyone was used to Zhao Wei's directions and quickly got to work. "Suyu, can you follow me up to the roof?" Zhao Wei asked, turning to look at Suyu as he set up the ladder. "No problem, brother Zhao. Getting on a roof is a piece of cake for me." In his past life, Suyu could have jumped off a roof without any issue, let alone just climbing one. "Moshi, you're heavier, so you stay down here and pass us the tools." Okay. He was a bit sulky, but he was also afraid of damaging the old roof. He was 1.9 meters tall and weighed nearly 160 jin. Zhao Wei went up first, followed by Suyu, while Shinmoshi handed them the tarp. The two spread the tarp on the roof and weighed it down with large, flat, and stable stones. Done. As he was coming down, Suyu wanted to show off a little. With a confident smile, he jumped straight off the roof. Shinmoshi was startled when he saw Suyu like that, thinking she had fallen. He rushed forward and reached out to catch her. Suyu landed steadily in his arms. Netizens in the live stream commented, "It's amazing how Su Manru's catch by Suyu is so romantic with pink bubbles everywhere, but when Shinmoshi caught Suyu it was like a brother catching his buddy. This brotherly candy is too hard to chew, haha. Haha, the brother CP is hilarious. But still, brother, put Suyu down quickly. No matter how manly Suyu is, she's still a girl. I won't allow you to hold her." At the moment he caught Suyu, Shinmoshi felt as if he had caught the entire world. A sense of fulfillment he had never known filled his arms, but the next second his heart was consumed by rage. His heart raced, his brows furrowed, and he said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Don't you know how dangerous that is?" Suyu was far too disobedient. Shinmoshi held her tightly, almost squeezing her until it hurt. "Why did you catch me? Jumping off a roof like this is as easy as eating or drinking for me. Let me go, you're choking me." Suyu struggled in Shinmoshi's arms, but he refused to let go. He carried her straight into the small house, intending to lock her up. Netizens never expected Shinmoshi to keep holding her without letting go, and the comments exploded. "Oh, my hard candy is still candy. Suddenly, I kinda want to ship the brother CP again. Oh no. Brother, put her down now. What's wrong with Suyu? Does she not have feet? Letting brother carry her all this time. Long live the brother CP. What kind of cult is the brother CP? Did the walking in the rain CP give permission?" Zhao Wei also came down from the roof and chased after them, seriously criticizing Suyu. "Suyu, you're too reckless. Do you know how dangerous that behavior was? And it sets a bad example for underage viewers watching television." Zhao Wei blocked the way. Suyu struggled again and finally freed herself from Shinmoshi's arms. "I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. And to the viewers watching, please don't follow my example. If you do, expect to break your arms and legs and get scolded." Suyu felt a bit ashamed and apologized to the camera. As an entertainer, she had to be aware of this. Everything she did had to set a public example. She couldn't lead others astray. Su Manru ran over and tightly held Suyu's hand, also angry. "Suyu, you can't do this again. We were all so worried. Right, master? Did you think you were wearing a wire harness? That was outrageous. Even as your disciple, I want to defend you." Shueishin also frowned and criticized Suyu. In an instant, everyone was lecturing her. Suyu saw Tenmingshi about to speak and quickly begged for mercy. "I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. As punishment, let me cook dinner tonight. You all just sit back and relax." The director team was also a bit shaken and speechless, two celebrities falling from a height in such a short time. Although Suyu jumped down herself, the impact was very bad. The sun dipped in the west, dusk deepened, and amid the smoke rising with the sunset, the ultimate task of tidying up the small house was finally completed. The last rays of sunlight filtered through the newly nailed plastic sheeting on the window lattice. The small house, though a bit empty, was now fully habitable. "Congratulations, everyone, you've successfully completed the task. Now you can come and collect your bedding and other daily necessities, as well as tonight's ingredients." After inspecting the small house, the director team finally let them pass. The guests felt as if they had fought a battle, too tired to speak. Other matters could wait. Eating was the priority. The ingredients they received were similar to lunch: a fish, a piece of meat, a handful of green beans, a bag of flour, a lotus root, a carrot, and a handful of snow peas. Suyu, who had promised to atone by cooking dinner, grabbed the ingredients and headed into the kitchen. The others lay on the newly acquired mats, unwilling to move. "Hey, are you all really letting my master cook? Are you sure about that?" Shueishin was still traumatized by the tomato scrambled eggs at lunch. "Whoever wants to do it, do it. I don't even want to move. Right now I could eat a whole elephant," Tanmingshi said, giving up. Zhao Wei thought the tomato scrambled eggs at lunch might have been an accident, and said, "Give Suyu a chance to practice. Let Suyu try first. If she can, I'll help her," Su Manru said, also exhausted. She felt like she could barely lift her arms. Shinmoshi sat on a stool nearby, his face dark, not speaking. He was still angry. At dinner time, netizens in the live stream watch with their bowls. Seeing them so tired makes the rice in my bowl taste even better. Brother must be exhausted today, right? His face is dark as thunder. Your brother is angry because of Suyu today. Nonsense, who does Suyu think she is? She's not worth my brother's anger. Today's brother is full of the warmth of everyday life. I've never seen him like this. Thank you, production team. Brother must be exhausted today, right? His face is dark as thunder. Your brother is angry because of Suyu today. Nonsense, who does Suyu think she is? She's not worth my brother's anger. Today's brother is full of the warmth of everyday life. I've never seen him like this. Thank you, production team. Netizens in the live stream were in hysterics. Ha ha ha, Suyu's crazy moves are unmatched. Don't say that the fish swimming among the colorful vegetables is actually quite pretty, ha ha. Splashing a few handfuls, Suyu considered the vegetables clean, fished them all out, and put them into a bamboo basket to drain. Netizens, if my mom saw me washing vegetables like that, I probably wouldn't live to see dinner. Next came gutting the fish. Suyu swung the cleaver a few times and started chopping away at the fish. The fish instantly broke into pieces, innards and all. Netizens, oh my, this fish is too tragic, a gruesome sight. The scales weren't even removed. Suyu took out the fish's innards, rinsed it a few times, and considered it prepared. She washed the meat, chopped it into large chunks, sliced the vegetables, and cut them into pieces. Finally, Suyu was stumped by the task of lighting the fire. It took her a long time to get it going, but thick smoke billowed out, making it look like the house was on fire. Netizens, what a kitchen disaster. I'm choking just looking at the screen. Suyu coughed violently. Shinmoshi rushed in immediately and grabbed her, pulling her out. What's wrong with you? Could you set the whole kitchen on fire while cooking? Shinmoshi looked at Suyu's soot-streaked face, utterly exasperated. What was he going to do with her? It's okay, I thought you'd set the house on fire, master. Shueishin also came over to tease Suyu. Suyu, let me cook. You rest, Su Manru said softly. No, I said I'd do it. Are you doubting my skills? Suyu was indignant. Zhao Wei pushed the doors and windows open, fanning vigorously to drive the smoke outside, and said with a helpless smile, Suyu, for everyone's sake, you'd better not cook. I'll help her. You all wait outside. Shinmoshi suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. Without waiting for a reaction, he grabbed Suyu and dragged her back into the kitchen. The cameraman thought to himself, oh my, this brother CP is actually kind of enjoyable to ship. By then the fire in the kitchen had already died out, requiring a fresh start. Suyu crouched by the stove, fiddling with it. Shinmoshi walked over, crouched down beside her, and pulled out a few sticks of firewood, saying flatly, fire needs oxygen to burn fully. It's a wonder it caught it all with you stuffing it so full. By then the fire in the kitchen had already died out, requiring a fresh start. Suyu crouched by the stove, fiddling with it. Shinmoshi walked over, crouched down beside her, and pulled out a few sticks of firewood, saying flatly, fire needs oxygen to burn fully. Suyu patted Shinmoshi's shoulder in admiration, instantly leaving a black handprint on it. Oops, sorry, forgot my hands are dirty. She raised her hand with a smile, apologizing. You'll wash that off for me later. Shinmoshi looked at the handprint, a bit speechless. Since meeting Suyu, his discomfort with dirt had lessened considerably. In the live stream, the fire's lit. What are they doing over there? Huddled so close for so long. Ah, his cleanliness is severe, and Suyu left a handprint on his shirt. I think Shinmoshi's cleanliness is being cured by Suyu. Suyu is all dirty too, and I don't see Shinmoshi minding. The bromance is kind of endearing. With the fire ready, it was time to cook. Suyu pulled out her phone and opened a cooking app. Shinmoshi, seeing her like that, knew she couldn't be relied upon. He tasted all the seasonings himself to distinguish them, then also opened a cooking app. After all, even a superstar couldn't cook. Shinmoshi might not know how to cook, but he was highly intelligent and could draw inferences. He decided to make steamed fish and braised green beans with noodles. Noodles stewed below, fish steamed above. Mr. Clean rewashed all the vegetables. Suyu had washed, scaled the fish, and marinated it. After marinating the fish, Shinmoshi kneaded the dough. Netizens must say Shinmoshi is really smart. Hard to believe he couldn't cook half an hour ago. I want to eat what he makes too. Who wouldn't want to marry such a perfect Shinmoshi? He's so virtuous I can't fall behind. Or I wouldn't deserve to be called a clock. Watching them cook together is oddly harmonious. Not harmonious at all, as Suyu is a kitchen idiot. The cameraman thought the kitchen footage could be edited nicely. A superstar with such a down-to-earth vibe was a rare sight. Especially against Suyu, the kitchen wrecker Shinmoshi seemed startlingly perfect. Suyu not helping was already a relief. Due to time constraints, Shinmoshi sliced the dough with a knife and dropped the pieces into the pot bubbling with braised pork and beans. He covered the surface with the dough slices, added water around the edges, set a steaming rack on top, and placed the fish to steam. Then it was just a matter of waiting. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi stir-fried a medley of lotus root, carrots, and snow peas. There was a small portable stove on the ground. He pulled a few embers from the earthen stove, stuffed them, and set a small wok on it, and cooked. When the dishes were finally served, each one looked impressive, and everyone could hardly believe they were all made by Shinmoshi. As for Suyu, no one even considered she could make such delicious-looking food. Shinmoshi's assistant crouched in front of the live stream was stunned. Was this still his young master? Not only could he cook, but he was also hugging and holding hands with Miss Su. Where was the master who never touched anyone? Come on, don't be shy, dig in. Suyu said, cheerfully inviting everyone. Master, which dish did you make? He'll skip that one. Shueishin started his reckless taunting again. I made all of them. Then don't eat. Suyu rolled her eyes. Sharo, try this and this too. She eagerly served food to Su Manru. Shinmoshi's cold aura started radiating again. It was already getting hot in May, but with him around air conditioning wasn't needed. Wow, so delicious. Teacher Shun is amazing. Tan Mingxi praised with sparkling eyes as she ate. I didn't know you had this talent, Moshi. Truly impressive, Zhao Wei also complimented. After the meal, everyone sat under the eaves chatting and digesting. Suyu took out her phone and sidled up to Su Manru with a grin. Xiao, I don't have your WeChat yet. Shall we add each other? Sure. Su Manru smiled gently and took out her phone too. Hey master, how about we make a group chat and name it I love labor makes me happy. Shueishin leaned in. Suyu rolled her eyes. What a terrible name. Are you crazy? Then everyone started adding each other as friends. Shinmoshi, seeing Tan Mingxi a few steps away about to approach him, quickly stood up, walked over to Suyu, and showed his WeChat QR code. After successfully adding Suyu on WeChat, Shinmoshi's face remained calm as usual, but inwardly, he was doing somersaults with joy. Suyu created the group chat and named it Salty Fish Daily. Deep and affectionate. Master, that name isn't labor-oriented at all. We're labor guests. Picking nose emoji, coolest in the universe. How about suggesting the director team add to your workload tomorrow? Cool emoji, man. Isn't working hard now, just to be a salty fish later. Zhao Wei, haha, that name is great. Straight to the finish line. After chatting for a while, everyone started yawning. It had been an exhausting day, but the beds weren't made yet, and the rooms weren't assigned. Although the small house was shabby, it was still spacious. Besides the kitchen, bathroom, and tool shed, there were 5 bedrooms of varying sizes. 2 larger south-facing rooms had double beds, and 3 smaller east-facing rooms had single beds. Each room had a desk, chairs, and a wardrobe. The kitchen, tool shed, and bathroom were all in the northwest corner. The bedding was coordinated. After making all the beds in one go, it was time to divide the rooms. There were only 5 rooms, but 6 guests, and starting tomorrow there would be flying guests. How were they to divide? The clock's in the live stream. My brother has cleanliness, and his sleep quality isn't good either. He can't share a room, let alone a bed. We should leave a room for the flying guest. Zhao Wei pondered for a moment and said, since a flying guest comes every 2 days, it's better to set aside a room. Then how do we split the remaining 4 rooms? Tan Mingxi wanted a room to herself. She wasn't the only one thinking that almost everyone wanted a single room. Except Suyu. Suyu, what to do? Am I going to sleep with a girl? How exciting. Shueishin want to share a room. Zhao Wei figured Shinmoshi definitely wouldn't share with anyone, so he and Shueishin would have to squeeze in together. Fine, I don't mind. Shueishin thought someone had to share. A Shinmoshi stay away vibe was too strong. Sharing with him was out of the question. Among the 3 girls, 2 had to share. Suyu was so excited she was sweating, feeling both thrilled and a bit nervous as she looked at Su Manru. Shinmoshi huffed inwardly, knowing from Suyu's expression that she wanted to sleep with Su Manru. Su Manru will share with Suyu. Shinmoshi, Su Manru shares with Tan Mingxi. They spoke at the same time. Su Manru was a bit stunned. If she couldn't have a room alone, she wanted to share with Suyu. I want to share with Suyu, Su Manru said softly, looking at Suyu with a gentle smile. Really? I can sleep with you. Suyu's joy was almost uncontrollable. Even if she couldn't do anything, having a sweet-smelling soft girl beside her would probably make her dream with a smile. Well, I'm honored by everyone's kindness. Thanks. Tan Mingxi happily carried her luggage into a small room. Suyu, equally excited, grabbed both her own and Su Manru's suitcases with one hand each and headed into a double room to build their love nest. No to tidy up. Shinmoshi's cold aura began to radiate endlessly again, free of charge. After the rooms were assigned and tidied up, everyone was filthy from a day's hard work. With only 1 bathroom available, they lined up to shower. Tan Mingxi was the first to grab her belongings and head into the bathroom. The other guests pulled up small stools and sat under the eaves chatting idly. In the early summer countryside, a cool breeze rustled the bamboo grove behind the house, each gust carrying the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. The deep blue sky was studded with twinkling stars, as if they were speaking to you. Almost everyone sighed, feeling how wonderful it was not to be rushing from one show to another, though it would have been even better without the row of photographers facing them. Before coming here, I thought I was on vacation, but I've been worked like a dog on the very first day, said Suyu, stretching her legs and collapsing onto the back of the small bamboo chair. Su Manru also murmured softly, you said it. I realized today just how capable Brother Zhao really is. Without Brother Zhao, we would have been in a mess today. I've just lived a few more years than you, nothing special. Zhao Wei shook his head with a smile. With such a beautiful night, the moon before the house, nothing to do, and 5 of us, wouldn't it be a shame not to start a game? Shueishan shook his head and grinned. Master, want to play a game? Suyu didn't move a muscle, staring at the adorable little stars in the sky. She rolled her eyes and curled her lip, saying, give your master a break. I'm too tired to even lift a hand. Oh, come on, come on. Shueishan stood up, stepped over Shunmoshi's long legs, sidled up to Suyu, and tugged her arm in a coquettish tone. Suyu's goosebumps scattered all over the ground. Shinmoshi yanked Shueishan away, his gaze icy as he said, you're polluting the air around me. Ha! Suyu lowered her head and burst into laughter. What does playing a game mean? Asked Su Manru, a gaming novice, leaning in next to Suyu. Do you want to play? I can teach you. Seeing Su Manru's interest, Suyu's hand immediately lifted again. Master, you're favoring the new over the old again. I'm jealous. Shueishan sidled up to Suyu again, complaining loudly. We could see if we can have dumplings tomorrow. You can be jealous. Then Suyu patted her disciple's doggy head to comfort him. Watching Suyu tightly surrounded by the two of them, Shunmoshi was twisted with jealousy. He shoved Shueishan aside, squeezed into the circle, and said somewhat awkwardly, I want to play too. Teach me. Suyu looked at the 3 crouching in a row on the ground, feeling both amused and bewildered. She turned to Zhao Wei with a smile. Brother, Zhao, do you want to play? Sure. Despite being the oldest, Zhao Wei was actually a veteran gamer. The 5 of them sat in a circle, and then began the tale of 2 old birds leading 3 newbies through the King's Canyon. Suyu first taught Su Manru and Shinmoshi the game rules, then they started playing. After all, no amount of explanation beats learning by actually playing around. Su Manru learned slowly, moved slowly, misused her skills, and fed kills all over the canyon. Shinmoshi, on the other hand, picked it up quickly. After dying twice, he began to harvest kills on the enemy side, even surpassing the veteran newbie Shueishan. Not bad, Shinmoshi, you've graduated. Go ahead and roam the King's Canyon to your heart's content. Suyu raised an eyebrow and smiled at Shinmoshi beside her. Then she immediately turned on Shueishan. Don't run around blindly. Stick close to me. You've died more times than Shinmoshi, and he's a beginner. Shame on you. Master, the enemy caught me. Come save me. Shueishan's expression management was again out of control. A cameraman leaned over their heads to film them playing. With a flashy move, Suyu used her ultimate to eliminate 3 enemy heroes in one shot. The livestream viewers commented, damn, Suyu is so awesome. What a pity their IDs are blurred. I wish I could run into them in the King's Canyon. Shinmoshi is amazing too. You'd never guess he just learned to play. Zhao Wei is truly the big brother. He doesn't lose to the young ones in gaming either. Haha, might as well call Shueishan Kreishun. He's so bad it's home. With 2 great gods and 1 lesser god leading, the 2 newbies managed to get a free win. Tanmingchi finally finished her shower and came out. Zhao Wei went in to bathe. What are you guys chatting about? So happy. Tanmingchi sat down in Zhao Wei's spot and asked to join the group. Nothing much, just played a mobile game. Want to play? Su Manru said with a smile. Oh, I'm not interested in mobile games. Since she didn't want to play, the others didn't want to leave her out, so they all quit the game. Tanmingchi glanced secretly at Shinmoshi and suggested, let's sing. Suyu lifted her head and beamed at everyone. She was confidence personified, believing there was nothing she couldn't do. I'm an amazing singer. You're in for a treat, you get a live performance. Su, confident. You complete. Suyu lifted her head and beamed at everyone. She was confidence personified, believing there was nothing she couldn't do. I'm an amazing singer. You're in for a treat, you get a live performance. Su, confident. You completely forgot when Hongxing's warning not to sing. Suyu ran into the room, fetching something. Everyone was curious. What song would Suyu sing for them? She came out with a pair of nunchucks, determined to sing her idol's song, which she used to play every day during practice. Standing in the middle of the yard, Suyu looked at the expectant, curious faces before her, smiled confidently, and with a cool, cocky attitude, she whipped the nunchucks around with a series of sharp swishes. Wow, Suyu, you're so cool. Su Manru blinked starry eyes and applauded Suyu. Shueishan scanned the crowd with pride. Time to let you all see my master's charm. The smug look on his face made it seem as if he were the one twirling the nunchucks. The director team got excited too. What a goldmine of material. They had to capture it with long shots and close-ups from every angle. Suyu was dressed in all black today, looking incredibly cool as she swung the nunchucks. A jumble of gibberish sounds, and then a clear line. How can it be? How can it be? More incomprehensible noises. How can it be? How can it be? Scrambled syllables. Use the nunchucks hum ha hey. More unintelligible sounds. Use the nunchucks hum. Suyu finished with a beautiful spinning kick, then struck a cool pose, wiping her nose with her thumb. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. It must be said that Suyu had captured the essence of her idol's singing. If her idol existed in this world, hearing her sing might make him cry. Everyone present felt as if they were splitting in two. On one hand, the sight of Suyu twirling the nunchucks was so cool it made their legs weak. On the other hand, her singing was so awful it made them want to die on the spot. Ha ha ha, master. Ha ha, I never knew you could sing so badly, ha ha. Shueishan nearly collapsed from laughter. Tanmingchi's face turned pale. How could anyone sing so badly, yet be so confident? Suyu, you sang well. Just don't do it again. Even Su Manru couldn't help teasing Suyu's voice. But your nunchuck skills are really cool. I'm becoming your fan. Su Manru put her hands above her head to form a big heart. Suyu thought thanks not comforted at all. The lyrics are interesting. Did you write them? Shinmoshi rubbed his chin, his eyes glinting with interest at Suyu, never expecting her to have such talent. Truly worthy of the Heavenly King. He could actually make out the lyrics even with Suyu singing like that. Suyu demonstrated while explaining, alternating between stillness and motion fluidly. Still as a mountain, pressing with yin and yang, moving like a river, walking like waves, one wave not settling before another rises like a dormant dragon, moving. Who is this poet? Su Manru leaned forward, curiosity piqued. Suyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Anyway, he's just a really amazing person. The others didn't quite get it, but they didn't press further. They hadn't understood the lyrics anyway, so how could they judge their quality? To their ears it had just sounded like gibberish. Shinmoshi, however, was intrigued. I'd have to ask about this poet later. I have many other songs too, and they're all great. Do you want to hear more? Since it was rare for someone to actually want to listen to her sing, she was determined to make the most of it today. Please, master, spare us. Just be a quiet beauty, thank you. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers were in hysterics. Ha ha. What is she singing? Sure, her nunchaku moves are cool, but ha ha. Others sing for money, but Suye's singing is lethal. Ha ha ha. Quick, mute the video. She can still be saved. Suyu is still cool and awesome. This segment was later screen recorded and posted online by netizens. Both Suyu singing and Suyu nunchaku trended on the hot search list. Netizens also created various devilish edits. Some paired her audio with other silly videos, creating pure comedic gold. Others muted the video and added different normal music. With the boost of a cool BGM, Suyu looked incredibly awesome. Under the nunchaku video, a flood of Suye's fans were swooning. So handsome, hubby. I feel so safe. Having Suyu is like having a whole squad of bodyguards. Who needs a boyfriend when you have Suyu? Tall, handsome, and a great fighter. Hubby, I want to have your babies. My hubby is so handsome, right? Smug, JPG. If I wasn't in her arms right now, I might believe your nonsense. Because of you guys, my hubby had to explain things to me in bed for 2 hours. Hey, upstairs, no lewdness. I tripped over all these dropped panties as soon as I came in. You guys are too much. Back to the scene. Seeing that no one wanted to hear her sing anymore, Suyu rolled her eyes in displeasure. You guys are going to lose me easily like this. Su Manru couldn't help but laugh at her expression. She walked over and pulled Suyu back to her seat. Come on, sit down. You must be tired from swinging those nunchucks. Master, let me try your nunchucks, Shueishin said, reaching for the weapon in Suye's hand. Suyu rolled her eyes and tightened her grip on the nunchucks. No way. If you hit your face, your fans will tear me apart. Shueishin refused to take no for an answer and started to grab for them. Hey, quickly, that guy. Shinmoshi, you sing so well. How about a song for us? Suyu, in the middle of her tug-of war with Shueishin, quickly appealed to Shinmoshi for help. Shinmoshi looked at them coolly. No. Well, come on, just sing one. Suyu, trying to dodge Shueishin's persistent advances, crouched in front of Shinmoshi. She grabbed his arm with one hand to shake it while using the other to fend off the approaching Shueishin. Looking at Suyu, who was so close and holding his arm, Shinmoshi's heart skipped a beat. What song do you want to hear? Shinmoshi leaned in his low, husky voice, sounding right by Suye's ear. With a final effort, Suyu finally managed to snatch the nunchucks back, hugging them tightly to her chest. She turned her head and found Shinmoshi's handsome face inches from her own. Anything. Suye's eyes met Shinmoshi's, and she was so startled by the surging emotion she saw in his that she dropped the nunchucks. She must be seeing things. Shinmoshi casually picked up the nunchucks from the ground, then shot a cold warning glance at Shueishin, who was about to come, and grabbed them again. Shueishin flinched, as if had been electrocuted. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he quickly retreated and sat down quietly. Then I'll sing you a song called Anything. Shinmoshi lowered his head with a faint smile and simultaneously turned off his and Suye's microphones. In the dim light under the eaves, Shinmoshi's smile was so beautiful, it didn't seem real. From her angle, Suyu received the full force of that smile. You casually barged into my world, carelessly laid waste to my city. Sitting atop the city's highest spire, dangling your feet, the moonlight illuminated your silhouette. You casually cast a handful of bait, then casually walked away, leaving me alone, lingering and waiting in place. You, the destroyer, when will you come and mend my broken city? Shinmoshi sang softly, his voice so low that only Suyu standing right in front of him could hear it clearly. There seemed to be an emotion flickering in his eyes that Suyu couldn't understand, or perhaps didn't want to understand. His eyes seemed like a dark, swirling vortex trying to pull her in and drown with him. Suyu quickly released her grip on Shinmoshi's arm and retreated to what she considered a safe distance. The boom mic operator had to practically shove the pole into their faces to pick up any faint sound. It was a new song. A song Shinmoshi had never sung before. The clocks his fans in the live stream chat were about to explode. It's a new song. I can't believe I'm hearing an impromptu new song by him live. I'm so lucky. I'm buying a lottery ticket tomorrow. Why, it sounds so good. Just an a cappella version, and it's this good. After hearing Suyu sing, I felt like I was at death's door, but now I've been brought back. Thank you, Heavenly King, for cleansing my ears. Look at Suyu's expression, haha. Is she feeling completely humiliated? Am I the only one who thinks there's something going on between those two? Upstairs, I agree. Let's wait for a Sherlock Holmes netizen to figure it out. Shinmoshi Improvise's new song quickly shot up the trending list. The song was called Anything, but there was nothing casual about it. The helplessness and longing that seeped from his voice made viewers want to reach through the screen and pull Shinmoshi into a comforting embrace. The culprit behind this, Suyu, was at that moment trying to sneak away from the scene. That was really good, really nice. Worthy of the Heavenly King. Suyu quickly stood up, protesting too much. Why is Brother Zhao taking so long in the shower? It's not like he's a girl. They'll go hurry him up. So many people haven't showered yet. Suyu fled swiftly. Shinmoshi's long lashes cast a deep shadow under his eyes, obscuring the emotions that seemed ready to burst forth. The production team was very satisfied. Today's footage alone was enough to edit 2 episodes. Not everyone had time to watch the live stream all day, so many netizens were waiting for the edited version. The viewership for the first day of the live stream skyrocketed to 200 million, largely thanks to Shinmoshi's new song. The moon hung high, and in the dead of night the guests finished their showers and prepared for bed. Suyu clutched her chest, her heart pounding with excitement. Soon she would be sharing a room with Xiaoro. Just as Suyu was preening, smoothing her clothes, and running a hand through her hair ready to enter the room, Shinmoshi, who had been watching everything, let out a cold snort. Moving with lightning speed, he grabbed the back of Suyu's collar. What are you grabbing me for? I'm going to bed. Suyu struggled, fiercely caught by the scruff of her neck like a kitten. Shinmoshi produced the shirt with Suyu's black handprint on it, a cold smile curling on his thin lips. You haven't washed my clothes yet. You should do your own chores. Didn't your elementary school teacher teach you that? Suyu continued to squirm. Humph. Without further ado, Shinmoshi simply dragged her away. In the small backyard nestled among the bamboo grove, Suyu was scrubbing Shinmoshi's clothes by the little well. Shinmoshi, meanwhile, had pulled up a small stool and was sitting nearby supervising. No, not clean enough. Is it too dark, or are your eyes just bad? Can't you see that big black stain? Shinmoshi's sharp tongue was relentless, as if he wanted to pin Suyu to the well all night, washing his clothes, completely ignoring the fact that the garment required delicate hand washing. Are you done? Suyu shot to her feet, hurling the clothes back into the basin. She shook her hands dry and stalked off. I'm done. Wash it yourself. But the night was too dark, and the backyard light, long broken, offered no help. Only the silver glow of moonlight. Fuming, Suyu didn't see the well rope and tripped, stumbling directly into Shinmoshi's arms. He was still on the small stool, and her sudden weight sent them both tumbling to the ground. Face to face, their eyes met. Even the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, and the bamboo bent low, blocking the cameras. In the pitch-black yard, only Suyu's cat-like eyes gleamed brightly. She had just bathed and smelled faintly of soap. Shinmoshi swallowed hard, his arms unconsciously tightening around her. Suyu, stunned, couldn't believe she had fallen right into his arms. She would have preferred hitting the ground. She scrambled up quickly, offering an awkward smile. Sorry, it's too dark, I couldn't see. Get up, I'll head back now. Make yourself at home. Chuckling nervously, she pulled him up and fled the scene in a flash, moving so fast she was practically a blur. She had seen the fresh dirt on his clothes and had no intention of being roped into more washing. A cold laugh escaped Shinmoshi as he watched her retreating figure. Back in her room, Su Manru was already clean and ready for bed. So you come sleep, I'm exhausted, she said, lounging in silk pajamas, hugging her pillow and scrolling on her phone. Standing by the bed, Suyu's toes curled against the floor. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Suyu, you're a grown-up now. No wandering thoughts, no lustful ones. Wait for me, she said, darting out of the room. A moment later, she returned with a quilt. If I can't indulge, at least spare myself the torment. The line is drawn, we are not sharing a blanket. Come help me, I keep dying. Su Manru, a newbie gamer, was hopelessly hooked. Coming. Suyu quickly spread out the quilt, sat cross-legged beside Su Manru, and took the phone to rack up kills. Bronze players match with bronze, but once the strongest king stepped in, she carried the team to victory. After the match, Suyu grabbed a random shirt, winked at the room's camera, and smiled. Good night. She threw the shirt over the lens and turned off the lights. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi, after another cold shower, returned to his room to sleep. The covered camera missed it, but that night Shinmoshi slept restlessly. He had an absurd dream. It was the same backyard by the well where they'd fallen. Under the hazy moonlight, everything was shrouded in mist. In the dream, Suyu, panicking, tried to push herself up from his chest, but her hands slipped on the moss by the well. She fell back into his arms, and their lips met. In that instant, both froze as if struck by lightning. The kiss was fleeting, but Shinmoshi pressed his hand to the back of her head, deepening it with an instinct head never known. Suyu's lips swelled, her body went limp, melting into his embrace like spring water. It was a long moment before he let her go, her lips numb and tingling. As a silvery thread of saliva stretched between them, Shinmoshi's voice came out rough. Suyu, you kissed me. You have to take responsibility. The consequence of such a dream was that he crept out of bed at dawn to wash his pants. It was 6 in the morning, everyone still asleep, even the camera crews not yet at work. Except for the insomniac fans in the live stream, brother is so intense washing his pants at dawn. How shy. If it weren't for this show, I'd never see this side of him. Facepalm JPG. He's so pure, yet so seductive. While the livestream chat was in a frenzy, Suyu was also up. She usually slept until the sun was high, but Su Manra's sleeping habits were a true test of her patience, forcing her to rise early. She happened to catch Shinmoshi hanging his pants out to dry. Suyu, having been a man in her past life, knew exactly what that meant. Seeing her knowing look, Shinmoshi was mortified on the spot. Don't look. It was all her fault. He was washing clothes at dawn. Hey fine, I won't look. But why are you dragging me? Where are we going? Shinmoshi pulled her out of the small courtyard. At just past 6 in the morning, white mist drifted lazily around the green mountain peaks like a woman in a green robe, with a white silk shawl gliding gracefully across the clouds. Running. You're coming with me. Shinmoshi worked out whenever he could, and running in the quiet countryside morning was the perfect exercise. With nothing better to do, Suyu fell into step beside him. Wheat fields rolled on either side, endless and golden, with early risers already working in the fields. Wow, Shinmoshi, look at that fat goose. It'd sink like a stone if it hit the water, ha ha. They stopped by a pond where Suyu, hands on her hips, mocked a plump goose. Honk, honk, honk. The goose spread its wings and stretched its neck, ready to teach this mocking human a lesson. Run. A goose bite hurts. Suyu grabbed Shinmoshi's hand and sprinted. The goose chased them for a few hundred meters before finally letting them go. Don't ask how Suyu knew a goose bite hurts. It was a lesson learned through bitter tears. Shinmoshi looked at her hand, clasping his expression softening, a faint smile curling at his lips. Everywhere Suyu went, chaos followed. The words, asking for a beating, seemed practically stamped on her forehead. After provoking the village tyrant number 1, the goose, she moved on to tyrant number 2, the rooster, and tyrant number 3, the big yellow dog. Suyu and Shinmoshi were chased all over the village by the trio. The cameraman, finally on duty, raced after them on a motorcycle, laughing and marveling at Suyu's incredible sense of entertainment. They finally stopped at a field ridge, where Suyu bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for air. The exercise was nothing to Shinmoshi. He hadn't even changed his breathing rhythm. You've never been chased by the rural trio, have you? I just gave you a taste. How'd you like it? Suyu straightened up and beamed at him, her cat-like eyes narrowing into crescents, revealing a row of bright, white teeth. The sun, after a long pause, finally leaped up and claimed the mountain summit. Sunlight poured down, illuminating Suyu's face, split in a grin, so wide her eyes were barely visible. It feels quite good. Shinmoshi turned his head and let out a soft laugh. He stood with his back to the sun, which gilded his hair with a halo of gold. In the backlight, he was breathtakingly handsome, ethereal, and stunning. The cameramen were all behind him. This backlit smile was a sight only Suyu could see. Suyu was utterly dumbstruck. Shinmoshi was really beautiful. Seeing her dazed expression, Shinmoshi seemed to have an epiphany. The art of seduction was indeed the ultimate strategy. Suyu felt a strange flutter in her heart at Shinmoshi's ethereally pure smile, which was like the melting of winter snow. Shaking her head to dispel the jumbled, distracting thoughts, she and Shinmoshi jogged back to the cabin. It was not yet 8 o'clock when they returned, and Su Manru was still in bed. Su Manru's soft, delicate face was nestled in the quilt, making her look like a snow-white Persian cat. Time to get up, you little sleepyhead, Suyu said, leaning over the bed and playfully tracing circles on Su Manru's cheek with a strand of her long hair. I haven't slept enough yet. Don't bother me, Suyu. Su Manru mumbled, still half asleep, rubbing her face against the pillow, looking utterly adorable. Then sleep a little longer. I'll go make you breakfast, Suyu said, gently brushing the stray hairs from Su Manru's face, her touch as tender as an early summer breeze. The cameramen were ecstatic. This was the true couple they shipped. A romantic morning walk was peak perfection. Shipping the brotherly duo was pure heresy. When Suyu reached the kitchen, she found Zhao Wei already up and had gotten the breakfast ingredients from the production team. Morning, brother Zhao, Suyu greeted with a bright smile. Morning, Zhao Wei replied, looking up from stirring a pot of millet porridge. The porridge was cooking on a small stove on the ground, while corn, sweet potatoes, and a few eggs were steaming in the larger one. Brother Zhao, you're so capable. Your wife must be really happy, Suyu remarked, seeing that breakfast was almost ready and there was nothing for her to do. Zhao Wei chuckled and said, stop the flattery. Go wake everyone up for breakfast. Okay. Suyu the big devil went to wake everyone who was still asleep, saving Su Manru for last. Suyu devoured her breakfast of porridge and pickled vegetables noisily, while Su Manru only ate a corn and a boiled egg. Tanmingchi barely managed to eat just one egg. You two eat way too little. Brother Zhao's millet porridge is really thick and good. Aren't you going to have some? Suyu asked, looking up from her bowl, a ring of porridge film around her lips. Maintaining our figure is a basic requirement for us artists. I envy you, Suyu. You eat so much and never gain weight. Tanmingchi said, clutching an egg with a hint of resentment. I burn a lot of energy, so I eat a lot and get hungry fast. And I still lose weight, Suyu said with a smug grin. Master, that sounds like diabetes to me. Just like my grandma. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. If it weren't for the mischievous glint in Shueshun's eyes, Suyu might have thought her apprentice was genuinely concerned. She snatched the egg Shueshun had just picked up and taunted. I heard diabetes has a strong genetic component. For the sake of your future health, you should eat less. That was the last egg, and there had only been 6 boiled in total. The breakfast table immediately erupted into another round of their daily master-apprentice squabble. Shinmoshi, unable to watch any longer, pulled Suyu over and said, "Here." In his palm lay a freshly peeled egg still steaming. Suyu wasn't really after the egg, she just couldn't stand her apprentice's smug attitude. "I'm full," she said, pushing the egg back. Shueshun wasn't having it. "You're full, and you still stole my egg," he protested. "Being full and not wanting you to have it aren't mutually exclusive," Suyu retorted coolly. Just then the courtyard door creaked open, and a stunningly beautiful woman walked in, pulling a suitcase behind her. "Hello everyone. I'm Yulingxue. They'll be joining you all for the next couple of days," she said with a charming smile. "Welcome, welcome. Have you had breakfast? Would you like some?" Zhao Wei was the first to stand up and welcome the new guest. "Thank you, but I've already eaten." Yulingxue replied, her words directed at Zhao Wei, but her gaze fixed on Shinmoshi. "It's been a while, brother Moshi," she said, walking over to him with a sweet smile. The others immediately exchanged knowing glances, sensing a juicy story. "Shinmoshi, you're quite the ladies' man. When did you meet such a beauty?" Suyu whispered, nudging him with her elbow, her eyes still showing a hint of awe as she looked at Yulingxue. Seeing the way Suyu's eyes lit up, Shinmoshi wished he could cover them. "I've known brother Moshi for many years. We grew up together. Our families are old friends," Yulingxue said. She was a bit surprised that this woman could get so close to Moshi without him pushing her away. Childhood sweethearts. Everyone understood now. "Brother Moshi, why aren't you talking to me? I might just go and tell Auntie about this," Yulingxue said, taking a seat beside him. Shinmoshi had always sat alone on the long bench, as no one else wanted to or dared to sit with him. Except for Suyu, but Suyu preferred to sit with Sumanru. "Go ahead," Shinmoshi said, his face expressionless and his tone indifferent before he stood up and walked away. "What?" Yulingxue was stunned, not understanding his meaning. "Maybe he means, go ahead and tell," Shueshun said, oblivious to the danger. Yulingxue frowned, a flicker of hurt passing through her eyes. Everyone in the entertainment industry knew she was in love with Shinmoshi. It was for him that she had defied her family to enter this world. Suyu couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman frown. She quickly stepped forward with a bright smile to console her. "Hey, don't mind him. He's just an incredibly reserved guy. Come hang out with us." Looking at the smiling face before her, Yulingxue felt an inexplicable dislike, but she hid it well and replied with a light laugh. "Okay, you're Suyu, right? You're really handsome, even more so than most boys. You have great taste," Suyu said, pleasantly surprised. Finally, a girl who recognized her charm. "You must be very close to brother Moshi. I can see he really enjoys spending time with you," Yulingxue asked, pursing her lips in a seemingly casual manner. Suyu wrinkled her nose, thinking for a moment. Were they really that close? Not finding an answer, she brushed it aside and said with a bold laugh, "Maybe. I get along well with everyone. Everyone likes me. You two stop chatting. Suyu, let's clear the table and do the dishes," Sumanru said, a little displeased that their conversation was dragging on. "Okay." Once everything was cleaned up, the director's voice came through. "Welcome guests, star Yulingxue, to our labor is glorious home. Has everyone eaten their fill? Today's task is about to begin." "Director, what's the task today?" Tanmingchi asked, praying it wasn't farm work. "It's the season when the wheat ripens. Our parents get time off for Labor Day just to come home and help with the harvest. Today we're going to experience the true meaning of Labor Day." A sense of dread washed over everyone. And sure enough, today we're going to help the villagers harvest wheat and hold a wheat cutting competition. Except for Zhao Wei, no one had ever cut wheat before, and a collective groan went up from the group. "Director, will we be using a combine harvester?" Shueshun raised his hand to ask. "Do you have a license to operate one? If you do, you can drive it. If not, you'll be using a sickle." The director's sister ruthlessly shattered their hopes. It was the season for harvesting wheat, and the combined harvesters were rumbling through the fields. People bustled about on the ridges and in the fields, creating a scene of vibrant activity. As the director's voice trailed off, everyone silently prayed for luck, hoping to be the one exempted from the labor. Each group going to cut wheat will have a local villager as their captain. "Now let's begin the draw." A staff member brought over a box containing colored balls, and those who drew the same color would form a team. The guests stepped forward one by one to draw. In the end, Suyu and Sumanru were paired together, Shueshun and Tanmingchi formed another team, and Shinmoshi was grouped with Yulingxue. Zhao Wei drew the bai and stayed behind to cook. Yulingxue cheerfully approached Shinmoshi, letting out a delicate laugh. "Brother Moshi, I don't know how to cut wheat. You'll have to help me." "I don't know how to either," Shinmoshi replied with a stern face. His displeasure was evident, especially when he saw Suyu and Sumanru excitedly holding hands. The team that cuts the most wheat will win an hour-long automatic massage gift package. Previously, such a prize might not have seemed enticing, but after a full day of hard labor yesterday, everyone's body was aching. They were determined to win. The guests made their way to the wheat field near the cottage where a golden sea of grain rippled in the wind, filling the air with the joy of harvest. The competition field was already surrounded by curious villagers, and even the village's waist drum team had come out as cheerleaders, setting up nearby with a thunderous and lively performance. In modern times, mechanical harvesting has long replaced manual labor, otherwise the villagers wouldn't have the leisure to watch the spectacle. The guests, infected by the enthusiasm, began to feel excited, as if they had already clinched first place. However, reality struck as the guests picked up the sickles, looking utterly bewildered. How was this tool even used? Suyu tried a few cuts and found himself laughing helplessly at his own ineptitude. The others fared even worse, and the amused villagers feared they might accidentally slice their own feet. The director's team also got excited and enthusiastically called out to the villagers watching, "We thank you all for coming. Your watching labor is the most glorious," brought to you by the Yoyo Gourmet Food exclusive sponsorship. Would like to invite 3 villagers to serve as captains for the 3 competing teams. Please step forward. Amidst laughter and playful shoving, 3 seasoned farmers stepped out from the crowd and stood beside each team. "We thank these 3 villagers. Please teach our guests how to use the sickles, and more importantly, how to avoid cutting themselves." The director's team turned the megaphone to maximum volume, barely managing to rise above the lively din. Under the hands-on guidance of the villager captains, everyone finally learned how to handle the sickles. The teams got into position, and with a sharp whistle the competition began. The waist drum team nearby beat their drums with frenzied energy as the villagers beamed with joy. The guests began cutting wheat with desperate speed. Leading the charge was undoubtedly their number 1 seed contender Suyu. With the villagers' tips, even the sickle couldn't escape being dominated by this martial arts master. Suyu's sickle flashed with blinding speed, leaving only afterimages as the pile of cut wheat beside him grew. "Sharo, don't cut. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Just help me bundle the wheat I've cut." Seeing Su Manru's clumsy attempts, he quickly grabbed her hand, worried she might injure herself. Su Manru looked up to see Suyu's handsome face so close. A thin layer of sweat had formed on his skin. On others it might look oily, but on him it seemed to add a subtle glow. Her heart skipped a beat. "I can do it," she said, feeling shy about letting him do all the work. He had been so considerate of her these past 2 days, she couldn't bear to see him toil alone. Suyu gently plucked a wheat straw from Su Manru's shoulder, a doting smile on his face. "Be good and listen. Help me bundle the wheat I toss aside. That'll speed us up." "Okay." Su Manru was dazzled by his affectionate smile. While Suyu and Su Manru were lost in their own romantic bubble, Shinmoshi, witnessing the scene, began to radiate cold fury, his jaw clenched tight. "Brother Moshi, this wheat is so hard to cut. I can't get it. Can you teach me?" Yu Lingxue approached Shinmoshi with a pitiful look. But Shinmoshi, with his 24-hour radar on, sidestepped before she could even get close, not bothering to turn his head. "Go ask the villagers," he said flatly, then moved to a patch of wheat near Suyu and continued cutting on his own. For a brief moment, Yu Lingxue's gaze at Suyu was sharper than a sickle. As for the team of Shueshun and Tanmingqi, they seemed to be there purely for comic relief. From start to finish, they were a series of mishaps. Shueshun, terrified of cutting his own foot, stuck his rear high in the air, kept his feet far from the wheat, and gave a mighty swing. He missed the wheat entirely and landed flat on his backside, sending the surrounding villagers into fits of laughter. "Do you even know how to cut this? Are you here to clown around?" Tanmingqi couldn't help but mock Shueshun. "You're not much better. Look how few stalks you've cut in all this time." Shueshun retorted indignantly. Watching this comedic duo's coordination, it was clear that the massage prize was beyond their reach. Shinmoshi grew more adept with each cut, gradually closing the gap with Suyu. Hiss! A sharp wheat leaf sliced a small cut on his finger, and a bead of blood welled up. Yu Lingxue, who had been watching him closely, rushed over. "Brother Moshi, you're hurt. You should tell the director's team. You need to disinfect and bandage that." "No need," Shinmoshi replied coolly, pulling a light gray handkerchief from his pocket and wrapping it around the wound carelessly. As the competition neared its end, Suyu's technique was superior, but his stamina was beginning to wane. Shinmoshi's skill was slightly inferior, but his endurance was remarkable. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate. Now the pressure shifted to Su Manru and Yu Lingxue. The outcome would be decided by their contributions. Shueshun and Tanmingqi had long been eliminated from the top tier with no hope of winning. Go, 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 boom bab boom babum. Suyu and Shinmoshi were almost neck and neck with the villagers, cheering them on fervently. Clang! A gong sounded, signaling the end of the competition. Suyu and Shinmoshi both had towering piles of wheat beside them, while Shueshun had only a meager scattering at his feet. The competition is over. Thank you to all the guests and villagers, and a special thanks to the villagers who helped and the rural waste drum team for their enthusiastic support. Staff members began bundling and weighing the wheat. The heaviest pile would determine the winner of the wheat cutting contest. The director took a piece of paper from a staff member on which the results were already written. "All right, I now have the results of today's wheat cutting contest. Who is the ultimate winner?" We'll take a quick commercial break, and the answer will be revealed in the next episode. Welcome back to Labor is the Most Glorious, brought to you by the exquisite cuisine of Misty Delicacies. Now we will reveal the champion of this wheat-cutting competition. And the champions are Suyu and Su Manru's team. Congratulations on winning the automatic massage experience package. Wow. Suyu, you're amazing. Su Manru excitedly hugged Suyu. You're amazing too. Without your support, I wouldn't have gotten first place. Netizens in the live stream congratulated them. Congratulations. The rain-walking duo is unstoppable. The rain-walking CP is truly the best. The brother CP and master-disciple CP don't stand a chance. Haha, Shueshun and the others were hilarious. I could harvest more wheat with my eyes closed. Hey, it looks like Shinmoshi hurt his finger. Shouldn't he disinfect and bandage it? Back at the cottage, Zhao Wei had already prepared the meal and even cleaned the place. Every member of the wheat-cutting group was bedraggled. Unable to bear it, Su Manru went inside to take a shower. Suyu splashed water on her face and sat down under the eaves to rest, waiting for everyone to gather for the meal. Shinmoshi glanced at the wound on his finger, a plan forming in his mind. Suyu, I didn't expect you to be so skilled at cutting wheat. Have you done this before? Shinmoshi sat down beside Suyu, placing his elbows on his knees, his injured finger deliberately extended in front of her. The wound had stopped bleeding, but it was slightly red with some dried bloodstains on it. No, I haven't. But a sickle is still a blade, and there's no blade I can't handle. Suyu raised an eyebrow with a confident, dashing smile. Is that so? I can hardly tell. Shinmoshi chuckled, tilting his head. He brushed his finger past his own bangs, and then brought it back down. Unbeknownst to him, Suyu was dazzled by his brilliant, stunning smile, and didn't even notice his wound wasting his effort. Brother Moshi, you should disinfect that wound. It could get infected if you're not careful. Yu Lingxue had gone back to her room to touch up her makeup. When she came out, she saw her brother Moshi smiling brilliantly at Suyu. She had never seen him smile so brightly before. What charm did this Suyu possess to captivate him so completely? You're hurt. Suyu finally noticed Shinmoshi's wound. She took his hand for a look. It wasn't too serious. Wait here, I'll go get the first aid kit from the production team. Watching Suyu dash off, Shinmoshi couldn't help but smile. Brother Moshi, you're being very special towards Suyu. Yu Lingxue sat down beside him. Shinmoshi quickly suppressed his smile. That's none of your business. Brother Moshi, you've never been like this before. Yu Lingxue bit her lower lip, then broke into a smile. Annie would be so happy to see you like this. Once this show is over, let's go visit her together. She mentioned just the other day that you haven't been home in a long time. Go by yourself if you want. Shinmoshi saw Suyu running back and stood up to greet her. However, Suyu simply shoved the first aid kit into his hands. Xiaoro just called me, she needs my help with something. You can apply it yourself, okay? With that, she ran off. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, Shinmoshi's smile vanished in an instant. He angrily tossed the first aid kit aside and went back to his room, having no intention of disinfecting his wound. Finally, dinner was served, and even the girls devoured their food ravenously. After the meal, it was time for the production team to deliver their promised prize. Earlier in the day, they had brought in 2 massage chairs, which were now placed in the courtyard. Now let's invite the champion team to enjoy their spoils of victory, 1 hour of automatic massage. Under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone else, Suyu and Su Manru sat hand in hand upon the champion's throne. This massage chair was a product from one of the show's sponsors, exuding high-end sophistication, a prime opportunity for product placement. How does it feel? Champions, please share your thoughts. The production team subtly hinted that it was time for the sponsored segment. Extremely comfortable. Genuine leather cushioning, multiple adjustable settings, powerful functions. Songkong massage chair, you deserve it. Suyu smiled at the camera, flawlessly reciting the product placement line. Netizens in the live stream clamored, buy it, buy it. After a morning of hard labor, everyone was drowsy. Suyu also took a shower, as Su Manru wouldn't let her into bed otherwise. They slept until almost 4 o'clock. After waking up, the production team took everyone to a designated threshing area in the village. They got to experience the wheat winnowing process, returning covered in chaff, which meant another shower for everyone. Dusk fell, painting the sky with brilliant hues. In the evening, the production team prepared a barbecue feast, finally soothing everyone's weary bodies from the day's toil. Skewers of meat enhanced by a variety of spices sizzled temptingly with glistening oil. Zhao Wei's hands were a blur as he worked, while Suyu and Shueshun crouched in front of the grill, practically drooling. As soon as one skewer was cooked, the master and disciple would inevitably engage in a battle over the meat. Don't you know respect for your elders? You ungrateful disciple. Suyu held a skewer in her right hand, while trying to pry Shueshun's fingers off another with her left. Master, you should be ashamed fighting a kid like me for food. Shueshun refused to let go. You ungrateful brat, you're 23. I'm only 20. I'm the baby here. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi had gotten another grill from the production team and was quietly grilling on the side. Brother Moshi, since when did you learn to barbecue? It smells amazing. Yu Lingxue sidled up to him again. Just now, he had picked it up by watching Zhao Wei. It must be delicious. Yu Lingxue dragged a small stool over, propped her chin on her hands, and sat down to wait. But to her surprise, when Shin Moshi finished grilling a large batch of skewers, he gave them all to Suyu. Not a single one for her. Netizens in the live stream commented, Shin Moshi is pretty good at this. Quietly opening my food delivery app. Has anyone noticed that Shin Moshi treats Suyu really differently? Yeah, he gave all those skewers to Suyu and Yu Lingshu didn't get a single one. The darkness can't hide Yu Lingsu's sour face. Raising the banner for the brother CP. Here. Shin Moshi handed a large bundle of skewers to Suyu. Wow. Did you grill these, Shin Moshi? You're so domesticated. Your future wife will be very lucky. Suyu took the skewers with a beaming smile, not standing on ceremony at all. Shin Moshi chuckled softly. I think she will be too. His smile seemed to illuminate the dim courtyard. Shin Moshi seems to laugh a lot these days. That's good. He used to walk around with a face like someone owed him 8 million. Thanks. Suyu took the large bundle of skewers and shared them around, giving the most to Su Manru. I didn't get any. Shin Moshi looked at Suyu with a hint of reproach. Huh. Suyu was left holding only the skewers she had already bitten into as she had given all the others away. You didn't even save one for me. Shin Moshi's eyes were full of accusation. But this is all I have left. Suyu held up the half-eaten skewer, looking a little foolish. Avoiding the cameras and the others, Shin Moshi reached out, took the skewer, and took a bite. I don't mind. Suyu was stunned by Shin Moshi's bold move, a shiver running through her. Since when were she and Shin Moshi on such familiar terms? Shin Moshi truly was a reckless force that overwhelmed the seasoned veteran. Suyu herself didn't mind, but wasn't she worried that he might? What happened to your cleanliness, Shin Moshi? Suyu could only purse her lips and let him be. After all, as long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was everyone else who would be. They chatted and barbecued, gazing at the starry sky and feeling the cool breeze, a scene of utter contentment. A dreamless night. The next morning, Shin Moshi's finger was swollen. The wound was red and festering, clearly infected. The early risers were, as always, Shin Moshi, Suyu, and Zhao Wei. At 6 in the morning, not even the camera crew had arrived except for the fixed cameras running 247. Zhao Wei frowned at Shin Moshi's finger. Suyu, take Moshi to the village clinic. That finger needs attention. Let's go, Shin Moshi, I'll go with you. Suyu stood by the door, hands in her pockets, and called back to him. Backlit Suyu's slender figure and stunning face were a sight to behold. All right. Shin Moshi nodded, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The morning countryside was shrouded in mist, with verdant mountains and ancient trees, and an old yellow ox ambling slowly down the road. The two of them also strolled leisurely toward the village clinic. Didn't you disinfect it yesterday? I brought you the first aid kit, didn't I, eh? Suyu walked backward, hands clasped behind her back. That reminded Shin Moshi of his displeasure. You refused to disinfect it for me. Suyu looked baffled. Don't you have hands? You could have done it yourself. Shin Moshi's face darkened even more. Seeing this, Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation, but decided to let it slide, considering he was in a bad mood because of his injury. Does it hurt? Suyu frowned at the finger swollen like a carrot. The pain was nothing to Shin Moshi, but he deliberately furrowed his brow tightly. It does. Since you're so miserable, let me tell you a joke. Ta! Just mentioning a joke, Suyu was already doubled over, clutching her stomach with laughter. She cackled foolishly for a while before finally starting. There's a young lady walking her dog downstairs. A little girl runs up to the dog. The little girl asks, Annie, can I pet the dog? The young lady says, call me sister. The little girl then asks, Annie, can I pet the sister? Ha ha ha. Suyu was about to collapse on the ground from laughter. Shin Moshi didn't find the joke particularly funny, but seeing Suyu laugh like an idiot, a faint smile crept onto his usually stern face. Suyu noticed and became even more animated. It's hilarious, right? Ha! Indeed, it's quite amusing. Shin Moshi's lips curved into a gentle smile, his eyes fixed on her. Then let me tell you another one. This one's even funnier, ha ha ha. Suyu grabbed Shin Moshi's sleeve to keep from falling over with laughter. Shin Moshi watched her action, his smile widening, the corners of his eyes and brows brimming with mirth. An elephant goes to the toilet without paper and asks the little rabbit, are you afraid of shedding? The little rabbit says no. So the elephant picks up the rabbit and wipes himself with it. Ha 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 ha. The next day the elephant is eating and asks the little squirrel beside him, are you afraid of shedding? The little squirrel says no. Then the elephant picks up the squirrel and wipes his mouth with it. Ha ha ha, guess what the little squirrel said? The little squirrel says, I'm the little rabbit from yesterday. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha. Suyu laughed so hard she was waving her arms and stomping her feet, tears streaming down her face. She was so carried away that she didn't notice the protruding root of an old tree and stumbled. Just as she was about to collide with the tree, Shin Moshi suddenly pulled her waist and his back slammed into the tree, holding her tightly in his arms. Morning light filtered through the leaves, cascading over the two figures locked in an embrace. Shin Moshi smelled wonderful. That was the thought in Suyu's mind at that moment. You can let go of me now. Suyu felt a strange sensation, something she had never experienced when hugging her close friends in her past life. You idiot. Shin Moshi buried his face in Suyu's hair, momentarily seized by the urge to blurt out what he felt. But he was afraid. afraid that if he said it he and Suyu wouldn't even be friends anymore. Suyu didn't like him, and he was well aware of that. You can trip just walking. How clumsy can you get? And you call yourself a martial arts master. Shinmoshi released her and flicked her forehead. Do you want to lose your other hand too? Suyu covered her reddened forehead and glared at him with wide cat-like eyes trying to intimidate him. Shinmoshi let out a soft laugh, the corners of his mouth lifting into a beautiful curve. His ink-black eyes held a gentle light as he gazed at her, as if looking at a flower that had bloomed after eons of protection. Even the surrounding breeze seemed mesmerized by that tender gaze. Suyu felt her face grow warm under his stare. She thought she was acting too strangely, so she quickly turned around and started walking. Let's go. We've wasted enough time. The village clinic was just ahead, and they reached it shortly. The village clinic was simple, and the doctor was just an ordinary rural physician. He disinfected the wound, prescribed some anti-inflammatory medicine, and told him not to get it wet today and to disinfect it regularly, then send him back. When they returned to the cottage, everyone was awake, and Zhao Wei had already prepared breakfast. I'm really sorry for troubling Brother Zhao every day. Tomorrow he'll definitely get up early to help. Su Manru nibbled on a sweet potato, a little embarrassed. It's fine. I'm used to waking up early, and I like cooking breakfast for my family at home. Zhao Wei smiled nonchalantly, then turned to see Shinmoshi and Suyu entering the yard. Hey, you two are back. Is Shinmoshi's finger okay? The doctor gave him some medicine and told him not to get it wet today. Suyu finished speaking, sat down at the table, and began slurping her porridge. Brother Moshi, is your finger inflamed? I told you to disinfect it yesterday, but you wouldn't listen. The village clinic isn't reliable. Let me accompany you to the hospital. Yu Lingsu's face was full of concern. Yes, Teacher Shin, you should listen to Teacher Yu. Going to the hospital will put everyone at ease. Tan Mingqi also chimed in. No need. I know my hand well enough. Shinmoshi sat down beside Suyu and began eating breakfast. Shueishin approached with his bowl of porridge, pouting. Master, you went out alone again, without calling me. Can you wake up at 6? If you can, I'll take you tomorrow. Suyu pushed Shueishin's head away and continued eating. I can definitely make it tomorrow. I heard that martial arts masters absorb the first purple ray of the rising sun to greatly enhance their skills. Suyu was speechless, wondering why a goof like Shueishin had so many fans. Was everyone just looking at faces and not brains? After breakfast, the guests felt exhausted just seeing the director raise her megaphone before any work had even begun. Good morning, everyone. Today's tasks will be determined by drawing lots, the director announced. As she spoke, the crew brought out the lottery box. Everyone silently prayed they wouldn't draw a hellish task. However, a pigpen manure collection and composting task. What the heck? Today, the master-disciple pair had drawn this task together, and they stared at each other in bewilderment. It means collecting pig manure and piling it with soil, fallen leaves, and other materials. After it ferments and rots, it becomes organic farm fertilizer. The director smiled slyly. What a... The pair looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. We're only asking you to collect pig manure, not the feces of the highest primates. You should be thanking us, she added. Zhao Wei leaned in to see their task, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Zhao, have you been possessed? You've stolen all the jokes. Give me back my kind and lovely brother Zhao, Suyu wailed in despair. Tan Mingqi and Su Manru were grouped together. Fortune favored the two girls as their task was simpler. They just had to help the villagers sow corn seeds in the fields after the wheat harvest. Zhao Wei and Yu Lingxue were tasked with feeding the pigs. The village had a joint venture pig farm housing several hundred pigs. Shinmoshi had a finger injury, so the production team didn't have him participate in the draw. Mr. Shin, you're free to do as you please today. Just make sure your wound doesn't get worse. Before Shinmoshi could respond, he felt two burning gazes on him. He turned to see Suyu and Shueishin staring at him with envious and resentful eyes. Shinmoshi was speechless. Except for Tan Mingqi and Su Manru, who went to sow corn, the remaining four headed to the village pig farm. They were nearly overwhelmed by the stench even before entering, just standing at the gate. Zhao Wei and Yu Lingxue went to the feed room, while Suyu and Shueishin took their tools to the pig pen. The smell upon approaching was absolutely overwhelming. Despite wearing double-layer masks, Suyu almost gagged. The pigs weren't in their pens at the moment, but were playing in the specially built piggy water park, which was said to make the pork more delicious. Pigs are actually quite clean animals. They don't relieve themselves randomly in their pens, but gather in one corner. Suyu and Shueishin, wearing gloves and rubber boots and carrying buckets and shovels, cautiously entered the pig pen. Suyu felt the stench seeping into her very soul. Shueishin forcefully shoveled up a large pile of pig manure. Ugh! As he retched, his shovel wobbled, and the manure splattered down, landing squarely on his boot with a wet smack. Through his thin rubber boot, Shueishin felt the soft, delicate, yet heavy texture of the manure. Arg! I need to get out of this godforsaken place. Shueishin was utterly losing his mind. Netizens in the live stream were in stitches. Ha ha, this is too brutal. I can't bear to watch. Ha ha, poor Shueishin. You can feel his despair through the screen. This is a stream that smells. Seeing Shueishin's state, Suyu quickly grabbed her gear and moved to a different pen, not wanting to be caught up in his foolishness. Master, don't leave. We sink or swim together. Shueishan reached out in a dramatic plea, trying to rub his manure-stained boot against Su Yes. You treacherous disciple, unhand your master. Su Yu was at her wits' end, ready to expel him from her tutelage on the spot. The two engaged in a tug-of-war in the pig pen, and the cameraman was laughing so hard, he could barely hold the camera steady. The stream had multiple split screens to choose from, and viewership for Su Yu and Shueishan's feed skyrocketed, even surpassing Shinmoshi's numbers. As the top star in the entertainment industry, Shinmoshi had over 200 million fans. Even if he just sat there, legions of fans would be mesmerized. Currently, he was walking towards the pig farm. After sunbathing in the courtyard for a bit, had gotten bored and decided to check on Su Yu. As soon as he reached the pig farm gate, the repulsive smell made him pause. Yu Lingxue, who was passing by with pig feed, saw him hesitating at the entrance. She put down her bucket and rushed over happily. Brother Moshi, are you here to see me? She, a pampered heiress and a list actress, had never done such menial work. She only endured it for Shinmoshi's sake. However, Shinmoshi walked right past her into the farm. No, Brother Moshi. Tears welled up in Yu Lingxue's eyes. Must you be this way? She asked, running to catch up and grabbing his sleeve. What's so special about Su Yu? You and I are the perfect match, equal in status and worth. A pleading look crossed Yu Lingxue's face. Shinmoshi was annoyed by her grip on his sleeve. The Yu family is not yet qualified to be compared to the Shin family, he said coldly. He tried to pull his arm free, but couldn't. His tone grew even colder. Let go. Yu Lingxue looked incredulous and deeply hurt, but she released her grip. A flash of malice crossed her tear-filled eyes. Su Yu, just wait. When Shinmoshi found Su Yu, she and Shueishan were already thoroughly marinated in the stench. Shinmoshi, what are you doing here? Su Yu asked, carrying out a bucket of pig manure. After being in the pig pen for so long, her sense of smell had nearly given out, making it seem not so bad anymore. I was bored, so I came to see you too, Shinmoshi replied, taking a step back from the odor. Su Yu walked while talking, carrying the bucket to the composting site. What's there to see here? It stinks to high heaven. We're done shoveling now, we're off to compost. Still want to come? Since he was already there, he decided to take a look. Shinmoshi followed Su Yu. At the nearby composting site, a villager had already dug a large pit and was instructing them. First lay down a layer of pig manure, then cover it with soil and leaves, then add another layer of manure. Keep filling it up like this. After half a year or so, it'll be excellent fertilizer. Under the villagers' guidance, they finished quickly, eager to escape the manure. Afterward, all they wanted was to hurry back and shower. Mr. Shin, why are you here? Shueishan was surprised. Why would the superstar come to such a smelly place? He hadn't noticed Shinmoshi's arrival earlier, as had been standing far away. Stop. Don't come any closer, Shinmoshi ordered, forbidding Shueishan from approaching, as he was even more saturated with the stench than Su Yu. Shueishan stood there looking dejected, watching the two walk side by side. Why? His master smelled just as bad, so why didn't the superstar tell her to stay away? Netizens in the live chat commented, the Shin superstar is truly the master of double standards. Back at the cottage, there was only one bathroom. The master-disciple pair had another epic showdown over who would shower first, with the physically stronger Su Yu clinching a decisive victory. When Su Yu came out of the shower, the corn-sowing team and the pig-feeding team had also returned. With no one available to cook that midday, the production team provided lunch, 6 dishes, and a soup, a modest spread devoid of extravagance. During the meal, a plate of salt-baked shrimp caught Su Yu's fancy. While peeling shrimp for herself, she also peeled some for Su Manru. Shinmoshi, observing Su Yu continuously peeling shrimp for Su Manru, slid his bowl in front of her. My hands aren't convenient, he said, his gaze silently requesting the same favor. Seeing this, Yu Lingxue promptly peeled a shrimp and placed it in his bowl, but Shinmoshi's eyes remained fixed on Su Yu. Su Yu, exasperated, peeled 2 shrimp for Shinmoshi, which finally satisfied him. The one Yu Lingxue had peeled sat untouched. Having peeled for Shinmoshi, Su Yu then peeled shrimp for everyone else. The large shrimp were few to begin with, and the plate was soon empty. Seeing her peel for everyone, Shinmoshi's mood soured, his face darkening. The others found the king of pop impossibly difficult. Truly, a king's heart is as unfathomable as the deep sea. Yet some netizens in the live stream quietly caught the subtext, so Shin the king really does treat Su Yu differently. The brother CP is the best. After the meal, Yu Lingxue prepared to leave, as the guest star's stay lasted only 2 days. Before departing, she found a private moment to approach Su Yu. Su Yu, I'm off now. Please take good care of Moshi. He's never done rough work in his life, and his mother and I worry he might not adapt. Su Yu was taken aback. Why tell her this? No one had forced Shinmoshi to join the show, and once here, work was inevitable. Still, she kept her composure. Shinmoshi is quite capable. Yu Lingxue smiled without a word, the warmth never reaching her eyes. After bidding everyone farewell, she departed. Everyone then retreated indoors for an afternoon nap. When they woke, Zhao Wei summoned Su Yu and Shinmoshi. The production team gave us 50 yuan for tonight's groceries. You two head to town and buy the ingredients. He added with a note of caution, buy wisely, don't waste it. Whether the 6 of us eat well tonight depends on your choices. Don't worry, brother Zhao. Su Yu flashed a confident smile. With Shin Moshi's fingers indisposed, Suyu took the wheel. She had always been a skilled driver, having obtained her license right after signing with her agency. Shin Moshi settled into the passenger seat, fumbling with the seatbelt due to his injured hand. He turned to Suyu. "My hand hurts, I can't fasten the belt." "Let me help," Suyu said, leaning over him to pull the belt across. Her face was inches from his every delicate pore visible, glowing like a ripe peach in the afternoon sun. Her lashes were long and thick, her lowered cat-like eyes holding a clarity like a spring. Suddenly Shin Moshi reached out and covered the lens of the mini GoPro camera. He didn't want anyone else to see Suyu like this. The vehicle wound through the mountain roads. Though the path was twisty, Suyu drove with seamless smoothness. Had they not been filming, she might have let loose and raced along the curves. Netizens in the live stream marveled at how effortlessly she handled the car at just 20 years old. Arriving at the town, Shin Moshi donned a cap before stepping out. Despite the disguise, his 1.9-meter frame made him stand out conspicuously in the crowd. Inside the market, Suyu looked at the 50 yuan in her hand, then at the price tags, realizing it wouldn't stretch far. Shin Moshi, the young master, was utterly clueless about food prices. No help there. "What do you want to eat?" Suyu picked up an eggplant, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she looked up at him. "Whatever you want," he replied. "I'll eat what you eat." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Shin Moshi's mouth, softening his cold, handsome features. A subtle, homely warmth seemed to envelop them both. "Sister, how much for these eggplants?" Suyu asked with a beaming grin, flashing a row of white teeth. The vegetable vendor's face crinkled into a delighted smile. No one this handsome had ever called her sister before. She chuckled, covering her mouth. "These are homegrown, no pesticides, and cheap. Just 2.5 yuan a caddy." Shin Moshi watched Suyu charm yet another woman and felt a wave of helplessness. In the end, Suyu bought 1 eggplant, 3 or 4 green peppers, and a block of tofu for 6 yuan. The vendor, charmed by her sweet talk, threw in a few spring onions for free. Beaming at the freebies, Suyu's words grew even sweeter. "Thank you, sister. You're the best." Next, they approached the meat stall. Pork was a must-buy, especially since prices had recently dropped. After inspecting the selection, she settled on a caddy of streaky pork with perfect marbling for 12 yuan. She then grabbed 2 chicken breasts, a bargain at just 7 yuan for nearly a caddy. Circling back to the vegetable stalls, she picked up a bunch of cilantro, essential for flavor, a few bird's-eye chilies, and a small cucumber. That cost another 3 yuan. She decided to make a cold shredded chicken salad. She had tasted it before, and it was delicious. As Suyu shopped ahead, Shin Moshi followed closely behind, carrying the bags with his uninjured hand, while using the other to shield her from the bustling market crowd. The cameraman used a hidden camera to minimize disruption, but despite the discretion, some noticed the 2 stunningly attractive figures were celebrities filming a show. "We've got 22 yuan left. Shin Moshi, do you want fish? Let's go buy some fish." "All right." Shin Moshi smiled softly, his starry eyes beneath the cap brim reflecting Suyu's face, shimmering with a gentle light. At the fish stall, Suyu watched the vendor fillet a freshly killed big fish, placing the head and fillets in separate bins. A sign nearby read, "Big head carp head, 15 yuan caddy, big head carp fillet, 5 yuan caddy." "Wow, Shin Moshi, look. This fish is so cheap. And it's all meat, bones already removed. Let's get this." Suyu squealed with excitement. Shin Moshi watched her, clearly delighted at finding such a bargain, and gave a doting smile. The onlookers gasped. This man was stunningly handsome. The other handsome young man beside him was equally striking, both handsome and adorable. A tall, handsome man and a cute, handsome one. This pairing was irresistible. What show was this? They had to follow it. Suyu bought the fillets from the big head carp the vendor had just prepared, 2 caddies for only 10 yuan. What a steal. With 12 yuan left, they bought a caddy of eggs, a bundle of bok choy, 2 or 3 tomatoes, and some ginger and garlic, spending every last cent. Surveying the large bag of groceries, a mix of meat and vegetables bought for just 50 yuan, Suyu felt like a genius bargain shopper. "Aren't I just so capable? A true homemaking prodigy, ha?" Suyu turned to Shin Moshi, raising an eyebrow with smug satisfaction. "You're the most capable." Shin Moshi chuckled softly, his radiant smile breaking free from the constraints of his cap, effortlessly captivating every viewer on and off camera. Another wave of small squeals erupted from the crowd. Many onlookers quickly searched for the 2 handsome men online, and this smile sent them tumbling straight down the rabbit hole, mostly as CP fans. 2 different styles of handsome men, one of them actually a woman, gave them the joy of shipping both a male-male and a male-female couple. The brother CP was a guaranteed win. Back at the cottage with the groceries, Zhao Wei showered them with praise, mainly because expectations had been low and they'd surprisingly proven reliable. Dinner was a group effort. Shui Shun and Tan Mingqi washed vegetables, Suyu chopped, Zhao Wei and Su Manru cooked, and Shin Moshi waited. They prepared a feast: cold shredded chicken with cucumber, mapo tofu, eggplant with minced pork, twice cooked pork with green peppers, sweet and sour chrysanthemum, fish, stir-fried greens, and tomato egg drop soup. A table brimming with dishes. The cameraman gave the spread a close-up, leaving netizens salivating and promptly opening their food delivery apps. After dinner, there was more idle chatter, but the guests were too exhausted and soon retired to their rooms. The night passed without a single dream. As the first rays of morning light cascaded down, the small village began to stir, and the cottage bustled with activity once more as another flying guest arrived. The cottage was at its liveliest hour of the day, with the master and apprentice scrambling for food at the table in a chaotic frenzy. The door creaked open, and a tall, handsome young man stepped in. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted with a radiant smile, his whole demeanor exuding warmth and charm. "It's Wei Yun. Long time no see," Zhao Wei said, genuinely delighted. He had known Wei Yun for years, and never expected him to visit the cottage. Their friendship spanned generations. Wei Yun had been a child star, and had acted in a drama with Zhao Wei when he was very young. "Brother Wei, you haven't changed a bit." Wei Yun grinned, and stepped forward to give Zhao Wei a shoulder bump hug. Then he turned to greet the other guests. "Hello, everyone, I'm Wei Yun. Pleased to meet you all." One by one they responded, and exchanged pleasantries. Wei Yun walked over to Suyu, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. He made a fist and palm salute, and said, "Lady warrior, I am Wei Yun. I've long admired your martial skills, and have come to spar with you." Suyu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "Are you a trained fighter?" "Not really, but I grew up on martial arts film sets, so I know a few moves." Wei Yun's words were humble, but his expression was anything but. It was brimming with challenge. Shinmoshi's internal alarms blared instantly. He frowned at the man who was about his height, just as Suyu was about to respond. The director's loudspeaker blared, drawing everyone's attention. "Welcome, Wei Yun, to our labor is glorious cottage. We hope you have a wonderful time these 2 days." The guests applauded in welcome. "Today's task is about to begin. Are you all ready?" "Director, if we're not ready, does that mean we don't have to start?" Shueishin habitually played the slacker. "If you're not ready, then no need to prepare. Let's just start." Today's task is to split into 2 groups by drawing lots, and go out to earn money. 3 people per group, and the one left out stays home to cook. The deadline is noon. The money earned will be used to buy books and picture books for our village's elementary school. Guests, for the sake of giving the children a rich variety of reading materials, let's do our best. Now come draw lots. The staff brought out the lottery box again. In the end, Suyu, Wei Yun, and Su Manru formed one group. Shinmoshi, Zhao Wei, and Tanmingqi formed the other. Once again failing to get paired with Suyu, Shinmoshi was practically fuming, his handsome face dark as thunderclouds. To make matters worse, Suyu was grouped with the obviously ominous Wei Yun. Shueishin stared at the green ball in his hand, different from the other 2 teams, blue and red. Feeling a mix of joy and dissatisfaction, his emotions tangled. Not having to go out and earn money was fine, but he couldn't cook either. What was he to do? "Director, are there any rules or restrictions on earning money?" Zhao Wei wanted to clarify, lest they earn money only to have it deemed invalid. "The rule is simple, you cannot use your celebrity status. You must earn money like an ordinary person." The director said it was simple, but everyone felt it was anything but. They were celebrities. How could they earn money without leveraging their fame? "Come on, let's discuss what to do." Suyu pulled Su Manru over, and raised an eyebrow at Wei Yun. "I have an idea. How about we perform street martial arts? We can even compare our skills on the side," Wei Yun suggested. He had seen the video of Suyu practicing swordplay, and knew she was skilled, and he had some moves himself. It would be a tougher-own deal, earn money while sparring with Suyu. "Works for me, no problem. Bring it on," Suyu replied, seeing the battle fervor in his eyes, and accepting the challenge with gusto. Su Manru watched the 2 of them brimming with fighting spirit, and looking like they were about to go smash rocks on their chests in the street, and couldn't help but laugh. "Then what do I do, Suyu? I don't know martial arts." "Wait, I'll get you something." Suyu dashed into her room, and pulled out a brass gong from her Doraemon-like box. Clang! She struck the gong, startling the other guests in the yard, who were still pondering their own plans. "What should we do?" Tanmingqi looked at the other 2. It was a pity they couldn't use their celebrity status. Otherwise, Shinmoshi could just sing a song and finish the task in 5 minutes. "Let's take it step by step. First, let's go to the street and see what's what. We have What should we do?" Tanmingqi looked at the other 2. It was a pity they couldn't use their celebrity status. Otherwise, Shinmoshi could just sing a song and finish the task in 5 minutes. "Let's take it step by step. First, let's go to the street and see what's what. We have hands and feet. Well, fine work somehow." Zhao Wei thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out what to do. After the 2 teams arrived at the town, the martial arts team quickly found a 3-way intersection with heavy foot traffic. There was a small plaza there, perfect for their purpose. Suyu had just run over to the production crew, throwing a tantrum and begging adorably to acquire some props. A small weapon rack stood filled with traditional Chinese weapons, red tasseled spears, long swords, broadswords, staffs, and more. Placed in the middle of the plaza with the gong and drum, sounding, the scene immediately came alive. Clang! Suyu, holding the brass gong, and with a loudspeaker she had scrounged from the director propped beside her face, began to hawk with a beaming smile, "Dear folks, elders, and siblings, passers-by, don't miss out. Today we're performing martial arts here. Those with money, please support with your money. Those without, please support with your presence." It was the time when people were out buying groceries, and the streets were crowded. Seeing the spectacle, many stopped to watch. How novel. A street martial arts performance, something you'd only see on TV, happening right here, in their godforsaken little town. And it's free. They had to check it out. Before long, a crowd, 3 layers deep, had gathered. Worried about accidents due to the crowd, the production crew quickly sent a few people to maintain order. Back at the cottage, Suyu had already taught Su Manru the rhythm for beating the gong and what to say at what time. Su Manru, being an actress, had no qualms about being embarrassed. She took the gong and started beating it, calling out to passersby. "Which weapon will you use?" Suyu asked, walking over to the weapon rack and looking at Wei Yun. Most of the weapons came in pairs, making it easy for the two to choose. "He'll take this one," Wei Yun said, pulling out a long staff. During his years playing a monk in film crews, he had become most proficient with the staff. "Good, he'll use the staff too." When it came to Chinese weapons, there was none Suyu couldn't handle. The two took their stances in the center of the plaza. Su Manru quickly started banging the gong rhythmically. "Dear folks, the performance is about to begin. Don't go away. You can buy your vegetables later. Lady Warrior, please enlighten me." Wei Yun twirled his staff, spinning it behind his back several times, looking mightily impressive. "Light touches only. Friendship first, competition second." Suyu said, a little worried that she might lose control and hurt him. They swung their staves and charged at each other, instantly locked in combat. Wei Yun's staff technique was fierce and swift, his movements a blur as he spun the weapon. An inch longer means an inch stronger. With his height advantage, the same length of wooden staff seemed even longer in his hands. Suyu's technique, in contrast, was like a violent storm, dense and impenetrable. Her relatively petite frame made her movements even more unpredictable, leaving her opponent constantly off balance. Both displayed impressive skill, and with the intent to perform, their staves whistled through the air with tremendous force. The gathered crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Excellent!" The audience burst into applause and cheers. "Amazing!" The spectators were stirred with excitement. Seeing the opportunity, Su Manru quickly placed the donation box at the front and began to beat her gong loudly. "Dear folks, if you have money, please contribute to the cause. All the money we earn today will be used to buy picture books for the village elementary school. For the sake of our children's future, we hope you'll be generous. Any amount, big or small, is welcome." A payment QR code was also pasted on the box for those without cash. However, this code had a maximum transfer limit set. Any amount over 100 yuan would fail to process. Netizens in the live stream also tried to scan and pay, but as soon as the camera zoomed in on the code, it was blurred out with a mosaic. Netizens complained in the comments, "This show is too cautious for its own good, they're turning away free money. I'm so envious of the crowd there, I wish I could experience the atmosphere of that fight live. Now this is real martial arts. The slow-motion fights in those wuxia movies nowadays are just unbearable to watch. Suyu is incredible. Look at her, she's not even out of breath. Hey, are you implying Suyu has stopped breathing altogether? Ha! Seriously, I suspect she's holding back." Wei Yun is already panting heavily. Suyu is just too cool. How can there be such a perfect person? Although Wei Yun is handsome too, when they stand together, all my attention is on Suyu. As the staff duel neared its end, Suyu used a clever twist to send Wei Yun's staff flying. It spun several times in the air before landing perfectly back in the weapon rack. Another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, their applause thunderous. "I yield to your superior skill," Suyu said, holding her staff in a salute. Wei Yun knew Suyu was skilled, but he hadn't realized she was on a completely different level, even surpassing some of the martial arts instructors had worked with on film sets. He was thoroughly convinced of his defeat. "Thank you for your guidance, heroine," Wei Yun said with a cupped fist salute and a smile. He wasn't one to hold grudges, so a loss was a loss. More 1 and 5 yuan notes had been added to the donation box, now covering its bottom in a layer of small bills. A few young people, their blood stirred by the spectacle, stepped forward to scan the QR code and pay. "Thank you all for your generosity. Is there anything else you'd like to see?" Suyu asked, sensing the momentum was good for their earnings. "How about a spear?" someone in the crowd shouted. "All right. As this young man requests, he'll perform a spear routine." Suyu turned to Wei Yun and asked, "Do you know how to handle a spear?" "Somewhat. I should be able to give you a decent sparring match," Wei Yun replied, now genuinely admiring Suyu. Her skills were truly extraordinary. He almost wanted to ask to become her disciple. The pair retrieved their spears and began to dance with them once more. Meanwhile, back in town, the clueless trio had wandered the streets for hours before finally finding work at a breakfast shop, washing dishes and serving food. There was no other choice. The small town was laid back and peaceful, and finding well-paying work quickly wasn't easy. The breakfast shop was a beloved local institution, having been in business for over 20 years, and every morning it was filled with regular customers. It was now past 9 in the morning, well after the breakfast rush, yet the shop was still crowded with patrons. The owner was a shrewd businessman. The moment the trio walked in, their striking looks seemed to brighten the whole place. Spotting the cameraman behind them, the owner immediately realized these were celebrities filming a show. If they worked in his shop for even half a day, business would surely boom once the episode aired. "You'll be responsible for serving the customers. Each tray corresponds to a table number. Pay attention and you won't mix them up. They'll pay you on the hour, 100 yuan per hour. How does that sound?" The owner looked at them with a beaming smile, as if he were gazing upon 3 gods of fortune. 100 yuan an hour seemed acceptable, and time was of the essence. The The trio exchanged glances and agreed. They donned aprons emblazoned with the shop's logo and began serving. Their presence caused the breakfast shop, already past its peak hours, to become completely packed once more, especially with the clocks who had traveled from afar. If they couldn't get close to the cabin, they could at least come to town for breakfast. Please enjoy, Shinmoshi said, his slender fingers holding the tray, making the food look even more appetizing. The clocks gazed at Shinmoshi, so close they could almost touch him. His handsome face was practically radiant. If beauty could kill, they would have perished 1,000 times over. He was serving them breakfast with his own hands. It took every ounce of their willpower to suppress the screams threatening to escape their lips. They were disciplined fans. Their presence here was already too much. They couldn't cause him any more trouble. No photos, no autographs. Stop. Having eaten breakfast served by him personally, they could die without regrets. The jealousy from the clocks watching the live stream was practically spilling out of their screens. This is too much. They openly ran off to find him. That's practically stalking. Expel them from the fandom. I want to eat breakfast served by him too. Well, why is my home so far from this place? Tomorrow is the last day. Will he come out to town again? Is it too late to rush over now? Hey, are you asking to be expelled from the fandom too? Right, we should be rational fans. Appreciate the work, stay away from the personal life. If we must meet, it should be at a public formal event. While the live stream chat was buzzing with activity, the tray-carrying trio was oblivious. The packed restaurant, however, was keeping them on their toes. Was business always this good? After 2 hours of serving, their task finally ended as the clock struck 12. It was just in time, as the number of customers had only grown, with a long line now forming outside. The owner, having made a small fortune, was grinning from ear to ear. Thank you so much for your help. Hey, raise your wages, 600 yuan. Please take it, and this is a small token of my appreciation, the owner said, pulling out a large insulated bag. These are our signature meat buns along with some other flavors. Please, you must accept them. The 600 yuan wage has been paid. There's no need for any additional compensation, Shinmoshi said, coolly declining the owner's generosity with firm principles. Yeah, we couldn't possibly. Boss, we don't need the buns, Zhao Wei added with a polite smile. Well, I was just wondering, could I hang our photo together in my shop? The owner pulled out his phone, showing a picture head just taken with the trio. As long as it's just for decoration in this shop and not used commercially elsewhere, there's no problem. Zhao Wei smiled, answering the owner's question. He knew exactly what the owner was planning, but as long as it didn't violate the law, hanging the photo was fine. The owner, upon hearing this, grew excited and grabbed another large insulated bag to stuff more items inside. Thank you so much. Please, you must accept these buns, and also our signature tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and marinated eggs. They're all delicious. I'd be too embarrassed to hang the photo without giving you something in return. Since the owner is so insistent, shall we accept? Tanmingqi had been working all morning and was so tired she could barely lift her arms. At that moment, she just wanted to go back and collapse. Then thank you very much, boss. Zhao Wei took the 2 large insulated bags, both packed to the brim. The front entrance was crowded with people, and leaving through it would have been difficult. Fortunately, the shop had a back door, and the trio slipped out through it, directly boarding the show's van. Their task was complete, and Su Yes Group, who had been performing martial arts for money, also finished their task at the same time. Thank you all for your support. The performance ends here. The mountains are high and the waters are long. Until we meet again in the Jianghu. Su Yue Yun and Su Manru clasped their fists and bowed to the audience. Will you come back again? A middle-aged woman in the crowd shouted. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Who can say for sure in the Jianghu? Su Yu turned back, raising an eyebrow and flashing a brilliant smile at the crowd. A few young girls in the crowd burst into screams. This person was really handsome. They had just searched online and found out that this incredibly handsome person was named Su Yu and was actually a girl, but that didn't stop them from being her fans. Su Yu, you must take care of yourself. We'll always support you. The girls mustered their courage and shouted at the van door as it was about to close. Su Yu rolled down the window, leaned out, and waved at the crowd, flashing a cocky smile. He'll remember you all. From now on, I'm your only idol. If you dare to switch, he'll break your legs. Directly opposite Su Yu, a camera was set up and the scene was captured perfectly. All the netizens watching the live stream were stunned by Su Yes' cool and domineering declaration. Yes, yes, hubby, we will never switch. Just being stared at by Su Yu like that made my legs go weak. Someone help me to Su Yes' bed. Hey, upstairs, why are you going to my husband's bed? Su Yu is just too handsome. I'm such a fool, all I can do is shout handsome. At the same time, far across the ocean, an internationally renowned director happened to see Su Yes' performance. Chinese Kung Fu, truly deserving of its reputation. This director, over 50 years old, had a head of blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes, but his features were Asian and he spoke fluent Chinese. The people sitting beside him, however, showed no surprise. Greg was of Chinese-American descent. Although he hadn't been back to China much, his mother always spoke Chinese with him. Greg, this young person is pretty good, isn't he? A burly man with red hair waved his hands excitedly. I told you long ago this Chinese treasure is truly perfect. She has an angelic face, a devilish figure, and her kung fu is excellent. She fits the setting of our movie perfectly. Let's wait and see. The lead role of a movie isn't decided so easily. Greg felt it was time to go back and see the beautiful country his mother always talked about. The part-time job crew returned to the cottage one after another. At this moment, Shun, who had stayed behind at the cottage, looked like he had been abused. There wasn't a single clean spot on his body, and the kitchen looked like it had been through a violent storm with mess everywhere. "Whoa, master, you're finally back." Shun, like a big abandoned dog, clung pitifully to Su Ye's leg and started to sob. Before he could say anything, Shin Moshi grabbed him and tossed him aside. The big dog, thrown to the side, let out a whimper. "My dear disciple, were you robbed? Was our home ransacked?" Suyu looked at the filthy Shun and the chaotic kitchen, letting out a helpless sigh. In the kitchen, a large pot was scorched black, and beneath the murky water in the half-full pot lay a charred, unrecognizable object. The area under the stove was muddy, and the half-burned firewood was dripping water. On the table nearby were a few dishes where the original ingredients were unrecognizable, so unappetizing that even flies wouldn't bother. The group, hungry after working all morning, returned to this scene and instantly understood how parents felt when they wanted to hit their kids. Fortunately, the breakfast shop trio had brought back their generous gift package, saving everyone from their immediate hunger. Without another word, they sat down to fill their stomachs. The 7 of them devoured all the food in a whirlwind, and only then did they regain the strength to deal with the kid. "Shin, how did you manage to make such a mess of the kitchen and yourself? Cooking is like going on a long march." Zhao Wei scolded Shun, then looked at the kitchen with a headache, wondering how long it would take to clean up. "Well, it's a long story." Shun prepared to launch into a long explanation. Seeing this, Suyu immediately cut him off. "Stop. Summarize your story into a central idea of 15 characters. Went to the toilet halfway, came back to find the pot on fire." Shun said, counting on his fingers. "Exactly 15 characters. I'm such a genius, and it even rhymes." At this moment, Shun was still filthy, and the way he counted on his fingers, followed by his silly grin, made people suspect he was an escapee from a mental hospital. Although Shun had only said half of it, everyone had a pretty good idea of what happened. The netizens in the live stream were laughing hysterically. "This silly son of a rich family, ha. Son, can you not act like a fool in public? Can this kid still be salvaged with a good wash? Ha ha ha, I wonder how Shun's fans are feeling right now." Upstairs, as a fan, Shun's fans are currently frantically looking for a feather duster. "Son, can you go wash up and change your clothes? I want the cool and handsome Alaskan Malamute, not this dirty little yellow dog. Disciple, you should go wash up now. At this rate, your fans will jump out of the screen and drag you there themselves." Suyu looked at Shun with a face full of disgust. Shun's fans commented, "Thank you, master. Without your wise guidance, this silly son would be beyond saving. Suyu is truly my internet spokesperson. I suspect she has a camera in my head. How does she know I want to strip my my son's clothes?" Facepalm. While Shun went inside to shower and change, the rest of the group began tallying up their earnings from the day's work, calculating exactly how much they had made. "Huh." Second uncle stared at the girl's earnest expression, not like a joke. He frowned. "What did you say?" "You say you're Wu X." Wei Yun also dumped the money from his cardboard box onto the table, and in an instant a cascade of loose bills and coins covered the surface. Though it was all small change, the sight was quite impressive. Suyu looked at Wei Yun with a hint of exasperation. "Can't you be a little more low-key? If you keep this up, my nouveau riche status is going to be exposed." The live stream viewers commented, "Haha, it's already exposed. But calling yourself a nouveau riche with that amount. Nouveau riches everywhere would protest, ha. This is the worst slander the nouveau riche have ever faced." Crying with laughter, the group began to count the money. Including the mobile payments received, the street performance team had made a lot of noise, but achieved little, earning a total of only 376 yuan, far less than the waitering team. "I didn't expect it to be so little." Su Manru felt a bit disheartened. How many books could such a small amount of money buy? Adding our 600, the total is 976 yuan. Zhao Wei gathered all the money together and looked towards the director. The director picked up a megaphone and began to speak. "Thank you for your hard work, guests. Whether it's more or less, it's a gesture of goodwill. The production team has decided to contribute some funds, and combined with what you earn today, we will have 5,000 yuan to purchase books for our village's elementary school." "Wow, director's sister looks especially beautiful today." Suyu whistled at the director, starting to flirt playfully. The director's sister smiled. "Don't be cheeky. You've all worked hard today. Rest this afternoon, and the books will arrive in the village. Then everyone will need to go to the school to help set them up." In the afternoon, a truck chased by the joyful laughter of children drove into the small village. The guests were already waiting at the village elementary school. Seeing the smiles on the children's faces, they felt the morning's hard work was all worth it. Thank you for watching. Labor is the Most Glorious, brought to you exclusively by Wu Yaoyao Gourmet Food. What we are now witnessing is the book donation ceremony. We extend our gratitude to Yangsheng Publishing House for their strong support of this program and their profound care for the students of Nujiatin Elementary School. Boxes of books were unloaded from the truck and placed in the temporary reading room the school had set up. Originally 5,000 yuan wouldn't buy many books, but with the publisher's support the production team managed to acquire 3,000 books. The guests arranged these colorful children's books in the reading room. The room filled with the scent of ink and paper, the fragrance of knowledge, the children's anticipation for the unknown world. Shinmoshi had never felt much for children before even considering them a burden, but now watching Suyu laughing and playing with the kids he suddenly thought that if he and Suyu had a child, that feeling might be quite wonderful. After arranging the books, Suyu began performing somersaults in the school's small playground. She even twirled a broomstick, its head long gone, leaving only the handle, with such vigor that the children were mesmerized, clapping their little hands until they were red. As the guests prepared to head back to their cottage, the children followed behind, reluctantly tugging at Suyu's clothes. Seeing such dependent gazes from the children for the first time, Suyu's heart melted. She crouched down, gently smoothing the messy ponytail of a little girl, and said with a smile, "Sister will come back to see you all. You must study hard. And don't forget the moves I taught you. If any bully messes with you, use them to fight back, understand?" "I remember, sister." The little girl's eyes were red, her expression a bit naive, but her gaze held a firm determination. Suyu didn't know that these casual words would change the little girl's life. Shinmoshi watched the big girl and the little girl smiling at each other in the sunset, already thinking that they must have a daughter someday. "Let's go, Suyu." Shinmoshi smiled softly, extending his hand towards her. The other guests had already left, leaving just the two of them by the playground. Suyu was startled for a moment, then a smile bloomed on her lips as she placed her hand in his. The sun hung half hidden behind the mountains. A flock of birds lined up against the sky and disappeared into the woods as dusk settled. One figure stood bending down while another crouched looking up. Their hands met, silhouetted against the deep golden glow of the setting sun. It was a scene as beautiful as a painting. Two ink-black figures, hands clasped against a backdrop of fiery red and gold. As time passed, the sun finally sank completely behind the mountains. Only the main road in the village had street lights, and the area around the school was now shrouded in darkness. The two walked back to the cottage under the night sky. Shinmoshi wished the path were longer so they could walk together for a while more. Suddenly, he found the cameraman following them quite annoying. Shinmoshi glanced back at the camera and gave a slight charming smile. The live stream viewers were stunned by his smile, and even the two cameramen were momentarily frozen by the king of actors' unexpected killer smile. "Now." Shinmoshi suddenly grabbed Suyu's hand and broke into a sprint. Suyu didn't know what he was up to, but she was willing to play along. In a flash they had vanished. The two cameramen, burdened with heavy equipment and not exactly athletic, were no match for the fit and long-legged pair. Shinmoshi pulled Suyu along in a wild dash, not even caring about the direction. They didn't even notice their lapel microphones falling off. After successfully shaking off the cameraman, Shinmoshi burst into laughter. Suyu had never seen him like this, though she didn't know why she felt like laughing too. So they both laughed heartily, startling a flock of birds from the trees. Suddenly Shinmoshi pulled Suyu into a tight embrace, his arms wrapping around her, as if trying to meld her into himself. "Suyu, don't move. Just let me hold you like this for a moment." Suyu was stunned at first, then it hit her. She was a woman now. Was Shinmoshi taking advantage of her? "You bastard, Shinmoshi. Are you being a pervert?" Suyu struggled free from his embrace. Shinmoshi, not bothered by her escape, chuckled lightly. "With a figure as flat as a board, what exactly do you think I could be taking advantage of, eh?" Suyu was at a loss for words, biting her lower lip in indignation. Even if she was flat-chested, that was no excuse for him to grope her. "You're the one who's wrong, and you're acting like you're in the right." Shinmoshi stepped closer to Suyu, who had nowhere to retreat. Her back was against a tree. He placed his hand on the trunk, leaning down to look at her. His thin lips, once voted the most kissable face on the internet, parted as he spoke in a low, husky voice. "Then let me make it up to you. How would you like to take advantage of me?" The night was already dark, and Shinmoshi's tall frame looming over her plunged Suyu's world into shadow. All she could see was him, his eyes burning with a fierce light. Suyu suddenly felt like a fish flung onto the shore, the air around her gone, making it hard to breathe, with a hungry cat eyeing her from above. The great cat licked its lips, seemingly contemplating how to sink its teeth into the fish before it. The fish struggled desperately, trying to leap back into the water, but a single swipe of the cat's paw pinned it down, leaving it helpless, its tail slapping against the ground. The great cat leaned in, sniffing the fish's scent, and licked its lips again. Its eyes glowed in the night like a pair of green lanterns blazing with fierce inner fire. The cat mused that the fish's flavor must be exquisite, but it was not yet time to savor it. The great cat lifted its paw, and with a sudden flip the fish finally splashed back into the water, gasping in great gulps of long-missed oxygen. "Shinmoshi, what's wrong with you? Go get yourself checked out if you're sick," Suyu shouted before darting away. She found Shinmoshi utterly bizarre, and herself even more so. She hadn't actually resisted his closeness. She must be hallucinating from hunger and low blood sugar. Shin, the big cat, watched the fleeing fish and followed at a leisurely pace with his long strides. "Suyu, you can't escape." By the time the two returned to the cottage one after the other guests had already finished preparing dinner. "Where did you two go?" Don't tell me you were slacking off somewhere to avoid cooking dinner. Zhao Wei's tone was stern, but his eyes sparkled with teasing amusement. Suyu had run the whole way back, but still hadn't managed to convince herself. Was she still the straight guy she thought she was? To divert her attention, Suyu joked with the others in the cottage. Are you all brave enough to eat the food I cook? I came back this late for your own good. Ugh, I'm starving, my blood sugars dropped. What delicious food have you made? Suyu pushed past Shueshun, who stood in her way, and plopped down beside Su Manru. She hugged her, and took a deep refreshing breath. Ha ha, Suyu, your hair is tickling my face. Su Manru giggled as Suyu's short hair brushed against her cheek. Suyu laughed, and let her go, and the two began to chat and critique the dishes. Watching this scene, Shinmoshi was now immune. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Two girls, what future could they possibly have? Suyu would be his eventually. After dinner, to avoid Shinmoshi, Suyu showered early and retreated to her room, dragging Su Manru along with her. She needed to rediscover her old self through Su Manru. The next morning, Suyu for the first time didn't wake up early. She stayed in bed lying next to Su Manru, staring at her sleeping face and trying to hypnotize herself back to normal. However, even when Zhao Wei, the dad of the house, called everyone for breakfast, Suyu still hadn't fully found her old self. Shinmoshi's face and those eyes brimming with possessiveness haunted her thoughts relentlessly. During breakfast, Suyu deliberately avoided Shinmoshi's gaze. Seeing this, Shinmoshi suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. No one noticed the tension between the two except for a few hardcore Brothers CP fans who caught a whiff of something and secretly savored the sweet moments. Is everyone done eating? Today is the 5th and final day at the glorious labor house. After today, our labor journey will come to an end. The director announced through a megaphone, her voice tinged with reluctance. This episode had been spectacular and would surely be a great boost to her career. Today's task is easier. In May, the lotus leaves in many ponds are lush. The local specialty farming chain is raising fish in lotus ponds where fish manure fertilizes the lotus roots. Today we're heading to the lotus pond for a net fishing competition. As usual, you'll work in pairs. The person who draws the buy stays home to cook. The winning team will receive the Labor Star Medal. So you hope more than anything that Shed get the buy. Even staying home to burn the kitchen would be better than facing Shinmoshi. At the very least, she prayed to be paired with anyone else, just not him. But fate seemed to have other plans. She ended up drawing the lot to be paired with Shinmoshi. Su Manru got the buy and stayed home to cook, and Suyu could only watch helplessly as her lifeline walked away. She dragged her feet, looking back every few steps on the path to the lotus pond. Upon arriving at the pond, they saw dense lotus leaves standing half a person tall. Although summer hadn't fully arrived, a few scattered buds were already peeking out among the massive leaves. It was a small lake formed by several large ponds connected together. As far as the eye could see, the lotus leaves stretched to the horizon, a boundless expanse of green. On the shore, there was a small dock with a few tiny boats moored to it. Each boat carried a large bucket and fishing nets, and had small fixed mini GoPro cameras attached. These were presumably the boats prepared for the guests. You have 2 hours on the clock. The team that catches the most fish wins. Time starts now. At the director's command, the 3 teams scurried towards the nearest boats. Master, forgive this disciple, but he'll be taking this closest boat. Shueshin dashed towards the nearest boat. Just as everyone expected another round of their usual master-disciple squabble, Shinmoshi reached out and effortlessly pulled Shueshin away. He boarded the nearest boat first and turned to shout at Suyu, get on. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu quickly stepped onto the boat. As soon as she was on, Shinmoshi used a bamboo pole to push off from the dock's wooden post, and the boat instantly disappeared into the depths of the lotus leaves. The other 2 teams had also boarded their boats, but they were still spinning in circles at the dock, each team hindering the other. Brother Zhao, let's go. Don't get tangled up with Shueshun. Teacher Shun and the others are already far away, Tan Mengqi shouted anxiously. Hearing this, Zhao Wei released his grip on Shueshun's boat and turned back to ask, which direction did they head in? To the right. Then we'll go left. We can't just fish in the same spot. We'll scare all the fish away, Zhao Wei said, and began to paddle hard to the left. Without the enemy to cause trouble, Shueshun and Wei Yun also headed towards the middle. Shinmoshi and Su Ye's boat drifted through the lotus leaves for what felt like a long time before finally stopping at a spot to begin fishing. They sat at the stern, one in front of the other. At the bow was a large bucket half filled with water ready to hold their catch. Ever since they'd entered the depths of the lotus leaves, Suyu felt a burning gaze on her back, one that threatened to sear right through her. The lotus leaves were tall, towering over them. Sitting in the small boat felt like navigating through a forest with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them. If not for that scorching stare on her back, this would have felt as idyllic as an early summer scene from a Studio Ghibli film. Fish darted among the submerged stems of the lotus plants, each one looking plump and delicious. Suye's attention was instantly captured by the fish. Quick, quick, quick. Shinmoshi, there's a huge one on your side. Suyu exclaimed as she picked up a net and handed it to him. Shinmoshi reached out with his long arms, scooped once, and a big fish was instantly caught in the net. The boat was long and narrow, leaving almost no extra space with 2 people on board. After catching the fish, Shinmoshi had to lean forward, bracing one hand beside Suyu and stretching the other, holding the net towards the bucket at the front. Suyu suddenly felt as if she had fallen into a scorching embrace. It wasn't as if had never held her before, but why did it feel so hot this time? Her ears burned red. The viewers in the live stream reacted differently to this scene. Why didn't Shinmoshi hand the net to Suyu instead of dumping the fish like that? Isn't this normal? The boat is so small, passing it back and forth might drop the fish. But still there's a difference between men and women, isn't there? This is too much. Are you from a feudal society? Besides, it's a variety show. Why take it so seriously? It might just be scripted. No need to argue, the bromance has definitely evolved. This viewer had hit the nail on the head. Shinmoshi looked at Suyu's flushed ears and couldn't help but chuckle softly. His warm breath brushed against Suyu's neck, tickling her, and she instantly flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She turned back to glare at Shinmoshi, her emotions entirely under his control, and now she was furious. Damn it was just a bit of strange sentiment. Suyu, in your past life you were the king of all players. Man or woman, don't you dare back down. Suyu reached out and swiftly turned off the GoPro on the boat and both of their lapel microphones. Shinmoshi, what exactly do you mean? She demanded, her cat-like eyes wide with anger. Shinmoshi watched Suyu, who had finally stopped running, and chuckled inwardly, while keeping a straight face. What do you mean by what do you mean? It's just. Suyu faltered, suddenly afraid that Shinmoshi might not mean what she thought. Wouldn't she be humiliating herself? Watching Suyu blush and fidget, the big cat Shin had teased his fish enough and was about to swallow her whole. Just then a crew member approached in a small boat, calling out to them. Teacher Shin, there seems to be an issue with the equipment on your boat. Before the other boat drew near, Shinmoshi whispered in Suyu's ear, it means whatever you think it means. After saying this, he casually turned both their microphones back on. Seeing the microphones already on, Suyu felt a lump in her throat, unable to swallow or spit it out, her face flushed with rage. After checking, the crew member found the switch was off and was puzzled. Shinmoshi offered a plausible excuse. Maybe it got knocked when we passed through the lotus leaves. Unable to think of another reason, the crew member couldn't very well assume the guests had turned it off themselves. After adjusting the GoPro's position to ensure it wouldn't be accidentally bumped again, the crew member left. Fuming, Suyu vigorously scooped up fish, refusing to hand Shinmoshi the other net. She wielded a net in each hand, wreaking havoc on the fish in the area. Shinmoshi indulged her, diligently working as a punting boatman. He thought better not push too hard. What if the fish got scared away? In less than 2 hours, the large bucket in front of Suyu was filled to the brim. They rowed back to the dock with so many fish in the bucket that they kept leaping out. Amid the exclamations of the crew and viewers, Suyu and Shinmoshi's team unsurprisingly took first place. Back at the cottage, everyone was drenched in sweat and went to their rooms to freshen up. Manru had already prepared a lavish table of delicious food. After lunch, the 5-day shoot would come to an end. Though only 5 days, each regular guest felt these 5 days had been incredibly long, filled with both toil and reluctance. Suyu was the first to finish washing up. Seeing the spread of dishes and knowing she would soon part with Manru, she hugged her tightly. Xiaoro, I'm going to miss you so much. Manru was also reluctant to let Suyu go, patting her back. It's not like we'll never see each other again. A city and F city aren't that far apart. They'll come visit you when I have time. Then you have to keep your word, or he'll go online and expose you as heartless. The viewers watching the live stream right now are my witnesses. Suyu turned to look at the camera nearby. Manru was amused by Suyu's act of a jealous wife, as if she were the irresponsible scoundrel. Alright, the viewers are my witnesses. They'll come find you when I'm free. Manru raised her hand and ruffled Suyu's hair. While they were being affectionate, Shueishan also came out, rushed between them, and shouted, Master, I have to leave you again. When I'm not around, you must think of me, and don't forget to do OQ with me to rank up. Suyu rolled her eyes. The sight of this rebellious disciple infuriated her. He called her master, but had been opposing her all these days. One by one, the other guests came out and sat around the table to enjoy the especially sumptuous farewell feast. It's been a pleasure spending these days with everyone. Let's keep in touch. Here, let's clink glasses. Zhao Wei raised his tea mug, toasting with tea instead of alcohol. Everyone raised their mugs and responded, we owe a lot to Brother Zhao these days. Yes, without Brother Zhao we wouldn't have been this smooth. They looked at the cottage they had lived in for a few days. Though the time was short, everyone had grown attached to the place. After the meal, they lined up in a row facing yet another row of camera crew and directors. Our short 5-day labor journey ends today. Thank you all for your hard work. Now we will award the Star of Labor medal to today's pond net fishing champions. Please step forward. Suyu and Shinmoshi exchanged a glance and stepped forward to receive the medals from the director. They were 2 golden medals, hexagonal in shape, engraved with the 4 characters Labor Star with a golden star dangling below. What a beautiful medal. Master, let me see it. Shueishan hurried over to admire the medal in Suyu's hand. At that moment, the director spoke again. Besides the 2 stars of labor, we will also award several labor medals. Congratulations to Zhao Wei for the Model Worker Medal, and to Su Manru Tan Mengqi Shui Shun and Wei Yun for the Labor Progress Award. Congratulations to all. The viewers burst into laughter, and congratulations to the production team for winning the title of Ultimate Water Balancer. Haha, indeed they balanced the bowl perfectly without spilling a drop. These medals were probably bought in bulk, haha. The show is ending. I'm so reluctant. Yeah, who knows when I'll see my brother on a variety show again. My appetite has been spoiled. After watching 5 days of a living, breathing brother, how can I bear to wait another year or two to see him just once? All good things must come to an end. After the shoot wrapped, everyone hugged and said goodbye. Even the icy Shinmoshi, after a few days together, had gained a touch of humanity, nodding and waving farewell to the group. In a long line, the production team's cars carried the guests away from the village along winding mountain roads. Labor is the most glorious came to a perfect close. After the performance of Labor is the most glorious concluded, Suyu disembarked from the plane and, boarding the company car, headed directly to the university. Alighting at the school gate, Suyu, still accustomed to her former anonymity, made no attempt at disguise. Yet in the span of these 5 days, she had amassed several million more followers. Following the live broadcast of the show yesterday, her follower count had surpassed 10 million. Having garnered over 10 million followers in just over a month, Suyu's rise to fame was nothing short of phenomenal. Now even the school gates were thronged with waiting fans and paparazzi. The moment Suyu stepped out of the car, she was engulfed by the crowd. Oh, it's Suyu. I knew she'd come straight back to school. I'm so smart. Suyu, I really like you. Suyu, I'm a reporter from Cherry Entertainment. Can we have an interview? Honey, I adore you. Suyu was utterly bewildered, jostled by the surging crowd. Are there any fans here? Fans, please maintain order, and don't let anyone crush Suyu. Some loyal fans stepped in to manage the crowd, for without them, Suyu, accompanied only by a driver, would have been trampled to the ground by the surging mass. Before long, fellow students, who were also Suyu's fans, emerged from the school to restore order, finally rescuing her. The paparazzi and fervent fans could only watch helplessly as Suyu entered the school, having gained nothing. Although a city university of economics was just an ordinary institution, its strict discipline meant outsiders couldn't easily enter, which inadvertently provided Suyu with a form of protection. Nevertheless, the commotion she had caused at the school gate finally drew the attention of the university leaders. The next morning, Suyu was summoned to the principal's office. The principal, with his distinctly academic hairstyle, looked at Suyu, whose appearance was quite boyish, and felt a headache coming on his bald spot, gleaming even brighter. However, their strictness was not rigidity. As long as Suyu studied diligently and adhered to school rules, the university would not interfere with her attire. Suyu, I hear you're a big star now. The principal took a sip of tea, a smile that didn't reach his eyes playing on his lips. Principal, please don't tease me. I'm just a small entertainer. I'm very sorry about what happened at the school gate yesterday. I assure you it won't happen again. Suyu felt a lingering fear, recalling how the crowd had nearly spiraled out of control, risking a stampede. Besides keeping that promise, you must not let your studies fall behind. You can't take frequent leaves of absence. We are a regular university, not a film academy. Standing before the principal's desk, Suyu nodded her head vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Also, finals week is approaching. I hope you pass all your subjects. If you fail, even one. Before the principal could finish, Suyu quickly assured him, don't worry, principal. I will study hard and strive to pass everything. All right, you may go now. Be mindful of your actions. You are a student of a city university of economics. Your every move reflects upon our school. Don't tarnish our reputation. The principal waved his hand, dismissing her. I understand. I won't bring shame to a city university of economics. He'll head back to study now, principal. As Suyu walked out of the office, she saw many of her fellow students peering anxiously from the corridor, worry etched on their faces. Suyu walked down the corridor, then turned back, flashing a charming smile at these adorable girls. Go on back to class, it's almost time. I'm fine. Suyu was truly stunning. The girls' hearts screamed internally. Had it not been for the principal's office nearby, their shrieks would have broken the decibel meter. It was all the fault of those paparazzi and immature new fans from yesterday. They couldn't control the paparazzi, but fans behaving like that was unacceptable. They would rally the fan club to advocate for rational fandom and expel any obsessive fans who didn't comply. Suyu returned to the classroom as the bell rang. Song Rohwa, her brows furrowed with concern, asked, how did it go? Did the principal scold you? What happened yesterday wasn't your fault. I bear some responsibility too. Let's not dwell on it. My finals are all up to you now, Xiaohuahua. The principal gave me an ultimatum. I must pass all my finals. Suyu grasped Song Rohwa's hand like a drowning person clutching a lifeline, her eyes filled with hope. I can help, but you need to be disciplined yourself. If you don't put in the effort, even Confucius himself couldn't teach you. I will definitely work hard. Suyu raised 3 fingers in a vow. The incident from yesterday evening sparked a small firestorm online, but when Hongxing acted swiftly to extinguish the sparks, preventing it from becoming a raging inferno. A simple notice was issued advising entertainment media that Suyu was just an ordinary junior year student and not to unduly disrupt her studies and life. Those seeking interviews were directed to contact her company first. Li Bingxuan, the president of Su Yes Global Fan Club, also posted a firm, yet gentle Weibo message addressing all of Su Yes fans, urging them to be rational and prioritize their own lives. This multi-pronged approach finally managed to quell the situation, preventing a repeat of yesterday's chaos. There were also some internet trolls who criticized Su Yu, calling a newcomer with no real works pretentious, finding it laughable. Su Yuan was one such hater. She was Su Yes' half-sister on her father's side, currently a high school sophomore. Irritated by the constant chatter about Su Yu among the girls at school, she felt a surge of annoyance. Isn't she just a tomboy? What's so handsome about her? She's more like a freak. The old silent and visible Su Yu was more tolerable, though she was still annoying either way. Su Jianya's genes were decent, otherwise he wouldn't have fathered a daughter with such delicate features as Su Yu. Su Yuan took after her mother with plainer features and a fragile, innocent look. Since Su Yuan claimed to be an only child at school, no one suspected the two were sisters. During a break, her deskmate pulled out her phone, gazing at the screen with adoration. Su Yu is really so handsome. How can a girl be this handsome? Yeah, they weren't kidding when they said she's a heartthrob. I think I'm already turning for her. Someone save me. Her deskmate's friend from the row ahead turned around to join in. Su Yuan, you share the surname Su with her. This is the first time I've envied someone with the surname Su. Yeah, now I find anyone named Su pleasing to the eye. Ha ha. The two classmates chatted animatedly, completely oblivious to Su Yuan's sour expression. Su Yuan sneered, oh so handsome, huh? She looks like a boy. I bet she likes girls too. She's probably a lesbian. The girl in front had a complex expression, flushing red, and then pale before weakly muttering, if she is a lesbian, do you think I'd have a chance? Su Yuan's deskmate laughed, a mix of shyness and boldness. You're too late. I'm already her girlfriend. Get out of here. Su Yu belongs to everyone, haha. The two girls dissolved into laughter and playful scuffles once more. Su Yuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Yuan stormed back home in a huff. Her family owned a spacious flat in a well-regarded neighborhood of City B where most residents enjoyed considerable wealth. Su Jianya had already returned from work and was feeding the fish. Zhang Lian was in the bedroom, face mask on, chatting away on the phone, while the housekeeper busied herself in the kitchen. Dad, are you going to do anything about Su Yu or not? Look at that freakish look of hers, always online seducing girls. It's so embarrassing. Su Yuan tossed her backpack onto the table, her voice taking on a petulant whine. Hey, keep it down, will you? You're scaring my fish. Su Jianya was somewhat displeased. His daughter had many good qualities, but she had this constant need to compete with Su Yu. Even though Su Yu had grown up to be prettier than Yuan, she could never compare to the daughter he had meticulously nurtured. Yuan excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, carrying herself with an elegant grace that the beautiful beauty-headed Su Yu could never hope to match. His future advancement depended on this daughter. If she could marry into a powerful family, she would be his ticket into high society. Why bother with her? As long as she doesn't go around claiming to be my daughter, I couldn't care less. Su Yu had never been of much value, and now she had become this androgynous creature. Such a daughter was nothing but a burden, and he had long ceased to pay her any attention. She wasn't worth his concern. Hearing Su Yes' name, Zhang Lian quickly ended her call and hurried out. She had spent over a decade painstakingly erasing Su Yu from Su Jianya's heart. Why was this girl Yuan so clueless as to bring up Su Yu in front of her father? Yuan, you're back. Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. Zhang Lian tried to pull Su Yuan away, but she shook off her mother's hand. Mom, that Su Yu is bringing such shame to our family. Aren't we going to do anything about it? She's your sister, but she's an adult now and responsible for her own actions. As elders, we should respect her choices, right, Jianya? Zhang Lian added a coy call of Su Jianya's name. She's no longer my daughter. Don't mention her in front of me again, Su Jianya said, still fuming at the memory of Su Yes' last disruption at his company. He had grown so accustomed to filtering out her name that he barely registered it anymore. Seeing her parents' unwillingness to intervene, Su Yuan realized she would have to devise her own plan. She absolutely could not allow Su Yu to succeed and outshine her in front of their relatives and friends. In City A at the Shun residence, a banquet was being held tonight. Shin Moshi always refused to accompany his father to network with industry magnates, so Shun Yunrui had invited all his old friends over while his son was in the city. The banquet hall blazed with light filled with the mingled scents of perfume and fine attire. A colossal crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, while impeccably trained waiters glided like water through the throng of elite guests from every industry. Shun Yunrui, drink in hand, chatted with his old friends, dragging along a visibly impatient Shinmoshi. Despite his expressionless face, Shinmoshi remained the most striking figure among all the young heirs present. Old Shinmoshi is truly a dragon among men. All my good for-nothing sons combined couldn't hold a candle to him, a portly, balding, middle-aged man remarked with genuine admiration. Others chimed in, indeed. My son is useless too, but my daughter is quite accomplished. Old Shin, have you considered taking her as your daughter-in-law? Shin Yunrui shook his head with a smile. You're flattering him to death. My son isn't that impressive. The only reason I'm not dead from anger is my robust health. Shin Moshi, weary of their back-and-forth pleasantries, muttered, "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom." "Hey you." Shun Yunrui watched his son's retreating figure. That was clearly not the direction of the restroom. But in front of his old friends he had to save face for his son. Shin Yunrui could only offer an apologetic smile to the group. "Let's continue our chat." The Shun estate was vast, a sprawling manor encompassing mountains, forests, and lakes. In fact, almost all the food consumed by the family was grown or raised on their own grounds. The estate also boasted various sports fields, a racetrack, and even a private airport. It had its own clubhouse and hospital, all private properties serving only the Shun family and their guests. Beyond the main residence, which spanned over 10,000 square meters, numerous villas of various architectural styles were scattered throughout the estate. Shin Moshi strolled listlessly down a quiet corridor in the main house, pausing when he encountered his mother Lu Yun by the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Yun was dressed in a strapless starry night evening gown that hugged her figure, perfectly accentuating a flawless waistline. The smooth-toned skin of her back belied her age, making it impossible to guess she was 52. She could easily pass for 30. A resplendent sapphire blue diamond necklace adorned her long swan-like neck, making her the epitome of elegance and allure. At that moment Lu Yun was standing by the window, speaking on the phone with a graceful posture, though her words were far from graceful. "What the hell is the anti-harassment team doing? That troll has been spewing nonsense for 10 minutes, and it's still not handled. Tell them to get on it now. They'll call back in 5 minutes." She hung up and turned around only to startle at the sight of her son standing behind her. "Son, why are you standing there without a word? You gave mommy a fright." "Just passing through," Shin Moshi said, about to leave when his sharp eyes caught a glimpse of his mother's WeChat chat background. It was a magazine cover featuring Suyu. Shin Moshi stopped in his tracks and for the first time initiated a question. "You know Suyu?" "Oh my, I almost forgot. Good thing you reminded me." Lu Yun cooed, stepping forward to loop her arm through her son's. "Son, you must be quite familiar with Suyu, right? Do you have her WeChat?" She then paused, shaking her head as if she had done something wrong. "No, I can't. I'm a rational fan. I shouldn't ask for her WeChat." "Son, you're close with Suyu, aren't you? Could you get mommy an autograph photo?" Shinmoshi pulled his arm away, raising an eyebrow. "You're her fan." Lu Yun smiled shyly. "I'm her girlfriend fan. You mustn't tell your father. That old man gets insanely jealous." "What can't you tell me?" Shin Yunrui suddenly appeared behind them. He had come looking for Shinmoshi, but had overheard their secretive conversation. "Nothing. Your wife is someone's girlfriend fan." Lu Yun and Shinmoshi spoke simultaneously. "Oh, why did you tell him?" Lu Yun glared at her son reproachfully. Shinmoshi, having successfully stirred the pot, stepped aside and fell silent. Suyu was always attracting admirers, head block one, whenever he could, even if it was his own mother. "Whose girlfriend fan are you?" "Ayun." A tycoon remained a tycoon, even in old age. Now that the old tycoon was angry, his presence was overwhelming. Lu Yun felt a twinge of guilt, but then a thought struck her, and she straightened up defiantly. "So what if I'm Suyu's fan? She's just a young woman. What's there to be jealous about?" "Really? A woman?" Shin Yunrui was skeptical. He knew his wife's weakness for good looks, particularly handsome male faces. He had worked so hard at the gym and watched his diet meticulously, all to keep his wife's eyes from wandering. Really? See for yourself." Lu Yun pulled up Suyu's encyclopedia page. Shin Yunrui's heart ached at the first sight of Suyu's stunningly handsome photo. Handsome? And she's a woman. Then he read the description below: Suyu, female, mainland Chinese artist. For a moment Shin Yunrui didn't know what expression to make. Even if she was a woman, looking like that was surely against the rule. Since she had already been discovered, Lu Yun stopped hiding her obsession. Every day, she unabashedly posted handsome photos of Suyu on her social media, enthusiastically recommending him to everyone. Even Shin Yunrui was forced to check in on Suyu's fan page on Weibo, otherwise his wife wouldn't let him in bed at night. Shin Yunrui was a super rich tycoon, ranking high on the global rich list. When fans saw this verified Weibo account of the Shin Group CEO, they were all stunned. Could this be a fake account? Question: what's it like sharing the same idol as a global billionaire? Answer: it feels like my idol is truly exceptional. Look, this billionaire's following list includes a fan. Isn't that fan the head of our top donation station? So this head fan is also a billionaire. What nonsense are you talking about? How could you be in the donation station without being rich? I need to work harder, or I won't even be worthy of being Suyu's fan. On a weekend in mid-May, when Hongxing took Suyu to audition for a female undercover agent movie titled Misty Horizon, Suyu auditioned for the female lead role. This script was carefully selected by Wen Hongxing for her, fitting her perfectly, as she could pull off both male and female attire. The plot, simply put, revolved around a pair of strikingly similar twin siblings, a brother and sister. The brother, an undercover agent, dies unexpectedly, and the sister disguises herself as him to infiltrate the gang again and investigate his death, leading to a series of entanglements of love and hate, with the male lead the gang leader. The audition was held in City G. Suyu and Wen Hongxing arrived in the morning and headed straight to the venue from the airport. It was a low-budget film unable to afford big-name actors, so those auditioning were mostly third or fourth-tier performers. When Suyu arrived, most of the auditions were almost done, with only 2 or 3 people still waiting. The focus of the day was the female lead, while the male lead and supporting roles were scheduled for the following days. Suyu was the last one. After waiting for a while, it was her turn. Entering the room, she politely introduced herself. "Greetings, esteemed directors. I am Suyu from Seihai Entertainment, 175 centimeters tall, weighing 54 kilograms, auditioning for the role of Xiachi." Xiachi was the female lead of Misty Horizon, and her twin brother was named Xiazeo. Today Suyu wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, looking fresh and clean. The director had already reviewed Suyu's profile. Like all those auditioning today, she had passed the initial screening to get here. Knowing she looked great in male attire, the director wanted to see her in female attire this time, and had prepared a wig for her. Put on this wig, memorize the lines for the scene where Xiachi gets approached while shopping at the supermarket, and then start. He'll give you 10 minutes. Any problems? No problem, director. Suyu took the script and began quickly scanning through it. Not all auditions provide lines in advance, let alone assign a specific scene. More often as now, you're handed lines and expected to perform on the spot, which truly tests an actor's skill. However, the character setting and general plot are usually known beforehand, otherwise actors wouldn't know what to perform or be interested in the script. Of course, established and reputable actors are exceptions. They get detailed character information early on. But at her current stage as a newcomer, she had to follow the production team's requirements obediently. Xiachi was set as a slightly socially anxious, reclusive female programmer who mostly worked from home. She delivered work quickly and with high quality, never made unreasonable demands, and didn't even ask for a raise. To retain such talent, the company specially allowed her to work remotely. Xiachi went out only about once a week just to buy groceries. Having rarely seen sunlight, her skin was fair, and under the supermarket's fluorescent lights, she seemed to glow. Naturally slim and able to eat without gaining weight, she was approached almost every time she went out. Since signing with an agency, Suyu had been busy with classes, meals, sleep, and recording shows, leaving no time for leisure. Her acting had improved significantly, and playing a socially anxious homebody was well within her reach. With the help of the on-site makeup artist, Suyu put on the wig and had memorized the lines and scene. Indeed, this body had excellent memory, picking up lines quickly, naturally suited for acting. With the wig on, her demeanor changed instantly. With short hair, she was handsome and bold. With long hair, she appeared unexpectedly sweet. The audition stage had no props or scene partners. It was a purely imaginary solo performance. Once she began, Suyu became Xiachi. Xiachi held her hands, as if pushing a shopping cart, took a few steps, then stopped to reach out to the air, pretending to pick up a product from a non-existent shelf, inspecting it before placing it in the cart. Passing by the ornamental fish section, Xiachi adored these small, cute creatures. She couldn't help but bend slightly and flick the glass fish tank, startling the fish into darting around, which made her smile. Then, with a glint of delight in her eyes, she scooped out 2 small fish from the tank, intending to take them home. Just then, someone suddenly asked her for directions to the clothing section. Xiachi turned around, her long hair sweeping in a graceful arc before settling on her shoulders. She glanced at the person, then lowered her eyes. "The clothing section is on the 2nd floor. This is the 3rd floor." The person seemed captivated, pressing on to ask where the elevator was. They had already found her attractive from behind, but her front was even more stunning. Xiachi took a step back, pulling her cart, and pointed in a direction with both her gaze and hand. "The elevator is over there." With that, she turned to leave in the opposite direction. Socially anxious people truly dreaded conversing with strangers. To her surprise, the person didn't head to the 2nd floor, but followed her instead, asking for tips on picking durians. Xiachi was a durian enthusiast, and her cart already held 2. After the durian questions, the person asked for her WeChat ID, claiming to be an expert fish keeper who could offer guidance. Xiachi's toes curled inward, her hands gripping the cart handle tightly, though her face remained composed. Social anxiety is a fear of socializing, not an inability to do so. In fact, to avoid revealing their trait, socially anxious people often hide it well. Xiachi picked up a durian from her cart, placed it into the other person's cart, and quickly said, "Pick one shaped like this. It's a good one. It's a gift for you. I also know how to keep fish. Thanks." Then she pushed her cart and walked away with steady, swift steps. With that, the performance concluded. Suyu returned to the center of the stage and bowed to the directors. "My performance is over. Please offer your critiques." The panel consisted of 3 judges: the director, the producer, and the screenwriter. During her performance, the 3 had already been discussing and evaluating her. They were quite satisfied with her acting, particularly her control over subtle expressions. "Try this scene as well," the director said, handing over another script. Just a single page. Suyu took it and glanced at it. It was half a page of text, but not a single line of dialogue. The focus was on conveying emotion through facial expressions and crying. Sadness was a rare emotion in Suyu's life. She was a natural optimist, and few things could truly bring her down. This was precisely why during her acting classes, she had focused intensely on mastering the portrayal of negative emotions, grief, sorrow, and tears. Suyu slid helplessly to her knees. Her face was pale, her eyes vacant like a soulless puppet. Tears gradually welled up in her eyes, yet stubbornly refused to fall. The director raised an eyebrow, impressed. This Suyu had some depth after all. A thought struck him, and he picked up a prop from behind him, tossing it abruptly in front of her. A comical husky plushie. Suyu's vacant gaze slowly began to focus, a mixture of surprise and sorrow flickering within. She bit down hard on her trembling lower lip, so forcefully it seemed she might draw blood. Crawling forward on her hands and knees, she gently gathered the husky plushie into her arms. Her slender fingers traced its absurd face, and a faint smile touched her lips, her eyes brimming with deep affection, as if she were gazing upon her beloved. Finally, her eyes could no longer hold back the weight of her tears. A single teardrop traced a path down Suyu's stunning face, falling silently onto the husky plushie's cheek. She clutched the plushie tightly to her chest, lowering her head as her shoulders trembled slightly. Tears streamed down, falling in heavy drops onto the ground. Not a single sob escaped her lips throughout the entire performance. The silence was absolute, yet everyone present could feel the profound sorrow emanating from Suyu. A sudden soft whimper broke the quiet of the room, jolting everyone back from the depths of the tragic scene. The director looked at the screenwriter, who was also the original author, with exasperation. Sorry, I got a bit too into it. She is my Xia, the one I wrote. Wah. Caught red-handed, the screenwriter gave up all pretense and sobbed openly. Suyu stood up, still holding the ridiculous husky plushie. Her face was still streaked with tears, but she smiled brightly. That concludes my performance. Thank you, teachers. Seeing Suyu's forced smile, the screenwriter wailed even louder. Everyone else on set thought, so are all authors this emotional? Many had auditioned today, but most delivered formulaic performances, technically proficient, yet lacking emotional resonance. It was Suyu's raw, empathetic performance, devoid of tricks, that was truly moving. Ignoring the inconsolable screenwriter, the director and producer exchanged a few quiet words. Back in the waiting area, Suyu felt a flutter of nerves. Somewhere along the way, she had fallen in love with acting. This profession that allowed her to experience the myriad flavors of life. In her past life, she had been addicted to extreme sports, to pushing the limits of life itself. Now this feeling of embodying different lives was just as intoxicating. That was a good performance. Our crew is scheduled to start filming in late June. We heard you're still in school. Can you manage your time? Beyond her talent, the director and producer were also drawn to her current popularity. In an era dominated by trends, buzz was a valuable asset. Surprise lit up Suyu's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. I can manage. We should be on summer break by then. Then let's agree to a pleasant collaboration, the director said, standing up with a smile and extending his hand. Thank you, director, and all the judges. I will work hard. Suyu finally let her smile break free, so radiant it dazzled everyone present. Everyone thought, with a face like that, our movie just gained some extra points. Pushing open the audition room door, Suyu rushed out and gave Wen Hongxing a huge bear hug. Haha, Sister Xing, I was amazing. Wen Hongxing, despite her faith in Suyu, had been worried during the long wait. Now it was clear those worries were unfounded. Alright, calm down. The contract isn't signed yet. Don't give the production team second thoughts. Wen Hongxing was infected by Suyu's joy, a wide smile blooming on her own face. At noon, they had lunch with the production team to iron out details. The contract signing would have to wait until the paperwork was ready. After the meal, they headed straight to the airport to return to City A. Tonight, the edited first episode of Glory of Labor was set to air. An early summer rural landscape slowly unfolded on the screen, lush green mountains, golden wheat fields rippling like waves, and the simple, smiling faces of the villagers. The joy of the harvest seemed to spill right out of the screen. Suyu's bewildered expression when she pushed open the cottage door had been turned into a meme by the post-production team, and the audience found it hilarious. When it came to the scenes between Suyu and Su Manru, the editors added a full screen of pink bubbles and romantic BGM, sending netizens shipping the rainy walk couple into a frenzy. There was also the goofy master-apprentice daily life, made even funnier with the post-production effects. The biggest surprise was the Brotherhood CP of Shun Moshi and Suyu, which the editors cleverly played up with suggestive elements, reeling in a large following. The cold, aloof, handsome CEO and the sunny, cheerful, handsome youth. What a divine pairing. Netizens were screaming, "This ship has sunk me." That night, Glory of Labor and its guests trended on several hot searches, and almost every one of them featured Suyu. Topics like Suyu CP feels, Suyu variety sense, and kitchen disaster Suyu dominated. Suyu's fan count began to surge dramatically, quickly climbing to 15 million. Her fans, the Islanders, had been waiting for a 10 million follower gift, and now that she had hit 15 million, Suyu finally released one. She posted a video of herself skateboarding on Weibo. In the video, she wore a hip-hop outfit, a baseball cap pulled low over her eyes, revealing only her beautiful lips and a sharply defined jawline. She leaped off a set of stairs with the lightness of a swallow, executing a clean and cool 720-degree spin in midair before landing solidly. The skateboard spun under her feet, and she glided away swiftly, looking like a youth chasing the wind with sunlight scattering behind her. Her lithe figure moved fluidly with the board, her movements smooth and effortless. She would suddenly shift into a sideways spin, then execute a complex aerial flip. Sunlight filtered through her movements, and with that dashing silhouette, she looked exactly like a character who had just stepped out of a manga. At the end of the video, Tsuyu executed a stylish fakie, then flashed a heart sign at the camera. Her smile was more dazzling than the sun. Beneath the video, her fans, the Islanders, were going wild. So handsome. Why is Tsuyu so cool? How am I supposed to find a boyfriend now? Such smooth skateboarding. As someone with zero athletic ability, I'm totally envious. What kind of treasure idol did I even find? Why is she so amazing? Another day of just existing to fill a quota on this earth. I wish I could be the skateboard under her feet. Tsuyu is so handsome, my legs are giving out. Shinmoshi also saw the post. Rather than just stumbling upon it, it was more accurate to say he was constantly keeping tabs on her. He hadn't seen her since the filming had ended, and the seed of longing once planted had taken root in his heart. It was a feeling both sweet and sour, tinged with a faint ache. Shinmoshi was also incredibly busy. Ever since Shun Yunrui had discovered Liu Yun's newfound obsession with Tsuyu, he had developed a strong sense of crisis. Liu Yun had never invested so much attention in a third person before. The only two who ranked above her were her husband Shun Yunrui and her son Shinmoshi. Now, in a bid to win back Liu Yun's attention, Shun Yunrui had all but abandoned the conglomerate, leaving it entirely in Shinmoshi's hands, and was spending every day traveling with his wife. Shinmoshi would have declined, but Shun Yunrui threatened him, saying if he didn't take over, their mother would go and visit Tsuyu. Knowing Tsuyu's character all too well, Shinmoshi was forced to take over the management of the Shin group. Though Shinmoshi was a singer, he had pursued a double major in management and music during his studies abroad, completing his doctoral credits in just a few short years. He earned his Ph.D. at the tender age of 24, excelling in both academia and his career, a true academic prodigy. Thus, managing a corporation was hardly a challenge for him. After watching the video of Tsuyu skateboarding several times, Shinmoshi opened WeChat, found Tsuyu's profile, and stared at the blank chat screen for a long while before finally typing out a line. Shinmoshi, that was some slick skateboarding. After finally sending the message, the wait felt interminable and agonizing. He paced back and forth before the floor-to-ceiling window, glancing at his phone every few seconds. 10 minutes passed, and still no reply. Deflated, he sank into the sofa, his gaze fixed vacantly on the river view outside the window. His scattered bangs cast a shadow of loneliness over his striking brows. Just then, the sudden ring of a phone jolted Shinmoshi to attention. It was, however, the intercom. After 2 rings, it connected automatically. Mr. Shin, the meeting is scheduled to begin in 5 minutes. All the shareholders have arrived. Tell them to wait another half hour. Very well. Shinmoshi continued to stare at his phone, hoping to see the typing indicator appear. Half an hour later, there was still no response. His expression darkened slightly, and he strode off to the meeting room on his long legs. The dozen or so major shareholders dared not voice a single complaint despite the long wait. Those who had complained before were long gone. When Shinmoshi had first taken over the Shin group, there had been over 20 shareholders seated in this room. Relying on their seniority, they had underestimated the young Mr. Shin, only to be decisively routed by his swift and ruthless tactics. Even appeals to the old Mr. Shin were futile. Today, Shinmoshi's grim expression made the shareholders hold their breath even more. Midway through the meeting, the ringtone of a WeChat video call suddenly echoed through the room. In this meeting room, only Shinmoshi's phone was not on silent. He took out his phone and saw it was indeed Tsuyu. A smile unconsciously tugged at his lips. The shareholders, seeing Shinmoshi smile, felt a jolt of fear. The last time they had seen him smile like that was while he was dealing with the unruly shareholders. Shinmoshi extended his hand, and his assistant Fong Yuan immediately handed him a pair of Bluetooth earphones. Hey Shinmoshi. On the video was Tsuyu's beaming face, the background suggesting she was in a car. Long time no see. Shinmoshi's smile widened. I went to sign a contract today. This is my first time as the female lead. I'm so happy. Tsuyu exclaimed, holding her phone up with a brilliant smile. Although her previous interactions with Shinmoshi had been a bit awkward, many days had passed, and Tsuyu had long since cast that awkwardness to the winds. When Hongxing beside her raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Tsuyu and Shinmoshi to be so familiar, still in contact, even after the show had ended. Wasn't Shinmoshi supposed to be aloof and unapproachable? Could the rumors be wrong? Shinmoshi was also delighted, not expecting Tsuyu to land a lead role in a movie so soon. It was wonderful news. However, with a female lead came a male lead, and he suddenly felt a flicker of irritation, his smile fading slightly. What's the movie called? Who's the director? Who's the male lead? It's called Misty Horizon. I don't know the male lead, who I don't think he's been cast yet. The director is Jiang Bo, director Jiang. It's an undercover cop movie, super cool. I love it. Tsuyu chattered on excitedly. But I have my final exams next month. I have to spend all my remaining time studying. If I don't do well, I'm doomed. Tsuyu's face fell comically. Watching her expressive, mischievous face on the screen, Shinmoshi suddenly yearned to see her in person right this very moment. Oh, I'm almost at school, gotta go. Suyu glanced out the window. They were parked by a wall near the school gate, a spot chosen to avoid the paparazzi that often loitered at the main entrance. She put on her mask and hat, preparing to get out of the car. Okay, stay safe. After ending the video call, the smile hadn't quite left Shinmoshi's lips. The shareholders exchanged bewildered glances. Who was this person who could put the boss in such a good mood? After hanging up, Shinmoshi immediately called his agent Pan Yushan. Yushan, look into director Jiang Boss' latest film Misty Horizon. Check if the male lead is cast. If not, get me the role. If it's already cast, find a way to get me the role anyway. Pan Yushan on the other end was somewhat surprised. Moshi hadn't acted in a film for a long time. Why the sudden interest? But if Moshi wanted it, he would definitely secure the role. He had been worried Moshi might quit the entertainment industry after suddenly taking over the Shin Group recently. Okay, I'll get right on it. After hanging up, Shinmoshi's desire to see Suyu grew even more urgent. But the meeting wasn't over yet. He looked at the shareholders before him, some with fat heads and big ears, others bald with jolly cheeks, and his expression turned sour. The shareholders couldn't understand why the boss, who was in a good mood just moments ago, suddenly exuded murderous intent. Also, was the boss going to act in a movie now? Should they support the box office? Shinmoshi surveyed the room and reined in his hostility. While these shareholders were obedient enough, he'd keep them for now, as the company needed people to do the work. The meeting resumed. Suyu snuck out of the car, and seeing no one was paying attention, she turned back and whispered to Wenhongxing's sister Xing, I'm heading back now. Okay, be careful, call me if anything comes up. Suyu chuckled inwardly. Why was everyone telling her to be careful? Had they forgotten she was a martial arts expert? It was the bad guys who needed to watch out. Wenhongxing watched Suyu disappear into the crowd before closing the car door and telling the driver to leave. For the next month, Suyu planned to bury her head in her books for revision. During this period, she wouldn't take on any jobs. To maintain her popularity, Wenhongxing arranged for Suyu to live stream every Saturday night from her dorm room. Tonight was the first stream. Her roommates, not wanting to appear on camera, had gone to the study room. Suyu propped her phone up and started the stream. Her fans, the Little Islands, had known about it all day and were already waiting in the chat. Hey, lovely Little Islands, good evening. Suyu flashed a huge smile at the screen. She had just showered before the stream, so her hair was still slightly damp and her face was bare, making her lips look particularly red and her skin fair. The sudden beauty assault stunned the fans into a momentary silence in the chat, followed by a tsunami of comments that completely obscured her face. Awa. A beauty fresh from the bath. Is this something I get to see for free? I'm deceased. What kind of ethereal beauty is this? So pure yet so alluring. Thanks, I died peacefully. The tipping feature was turned off by Suyu, so the fans could only express their excitement through frantic likes and comments. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi was also watching the stream at the office. After the meeting, he had created a burner account and quietly followed Suyu and her fan page, becoming one of the many nameless Little Islands. Fang Yuan watched his young master's behavior from the side, thinking that the young master had truly fallen this time. It seemed Miss Su would one day become his mistress. Fang Yuan mentally added a new task for himself to keep a close watch on Miss Su's schedule and whereabouts from now on. Suyu took out her book and waved it in front of the screen. Have you finished your homework? If not, you can do it with me. Okay, I'm going to review now. After saying that, Suyu truly stopped paying attention to the fans on the other side of the screen and started burying herself in her books reviewing. The fans never expected that not only their parents and teachers would urge them to study, but even their idol would do the same. They were all amused and exasperated. Suyu's dormitory was very quiet, with only the rustling of pages and the scratching of pen on paper. On the screen was Suyu's stunning profile as she studied earnestly. I could look at this stunning profile for 100 years and never get tired of it. Even if Suyu just sits there quietly, the charm overflowing from the screen makes it hard for me to breathe. Suyu is so serious. Suddenly I feel that not studying hard is a sin. Enough said, I'm going to get my book. I already took out my book long ago. It's rare to have such an opportunity to study with my idol. Thus, a miraculous phenomenon occurred simultaneously in thousands of households. Parents suddenly discovered that their children were studying so diligently today. Not watching TV, not playing games, and not going out on a Saturday. Baby, weren't you going to the movies with your classmates? No, I'm staying home to study. If I don't study hard, how can I be a good Xiao Dao? Parents were so gratified that tears welled up in their eyes. Their children had finally become motivated. They all posted pictures of their children studying hard on their moments. Thus, that evening, many parents collided on moments. Scrolling through, all they saw were photos of children studying. Was it International Study Day? Or was it a study check-in task assigned by teachers? Why were all the posts about studying? Finally, some parents discovered the reason why their children suddenly loved studying. Suyu. What kind of academic star was this live streaming her study session? So the parents went to search for Suyu. They found out that she was just a somewhat popular artist, but she had no scandals or negative news. She could even lead children to study together. She was much better than the messy idols their children used to chase. Even parents who had always disapproved of their children's fandom tacitly allowed them to follow Suyu, but only if their grades didn't drop. The Xiao never expected this unexpected gain. Previously, their parents didn't allow them to follow idols, so they did it secretly. Now they could openly be fans. They all promised to study hard, and if their grades slipped, they would stop following idols altogether. Some parents also shared their thoughts on the guiding role of idols. As public figures, idol artists should be positive and uplifting, bringing good influence to people. Someone like Suyu who can lead children to study seriously, I support her. Thus, Suyu's study livestream went viral and became a trending topic. Many curious bystanders flooded into the stream. At that moment, Suyu had been reviewing for an hour and was a bit tired. She stretched, took a sip of water, and as she tilted her head back to drink, her slender neck arched, and her throat moved with each swallow. Netizens realized that Suyu's face was truly stunning. Her beauty was androgynous, truly a stunning creature. Originally, they planned to take a quick look and leave, but somehow they couldn't. After drinking water, Suyu continued studying without even glancing at her phone. Otherwise, she would have been shocked by the current viewership. Starting with only a few million, it had now reached over 30 million. As netizens watched, they all felt strange not having a book in front of them. Whether they were still in school or preparing for exams, they all went to get a book to read. When Hongxing had been monitoring Suyu's stream and had already noticed that Suyu's study stream had gone viral, she didn't intervene. This was positive attention, the more the better. A trending hashtag, "Did you study today?" began to spread across the internet. In the end, even the Central China Daily reposted and praised Suyu. Being praised by Central China Daily meant she was a positive celebrity. Many netizens' perception of Suyu improved, and she gained many casual fans. Suyu had started reviewing at 7:30 p.m. Now it was almost 10 p.m., and she had been studying for over 2 hours. The whole nation had studied along with her for the evening. Tired, she put down her pen, twisted her stiff neck, closed her book, and only then remembered that she was still live streaming. Turning her head to look at the phone, Suyu beamed at the screen. "I almost forgot about you guys. Did my Xiao Dao study well tonight?" Yes. I've never been so serious before. This brother is so handsome. Upstairs, this is a sister, not a brother." Suyu then realized that her live stream now had over 50 million viewers. She was so surprised that her expression almost slipped. How come there are so many people? Hi everyone. Since there were many people, she didn't do anything outrageous. Regardless of age, everyone who enters my stream must study hard. Suyu smiled at the screen. It's 10 p.m. now. Early to bed and early to rise makes a person healthy. Go to sleep early, get up early tomorrow to exercise. I'm going offline now. Bye. Live stream exercise. Just as Suyu was about to turn off the stream, a question popped up. Suyu was puzzled. What's so interesting about exercise? I want stream that. Well, stream studying again next week. I'm so sleepy I can't stay up. Good night, everyone. After Suyu turned off the stream, she realized that her roommates had been in the next dorm for half the night and had even taken showers there. Driven by a strong survival instinct, Suyu immediately went to the next dorm to welcome the 4 girls back, promising to buy them breakfast early the next morning. In fact, the girls couldn't bear to be angry at Suyu. The final exams were coming, followed by summer break, and then senior year internships. Every day they could spend with Suyu was becoming fewer. Besides breakfast, you have to take turns sleeping with us, one of us each night. One girl made a shocking statement. Suyu's body trembled at the words. This? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Haha, look at your face. Just kidding. If other fans found out, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to leave the dorm alive. Suyu was relieved. For some reason, the image of Shun Moshi's dark face suddenly flashed through her mind. She must have been studying too long, and her brain was fried. She needed to sleep immediately. A good night's sleep would clear her mind. The next morning, Suyu got up at 6:30. Ever since she developed the habit of running in the morning from labor is the most glorious, she had been running at this time every day. By 6:30, the campus was slowly waking up. Suyu, dressed in a white tracksuit, jogged along a less crowded tree-lined path. The early summer breeze gently combed through her loose hair. Pale golden sunlight filtered through the green treetops, sprinkling a trail of broken gold behind her. Many of Suyu's fans on campus knew she had a morning jogging habit. To accidentally meet her, they all managed to break free from the bed spell and came out to run early. They could exercise, lose weight, and encounter their idol. 3 birds with 1 stone. In just a few minutes, Suyu had greeted over a dozen girls. More shy girls didn't dare to approach, only secretly taking photos of Suyu running. Blue sky, white clouds, green trees, and the figure chasing the wind. Every photo was a beautiful painting. Besides taking photos, some recorded videos. However, the fans respected Suyu and only filmed with her permission. After filming, a girl edited the video, added background music, and uploaded it to Suyu's super topic, attracting many people. Suyu's #1 fan. For those of you who missed the morning jog livestream, I've got you covered. The video quickly gathered a group of early rising fans. Bless the uploader, a like before watching is a virtue. I'm genuinely envious of Suyu's long legs, and her running pace is incredibly fast. Her physique is stunning. She runs with such ease and grace. Why do I look like a dying squash when I run? What a divine video. Is the uploader a photographer? It's so beautifully shot. The uploader replied to this comment, no, just an ordinary person. But our campus is beautiful and the person running in it is even more so. I'm just a conduit for this beauty. Giggling, a city university of economics is so beautiful and it's my idol's school. I must get in. I'm a senior in high school already preparing to apply. I hope my senior Suyu hasn't left for an internship by September. I want to run into her. So jealous of the commenter above. I'm only a sophomore, but I'm also planning to go there. By the time I get in, Suyu will have already graduated. Crying, haha, welcome to a city university of economics. We have not only beautiful people and scenery, but also a strong faculty. By the time Suyu returned to her dorm with breakfast, the comments under the post had veered off topic, all discussing how to get into a city university of economics. It was mid to late May, leaving just over half a month until the college entrance exams. The official Weibo account of a city university of economics sensed an opportunity. The scenery was from their campus and the beauty was their student. Wasn't this the perfect recruitment video? With the exams imminent, the official account quickly contacted the original uploader and Suyu for permission to use the video for promotional purposes. Both Suyu and the uploader, being students of the university, were happy to contribute to their alma mater and agreed. After obtaining the video, the official account edited it, making it clearer, more aesthetically pleasing, and better layered than the original, with background music and subtitles that aligned perfectly with the scenery and recruitment goals. Official Weibo of a city university of economics. Choose a city university of economics, and your dreams are within reach. Video. The edited video was even more beautiful, incorporating other scenic spots on campus. The beauty of the person and the scenery intertwined. Suyu in a white tracksuit ran amidst a sea of green with the wind cheering her on and flowers applauding her. During her run, Suyu would occasionally turn to smile at the camera, her sweat seemingly gilded by the sunlight. Truly the scenery was beautiful, but the person was even more so. The ending was softened with a blur effect, as if Suyu was running towards a bright and promising future waiting for the incoming students to chase. The video's release propelled both the hashtags, a city university of economics recruitment video, and Suyu running, onto the trending list. Though not top-ranked, it was a win-win situation. The university gained an edge in student recruitment, and Suyu gained many new fans. That's enough, you guys. Keep this up, and you'll lose me. Suyu, puffing up like a pufferfish, snatched her phone back from Song Ruohua, forbidding her from reading anymore. Song Ruohua dabbed the tears of laughter from her eyes with a tissue. Alright, I'll stop teasing. Let's get to— That's enough, you guys. Keep this up, and you'll lose me. Suyu, puffing up like a pufferfish, snatched her phone back from Song Ruohua, forbidding her from reading anymore. Song Ruohua dabbed the tears of laughter from her eyes with a tissue. Alright, I'll stop teasing. Let's get to studying. The finals are just around the corner. Keep this notebook safe, it has all the key points. I've also marked the important sections in the textbook. If you understand and memorize these, passing will be no problem. Song Ruohua handed over her carefully prepared masterpiece. Huahua, oh Huahua, thank goodness for you. What would I do without you? Suyu clung to Song Ruohua's arm, nuzzling against her affectionately. Time flowed like water, and before she knew it, it was time for Suyu's second live stream. Taking a lesson from last time, she streamed from the apartment the company had arranged for her. That afternoon, the second edited episode of Labor is the Most Glorious was released. Suyu's lethal singing was enhanced with special effects, making the scene utterly comical. Others sang for money, but Suyu's singing was a threat to life itself. Shin Moshi's improvised song, Casual, still hadn't been released, and fans were in despair, left with only the unclear audio from the videos. The hilarious scene of Suyu and Shin Moshi being chased around the village by the three rural bullies also evoked childhood memories for many viewers. Her evening study session attracted even more viewers than before, but Suyu was her usual self, greeting everyone before diving into her revision. That night she focused on solving practice tests. The questions were quite challenging, and she had to stop frequently to think. At times she scratched her head in frustration, almost chewing through her pen. Netizens sighed in unison, "This is exactly what I look like when doing a test. My spirit twin. Different fields are like mountains apart. This test looks really hard. I'm in the same major. This test is a bit tough, but if your foundation is solid, passing isn't an issue. Getting a high score requires more effort." After finishing one paper with great difficulty, Suyu was utterly depleted, realizing she needed to hit the books even harder. On the other side of the screen, Shin Moshi watched her nearly pull her hair out, feeling both a pang of sympathy and amusement. After the stream, Suyu stayed overnight at Jinyu Garden, the residential complex where the company had arranged her apartment, instead of returning to campus. The next day was the weekend, so she had no classes, but her internal clock wouldn't let her sleep in. She woke up promptly at 6:30 a.m. The environment at Jinyu Garden was pleasant, so Suyu decided to take a walk downstairs. A company staff member would be delivering her meals later. She rarely stayed at this apartment, and no one in the complex had recognized her yet. Wearing a mask and hat gave her a sense of security, so she always disguised herself when entering or leaving. It was the weekend, and the garden was mostly empty save for a few elderly people doing their morning exercises. As she passed a corner near the main gate, she heard faint whimpers coming from the bushes. Suyu crouched down and found a dirty little dog. Its front paw seemed to be injured, and it looked up at her with big, watery eyes. She wasn't a dog lover, but she couldn't bear to let it die. She decided to take it to a vet. "Here, puppy." Suyu reached out her hand, trying to coax the dog out. The dog, seeming to sense her kindness, limped out from the undergrowth. Knowing the injured dog couldn't walk, Suyu went to the property management office to borrow a cardboard box. She placed the dog inside, ready to take it to the animal hospital. Suyu, who had just put the dog in the box, was startled. She hadn't expected to be recognized, even in her disguise. Turning around, she saw a tall, straight figure standing under a tree. He was also heavily covered up, but Suyu recognized him instantly. Shinmoshi. A faint smile curled beneath Shinmoshi's mask. After watching Suyu's livestream last night, he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and by 5 in the morning he had driven to the entrance of Jinyu Garden. He had always known Suyu lived there, but he had never visited. After sitting in his car for a long while, he knew he was being foolish, but he simply couldn't help himself. Suyu walked briskly to Shinmoshi holding a box. "Why are you here? So early in the morning? You're not here to freeload breakfast, are you?" "Just passing by," Shinmoshi replied, his starry eyes beneath the cap brim greedily drinking in the sight of the one he yearned for day and night. After a moment, he noticed the puppy in the box Suyu was holding. "What's wrong with this dog? I just found it. It looks injured. I don't know if it has an owner, but if I don't help it, it probably won't survive more than a few days." Suyu frowned, slightly unsure if the puppy could be saved. "Come on, I'll drive you to the vet," Shinmoshi said, inexplicably annoyed at the puppy in her arms. Suyu asked, "Weren't you just passing by? Don't you have things to do?" "Already done. Let's go." "All right." The two walked towards the gate. Shinmoshi's car was parked in a spot under a shade tree covered in small unknown fruits that had burst upon impact, leaving the relatively low-key Maserati splattered with sticky pulp. "I thought you were just passing by. This car looks like it's been parked here for a while. You should ask your neighborhood, what kind of tree is this shedding fruit like crazy," Shinmoshi said, opening the passenger door for Suyu. He then took the box from her hands to place it in the back. The puppy, as if sensing the chill radiating from Shinmoshi, began trembling the moment it was in his hands, whimpering anxiously and looking at Suyu with pitiful eyes, hoping to return to her embrace. Shinmoshi sneered inwardly. He opened the back door, placed the box inside, and shut it. On the way to the animal hospital, the puppy whimpered softly in the back, yearning for the secure embrace it had felt. But with an injured leg, it couldn't climb out of the tall box. Suyu looked back with concern. "Don't worry, we'll be at the hospital soon." "It can't understand you. Why bother talking to it?" Shinmoshi said, irritated by anything that drew Suyu's attention away. However, after Suyu spoke, the puppy quieted down and let out 2 soft barks, as if responding to her. "Wow, this dog is so smart. It seems to understand me," Suyu said, surprised, a glint of unexpected joy in her eyes. She was starting to like the dog. Shinmoshi said nothing, just pressed the accelerator harder, letting the Maserati's superior performance get them to the nearest 24-hour animal hospital in half the time. Suyu walked into the animal hospital carrying the box, with Shinmoshi following behind. Despite both wearing masks and hats, their outstanding physiques and undeniable aura instantly chased away the night nurse's drowsiness. The nurse thought, "I can't see their faces, but they're definitely handsome. Hello, how can I help you?" The nurse asked, suddenly as alert as if she had just started her shift. "I just found this dog. It seems to be injured," Suyu said, placing the box on the counter. The hospital frequently treated injured strays, so the nurse was used to it. "Please wait a moment, I'll get the duty doctor," the nurse said, pressing a buzzer. Soon a doctor emerged, looking like he had just woken up. "It looks like a fracture in the left front leg, but we'll need to run some tests. Please fill out this form and pay a deposit first, then we'll take it in for an examination." The doctor took the puppy out, placed it on the examination table for a quick check, and then prepared to carry it into the imaging room. The puppy struggled, anxiously whimpering as it looked at Suyu. Suyu quickly soothed it. "This is the doctor. He's going to fix your leg. You need to be good and cooperate with him, okay? He'll wait for you outside." Reassured by Suyu's words, the puppy finally calmed down, still looking back at her wistfully as it was carried away. "It's pretty fond of you," Shinmoshi said, a sour note hanging in the air around him. "I'm its savior. Isn't it natural for it to like me? Besides, I'm so likable. Who doesn't like me?" "Dogs are the same," Suyu said, brimming with playful arrogance as she reached for the form the doctor had given her. For the pet's name, Suyu simply wrote dog. For gender and age, she marked them as unknown. But when she got to the contact person and phone number, she hesitated. When Hongxing had told her to minimize exposing her identity in public, Shinmoshi took the pen and filled in Fong Yuan's name and number in the contact field. "Who is Fong Yuan?" "My assistant." Oh, Suyu nodded, suddenly wondering if she should get an assistant too. It was indeed inconvenient without one. After paying and waiting a while longer, the doctor brought the puppy back out. By then it had been cleaned up, and its breed was finally discernible, a golden retriever mix. "This dog has a fracture in its left front leg, a mild infection, intestinal parasites, and moderate malnutrition," the doctor explained simply, then continued, "It needs surgery as soon as possible, or it will lose the leg. If you decide to proceed, please sign the consent form." "Okay, please start treatment right away." "How long will it take?" Suyu asked, gently stroking the puppy's head, which nuzzled affectionately against her palm. The surgery itself is quick, an hour or two, but it will need to stay hospitalized for a week. After you pay, you can come back in a week. Thank you, doctor. Suyu turned and stroked the puppy again. You'll be treated here for a week. You have to be good, okay? He'll come back for you. The puppy licked her palm and let out a soft bark as if in response. Good boy, Suyu said, her fondness for the dog growing. After paying the fees, they walked out of the animal hospital. It was only 7:30 a.m. and Suyu's stomach let out a loud growl. She rubbed her belly. She hadn't had breakfast yet after all the morning's commotion. The company staff, knowing she now woke early, usually left breakfast in her apartment by 7. Come on, I'll treat you to breakfast, Suyu said, tilting her head with a smile at Shinmoshi. My pleasure. Where to? Shinmoshi was delighted. My apartment. My breakfast has already been delivered, Suyu said, walking towards the car. Shinmoshi's heart skipped a beat. He had never been to Suyu's private space before. Today was definitely worth it. The car drove back to Jinyu Garden, this time pulling up directly in front of Suyu's apartment building. Suyu lived on the 27th floor. Shinmoshi's heart leaped with joy. He was exactly 27 years old. Suyu's apartment was not large, a modest two-bedroom, one living room layout, simply decorated but bathed in excellent sunlight. Breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Although Suyu had a hearty appetite and was blessed with a physique that never gained weight, when Hongxing still hoped she would exercise restraint. Thus her meals mainly consisted of salads, whole grains, and boiled eggs. How boring eating this every day. I really crave soy milk fried dough sticks and meat buns. Suyu gazed at the breakfast spread, utterly devoid of appetite. Shinmoshi was still reviewing the exam papers Suyu had written the previous night. Upon hearing this, he set down the papers and sent a WeChat message to Fong Yuan. 10 minutes, deliver 2 portions of soy milk fried dough sticks and meat buns to building F2702, Jinyu Garden. Shinmoshi pushed aside the breakfast in front of Suyu and placed the exam paper before her. This question, this one, and this. He drew a long line with his pen. All wrong. Suyu was both surprised and dismayed. You can do my exam paper. I got so many wrong. I earned my PhD at 24. I can tutor you for free. Shinmoshi flashed a charming smile at Suyu. He had already mastered all the foundational knowledge of economics and management during his undergraduate years. A study god. Suyu's eyes shone with envy and admiration. Hurry up. I struggled with this problem last night and still got it wrong. Teach me how to solve it. Suyu pulled Shinmoshi over to sit beside her, thrusting the paper and pen into his hands. She leaned in very close, and Shinmoshi could catch a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. His voice turned slightly hoarse. Move over a bit, it's too cramped. I can't teach like this. Oh. Suyu shifted away, remembering that she still often thought of herself as a man. After Shinmoshi finished explaining one problem, Suyu suddenly saw the light. So it was that simple. Just a different approach. His teaching style was different from Huahua's. Huahua was steady and methodical, while Shinmoshi took a more unconventional path. Shinmoshi, you're amazing. Suyu looked at him as if a drowning person had spotted a thick, sturdy log. Song Huahua was competing for a national scholarship, and with exams approaching, she didn't have much time to tutor her. Teach me the next one. Suyu pushed the paper forward. Just then the doorbell rang. No rush, let's eat breakfast first. Shinmoshi got up to answer the door. Outside stood Fong Yuan carrying soy milk fried dough sticks and meat buns from a famous local breakfast shop in City A. Young master, the soy milk fried dough sticks and meat buns you requested. All right, you can leave now. Shinmoshi closed the door without acknowledging Fong Yuan's hesitant expression. Who was that? Suyu wondered. No one knew about this apartment except the company staff. My assistant. The soy milk fried dough sticks and meat buns you were craving. Shinmoshi placed the steaming breakfast in front of Suyu. Wow. Shinmoshi, are you a reincarnated snail spirit? Suyu unceremoniously grabbed a meat bun and took a big bite. This is what real human breakfast should be. You eat too. Suyu munched with puffed cheeks, using one hand to push the breakfast toward Shinmoshi. All right. Shinmoshi picked up a fried dough stick, ready to eat it. Hey, fried dough sticks taste better this way. Suyu finished the remaining half of the bun in a few bites, took the fried dough stick from Shinmoshi, broke it into pieces, and soaked them in the soy milk. She handed him a spoon. Try it. It's especially delicious. The broken fried dough stick seemed even more fragrant, and Shinmoshi soon finished a large bowl of soy milk with soaked dough sticks. Good, right? Suyu's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. The breeze gently stirred the sheer curtains behind her, and sunlight streamed through the thin fabric into the dining room. This was the epitome of peaceful, idyllic moments. Delicious. I hope I can have breakfast with you like this every day. Shinmoshi's smile was broad and relaxed. He hadn't shaved that morning, and the slight stubble on his face gave him a very masculine allure. Suyu suddenly felt the room was a bit warm. It's only the end of May, and it's already this hot. He'll turn on the air conditioner. Suyu, feeling a bit flustered, made an excuse to get up and adjust the thermostat. Shinmoshi noticed Suyu's reddening ears, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. After breakfast, he borrowed her bathroom to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Seeing the sanitary pads on the shelf, he suddenly recalled that chaotic night. Although he had been drunk and not fully conscious, he had witnessed a girl's most private moment. So he should take responsibility for her. Suyu wondered why Shinmoshi had been in the bathroom for so long. Just as she was about to ask, she saw him staring blankly at the sanitary pads on the shelf. Suyu's bathroom was separate, a shower area inside and an open sink area outside. At that moment, Shinmoshi's hair tips were still dripping and his face was flushed. His fair skin made the redness highly noticeable. Suyu also recalled that night. Her long clothes had covered the key areas, but he had still seen her underwear and the bloodstains on it. Suyu was so embarrassed she could have dug a hole with her toes. She quickly stepped forward, took the sanitary pads from the shelf, and stashed them in the cabinet below. You? I. They both spoke at the same time, but neither knew what to say. Shinmoshi suddenly let out a low laugh, leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed on Suyu's completely reddened face. I'm a man of honor. I can take responsibility. Suyu was utterly dumbfounded by Shinmoshi's words. Her face alternated between red and pale. What the hell do you mean by responsibility? What exactly do you need to take responsibility for? I have nothing that requires you to be responsible for. Go stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and teach me the problems. Suyu pushed Shinmoshi out of the bathroom away from the scene of awkwardness. Shinmoshi sensed her discomfort and resistance, so he decided to ease off and not press further. While they worked on the problems, Shinmoshi's study god aura shone brightly, and Suyu quickly forgot the embarrassing bathroom memory. Suyu was actually quite clever, as she had simply been exposed to economics and management for too short a time. The methods Shinmoshi taught her were very effective, and she even began to apply them to other problems. Haha, I actually solved it. I'm so smart. Suyu was overjoyed like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. What a teachable student. Shinmoshi smiled and ruffled Suyu's hair. He had wanted to do that for a long time and finally did. Shinmoshi spent the entire day at Suyu's apartment tutoring her. He also helped her organize all the key points of her current coursework, and she finally understood all the problems that had previously baffled her. Fang Yuan knew his young master's intentions. Today there was no way Shinmoshi would handle any corporate affairs. He handled everything he could himself and postponed the rest. He also thoughtfully prepared nutritious, healthy, and delicious lunch and dinner. Shinmoshi was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance today. Choose a house you like. The group will pay the down payment. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Indeed, as long as Miss Su was happy, the young master was happy. From now on, he would cling tightly to Miss Su's coattails. After dinner, they continued reviewing for a while. Suyu had gained a lot today. Shinmoshi, this free tutor, was really useful. It was now 8 p.m. and Suyu had to return to school because she had class the next morning. Thank you for today. He'll treat you to a meal another day. Suyu packed her bag, feeling in high spirits. Shinmoshi raised an eyebrow. How many meals? Today I not only tutored you, but also treated you to 3 meals. Well, at least 4 to start. Suyu thought about it and realized 1 meal was definitely not enough. Alright, remember, you owe me 4 meals. Come on, I'll drive you back to school. Shinmoshi dropped Suyu off at school and then returned to the corporate headquarters to handle the backlog of business. What they didn't realize was that everything from their return from the pet hospital to going back to the apartment to Shinmoshi driving Suyu to school had been photographed by paparazzi. This rookie paparazzo had just joined the industry, and capturing such a photo so soon made him tremble with excitement. Shin Tianwang and Suyu's secret relationship exposed. Shin Tianwang suspected of living with Suyu. Headlines like these would make his career, or he could sell the photos for a hefty sum. After pondering for a while, he decided selling was the safer bet. He was alone and vulnerable, and Shinmoshi's fans were terrifying. He wanted to keep his life. He'll sell them to those fearless big marketing accounts. Making money quietly is the real win. The paparazzo sold the photos to a marketing account with over 1 million followers on Weibo for 10,000 yuan per photo. Earning hundreds of thousands in a day, he was ecstatic. The marketing account holder, being shrewd, didn't release the photos immediately. Instead, he approached Shinmoshi's agent Pan Yushan. Seeing the photos, Pan Yushan was stunned. When did Moshi get so close to Suyu? Name your price. Pan Yushan was determined to keep these photos from leaking. Brother Pan, what do you think they're worth? The marketer asked, smiling like a sly fox. 30,000 each. I know you got these cheap. That's a fair deal. Otherwise you can try releasing them and see what happens. Pan Yushan sat on the sofa, unmoving, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He wasn't an easy target as Shinmoshi's agent, but he preferred solving problems with money over violence. The marketer, intimidated by Pan Yushan's gaze, remembered the rumors about Shinmoshi's formidable background. The sense of danger made him choose wisely. Since Brother Pan says so, I'll follow your lead. Thank you, Brother Pan. Knowing when to stop was key. He had already quadrupled his money in half a day. Greed would only shorten his life. You're smart. If you encounter this situation again, come straight to me. There will be benefits for you. The crisis dissolved silently, and Suyu remained unaware of the bullet she had dodged. But Shinmoshi knew. After getting the photos, Pan Yushan didn't return to Tianyue Entertainment. He went straight to the Shin Group headquarters. Moshi, look at these. You were too careless. What's going on between you and Suyu? Pan Yushan placed the photos on Shun Moshi's desk. Pan Yushan was torn between anger and joy. He was angry at Shun Moshi's carelessness in getting photographed visiting Suyu, but glad that Moshi finally had a friend he was willing to get close to. He just wondered if this friend was merely a friend or something more. They had known each other for years, ever since studying abroad. In all that time, Shun Moshi had made few friends. Even their own relationship was merely a professional collaboration. Seeing the photos, Shun Moshi's murderous intent surged, uncontrollably startling even Pan Yushan. But in an instant he reined it in. Since Pan Yushan was here, it meant the photos hadn't been leaked. He trusted Pan Yushan's competence. I like her, Shun Moshi admitted directly. But she doesn't seem to like me. Shun Moshi looked dejected and despondent. The revelation was overwhelming, and Pan Yushan's expression shifted through various emotions, momentarily speechless. Finally he managed, Suyu has terrible taste. Shun Moshi leaned back in his chair, covering his eyes with one hand, and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Yeah, seems like it. She likes Su Manru, her female classmates, any pretty girl. She even likes a dirty stray dog. Just not me. Pan Yushan was astonished. In this day and age, there's a girl who doesn't like you. There must be something wrong with Suyu. By the way, have you confessed? No. Pan Yushan was speechless. You haven't even confessed. How do you know she doesn't like you? Pan Yushan was utterly exasperated. I can feel it. Every time I try to take that step, she quickly retreats, keeping her distance. I don't want to lose her as a friend. Shun Moshi rested his forehead on his hands on the desk, his voice filled with helplessness. Pan Yushan advised, then boil the frog in warm water. By the time she realizes what's happening, she'll be trapped in your hands. That's what I'm doing. How else would these photos exist? The conversation came full circle. It's not the right time to expose this. The frog isn't cooked yet, and my fans would tear it apart. Pan Yushan spoke bluntly. You and Suyu shouldn't meet for a while if you want to be with her in the long run. Shun Moshi understood the logic, but it was still painful. He would give up everything, even his career, without hesitation. But he couldn't be selfish with Suyu. He could see how much she loved acting now. He could fund countless dramas for her, but he couldn't silence the public. He didn't want her to suffer even the slightest harm. Moreover, Suyu might not appreciate such actions. Money wasn't everything. I understand. I won't go see her for now. It won't be long. I've secured the male lead for The Other Side of the Mist for you. You'll see her soon. It had taken some effort, but it was worth it. The role was originally taken, but Pan Yushan had traded another film resource to secure it. Really? That's good. A faint smile finally appeared on Shun Moshi's face. Alright, I'm heading back. I need to clean up the rest of this photo mess. Pan Yushan waved and left. After Pan Yushan left, Shun Moshi couldn't focus on work. What should he do? Suyu, blissfully unaware of the heartache she was causing, shared the methods Shun Moshi had taught her with Song Ruohua. Song Ruohua, known as the beautiful and brilliant student, was naturally smart. Her foundation was far stronger than Su, yes, and she could fully appreciate the brilliance of the problem-solving techniques Shun Moshi had provided. A genius. Suyu, where did you find this expert? This is amazing. Song Ruohua was overjoyed, eager to test the methods on a practice exam. He's a friend of mine. He taught me all day yesterday, and I've told you everything, holding nothing back. Consider it my small way of repaying you for your tutoring. Suyu started her playful banter again. Song Ruohua was used to it by now. Suyu was always like this, unable to go a day without joking around. Since meeting Suyu, she found other boys less appealing. None were as handsome or as fun as Suyu, and they came with so much drama. With Suyu, she had none of those worries. Song Ruohua reached out and pinched Suyu's cheek, smiling. This is far from enough. If you want to repay me, you should consult your friend more often, and then tell me everything. Don't leave out a single detail, understand? As you command. My princess. Suyu took Song Ruohua's delicate hand, squeezed it, and they playfully tussled together, Suyu acting completely unserious. All the other students, boys and girls alike, watched them with sour envy. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. Suyu was going to pick up the puppy, so she messaged Shun Moshi to ask if he wanted to come along. Shun Moshi desperately wanted to go with her, but he couldn't. Shun Moshi, I'm busy these couple of days, so I won't go. Suyu, oh, then I'll go by myself. A faint sense of unease stirred within her. She found it increasingly strange that she felt disappointed. Why should she care whether Shun Moshi came or not? At the veterinary clinic, the puppy caught sight of Suyu after a week apart and bounded around in sheer excitement. Its injured left foreleg was still wrapped in a cast, but it was no longer the same dog from a week ago. After a week of treatment, it was bursting with energy, hopping nimbly on its 3 good legs. He's in great shape now. When you take him home, keep an eye on his injured leg. He can have a bath, but be very careful not to get the cast wet. He can come back in a month to have the cast removed. Is he a boy or a girl? I don't even know that. Suyu gently stroked the puppy's head. He's a 3-month-old golden retriever mix with a stronger golden retriever lineage. A real little gentleman. Suyu felt troubled. Her dormitory didn't allow pets, and she couldn't possibly leave him alone at Jinyu Garden. When Hongxing despised all animals, so leaving the puppy at her place was out of the question either. He's a stray I found, but I have nowhere to keep him now. What should I do? Suyu voiced her dilemma to the vet. If you're certain you can't adopt him, you can leave him here with me and see if anyone wants to take him in. He's in no condition to go back to the streets. Having spent a week together, the vet had grown fond of this remarkably clever pup. As if sensing that Suyu might not keep him, the puppy kept leaping at her, whimpering and licking her hand, while its tail wagged so furiously it seemed about to break off. Not long after he was born, his mother had been taken away by cruel people, and his siblings were scattered too. He dreaded being alone on the streets again. This human gave him a feeling just like his mother's. He really likes you, the vet said, voicing the dog's unspoken thoughts. As if understanding the vet's words, the puppy looked at Suyu, and a single tear rolled down its eye. That tear struck Suyu straight in the heart. "Doctor, let me make a quick phone call." She stepped outside. The call was picked up after just one ring, as if the person on the other end had been waiting by the phone all along. "Hello, Suyu. You're looking for me. Shinmoshi am at the vet's office. This puppy can be discharged today. I want to keep him, but my dorm doesn't allow pets. Could you board him at your place until summer break?" "All right, I'll have Fang Yuan come pick him up." Whatever Suyu asked, he would never refuse, even if that dog was an utter nuisance. Suyu went back inside and petted the puppy's head. "I can't keep you with me right now, but he'll be on summer break soon. Until then, you'll stay at that uncle's place from last time. The moment break starts, he'll come get you." "Okay." The puppy wasn't thrilled about being apart from Suyu, but as long as she was willing to keep him, he could endure a little longer. Having thought it through, he let out 2 sharp woofs to agree with her plan. "Good boy." Fang Yuan arrived quickly, and the vet placed the puppy in a crate. "Miss Su, leave the dog to me. He'll take—" Fang Yuan already regarded Suyu as his future young mistress. A couple of days earlier, he had picked out an apartment, a prime school district property in City A of full 160 square meters. Had he not been mindful of the monthly mortgage payments, he might have chosen an even better one. Back in his hometown, his parents now walked with their heads held high wherever they went. "Thank you for your hard work." Shinmoshi's assistant was truly top-notch. His smile was so bright and genuine. With the puppy situation settled, Suyu could finally set that worry aside. Days passed one after another. Suyu live-streamed her study sessions 3 more times, and episodes 3, 4, and 5 of Labor is the Most Glorious also aired. She never saw Shinmoshi again, but she frequently bombarded him with WeChat messages asking him to help her with problems. Thanks to the dual tutoring from Shinmoshi and Song Ruohua, Suyu's final exam scores barely scraped by. She passed every subject. Truly a cause for celebration. Suyu went to pick up the puppy. His cast had been removed, and aside from avoiding overly vigorous exercise, he could walk, run, and jump without any trouble. Fang Yuan had even managed to fatten him up a bit. He was absolutely adorable, now no longer the skin and bones little wretch she had first found. The puppy was overjoyed too. Finally, he could be with Suyu every day. To prove he could live independently even as a lone dog, he had taught himself to use the toilet. The only problem was his height, otherwise he could flush it himself. When he got hungry, he would rummage through his dog food, and even had the refinement to pour it into his bowl before eating. Seeing how clever the dog was, Fang Yuan, always eager to please Suyu, also taught him to fetch slippers and water cups for his mistress. The puppy vowed that even if Suyu had to leave for days, he could guard the house all by himself. Suyu marveled. "You're so competitive. From now on, I'll call you Huan Huan. May you soon become the king of overachievers in the dog world." When Suyu brought Huan Huan back to Jinyu Garden, it took the dog only an hour to thoroughly explore the place. Where the dog food was, where his bed was, where the toilet was, which areas were off limits. He knew it all perfectly. The squat toilet in Suyu's apartment had an automatic flush. After Huan Huan did his business, the sensor triggered the flush all by itself. It was absolutely perfect. Huan Huan, what kind of angelic little darling are you? You're so smart." Suyu scooped him up and showered him with cuddles. Huan Huan, delighted by the praise, wagged his tail at lightning speed. But Suyu had forgotten that she would be heading to the film set as soon as summer break began. The Other Side of the Mist was about to start filming. She had just brought Huan Huan home, and now she had to part with him again. "Huan Huan, I need to go away for work for a while. During that time, you'll stay at my grandpa's place, okay? He's a wonderful person, and you'll be happy there. He'll come pick you up when I'm back." At those words, the speed and arc of Huan Huan's tail wagging diminished considerably. His ears drooped. Had he only been reunited with his mistress for a single day, only to be separated again? Seeing Huan Huan's crestfallen look, Suyu felt like an irresponsible owner. But there was no other way. If she held him, she couldn't carry the bricks of work. Besides, between work and studies, she had been so swamped that she hadn't visited her grandpa in 2 or 3 months. It was high time she went to see him. Grandpa and Granny Lu now lived each day in quiet contentment. A soft, gentle happiness, the two of them keeping each other company. After visiting her grandpa, Suyu stayed for just one night, before heading straight to the airport off to her own battlefield. As the car pulled away, she watched in the rearview mirror as her grandpa's figure grew more stooped, with little Huan Huan crouched beside him in a tiny bundle. A pang of sorrow tightened in her chest. That's just how life is. An endless cycle of meetings and partings, like a train that never quite fills all its. The filming location for Mist Beyond the Horizon was in G City, and Suyu had already begun memorizing her lines on the plane. Ever since signing the contract, she had the full script in hand, and whenever she felt exhausted from her studies, she would pull it out to read, giving her mind a change of pace. By now she had already thoroughly absorbed the character of Xiaoqi and had even taken the time to write a character biography for her. Her acting classes continued without pause during her study sessions, and these days Suyu was more worn out than a beast of burden. But now Suyu was like a piece of fine jade polished bit by bit into brilliance. Her temperament had grown steadier and more reserved. No longer did she gawk at a pretty flight attendant like she used to. Simply sitting still, she could draw the eyes of everyone around her. Suyu brought no luggage at all, carrying only a small shoulder bag. Her other belongings had been packed and sent ahead by the assistant the company had just assigned her, delivered straight to the hotel where the cast was staying. The plane landed on time, and Suyu, headphones on, strode toward the exit on her long legs. As they say, fame is a nourishing force. Even in a mask and cap, her distinctive aura made passers-by turn to look. Quite a few people snapped photos and posted them online. Rainbow Cotton Candy V just ran into a really handsome guy at G-City Airport. Even though he's wearing a mask and cap, I just know he's gorgeous. The way he walks, every step lands right on my heart. I really want to go ask for his WeChat. Photos of attractive people are always the traffic goldmine of every platform, and once this netizen's post went up, it immediately drew a crowd of drooling followers. Wow, he's really something. That perfect head-to-body ratio, tears of envy streaming from the corners of my mouth. Blogger, what are you waiting for? Go for it. If you don't muster the courage to ask for his WeChat now, and just let him slip away in the crowd, I guarantee you'll be kicking yourself for the next 20 years. Upstairs, I guarantee she'll still be thinking about it on her deathbed. Crying laughing emoji. Am I the only one who thinks that masked profile looks familiar? Blogger, you're so lucky. You ran into a celebrity on the run from set. Oh my god, isn't that my girl? Even if my girl goes out wrapped in a quilt, I'd still recognize her. The blogger grew anxious and commented, who is it seriously? I'm chasing him now, but he walks so fast, and is about to leave the station. Blogger, that's Suyu the heartthrob. Run. I'm more anxious than you are. The blogger didn't usually follow celebrities, but seeing the photo finally jogged her memory. Wasn't this the regular cast member of the hit variety show Labor is Most Glorious? Her best friend was always nagging her about it, practically forcing the recommendation down her throat. If she missed Suyu today, she'd probably be torn limb from limb when she got home. The blogger stopped looking at her phone and sprinted after her, only to watch helplessly as Suyu got into a car. The car drove off, gone. Just as she was wallowing in regret, a call came in. She glanced at the screen. It was indeed her clingy, troublesome best friend. Lim Yanhua, did you get Suyu's autograph? Did you get a photo? I saw your Weibo post. You must have gotten it right. Suyu absolutely adores her fans. The best friend's voice was shrill and piercing, so loud that the blogger had to hold the phone away from her ear. She replied in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, well, you see, your idol's legs are just too long. My little short legs couldn't catch up. You're done for. Buy yourself a durian on the way back. It'll eat the flesh and you kneel on the shell. The best friend hung up with a slam, leaving the bloggers standing there dumbfounded in the wind. As soon as Suyu exited the station, she met her newly appointed assistant Xiaoqiu along with the crew members sent to pick her up. The crew's filming ceremony was scheduled for a few days later, with promotional stills to be taken tomorrow. The lead actors were required to attend a script read-through tonight. Director Jiang had a personal trademark. He would make the official announcements at the same time as the ceremony. In the past, had announced things early only to have actors get embroiled in scandals or throw tantrums and walk out. Now Director Jiang was done taking those risks. Arriving at the hotel where the crew was staying, Suyu spotted the director and hurried over to greet him. Director Jiang, I'm sorry I'm late. Suyu, you're here. Not late at all. Get some rest first. We'll have dinner together tonight, and you can meet the other leads. Director Jiang was in high spirits. The investors had made a last-minute decision to add more funding, making the crew's budget more generous than before. At this moment, he found everyone pleasing to the eye. Alright, I'll go change my clothes first. Suyu nodded with a smile. Xiaoqiu, where's my room? Suyu turned to ask her new assistant, a slightly plump girl with an apple-shaped face. It's on the 17th floor, room 1708. The whole hotel is booked out by our crew. All the leads are on the 17th floor, and I'm on the 5th. Yujie, just give me a call if you need anything. Xiaoqiu was the same age as Suyu, a few months younger. She had been working as an assistant for 2 years, previously assigned to another artist in the company, and had just been transferred to Suyu's side. Okay. Suyu took the room card from Xiaoqiu, found her room, took a shower, changed, and headed back out with her script in hand. She planned to get acquainted with the other actors in advance. She still had no idea who the male lead was. She had heard someone had been cast, but then it was changed. But the moment Suyu opened her door, she froze in place. Shinmoshi, what are you doing here? Shinmoshi was leaning casually against the doorframe of 1707, his 1.9-meter frame, nearly brushing the top of the door. His left hand was clenched in a fist with his thumb pointing backward over his shoulder, and a perfect, breathtaking curve curled across his lips. This is my room. Of course I'm here. Room 1707 was directly opposite 1708, 2 rooms at the end of the corridor. A window at the corridor's end let in the summer light, casting its glow across Shun Moshi's confident, sharply defined face, radiating an irresistible charm from his entire being. Suyu had just stepped out of the shower, her hair still damp, and a warm misty aura rising from her. She had never been good at makeup and still wasn't her face bare, but glowing with a rosy flush. She stared blankly at Shun Moshi. So, you're in this production too. That's right. Xiachi, I'm your leading man. The smile at the corners of Shun Moshi's lips grew impossible to contain his whole being, radiating joy. Suyu was even more dumbfounded. Shun Moshi looked at the person had been thinking about for a month, his hand itching beyond restraint. He finally reached out and tousled Suyu's hair. That tousle finally snapped Suyu back to her senses, and she spoke with a hint of complaint. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to surprise you. Thanks. No surprise, just a shock. Suyu rolled her eyes. Shun Moshi glanced at the script in her hand and raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Looking for someone to rehearse with? I'm your male lead. You should be coming to me. Shun Moshi straightened up and took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. His voice was slightly husky. Your room, or mine? Suyu found Shun Moshi's towering height of nearly 2 meters rather oppressive, feeling as though the man had stolen all the oxygen from the room. They were far too close. Suyu instinctively raised a hand to push him away, but the moment her fingers met the solid wall of his chest, she recoiled as if burned. I don't want to rehearse with anyone yet. I should go meet the other actors first. Suyu's cheeks flushed as her gaze darted around the room, stubbornly avoiding Shun Moshi's face. 90% of your scenes are with me. There's no rush to meet the others. Rehearsing with me should be your top priority. Suyu, can't you be a little more professional? Shun Moshi gave her no chance to escape his gaze, unwavering. Come on. A professional actor wouldn't turn down a rehearsal invitation from their scene partner. He took her hand and led her into his room. You. Suyu stumbled as he pulled her along, nearly falling into his arms. Shun Moshi's lips curved into a faint smile, but he released her as soon as they were inside. Both rooms were luxurious one-bedroom suites with an open bottle of red wine resting on the coffee table in the living room. The production budget hadn't originally allowed for such extravagance, but Shun Moshi had invested his own money to give Suyu better working conditions. He was now not only the lead actor, but also the production's biggest financial backer, a fact Suyu remained completely unaware of. Since she was already here, Suyu settled onto the living room sofa. Why did you want to be in this film? What do you think? Shun Moshi kept his eyes lowered on the script in his hands, his gaze hidden. It's not because of me, is it? Suyu let out an uncertain, awkward laugh, her grip on the script unconsciously tightening. Of course not. Shun Moshi lifted his gaze to glance at the anxious Suyu across from him, then added, the script is interesting, don't you think? It is. If done well, this script could be truly remarkable. Suyu couldn't tell whether she felt disappointed. The male lead of Mist Beyond was Chung Wushu. Outwardly a brilliant young entrepreneur and philanthropist, but in truth a ruthless, cunning underworld boss. He perpetually wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, appearing handsome and refined in public, while harboring a twisted, sinister nature behind closed doors. A perfect picture of a charming villain. The female lead's twin brother Xiazeo was a special forces soldier who had spent 3 years undercover as a gang member. Xiazeo and his sister Xiachi had lost their parents in a car accident when they were 20, leaving the siblings to rely on each other ever since. They shared a peculiar psychic bond. No matter the distance between them, they could always sense if the other was safe. One day, while working at her computer, Xiachi felt a sharp pang in her chest. Then the connection with her brother vanished. She could no longer sense his presence at all. The sudden emptiness filled Xiachi with terror. She was socially anxious with no true friends, and her relatives had drifted away after their parents' death. Her brother was her only anchor. Something must have happened to him. To uncover the truth, Xiachi disguised herself as her brother and infiltrated the gang. Amidst her battle of wits with Chung Wushu, they unexpectedly fell in love. But theirs was a love destined to remain unfulfilled. So which scene should we start with? Suyu opened her script. Her lines were marked with a purple highlighter, and looking at the pages, a sea of purple stretched across nearly every one. How about scene 34? Suyu flipped to scene 34, and her expression cracked. Chung Wushu had no interest in women, which sparked rumors that he preferred men. Xiachi, seeking classified information stored only in Chung Wuxi's mind, data no computer could access, decided to try seducing him. Not genuinely, of course. If Chung Wushu truly preferred men, that would be exposing herself. Her real plan was simply to get him drunk. What she didn't know was that Chung Wushu had already noticed something off about her. He knew this Xiazeo wasn't the original gang member, and that she was actually a woman. But he didn't expose her. Instead, he toyed with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Suyu knew the entire plot of the film by heart, and had prepared herself mentally as any actor would. But why did it feel so awkward when it came to Shun Moshi? Come on, show me that professionalism. Shun Moshi crossed his legs, leaned back into the sofa, and put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that had appeared from nowhere, watching her with an air of calm amusement. He was the very embodiment of a charming villain. You're not usually like this, Suyu said, biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with conflict. Shinmoshi let out a light, wicked chuckle, a hint of danger lacing his charm. And how was I before? Cold, aloof, silent, expressionless. Shinmoshi, do you realize you've completely broken character? Suya's face was a mask of indignation. Where had the simple, easygoing Shinmoshi gone? Shinmoshi took off his glasses and began polishing the lenses with deliberate care. Right now I'm Chung Wushu, not Shinmoshi. The most basic skill for an actor is the ability to get into character. Suyu, you're seriously unprofessional. Having been called unprofessional by Shinmoshi more times than she could count, Suya's temper flared. Who said she wasn't professional? So what if it was about getting into character? Bring it on. Who was afraid of who? She slammed her script onto the table, and with the fierce determination of someone facing certain death, furiously rubbed her face. In the next second, Suyu transformed into Xiachi. Sir. That's right. The twisted Chung Wushu didn't like being called boss or any other title. He insisted on being addressed as sir. Ayu, is something the matter? Chung Wushu set down his little darling. His pet, a small patterned python coiled up like a mosquito coil. Xiazeo had used the alias Luo Yu while undercover. The python, which had been dozing in his palm, woke up as it was set down and fixed Xiachi with a hostile glare for disturbing its time with its master. Xiachi wore a crisp white shirt today, looking as fresh as a summer breeze. Compared to the other gang members, burly, rough, and practically wearing a sign that said him the bad guy, she seemed to belong to an entirely different world. A shipment of red wine from the AFI winery just arrived. Knowing it's your favorite, sir, I had some set aside. It's already been decanted. Would you care to taste it? Xiachi wheeled the cart forward, a faint smile playing on her lips. It was hard to say which was more exquisite, the silver tableware on the cart or the young man before her. Very well. Thank you, Ayu. Chung Wushu stroked the python's head with a light chuckle, though the smile never reached his eyes. Xiachi retrieved the decanted wine from the ice bucket and gracefully poured a glass. The liquid ruby swirled merrily in the crystal goblet, a beautiful sight to behold. Yet none of it was as beautiful as the hand that held the glass. Sir, please have a taste. That slender, fair hand offered the goblet to Chung Wux's lips. He took the glass, and with it her hand. Xiaochai's lashes trembled, but she didn't pull away. Chung Wushu looked at the inviting Xiachi before him, his voice laced with danger. Ayu, what are you trying to do? Seeing his reaction, Xiachi hesitated for a moment, but her desire to uncover the truth won out. She lifted her face, a picture of innocent harmlessness. Sir, I just want to serve you. Shinmoshi watched Suyu, his gaze deepening. Ayu, and how exactly do you intend to serve me? Shinmoshi's obsidian-like eyes seemed to harbor a magnetic vortex churning with an inexplicable emotion that threatened to devour Suyu. The glass of red wine clasped between their hands seemed to simmer, and the setting sun streaming through the window cast its glow upon his face, tinging those dark, starry pupils with a hint of bewitching crimson. Sir. Suyu murmured, parting her lips, but her mind was a complete blank, unable to recall a single line of her script. She stood there dazed, as if her very soul had been captured by that magnetic gaze. Shinmoshi instinctively reached out his other hand to encircle Suyu's waist, their bodies drawing closer. Just as Suyu was about to be pulled into his vortex, her phone rang instantly, snapping her back from the brink of surrender. She shoved Shinmoshi away, abruptly stumbling back 2 steps in panic, her face a mask of disbelief. What had she just been thinking? How could she have wanted to kiss Shinmoshi? Ayu, is this how you attend to me? Shinmoshi's slender, well-defined fingers gripped the wine glass as he tilted his head back and downed the wine in one gulp. A trickle of ruby liquid escaped from the corner of his lips, starkly vivid against his fair skin. The setting sun outside the window deepened to a richer red, its light flickering across Shinmoshi's eyes, which seemed to flash with a hint of scarlet. At that moment, he was as beautiful as a medieval vampire. Shinmoshi grabbed Suyu, pinning both her hands above her head against the wall behind her, leaning in close to tower over her. His other hand snaked around her waist, pulling her tightly against him. The setting sun outside seemed to blush in embarrassment, unable to bear witness any longer. It dipped below the horizon, casting the room into deeper shadow. Shinmoshi, Suyu began to struggle. What did you call me? At a time like this, you'd still utter another man's name. Ayu. Suyu felt as though she could see 5 words in Shinmoshi's eyes. Be a little more professional. Her phone continued to ring frantically. Suyu turned her head toward it, but Shinmoshi seized her chin with one hand, forcibly turning her gaze back to him. It was the first time Suyu realized how strong Shinmoshi was. Even with her combat training, she couldn't easily break free from his hold. If she struggled with full force, she might hurt him. She didn't want to dwell on why she was so reluctant to cause him harm. Sir, could you let me take this call first? It might be something from the base. A pleading look flickered in Suyu's eyes. Even though she hadn't gotten the meat or the soup today, she'd at least caught a whiff of it. Best to quit while she was ahead. A frog had to be boiled slowly. If pushed too hard, it might just leap out of the pot, and that would be a real loss. Shinmoshi finally released Suyu. Freed at last, she picked up her phone, which had gone silent. It was Xiaoqiu calling. At that moment, Xiaoqiu's apple-shaped face suddenly appeared at the doorway. Their door wasn't closed, and a flicker of relief passed through Suyu. Thank goodness that scene just now hadn't been witnessed, or where would she ever put her dignity? Yu Jia director Jiang and the others are calling you down for dinner in VIP room 3 on the second floor. I called but no one answered, so I came up to see if you were okay. Xiaoqiu looked a little surprised to find Suyu in Shinmoshi's room, but wisely chose not to pry. Alright, we were just rehearsing our lines. The phone was on silent, so I didn't hear it. We'll be right down. Shall we continue our rehearsal another day? Suyu glanced at Shinmoshi, only then realizing her back was soaked with sweat. Sure, Ayu. Suyu thought he was still in character, calling her Ayu like in the script. Shinmoshi was certainly dedicated to his craft. She couldn't afford to lose. The ostrich-like Suyu deliberately ignored the fact that those lines from earlier weren't, even in the original script, force-feeding herself a bowl of motivational chicken soup. She was still as straight as an arrow, a man-hating soul. Men weren't half as appealing as a beautiful woman. When the two arrived at the VIP room on the second floor, it was already nearly packed with crew members. Director, sorry we're late. Suyu greeted the director and the others at the table with humble courtesy. Shinmoshi also gave a curt nod of acknowledgement to the group, his expression impassive. At this table, Suyu was probably the only one unaware of Shinmoshi's family background, and the only one who harbored no resentment toward his attitude. The director, on the other hand, was beaming at Shinmoshi. How fortunate was he, Jiangbo, to have landed a heavyweight like Shinmoshi, and had even come with massive funding. This small-budget film had just leapfrogged into a big-budget production. With Shinmoshi, the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, and this much production money at his disposal, had give his all to make a film worthy of awards. After dinner, Suyu didn't want to return to her room right away. She felt that strange sensation again, the same one Shed had while filming Labor is Glorious. She didn't want to go back and face Shinmoshi alone. Suyu pulled several supporting actors she had scenes with into a script reading session. Shinmoshi could see that Suyu was trying to run away again. The big cat Shin decided to play the long game, letting out the line to catch the big fish, and didn't pressure her. The next day, the lead actors and supporting cast went to shoot their promotional stills. Xiaoqi and Xiaozhou looked almost identical. Same height, same build, even their voices were strikingly similar. With a little disguise, Xiaoqi could easily pass for her brother. After the stills were shot, the crew's art department worked overtime, selecting and retouching photos through the night. By the next day, they made the official announcement online. The film that had teased its book fans for years was finally officially announced. Official Weibo of the other side of the mist. In the mist, I cannot see your face, nor can I see my own heart. In the mist, the vortexes are many, and one misstep leads to utter ruin. In the mist, I lost you, and I lost my heart, as well. I am on this side, you are on the other, and between us lies an insurmountable abyss of mist. Will you wait for me on the other side of the mist? Shinmoshi is Chengwushu, Suyu is Xiaoqi. Image. The accompanying image was a single photo. A dark blue backdrop with 4 sharp, jagged characters reading the other side of the mist, and below them the profiles of Xiaoqi and Cheng Wushu gazing at each other. Xiaokai's face held affection, inner turmoil, and even hatred. Cheng Wuxi's eyes brimmed with madness, obsession, and indulgence. Between them lay an unfathomable chasm shrouded in mist. Both were stunningly beautiful, and the photo alone was enough to slay a wave of book fans. My Xiaoqi and Cheng Wushu have stepped right out of the book. I'm such an emotional wreck. The drama hasn't even officially started filming, and I'm already heartbroken. Crying JPG. These two really have chemistry. I hope they don't butcher my Xiaoqi and Cheng Wushu. And the clocks, Shinmoshi's fans, went absolutely wild. Oh my god. Shinmoshi is making a movie. I've waited so long, and finally I get to see his film again. Sobbing JPG. Brother. Ever since Labor is Glorious wrapped, you've been completely silent. I've waited until my heart was shattered, and now it's finally here. Shinmoshi is coming back to act again. I'm so afraid I won't be able to get movie tickets in time. That statement was nothing but the truth. The clocks were just that uniquely devoted. A film Shinmoshi had made years ago sold out every single screening. Ordinary people had to buy tickets days in advance, or they simply couldn't get in. Years later, that film's total box office still dominated, leaving all other movies in the dust. Suyu is finally making her way to the big screen. My girl is finally about to bloom. The Swordswoman from the Sword of No Regret wrapped up so long ago, and it still hasn't aired. Hope this movie wraps smoothly and premieres soon. Not to be mean, but Suyu doesn't even have a single notable work to her name, and she's already starring opposite Shinmoshi. She must have serious connections. I wonder who her sugar daddy is. Get lost, haters. The Suyu of today was no longer the Suyu of before. Her fan base was sizable, and their fighting spirit was fierce. In no time at all, they tore the haters apart, until they deleted their comments and slunk away in shame. As the official announcement was made online, the crew simultaneously held the opening ceremony. At the ceremony site, a long table draped in red cloth was laden with offerings, and a large incense burner sat at its center. Suyu and Shinmoshi, as the lead actors, stood before the table, each holding 3 joss sticks. They bowed deeply to the heavens and the earth, praying for smooth filming and a box office smash. Shinmoshi was especially devout, as if this were not merely an opening ceremony, but some other ritual he held in the highest regard. After the ceremony, filming officially commenced. As mentioned earlier, Xiaoqi, portrayed by Suyu, was a highly skilled programmer. In truth, Xiaoqi was not just an ordinary programmer, she was also a top-tier hacker. In public, she was a socially anxious recluse who rarely interacted with others. Online, she was a hacker who made cyber police worldwide wary, known by the codename X. The internet was a comfort to her social anxiety. She loved this vast virtual world, stirring up waves online and retreating without a trace. The feeling of leaving international cyber police frustrated and other hackers in awe made her feel that this world wasn't so dull after all. After the opening ceremony, Suyu was set to film her first scene. Before infiltrating the gang, Xiaoqi had long jet black hair and preferred wearing comfortable bohemian-style long dresses. Suyu, after completing her makeup and styling, was a striking sight. Her hair cascaded to her shoulders, her skin was fair, her nose elegantly bridged, and her beautiful eyes seemed to hold countless secrets. Her slender swan-like neck had a fragile allure that was both pure and alluring, captivating anyone who laid eyes on her. Shinmoshi had never seen Suyu like this before. His gaze seemed to cling to her, utterly unable to look away. Shinmoshi was also in full costume. His dark, seductive wolf-cut hair, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high nose bridge, and a fitted shirt paired with a vest over it gave him an air of both refined elegance and dangerous charm. Leaning against an exquisitely crafted desk, he looked as handsome as a masterpiece sculpted by the gods themselves. Every woman on set, and even a few men, were captivated by Shinmoshi's presence, unable to tear their eyes away. Yet the only sight in Shinmoshi's eyes was Suyu. Her every smile, every frown effortlessly stirred his heart. Love had blossomed unbidden, and it ran deep. Shinmoshi, come over here. The director wants us to take a promotional photo together, Suyu called out. Standing in the backlight, the summer breeze lifted her hair and dress. Her smile was so beautiful it seemed like a flower suddenly blooming in his heart. A faint smile also spread across Shinmoshi's usually cold face, like the eternal ice on a snowy peak finally beginning to melt. No one had ever seen Shinmoshi like this, especially the female crew members, who were screaming internally. After the promotional photos, the first scene after the opening ceremony began. 3, 2, 1, Scene 7, Take 1A, Action. The clapperboard snapped. Filming was not done in story order, but by location. All shots at one location were completed before moving to the next. In a room brimming with girlish charms, Xiaoqi, played by Suyu, sat before a computer. The back of her laptop screen was plastered with cute stickers. The light from the screen illuminated Xiaoqi's face. Despite her thick bangs and oversized black-framed glasses, anyone could tell at a glance that she was a beautiful girl. Anyone seeing her like this would assume she was watching a drama or reading a comic. But as the camera zoomed in, the reflection on her glasses revealed strings of code flashing across the screen. The cameraman sat on a circular track, and the lens slowly panned to her side. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard, moving so fast they were a blur. It had been 3 years since Xiaoqi and her brother Xiaozeo had last seen each other. He was on a classified mission, and they hadn't been in contact for 3 years, but Xiaoqi could sense that her brother was still safe. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her heart. Her face went pale, and she broke into a cold sweat. A suffocating sense of impending doom squeezed her chest. She clutched at her clothes, collapsing onto the desk. Her glasses fell shattering on the floor. The computer was knocked over, its screen flickered twice, and then went dark, like a life quietly fading away in some forgotten corner. Jiangbo sat behind the monitor watching Suyu's performance and nodded slightly. Suyu's ability to embody a character was truly remarkable. It was hard to believe she was a newcomer who had only started acting a few months ago. The unfamiliar searing pain felt like it lasted for an entire day and night, though only a few dozen seconds had passed. When the pain subsided, she felt a void in her heart, empty and hollow. It was as if a gaping hole had been torn in her soul with cold winds howling through it. And then she could no longer sense her brother's presence. Something had happened to him. That was the first thought that crossed her mind. Her face grew even paler than during the heart-wrenching pain. The camera zoomed in, magnifying her face. Her eyes, staring into the lens, were trembling. Her expression was a frantic mix of panic and a glimmer of disbelieving despair. Cut. That's a wrap for this one, Jiangbo called. He was very satisfied with Suyu's performance. Her micro-expressions were incredibly natural, and her sense of the camera was impeccable. The palpable sense of fragility that emanated from the screen was like a sharp blade striking the audience. The first scene was usually the easiest to pass, deliberately avoiding NG to ensure a smooth and auspicious start. Suyu stood up and walked behind the monitor to review her performance, her brow slightly furrowed, as if dissatisfied with what she saw. But since it was the first scene, the director would let it pass as long as it wasn't terrible, so she didn't naively ask for another take. Jiangbo tapped the monitor screen. "Suyu, keep that state of mind for the next one." "Okay. Prepare for the next scene," the assistant director shouted through a megaphone. All departments immediately got into position. Makeup artists and costume designers rushed over to Suyu, tidying up her look. Scene 7, Take 2, Action. Brother. Xiaoqi called out to her brother in her heart. In the past, whenever she did this, a voice would mysteriously echo in her mind, "I'm here." It wasn't a literal conversation, but a strange, inexplicable connection. They could simply sense each other. But now there was no response. Xiaoqi pressed her lips tightly together. She couldn't panic. She couldn't act rashly. Xiaoqi drank a glass of water to calm herself. Before her brother left for his undercover mission, he had called her saying he was going on a long-term undercover assignment. But it was a classified mission, so he hadn't told her the location or details. Now how was she supposed to find her brother? Xiaoqi picked up the laptop from the ground, its screen shattered and unresponsive. Her hands trembled as she clutched the broken device, rushing into the tool room, a cramped space cluttered with tools and computer parts. The camera tracked her from behind, capturing her frantic retreat. She placed the laptop on the workbench, squeezed her eyes shut, and clenched her fists tightly. A close-up shot lingered on her quivering lips, betraying the turmoil within. But in the next instant her eyes snapped open, resolve eclipsing panic. Her hands steadied as she swiftly dismantled and reassembled the broken machine. "Cut. Suyu, step down. Stunt double in." Jiang Boss' voice boomed through the megaphone. Suyu retreated as a male stunt double of similar build, clad in identical attire, took her place at the desk. Suyu was a master of keyboard speed, but rapid hardware assembly was beyond her. The camera now focused solely on the stunt double's hands, never revealing his face. Suyu stepped aside to rest, instantly swarmed by staff, touching up her makeup for the next scene. Shinmoshi's elegant fingers held a thermos, a straw protruding from its mouth. He had just wrapped up a shoot in the adjacent studio. "Here." Suyu took it, sipped twice, and frowned. "I don't want this. It's too sweet." She handed it back. Fong Yuan stood behind them, utterly resigned. He had prepared a perfect 45C cup of plain water for his young master, only for Shun to demand a piece of brown sugar be added. Now his master's legendary germophobia seemed to have vanished around Miss Su. Shinmoshi stood at 1.9 meters, Suyu at 1.75. Her head reached his chin, her forehead brushing his lips, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. He brought the cup to her lips again. "One more sip. This is better for you right now." Ever since that menstrual mishap, Shinmoshi had memorized Suyu's cycle. Neither noticed how natural their interaction had become. The two towering figures, both blessed with striking looks, formed a breathtaking picture. Any candid snapshot could rival a masterpiece. Two female staff members flanked them, both barely reaching their chests at 1.5 meters. The four stood in stark contrast, as if separated by an invisible divide belonging to different worlds. These two staffers were diehard fans of the brothers CP. Just last night, they had binge-watched the finale of Labor is Glorious. They were convinced something monumental had happened in that lotus pond, and now witnessing their idols up close, they were nearly losing their minds. Heavenly King Shun is so gentle with Suyu. Their CP must be real. After a brief rest, the stunt double finished, and Suyu returned to the workbench. At the call of action, she swiftly completed the final steps of the assembly. The laptop looked identical, but its internal components had been almost entirely replaced with laboratory-grade hardware. Then X silently emerged on the network. Xiaoqi quietly infiltrated the military network where her brother served. The firewall, as if intoxicated, failed to realize that the one holding the key was not its master. The camera zoomed in for a close-up of the screen, where streams of dazzling code scrolled past at lightning speed. Within 5 minutes, Xiaoqi learned her brother's mission: undercover infiltration of the Chung family, the underground sovereign of Ji City in the southwestern province. The mission's end date was unspecified. The Chung family was a long-established criminal syndicate entrenched in Ji City for decades. Their power was vast and deeply rooted, involved in arms smuggling, drug manufacturing, and trafficking, and money laundering. Yet on the surface, they were the region's top taxpayer, a philanthropic enterprise, a leading corporation, their influence even seeping into local government. Uprooting this malignant tumor would be an immense challenge. Xiaoqi also obtained the contact information of the liaison assigned to her brother. For security during the undercover operation, Xiaoqi communicated only with this person, codenamed Night Owl. Neither knew the other's true identity, a measure designed to protect them both. Their last contact was a week ago. Neither the military nor Night Owl knew her brother was in trouble. A competent undercover agent must not only extract critical intelligence, but also ensure their identity remains hidden. Even in death, they vanish in silence. A single crystalline tear traced down Xiaoqi's pale cheek, splashing silently onto the keyboard. The camera captured the tear in a poignant close-up, a breathtakingly beautiful fall. Xiaoqi roughly wiped her face with her sleeve, steeling herself once more. Having secured all the information, Xiaoqi withdrew from the military network without a trace. Before leaving, she patched several bugs and upgraded the firewall. It was practically useless sleeping like a log. After her upgrade, any intruder who dared to breach it would never return. X was like a fleeting breeze, coming and going without a trace, leaving behind a silent trap. Xiaoqi packed a few clothes, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left home. She submitted her resignation before boarding a flight to the southwest, venturing into the unknown, her fate uncertain. Cut. That's a wrap for this scene. Jiang Bo marveled at the flawless performance. Let's prep for the next. Director Jong, let's resume this afternoon. Shinmoshi interjected. He had been watching Suyu from the sidelines the entire time. That single tear had pierced his heart. Even knowing it was just acting, he couldn't bear to see her cry. Even a fake tear was unacceptable. Moreover, today was the first day of her period. He didn't want her to overexert herself. Everyone froze. It was only 11 a.m. I can keep going, Suyu offered, breaking the tense silence. Shinmoshi remained seated silent, radiating an imposing aura that brooked no argument. We've been shooting the leads all morning. Now it's time for the supporting cast. Jiang Bo began, glancing at Shinmoshi. 3 p.m. Shinmoshi declared, rising from his chair. He walked over to Suyu, hands in his pockets. Come, let's rehearse our lines. Right? The lead scenes are scheduled after 3 p.m. Well, shoot the supporting cast now. Script supervisor. Jiang Bo wiped the sweat from his brow. The Heavenly King's presence was truly overwhelming. Suyu stood speechless. The script supervisor had already begun organizing the supporting actors, and the director had spoken, but she really didn't want to rehearse with Shinmoshi. Suyu reluctantly left the set, dragging her feet and looking back every few steps. Outside the studio, a sleek, black, extended Maybach van awaited. A custom-made vehicle from the Shin family, one of a kind in the world. Shinmoshi got in and noticed Suyu standing frozen. Get in. They'll wait for my driver, Suyu said, desperately hoping to avoid this. Your driver isn't coming. Both your assistant and driver have a day off. Shinmoshi patted the seat beside him. Hurry up, we can't park here. Fang Yuan sitting in the front. The van had been parked here all morning. Meanwhile, the busy Xiao Qiu and the driver were lounging in their hotel rooms, scrolling through their phones and lamenting, ever since we started working for Sister Yu, we've had so much free time, we're getting fat. Suyu had no choice but to get into Shinmoshi's car. Fortunately, the driver and Fang Yuan were in the front, which gave her some peace of mind. However, she hadn't expected that as soon as she got in, the driver would raise the partition between the front and back seats, leaving the entire rear space to just her and Shinmoshi. Suyu. Shinmoshi took out his thermos again. This time I put less brown sugar and added a few red dates and some ginger. Suyu had detested any sweet food since her past life when she was a man, and even after changing bodies in this life, she still had no taste for sweets. I don't like sweets. Suyu's face was full of rejection. Shinmoshi raised an eyebrow, leaned sideways, and closed in on Suyu. Do you want me to feed you? The spacious back seat suddenly seemed to narrow. Suyu was pressed against the car door by Shinmoshi, her nostrils filled with his scent. I'll drink, I love brown sugar water, he. Suyu snatched the cup from Shinmoshi's hand, slid out of his encirclement by the door, and sat down opposite him. She twisted open the lid and took a sip. It was sweet with the fragrance of red dates and the spiciness of ginger all blended together. Really not good. Why did girls say this stuff was delicious? Suyu's brows twisted together from the cloying sweetness. Was this what Shinmoshi called low sugar? Had his taste buds gone bad? Shinmoshi pulled out a small silk handkerchief, sat down beside her again, and wiped the corner of her mouth. Be good, take another sip. Suyu's lips were glistening with the sugar water, exuding a sweet fragrance. Shinmoshi gazed at those delicate lips, his eyes deepening. Faced with such a Shinmoshi, Suyu's internal alarm screamed wildly. She felt as if she were being stalked by some wild beast. Fortunately, they arrived at the hotel. Young master, we're here. Fang Yuan knocked on the car door. In the past, he would have opened it directly, but now that Miss Su was inside, even this knock was a risk to his life. Shinmoshi sat up straight. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before opening the door. He noticed that the young master and Miss Su had changed seats. Seeing the young master's somewhat displeased expression, Fang Yuan trembling with fear. I really shouldn't have knocked just now. Back at the door of her room, Suyu was about to swipe her card to enter when Shinmoshi pulled the card from her hand. Suyu looked up at him in confusion. Fang Yuan prepared braised pork sauce, braised ribs, crispy fried fish with tofu, and braised prawns with old chicken soup. Are you sure you want to go back to eating grass? Shinmoshi leaned against the wall, tossing Suyu's room card up and down, a smug smile curling at his lips. Suyu struggled, inwardly thinking she'd rather eat grass than go, but her body honestly followed him to his room. She absolutely hated her useless mouth, always craving good food. Shinmoshi watched as she nearly stomped a hole in the floor, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. The table in the room was already laden with delicacies, far more than the few dishes Shinmoshi had mentioned. The only flaw was that none of the dishes were spicy. How can summer pass without spicy crawfish? Shinmoshi ladled a bowl of chicken soup for Suyu and placed it in front of her. You can't have spicy food now. Be good, drink some chicken soup. Why can't I have spicy food? Spicy is my lifeblood. I can't live without it. Suyu's cat-like eyes widened, indignant. Shinmoshi's ears flushed slightly, but a light smile lingered on his lips. I'll let you have it after your relative leaves. My relative? I. Mid-sentence, Suyu realized what he meant, and her face turned crimson. How did he know she was on her period? Had it leaked? Being a woman is so hard. Watching Suyu fidget across from him, Shinmoshi knew when to stop. Hurry up and eat, it's getting cold. How do you know no? Suyu clutched her chopsticks tightly, unsure how to ask. I've remembered since that time. Shinmoshi grew calm, seeing Suyu flustered. Suyu. Ridiculous. She couldn't even remember when her period started each month and relied on an app reminder, yet Shinmoshi remembered. Seeing her still dumbfounded and motionless, Shinmoshi raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to feed you? It was so awkward. Suyu drowned her sorrows in food, wolfing down everything, and ended up stuffed. Shinmoshi watched her rubbing her belly on the sofa and handed her the digestive tablets Fong Yuan had just bought. What am I supposed to say about you? It's all your fault. Emma, my fault. Suyu snatched the digestive tablets resentfully and stormed back to her room. At 2 p.m., Suyu left without waiting for Shinmoshi and arrived at the set by 2:30. That afternoon, they switched to a different studio. Scene 9, they shot 2, take 1 action. Xiaoqi arrived in G City, Southwest Province, and first checked into a hotel. As a top hacker, she naturally used her heavenly eye to observe the Chung Corporation. X went online again quietly, like an elusive specter lurking in the shadows. The Chung Corporation was indeed a vast enterprise with intricate power networks. Over the past 3 years, Xiaozhao had infiltrated many of its branches under various identities. His last undercover assignment was at one of the Chung Corporation's drug manufacturing bases. This base was hidden in a tropical rainforest straddling the border between 2 countries with tall trees, deep forests, and snakes and insects everywhere. The compound was made of wooden stilt houses with sentries every few steps. Armed men patrolled constantly, almost never slacking off. The security was extremely tight. It was evident that the current head of the Chung family ruled with an iron fist. Xiaoqi's hands flew across the keyboard, the cameras in the compound became her eyes, and she could see every corner clearly. Yet she found no trace of her brother. Xiaoqi hacked into the phones of everyone in the compound, and finally saw her brother's photo. The two of them looked almost identical. Xiaoqi was so beautiful, so there was no way Xiaozhao could be ugly. But for an undercover agent, the more inconspicuous the better. While infiltrating the Chung Corporation, Xiaozhao deliberately kept a low profile and never approached the renowned cunning fox of the Chung family, the head Chung Wuxiu. It was now lunchtime and the compound's residents took turns eating. Ayu and the others have been out for 3 days and haven't come back. We can't reach them either. Could something have happened? Should we report it to the master? A burly man who looked like a black bear was wolfing down food from a basin-sized bowl, speaking between bites. Another skinny monkey-like man thought of their boss, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Let's wait a bit longer. If there's no news by tomorrow, we'll tell the master. The black bear-like man recalled the terror of their master and fell silent, putting it off for as long as possible. 3 days ago, Xiaozhao had delivered a shipment of goods. 4 people went out together, and none of them had returned. Xiaoqi observed for another half day, memorizing every location and name, and then logged off the network. Cut. This scene is good, Jiang Bo said, then glanced at Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi stood up and walked over to Suyu, but his eyes were on Jiang Bo. With a deadpan expression, he said, I'm tired. The main cast has worked hard today. You can wrap up. We'll shoot the supporting actors' night scenes tonight. Shinmoshi was a powerhouse. Acting looks fame. He had it all, and he was also the biggest investor in the production. Jiang Bo would do anything to keep him happy. Suyu looked bewildered. Director, I'm not tired. Shinmoshi said, no, you are? It was barely past 6 in the afternoon when Suyu got off work. Returning to the hotel, Shinmoshi had once again prepared a lavish feast in advance. Eating so much while working so little, Suyu pinched the flesh on her belly, all gained over the past 2 days. She felt her reputation of never gaining weight was in jeopardy. Star Sister told me not to eat so much. I've gained weight. Shinmoshi looked at Suyu, who remained just as slender as before, front and back. Where have you gained weight? I can't see it. The crew heads into the mountains tomorrow. Tonight's the last good meal. Are you sure you don't want any? Suyu thought of the awful self-heating rice. Forget it, better not dwell on it. A true foodie lives for the meal. The next day they drove to the filming location of the Qin Yen Gang, a truly remote mountain wilderness. It was a small village, a wooden stilt house settlement brimming with the ethnic charm of the southwestern province. The crew had rented 2/3 of the stilt houses in the village. Tucked deep within remote mountains and forests, the village suffered from poor transport and extreme poverty. It had taken the crew a long time to settle on this spot, drawn precisely by its seclusion and pristine authenticity. This village was a small hamlet under G City's jurisdiction. Their bus had labored for 4 hours just to reach the mountain foot, where it could go no further. Fortunately, off-road vehicles could still make it into the village. By the time they arrived, Suyu's backside had gone completely numb. The village had never seen such excitement. Children ran about joyfully. Xiao Qiu stored the luggage in a small stilt house with 2 rooms, one for each of them. She laid out fresh bedding she had brought along on both beds. Shinmoshi's room was in another stilt house over a dozen meters away. As a remote mountain village, conditions naturally couldn't be great, but Suyu had braced herself for hardship. What she hadn't expected were the mosquitoes, several times larger than usual and viciously venomous. She had barely stepped off the vehicle when she was nearly carried off by them. Get back in the car. Shinmoshi, seeing the large welts on Suyu's arm, pulled her back inside. Fong Yuan. Understood, master. Shinmoshi wouldn't have come to such a place with only Fong Yuan in tow. It wasn't about avoiding hardship. It was simply unnecessary. Fang Yuan led several men with equipment to repel the mosquitoes. Stop scratching. Shinmoshi grabbed Su Ye's restless hand, opened the first aid kit head just retrieved from the trunk, found the insect bite ointment, and applied it to her skin. Suyu was tall but fine-boned, her pale, slender arm looking even more delicate in Shinmoshi's large palm. Su Ye's arm was cool to the touch, while Shinmoshi's hand was warm and dry. He handled it with the care and precision of one cradling a cherished artifact. Suyu stared blankly at Shinmoshi, so meticulously applying the ointment for her. His handsome features were gently lowered and a wordless tranquility spread through the small space of the car, softening even the scorching sun blazing outside the window. After finishing, Shinmoshi saw Su Ye's dazed expression and curled his lips slightly. I've heard that a mosquito bite carries a certain risk of meningitis. Snapping back to reality, Su Ye's ears flushed a faint red. She had actually been spellbound by a man. Men were nowhere near as pleasing as women. Women were soft, fragrant, and adorable. Men were just hard and unyielding. What was there to admire? Maybe she really did have meningitis. Let's get out. The director will be looking for us soon. Suyu bolted, flinging open the car door and fleeing. Shinmoshi watched her retreating figure, one eyebrow slightly raised. He leisurely put the first aid kit away, then strolled unhurriedly in the direction she had fled. Suyu, you can't escape. The crew had already arrived earlier to set everything up so filming could commence at any moment. After the actors arrived, they rested for a night and began shooting the next day. Even Shinmoshi didn't dawdle in a place like this. He only wanted to finish quickly and take Suyu back. Scene 12, Take 1, Action. Xiaoqi pushed aside the dense forest branches and stepped into the frame. She was utterly transformed. The timid, socially anxious sweet girl was gone, replaced by a gaunt, disheveled man with short, messy hair and a haggard face. Xiaoqi had already roughly mapped out the situation of the Qing Yin gang, who further information could only be obtained by risking her own skin. Her social anxiety had been cured the moment she resolved to uncover the truth behind her brother's sacrifice. Though this world was dull, it was the land her brother had sworn to protect, and she knew how deeply he had loved it. So she would take his place and continue to guard it. Xiaoqi walked to a towering leafy tree and made a hand signal towards the camera hidden among the branches. This was the first checkpoint before entering the base's perimeter. Without leaving this signal here, proceeding further could mean being shot on sight. This was a lawless border zone between two countries, an undeveloped tropical rainforest teeming with venomous insects and snakes. Add to that the desperate locals, many of whom were relatives of base personnel, and everyone knew this place was off limits. When Xiaoqi neared the village, a burly man carrying a submachine gun aimed it at her. But just as he took aim, he lowered the weapon. You're back? Why are you alone? Too long, it's me. Xiaoqi knew every nuance of her brother's expressions and habits by heart. Back in the day, if she deliberately disguised herself as him, even their parents couldn't always tell them apart at a glance. As for why she had returned alone, if she knew that she wouldn't be standing here. So Xiaoqi had to improvise, betting that they didn't yet know what had happened. Those three betrayed the base and betrayed the boss. They wanted to pocket the shipment themselves. I refused to join them, so they tried to kill me. I only escaped with my life by throwing myself into the Tsang River. The big man eyed her suspiciously, not entirely convinced. Let's head back first. This needs to be reported to the boss immediately. Xiaoqi followed him back to the village. The land surrounding it was planted with fields of sinister flowers. The camera zoomed in for a close-up, huge vivid red blooms swaying gracefully in the breeze, beautiful and dangerous. The village was filled almost entirely with able-bodied men. There were no women, children, or elderly to be seen. You're finally back, exclaimed both He Xiong and Shouho, their excitement palpable. Just then a tall, gaunt man with a grim, shadowed face emerged from a house. He squinted his hawk-like eyes at Xiaoqi, who stood empty-handed. Why is it only you? Where are the other three? And where's the shipment? The money? This was He Ying, the base's manager, a man highly trusted by Qing Wuxiu. Brothering, those three betrayed the boss. I refused to go along with them and fought my way back to escape. It's the truth. The camera pushed in, capturing a close-up of Xiaoqi's face. Her face radiated sincerity, as if the story were indeed the absolute truth. He Ying, however, was unconvinced. Those three couldn't possibly be unaware of how terrifying the boss was. Those who dared betray him never came to a good end. The only way out of their organization was death. Come with me to see the boss. You can tell him all of this yourself. Shouho, get you something to eat. Too long take you to change clothes. He's too filthy, don't offend the boss eyes. He Ying glanced at Tu Long, who immediately understood. He was to keep an eye on you. Xiaoqi's eyebrow arched slightly. She hadn't expected to meet Qing Wuxiu, the head of the Chung family, so soon. Tu Long took Xiaoqi to change clothes, tossing her a clean set that was still quite new. Qing Wuxiu loathed anything dirty or ugly. Every time they met with the master, they had to be immaculately groomed. Yet with their unsightly appearances, Qing Wuxiu always greeted them with a hostile expression, sending chills down their spines. Eventually, they all feared meeting the master, and only Black Eagle, being relatively presentable, dared to report base matters to him. Tu Long remained inside the room, keeping a watchful eye on the boy. In the cramped space, besides the actor playing Tu Long, a crowd of crew members huddled behind the camera. The shower area was separated only by a cloth curtain. Xiaoqi went in to rinse off, then put on the provided clothes. The crew had already rigged equipment in the corner above the shower to film Xiaoqi bathing, though the final cut would only show her head and shoulders. Shinmoshi, watching from the side, frowned. Filming Suyu taking a shower. Even if she was clothed and only her shoulders were visible, the thought of another man watching her bathe was unbearable to him. Cut. Everyone paused at the command. Jiang Bo turned back in confusion. The shoot had been going seamlessly with no NG takes from the lead actor so far. Cut the shower scene. Shinmoshi's face was dark as thunder. Scenes of bathing were so common in films and TV, and it wasn't as if she'd be nude. She'd just be washing in her clothes. The crew was baffled by the Heavenly King's sudden whim. It wasn't as if it was his shower scene. Only the secret shippers of the brotherly CP and the emotionally perceptive original author turned screenwriter noticed something different about Shinmoshi's attitude towards Suyu. He was actually jealous enough to act like this. Suyu emerged from the dressing room in long pants and a thick tube top exposing just one shoulder and not even her belly button. This was the outfit for the shower scene. To be honest, any girl on the street wore less than this, and the actresses on the red carpet were all in deep necks and bare backs. And if you ignored Suyu's slender neck, sexy collarbones, round, delicate shoulders, and silky, beautiful back, her flat figure was hardly worth a glance. Yet the moment Shinmoshi saw her dressed like that, he stood up and pushed her back into the room. Change it. Suyu barely had time to see what was happening outside before being shoved back inside, staring bewildered at the closed door. Shinmoshi glared at the 7 or 8 men in the room, and even the 2 or 3 female staff members didn't escape his piercing gaze. Though they didn't understand the sudden change, everyone's survival instincts kicked in. Screenwriter, change it right now. Jiang Ba's survival instinct was at full capacity, quickly calling over the screenwriter, who was thoroughly enjoying the drama. They'll change it right away. Usually original authors objected to script changes, but this screenwriter, who had just devoured the freshest gossip on set on this scorching summer day, was more than happy. She even wanted to adjust more scenes to satisfy her CP cravings. Indeed, she had become a fully committed shipper of the brotherly CP. Searching Shinmoshi's Suyu online and reading fanfiction was no longer enough. She wanted to write her own stories, sow her own seeds, and eat her own melons. The revised version had Tu Long standing outside, while Suyu, fully dressed, went in and came out after a moment with post-production adding sound effects. Jiang Bo checked Shinmoshi's expression, seeing it return to normal, and waved to the crew. All departments ready, let's continue with the next scene. In fact, Shinmoshi had no scenes in this stronghold at all. He hadn't needed to come. Most popular actors had packed schedules, often using doubles or green screens, spending minimal time on set. But the Heavenly King was different, truly dedicated. He stayed on set even without his scenes, earning everyone's admiration. They understood why he was a Heavenly King. Scene 13, take 2, action. Freshly cleaned and dressed, Xiaoqi looked neat and radiant. The group of rough men in the stronghold were stunned when they saw Yu like this. They knew he was decent looking, but he had always been timid and seemed useless, which made them look down on him. But now Yu seemed like a completely different person. Same face, but there was an indescribable difference. Something had changed. Could this really be a Yu? Black Eagle was even more convinced this wasn't the same person, but unsure of his intentions, he decided to bring him to the master first. Black Eagle drove Xiaoqi to G City and brought him before Qing Wuxiu. Cut. This scene is done. Next we'll shoot the supporting roles, the lead can rest. Jiang Bo was now well-versed in protocol. Though Shinmoshi wasn't filming, the Heavenly King sitting on set all day must be tired, and since he was so dedicated to the film, Jiang Bo had to consider his needs and call for breaks at appropriate times. When Suyu returned to her room, she found it filled with gourmet food again. What happened to the promised self-heating rice? This was clearly Shinmoshi's doing. Suyu quickly dragged Xiao Qiu into the room to eat together, not wanting to dine alone with him again. Actually, Shinmoshi hadn't planned to eat with her today. The hotel was secluded, but there were too many people here, and he didn't want others to gossip about Suyu. After lunch and a nap, they shot a few more scenes in the afternoon. As night fell, they had to film night scenes. The mountain forest was far from quiet at night, with various animals stirring. Though no large beasts, just some cute little creatures. During a break, Suyu spotted an owl perched on a branch, its round eyes like 2 little light bulbs. Wow, Night Owl, your relative came to see you. Ha! Night Owl was the nickname for the owl. The actor playing Night Owl was a handsome, 19-year-old sophomore from the film academy, named Qin Jian, standing 184 meters tall, with delicate, handsome features. Night Owl was a rational, decisive, and brave man like a lone wolf. But Qin Jian himself was a sweet puppy-type younger brother, adorable and obedient. Qin Jian had debuted at 14, and with his handsome looks and decent acting skills, he had a considerable fan base, and was nicknamed National Little Brother. Sister Yu, what did you say? Qin Jian turned from the monitor and saw the owl too. Haha, it really is my relative. Hello there. He walked over to Suyu and greeted the owl. The owl swiveled its head 90 degrees on the branch, staring at these two unafraid humans. Was it not fierce enough? Foolish humans am a bird of prey. Wow, so cute, Qin Jin exclaimed. The crew thought he was even cuter than the owl. The two of them chatted animatedly, critiquing the seemingly cute, yet actually fierce owl. They had no idea that danger was approaching. With no stars or moon tonight, and the set lighting was limited, the mountain breeze swayed the treetops, casting flickering shadows. The dark forest seemed to harbor countless unseen dangers. Shinmoshi never expected that stepping out to take a phone call to handle some Shen Corporation affairs would result in him returning to find Suyu and Qin Jin chatting animatedly. Owls are birds of prey sometimes, even eagles are no match for them. Don't be fooled by their cute, clumsy appearance, Shinmoshi said, stepping between the two to educate Suyu about owls. When he said fooled, he cast a hostile glance at Qin Jin. Qin Jin felt Shinmoshi's hostility and killing intent, but kept a cute and obedient expression, smiling as he said, "Really? I never would have guessed this little cutie is a bird of prey." The owl, noticing another human observing it, flapped its wings in a display of warning, twisted its head 135 degrees, and let out a series of hoo sounds. "So you think this owl is cute too?" Shinmoshi turned his gaze to Suyu, his eyes dangerous. "Yeah, isn't it? It's so adorable. Even if it's a raptor, it's a cute raptor." Suyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his reaction. "Ta." Qin Jin couldn't help but laugh at Shinmoshi's darkened expression. Suyu was the cute one. Just as Qin Jin's laughter subsided, and he was about to speak. "Watch out." In a flash, the owl and Suyu both lunged towards Qin Jin. The owl showcased its predatory nature. Its wingspan stretched a full meter, moving with lightning speed, yet utterly silent as it swooped over Qin Jin's head. Its extended talons glinted coldly under the lights as it viciously seized a long snake dangling from a branch. The snake's body was as thick as a human arm and covered in mottled patterns. Its triangular head opened wide, revealing venomous fangs that shimmered with an icy blue light. Had that snake bitten someone out here in this remote mountain forest, even a divine immortal couldn't have saved them. Qin Jin was tackled to the ground by Suyu, and they rolled twice before stopping. In that moment of being tackled, Qin Jin also saw the venomous snake hovering above him. After the initial shock, he clung tightly to Suyu, trying to shield her during their roll. Shinmoshi had also spotted the snake the moment Suyu shouted. He tried to pull Qin Jin away, but Suyu was closer and managed to save him first. The incident happened in an instant, and the crew members, snapping out of their shock, rushed over. "Are you okay? Quick, get the doctor." "Director, there's been an accident." Shinmoshi quickly crouched and scooped Suyu into his arms, the lingering fear and shock still evident in his eyes. "Suyu." Qin Jin was helped up by the crew. His elbow seemed to have a minor scrape. "I'm fine." "Ow." Suyu thought she was unharmed and tried to stand up from Shinmoshi's embrace, but "I think I twisted my ankle." A large lump was already swelling on her right ankle. Shinmoshi shouted in alarm and fury, "Where's the doctor?" "Fang Yuan." "Understood, young master." Fang Yuan, who had just run over, immediately ran off again. No one understood what Fang Yuan understood. Fang Yuan had stayed by Shinmoshi's side for a reason. A single word from the young master was all it took. Shinmoshi stared at Suyu's right foot, his brow deeply furrowed. The cold, fierce aura radiating from him was like a winter storm, chilling everyone present. Qin Jin, who only had a scraped elbow and was otherwise fine, quickly walked over to Suyu, his face full of self-blame. "Yuji, are you okay? This is all my fault." "Hey, this has nothing to do with you. I twisted it myself." "The real relief is that the snake didn't bite you." Suyu waved her hand dismissively, her tone nonchalant. Then with a hint of annoyance, she added, "I've been slacking on my training lately. My reflexes are getting slow." Seeing that Suyu could still chat so happily with Qin Jin even in this state, Shinmoshi couldn't take it anymore. He scooped her up in his arms and strode away. Startled, Suyu cried out, "Shinmoshi, you!" "Shut up." Shinmoshi didn't look at her, his face as dark as a storm cloud. His arms tightened around her as he quickly crossed the set and carried her into her room. The crew watched Shinmoshi with a mixture of shock and fear. Shock at his audacity in carrying Suyu so openly, and fear at the overwhelming pressure he exuded. The director and the on-set doctor arrived at that moment. The doctor quickly examined Suyu. "It's a sprained ankle. They'll do some emergency treatment, but we don't know if the bone is affected. It's best to go to the hospital for a proper checkup." "Then let's hurry, get her to the hospital. The nearest town clinic is 40 kilometers away, and the mountain roads are tough at night. The drive could take 1 to 2 hours. Jiang Boss face paled. This was the worst-case scenario for filming, an injured actor delaying the schedule. "Fang Yuan, how much longer?" "Young master, it's here. It's landing at the largest drying ground in the village." As Fang Yuan finished speaking, the deafening roar of helicopter rotors filled the air. A powerful gust of wind swept through, nearly tearing the thatched roofs off the village houses. Shinmoshi immediately lifted Suyu and strode quickly towards the village's drying ground. Ever since learning they'd be filming in the mountains, Fang Yuan had prepared contingency plans for emergencies. The helicopter had been stationed at the town 40 kilometers away and reached the village in under 10 minutes. It wasn't until the helicopter disappeared into the sky that the crowd snapped out of their shock. Crew member A said in disbelief, "Is this part of the filming? Was this in the script?" Crew member B rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? You're the script supervisor, don't you know if this scene exists?" Crew member C asked, "Then where did that helicopter come from?" Crew member B replied, "You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask?" Crew member D covered their face, exclaiming, "Heavenly King Shun is amazing. So cool and handsome." Crew member E clutched their heart, saying, "I'm dying from this ship." A, B, C, and D all turned to look at E simultaneously and said in unison, "You're also a fan of the brothers CP." They all looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Let's start a group chat and share resources." "What are you all doing? Don't you have work to do?" The assistant director's megaphone blared at them. "The leads are gone, so we need to hurry up and shoot the supporting actor scenes or we'll fall too far behind schedule." Yes, we're coming." They quickly scurried back to their posts. Qin Jian stood rooted to the spot watching the departing helicopter. He could still feel the phantom sensation of holding Suyu. Shinmoshi was far more formidable than he had imagined. His moment of bewilderment was fleeting. In the next second his resolve hardened. If Shinmoshi could do it, so could he. "Qin Jian, get in the car, it'll take you to the hospital." Jiangbo knew of Shinmoshi's capabilities and wasn't too worried about him and Suyu. His concern was for Qin Jian. Even a scrape could get infected if not properly treated. "Director, I'm fine. The doctor already treated me. I have another scene to shoot later, so let's continue." Qin Jian's face was full of determination, as if the boy who often wore a sweet smile had suddenly grown up. "But what about your injury? How isn't this perfect for the night owl scene?" "My injury is just right. It saves on makeup, looks authentic, and is convenient." A slight smile played on Qin Jian's lips, and his entire demeanor seemed to transform, shifting from a boy into a man. The culprits, the venomous snake and the owl, had vanished deep into the forest. Despite its cute appearance, the owl was indeed a bird of prey. Underestimating it would be a costly mistake. Inside the helicopter, Suyu marveled at the interior, which was far more luxurious than any helicopter she had ever been on. In her past life, Suyu had been an avid extreme sports enthusiast, so she had ridden in helicopters countless times. She could even fly one herself, though she had never bothered to get a pilot's license. Suyu reclined comfortably in the ergonomic seat, gazing at the man who had been cradling her foot and examining it intently. "Shinmoshi, where did you get this helicopter?" Shinmoshi, still seething with anger, refused to answer her. He didn't know if he was angrier at Suyu for chatting so animatedly with Qin Jian, or at her for recklessly saving Qin Jian and getting hurt in the process, or at himself for failing to protect her. In short, he was furious. "Shinmoshi." Seeing no reaction from him, Suyu called out again, only to be met with a furious glare. "Why are you so angry?" Suyu asked, bewildered. "How dare you ask me why I'm angry?" Shinmoshi finally exploded. "That was dangerous just now. Why did you, a woman, have to play the hero? What if that viper had bitten you, or that owl had clawed you? What would I have done then?" Shinmoshi's lips were pressed into a thin line, his eyes rimmed with red from anger, fear, or something else entirely, brimming with a complex torrent of emotions that were impossible to decipher. Fang Yuan sitting in the front side inwardly. The young master had fallen hard for Miss Su. When would she ever understand his heart? Even as dense as she was, Suyu knew Shinmoshi was worried about her. She quickly tried to appease him in a gentle tone. All right, I was wrong. Don't be angry. He'll definitely do it again." Shinmoshi saw through her insincerity and demanded sternly, "Will you do it again? Look at me and answer." Startled by his roar, an inexplicable feeling of grievance welled up in Suyu's heart. "Why are you yelling at me?" Furious, Suyu initially wanted to retort, "What does it matter to you whether I dare or not?" But when she saw the anger mixed with hurt in Shinmoshi's eyes, what came out instead was, "I really won't do it again. My foot hurts so much. Please don't be so fierce." As she spoke, her eyes did turn red. Suyu felt the tears were utterly unreasonable, but she couldn't hold them back. A single teardrop slipped down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away, feeling embarrassed. How could she, a tough guy at heart, be crying? Was it true that a woman's body was made of water? Seeing her cry, Shinmoshi regretted being so harsh. What did she know? She knew nothing of his heart. Without a word, he pulled her into his arms. Suyu was stunned for a moment, but she didn't push him away. They simply held each other in silence. Suyu's long, firm resolve cracked ever so slightly. A seed finally sprouted, unfurling 2 tender green leaves. The young leaves reached out tentatively, as if feeling this unfamiliar world, and it didn't seem so bad after all. The helicopter was fast. It didn't head to the nearby township health center, but flew 150 kilometers to a private top-tier hospital in G City. The helicopter landed on the hospital's rooftop helipad, where the director and several chief orthopedic surgeons were already waiting. This hospital was operated in G City by a subsidiary of the Shun Group, specializing in the medical industry. Shinmoshi carried Suyu off the helicopter, and the director and department heads quickly surrounded them. President Shun. Suyu was momentarily surprised to hear the title, and turned to look at Shinmoshi. President Shun. Shinmoshi ignored her, simply nodding at the director. She's in your hands. Rest assured, President Shun. We are fully briefed on the situation. We'll take Miss Su for examinations right away. Everything is prepared. With all priorities cleared, the usually bustling hospital seemed to be serving only Su-yu at that moment. The examination results came back quickly. Miss Su's condition is not serious, just a mild sprain. The doctor has already treated it, and the swelling should subside by tomorrow. She should avoid walking for a few days. Anything else we should be careful about? Shinmoshi asked, frowning as he flipped through the examination reports. Elevating the injured limb for the next couple of days will help reduce swelling. As for her diet, light, nutritious, and easily digestible food is best. Don't worry, President Shun, our doctors will monitor Miss Su's condition closely. The entire top floor of the inpatient building housed only one VIP suite with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a full kitchen and bathrooms. Su-yu leaned against the hospital bed, watching Shinmoshi listen to the director's report. She had merely twisted her ankle, but in Shinmoshi's eyes it seemed as serious as a terminal illness. In her previous life, injuries from extreme sports and training were commonplace for Su-yu. She wouldn't have batted an eye at such a minor injury. But having someone care for her, that feeling wasn't so bad. Looking at Shinmoshi, now Su-yu thought even his frown was handsome. If Su-yu's parents and girlfriends from her past life could hear her thoughts, they would probably cry themselves sick. Hadn't they cared for her? Su-yu, you unfilial son. You heartless scumbag. You have no heart. President Shun, we'll take our leave then. Just ring the bell if you need anything. The doctors and nurses are in the duty room next door. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, it's our duty. The director and doctors, having worked late into the night, finally took their leave. Shinmoshi came over and sat beside Su-yu, looking at her ankle, which had already swollen down considerably. His expression was still grim. Hey Shinmoshi, you still haven't told me. Why do they call you President Shun? Su-yu sat up straight, looking at him curiously. Shinmoshi quickly steadied her, and even fluffed a pillow to place behind her back, his actions meticulous even as his words were dismissive. I'm not telling you. Hey Shinmoshi, can you not be so childish? Su-yu looked at him in dissatisfaction, feeling that she couldn't have a proper conversation with him like this. It's late. Go to sleep. They'll be next door. Call me if you need anything. Shinmoshi ignored her complaints. As soon as Su-yu sat up, he gently pushed her back down, tucked the blanket around her without room for argument, turned off the light, and left, even confiscating her phone so she wouldn't stay up playing with it. Hey, Shinmoshi, give me back my phone. Shinmoshi. The next morning, Su-yu was awakened by a full bladder. There was no way she was going to call Shinmoshi for something like this. So she hopped on one foot to the bathroom. It was just a twisted ankle, not a disability. She had handled far worse injuries on her own in her past life. After taking care of business and freshening up, she walked out to find Shinmoshi sleeping by the door. He hadn't gone to the next room, but had chosen to rest on the sofa just outside her door, afraid he wouldn't hear her call if he was too far away. The sofa was a 3-seater, but how could a tall man like Shinmoshi at 1.9 meters sleep comfortably on it? Even in his sleep, his brow was furrowed. Su-yu crouched in front of him, studying his sleeping face, her gaze tracing his handsome, well-defined features. Shinmoshi was indeed very good-looking, but that furrowed brow bothered her. She couldn't help but reach out a hand, wanting to smooth it away. Just as her hand reached out, Shinmoshi grabbed it. Shinmoshi opened his eyes and saw Su-yu crouching on one foot in front of him. He quickly sat up, his brows furrowing deeper. Why didn't you wake me when you got up? Su-yu, having crouched on one foot, couldn't rise fast enough and was swept up into Shinmoshi's arms again. I'm fine now, I can walk on my own. Su-yu struggled in Shinmoshi's embrace, trying to get down. It was one thing yesterday when it was an emergency, but being carried around like this now was inappropriate. She had the soul of a tough man after all. Didn't she have any dignity? What nonsense was this? Stop moving. Su-yu squirmed in his arms, and Shinmoshi, afraid she might fall, held her tighter. Her entire cheek and right hand were pressed against his chest. His pectoral muscles were firm yet springy. For some inexplicable reason her hand twitched, and she gave a squeeze. The feel was truly excellent. What are you doing? Shinmoshi's voice was a bit hoarse. Caught red-handed, Su-yu felt a rush of embarrassment and let out an awkward laugh. Haha, nice pecs. My abs are pretty good too. Want to feel them? Huh, is that so? No thanks. If you don't want something irreparable to happen. Shinmoshi placed Su-yu on the bed, his hands bracing on either side of her, looking down at her with an even raspier voice. Then don't move. Understood? Understood. They'll go make you breakfast. Be good. Okay. Su-yu mentally berated herself. How could she be such a coward? Shinmoshi finally released her from his dominating presence, straightened up, and walked out. Fang Yuan was already waiting outside the door. Behind him stood 2 maids who had rushed over from the Shun residence overnight, holding clothes for Su-yu to change into. Young master. All 3 gave a slight bow to Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi glanced at the maids' ages and appearances, feeling somewhat satisfied, and wondered if the Shun family should just hire maids of this caliber from now on. Go on in. Be careful with Miss Su's injured foot, Fang Yuan instructed the 2 behind him. Understood. The 2 maids holding the clothes filed into the room. Given yesterday's situation, Su-yu hadn't been able to bathe, and Shinmoshi, not daring to leave her side, hadn't either. Once the maids were inside and Shinmoshi had gone to shower, Fang Yuan went to prepare breakfast. Suyu was lying in bed happily reunited with her phone when she suddenly saw two stout, broad-shouldered women enter. They weren't ugly, but they certainly weren't attractive. Who are you? What do you want? Their sudden entrance startled Suyu so much she nearly dropped her phone. Miss Su, the young master has arranged for us to assist you with your bath. The women's attitudes were respectful, and despite their looks their professional skills were undoubtedly top-notch, otherwise they wouldn't have been hired by the Shin family. No, I can do it myself. Just leave the clothes and go. Suyu, with the soul of a straight man, really couldn't accept two middle-aged women helping her bathe. But since she was now female, she certainly couldn't have a man do it either. If someone absolutely had to help, at least they should be two pretty young girls. The young master said, if you don't cooperate, he'll come and help you himself. Suyu, tell your young master to go kick rocks. Suyu was actually feeling much better today. Her ankle had stopped swelling, and as long as she avoided strenuous activity, she could manage a few slow steps. There was really no need for anyone to help her bathe. Moreover, she felt her current relationship with Shin Moshi was hard to define. She didn't want to think about it, nor did she understand it. With this thought, Suyu's expression turned cold. They'll say it again, I don't need help. Leave the clothes and get out. The two women exchanged glances, but ultimately left the room. Suyu picked up the clothes and limped into the bathroom. Worried about Suyu, Shin Moshi showered quickly. The maids had only just emerged when he came out of the adjoining room, his hair still dripping wet. Seeing the maids standing outside, Shin Moshi immediately understood Suyu had refused to cooperate. The bathroom floor was slippery. What if she fell again in her condition? His face darkened as he strode into Suyu's room. Standing outside the bathroom door listening to the sound of water, he hesitated. He couldn't just barge in. So he stood guard, his face grim. After what felt like an eternity, Suyu finally emerged. The bathroom door swung open, releasing a cloud of warm, steamy mist. She was wearing the loose loungewear the maids had brought, her hair dripping wet. No sooner had she stepped out than she was startled by Shin Moshi, who was standing there like a guardian deity. With a stern expression, Shin Moshi scooped her up in his arms again. Not this again. Suyu was really fed up. Could he please stop? She could walk by herself now. But after the morning's incident, she didn't struggle. Only after he set her down on the bed did she speak. Shin Moshi, let's talk. Looking at Suyu's serious expression, Shin Moshi inexplicably felt that the topic wasn't one he wanted to hear. No. He picked up a towel and began drying her hair. It was one thing to carry her when her foot was injured, but her hands were fine now. Was drying her hair for her crossing a line. Were they really that close? Suyu snatched the towel from his hand. I'll do it myself. Sit down, we need to talk. No. I have things to do. Fong Yuan will bring breakfast soon. Eat, lie down, and don't move. Shin Moshi rarely spoke such a long sentence. His eyes avoided hers and his steps were slightly flustered as he left the room. Suyu. She hadn't even said what she wanted to talk about. Why was he running away? For the rest of the day, Shin Moshi avoided her. Suyu was so bored in the hospital room, she felt like she was about to grow mold. In the afternoon, Jiang Bo and Qin Jian came to visit. Qin Jian placed a bouquet of flowers on Suyu's bedside table and sat obediently on the chair beside the bed. Sister Yu, how are you feeling now? I'm fine now. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused the director and the crew, Suyu said with an apologetic smile. Don't say that. If it weren't for you, Qin Jian might have been in serious trouble. We owe you a lot. Jiang Bo's words were sincere. After learning about yesterday's events, he had broken out in a cold sweat. If something had happened to Qin Jian, his film would have been ruined, and perhaps he would have been too. Right, Sister Yu, thank you so much. You're my savior. In ancient times I'd have to offer myself to you in marriage to repay the debt, haha. When Qin Jian smiled, he even had dimples radiating a sunny yet sweet charm like a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice on a summer day. It was nothing. Don't say that. So you really couldn't respond to that offer myself to you joke. By the way, where's Teacher Shun? Why isn't he here? Qin Jian looked around puzzled. Based on his observations the other day, how could Shin Moshi leave Suyu here all alone? He said he had something to do. Forget about him. Suyu then turned to Jiang Bo. Director, can we finish filming my scenes where I'm sitting first? My foot isn't a big deal. I don't want to hold up the production schedule because of me. Jiang Bo was deeply moved. This was the professional dedication a good actor should have. But would the Heavenly King Shun approve? He could tell now that Heavenly King Shun had feelings for Suyu. Suyu paid no mind to whether Shin Moshi approved or not. What was he to her? And what was she to him? Director, I can head back with you all right now. They'll just send Shin Moshi a quick WeChat message later. Yujia, maybe you should observe for another day. Qin Jian, though eager to have Suyu return with them, was also worried about her foot. I'm truly fine, look. Suyu extended her ankle and rotated it on the bed surface. Lying here all day is making me moldy. I can just shoot the seated scenes when I get back. It won't be a problem. The hospital's medical care was commendable. After a day of treatment, Suyu's foot had indeed improved considerably compared to the morning. As long as she avoided running or jumping, walking at a slow pace was no longer an issue. Seeing Suyu's insistence and not wanting to fall further behind schedule, Jiang Bo agreed. After completing the discharge procedures, Suyu returned to the film set with Jiang Bo. Fearing Shin Moshi might drag her back, she waited until they were halfway there before sending him a WeChat message. Yuzhou Zue Shui Shinmoshi Director Jiang and Qin Jian came to see me. My foot is fine, so I've gone back with them. After sending the message, Suyu felt a pang of inexplicable guilt, but she truly didn't want to stay alone in the hospital any longer. By the time Shinmoshi saw the message and rushed back to the hospital, Suyu was nearly back at the village. Staring at the empty bed, Shinmoshi's face turned icy cold. He clenched his fists, then let out a cold laugh before turning and leaving. Just as Suyu got out of the car back at the village, the sound of helicopter rotors whirring echoed overhead once more. She hadn't expected Shinmoshi to arrive so quickly. A helicopter truly was a dimensional leap over a car. Suyu stood by the car door hesitating and worrying about how she would face Shinmoshi's wrath. The car and helicopter landed on the village's drying ground almost simultaneously. Shinmoshi descended from the helicopter with a blank expression. Suyu was about to explain, but to her utter astonishment, he didn't even glance her way, walking straight past her. Shinmoshi, let me explain. Suyu couldn't help but call out to him. But Shinmoshi's steps didn't falter for her. Suyu was stunned. The path Shinmoshi walked seemed to be coated in a layer of frost. Oh, no one dared to approach and greet him. Fang Yuan pushed a wheelchair over and handed it to Xiao Qiu, who was behind Suyu, saying, Miss Su, your foot injury isn't fully healed yet. The doctor advised you to walk as little as possible. Please use the wheelchair for now. Thank you, Fang Yuan. Shinmoshi, Miss Su, your sudden departure made our young master quite upset. With that, Fang Yuan gave Suyu a slight nod and left. Suyu stood there dazed, her grip on the wheelchair handles tightening. Xiao Qiu, take me to Shinmoshi. When they reached Shinmoshi's door, the wheelchair couldn't go further. The village houses were stilted wooden structures with tall staircases at the entrance. Suyu held onto the railing and hopped up the steps. These stairs were no challenge for her. After just 2 hops, Qin Jian came over to support her. Yujia, let me help you up. No need, your hand is injured. Xiao Qiu, come help me. Suyu, for reasons unknown, didn't want Qin Jian's help at that moment. She could easily hop up by herself, but to make Qin Jian give up, she called Xiao Qiu over. However, when she turned around, Xiao Qiu was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Qiu went to the car to get your luggage, Qin Jian said with an innocent smile. Suyu had no choice but to quickly ascend the stairs with his support. The village houses had poor soundproofing. Inside the room, Shinmoshi had heard the commotion outside clearly. Shinmoshi, humph. Suyu stood outside the door knocking and shouting. Shinmoshi opened the door. I have something to tell you. Inside, Shinmoshi was still angry and didn't want to open it. If he didn't teach her a lesson this time, she would only become more audacious in the future. Suyu knocked for a long time, but Shinmoshi didn't open the door. Yujia, maybe teacher Shun is tired. How about letting him rest for a while? You can talk to him later. Suyu thought about how he had slept on the sofa all night and definitely hadn't rested well. Qin Jian's words made sense. Makes sense. Let's go then. Inside, Shinmoshi thought enough time had passed and was about to open the door when he heard this conversation. His hand on the doorknob tightened, but in the end he let go and didn't open it. Qin Jian helped Suyu down the steps again. Since he had helped her up, being helped down wasn't much different. Suyu thought, embracing her carefree attitude. Shinmoshi opened the window just in time to see Qin Jian pushing the wheelchair, leaving with Suyu. Humph. It was already evening when Suyu returned to the film crew. The director told her to rest another night and start shooting the mist scenes the next day. These were mainly seated or standing shots. For running scenes, they would use a stunt double's back. After a full day of shooting, they finally managed to complete all the mist scenes. Shinmoshi hadn't come to see her all day. Adding the previous day, it had been 2 days and 1 night since they had spoken. Suyu's body recovered remarkably fast. She no longer needed the wheelchair, as long as she didn't run, walking was completely fine. In the evening, Suyu finally had time and went to find Shinmoshi again. This time Shinmoshi was in his room reading, the door left open. Suyu walked straight in and sat opposite him. Shinmoshi, don't be angry anymore. I know I was wrong, but you left me in that hospital room all day yesterday. I was bored to death. I just wanted to come back and film quickly. Shinmoshi looked up at her, a cold smirk on his lips. Besides that, is there anything else? Suyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. That was the only thing she did wrong. What other mistake was there? Seeing her expression, Shinmoshi knew she didn't realize her error. Qin Jian was just a regular colleague to her, yet she let him help her. It's often said that the one who loves first loses, and that those in love lose their minds. This was perfectly exemplified by Shinmoshi. Wasn't he himself just a regular colleague, at best a casual friend? Besides, even if it were a stranger lending a hand, it would be nothing. It just goes to show that jealousy and love can change a person beyond recognition. You can leave now. Come find me when you've realized your mistake. Shinmoshi returned to his book. Hey Shinmoshi, that's enough. It's not like I did something atrocious. Do you have to be like this? Suyu was getting annoyed too. She had already apologized. What more did he want? You didn't commit an atrocious act, but you hurt me. Shinmoshi sneered, about to speak when Qin Jian appeared at the doorway. Yujia, the director is calling for you. Shinmoshi's face darkened instantly. After speaking, Qin Jian politely greeted Shinmoshi. Good evening, teacher Shun. Hearing this, Suyu started to get up, but Shinmoshi grabbed her arm and turned to ask Qin Jian, what does Jiang Bo want? Aren't today's scenes all done? Director Jiang said there's a shot that needs to be redone. Suyu tried to pull her arm free from Shunmoshi's grasp, but failed, so she simply said to Qin Jian, "Alright, I'll be right there. Go tell the director first." Qin Jian didn't leave. Looking at Suyu, he said, "The director said this scene involves both of us, so we should discuss it first." The director hadn't actually said that, but seeing Shinmoshi holding Suyu's hand, Qin Jian couldn't help but utter those words. "You're not going." Shinmoshi didn't know why he was acting so childishly, but he simply didn't want Suyu to leave with Qin Jian was waiting by the entrance, but Shinmoshi held tightly onto her hand. "Shinmoshi, stop it. The director is calling for me." Shinmoshi's face turned grim. "Are you really going with him? And what if I am?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. Shinmoshi was being truly strange. She wasn't going off to do anything wrong, it was just work. A flicker of hurt tinged with stubbornness passed across Shinmoshi's face before he finally let go. Suyu immediately walked out with Qin Jian to find the director. Watching the two of them leave together, a wave of helpless frustration and loneliness enveloped Shinmoshi. Fang Yuan, seeing his young master in such a state, felt a pang of deep sympathy. He stepped forward and said, "Young master, perhaps we should return to G City first. Your scenes are all being shot there anyway." "Let's go." Shinmoshi agreed, feeling he needed to clear his head and think things through regarding Suyu. While Suyu and Qin Jian were filming supplementary shots, the thundering roar of helicopter blades echoed once more. Shinmoshi departed the village by helicopter, the gale disrupting the set and stirring unrest within Suyu's heart. For the next 2 days, there was no contact between Suyu and Shinmoshi. Suyu's ankle had essentially healed, allowing for normal activity. Finally, all the scenes in the village were wrapped up. The next sequence to be filmed involved Xia Qi going to meet Chung Wushu. The Chung family was a powerful and wealthy clan. Aside from their illicit dealings, they also openly operated numerous legitimate companies and were major taxpayers in G City. Suyu's ankle had essentially healed, allowing for normal activity. Finally, all the scenes in the village were wrapped up. The next sequence to be filmed involved Xia Qi going to meet Chung Wushu. The Chung family was a powerful and wealthy clan. Aside from their illicit dealings, they also openly... During the breaks in filming over these 3 days, Suyu had ample time to think about matters related to Shinmoshi. Upon reflection, she was startled to realize she hadn't been her usual cool self lately. She admitted to herself that Shinmoshi might hold a special place in her heart, but she yearned to rediscover her former self. Her former self only had a soft spot for sweet girls. Now she just wanted to focus on acting and her work. As for Shinmoshi, she had let things take their natural course. So when she saw Shinmoshi again, her heart was calm. Whether in her past life or this one, she was determined to be the coolest version of herself. Shinmoshi had hardly rested over these 3 days, and it showed in his haggard appearance. He had spent 3 days thinking, but had reached no conclusion. No matter which path he considered, if Suyu wasn't at the end of it, he didn't want to take it. Now his resolve to win Suyu's heart was stronger than ever. He no longer wanted to run or retreat. Since he was a child, whatever he wanted, he had always gotten it. So what if Suyu rejected him? So what if she didn't want to be friends? If the frog dared to jump out of the pot, he would catch it and put it back. When the two, having sorted out their own thoughts, met again, they stared at each other for a long time. Neither spoke first. Finally, 1,000 words were conveyed in a single, knowing smile. The others, unaware of the full story, could only sense an unspoken tacit understanding between them. Qin Jian watched the two who had seemingly reconciled, a fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Suyu was the first girl had ever had feelings for in his 19 years of life, and he wasn't about to give up easily. The first meeting between the male and female leads of Mist Beyond the Horizon finally began filming. Scene 19, Take 1, Action. Haiying drove Xia Qi to meet Chung Wushu. When Xia Qi secretly infiltrated the network to investigate Chung Wushu, she was astonished to discover he had not a single exploitable flaw. In every record, he was a law-abiding, exemplary entrepreneur. Although he had countless connections to the G-City underworld, there was no direct evidence to prove he was the mastermind behind this vast criminal network. Haiying, dressed in his finest, brought Suyu before Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, sat behind his desk reviewing reports. The intercom on the desk buzzed twice before connecting automatically. "President Haiying is here and would like to see you." Chung Wushu looked up from his reports, revealing a handsome, scholarly face. He gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Let him in." Haiying entered, gave a slight bow, and said, "Sir, there's a problem with that shipment." Chung Wushu slightly raised an eyebrow, a chill emanating from him. "Go on, what happened?" "Of the 4 men responsible for transporting the goods, only 1 returned. He's waiting outside now," Haiying said, trembling slightly under the cold aura, quickly using Xia Qi as a shield. "Send him in." Xia Qi pushed the door open and walked in step by step until she stood before Chung Wushu. Reaching him meant she had no turning back. For a split second, Chung Wux's pupils contracted upon seeing Xia Qi, but no one noticed. Luo Yu is still alive. But he was supposed to be. Chung Wushu remained impassive, acting as if he had never seen Luo Yu before. "Sir, my name is Luo Yu. I was one of the escorts for the shipment," Xia Qi stated, observing his expression for any change before continuing. Little did she know the moment she spoke, Cheng Wushu already knew this person was definitely not Luo Yu. Interesting. Xia Kai's expression turned fervent as she angrily denounced the three who had betrayed Cheng Wushu. They were truly blind. You treated them well, yet they dared to betray you. If it weren't for you, they'd be begging on the streets. In truth, Cheng Wushu had never even met most of the people at this base aside from He Tu-long and Shouho. This was just one of his many bases and didn't warrant his personal attention. Yet Xiachi spoke of him as if he were their savior. After denouncing the three traitors, Xiachi began to pledge her loyalty. I refused to go along with them. I wanted to recover the shipment, but they were too cunning. In the end, I risked my life, jumping into the Tsang River to escape. She then raised her right hand and swore to the heavens, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and moon. You must believe me, sir. He felt as if he were seeing a different Au. Where was the silent, taciturn man he knew? This person was definitely suspicious. Xiachi had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but she realized there was no useful information to be gleaned in the village. She decided to go straight to the source and target Cheng Wushu himself. After hearing Xia Kai's account, Cheng Wushu interlaced his fingers and rested them against his lips, saying nothing. The light reflected off his glasses, obscuring the emotions in his eyes. Hey, you're in charge of the base. You know the consequences for failure. Go and accept your punishment. As for you, Cheng Wushu looked at Xiachi, a faint smile playing on his lips. You will stay and work at the Cheng group. He would keep this person under his watchful eye to discover who he truly was and what he intended to do. Xiachi thus remained by Cheng Wux's side, serving as a secretary. Cheng Wux's secretarial office housed several secretaries, each with distinct responsibilities, leaving no room for Xiachi to fit in. They all despised this newcomer Luo Yu for being far more handsome than them. Would the CEO even notice them anymore? Though the CEO never really glanced at them outside of work. All the secretaries in Cheng Wux's office were male and all rather good-looking. Once a female secretary had harbored improper intentions toward Cheng Wushu and even acted on them, only to be thrown out of the corporate building in front of the entire company. Since then, his secretarial office had only male staff. Cheng Wushu was 30 years old and no woman had ever been seen by his side. The company speculated whether he was attracted to men. In truth, none of them knew that Cheng Wushu suffered from gynophobia, a condition rooted in his mother. He was an illegitimate child. Since childhood, his father had never cared for him or his mother. Driven mad by love, his mother sought to gain his father's attention by abusing him, deliberately bathing him in cold water during winter, feeding him spoiled food, and even locking 6-year-old him in a dark room for a month, hoping he would develop depression. But it was all in vain. His father had many sons and simply didn't care. The young Cheng Wushu found women utterly terrifying. Xiachi sat idly at her desk, ostracized by every secretary. That afternoon at 3, Cheng Wushu was to inspect a subsidiary of the Cheng group, and one secretary was already making final preparations. Cheng Wushu walked out of his office, and that secretary immediately stood beside him. President, everything is ready. We can depart at any time. Cheng Wushu glanced at Xiachi at her desk. You come with me. Xia Kai's eyes flickered. This Cheng Wushu was truly unpredictable. The driver and secretary sat in the front, while Cheng Wushu and Xiachi sat in the back. Soon after the car drove onto the overpass, the driver spoke up. President, a car is tailing us. Cheng Wushu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Shake them off. Yes, President, hold on tight. The driver accelerated on the highway, weaving past cars, but the two vehicles behind clung stubbornly. Being Cheng Wux's driver meant exceptional skill, yet the trailing cars not only kept pace, but drew closer. As the underworld boss of G City, Cheng Wushu wielded immense power and naturally had many enemies. Such tailing incidents had occurred numerous times along with assassination attempts. President, I need to exit the overpass. Too many cars here. The car left the overpass and headed toward the outskirts. Traffic and pedestrians dwindled until they reached a desolate field. The trailing vehicles rolled down their windows and opened fire on Cheng Wux's car. Xiachi, witnessing this for the first time, paled, but remained composed, having anticipated such a scenario before coming here. Sir, what should we do now? Cheng Wushu suspected this Luo Yu might be behind the ambush. His men were converging on their location. They just needed to hold out a little longer. His car was specially armored, bullets could not easily penetrate it. Don't stop. Try to lose them. Yes. The driver floored the accelerator, speeding along the road and widening the gap once more. The secretary in the front, new to the job, was experiencing this for the first time and kept muttering in panic. Why is someone trying to kill us? I don't want to die yet. The gunfire intensified. A bullet struck one tire, and at high speed the blowout sent the car spinning wildly before crashing into a guardrail. Had the driver not been skilled, the vehicle would have overturned. Xiachi and Cheng Wushu, buckled in the back, had their airbags deploy. The impact left them seeing stars. The secretary in the passenger seat bore the brunt of the collision and died instantly. The driver's head was covered in blood. The driver pulled a gun from under his seat and shouted to Cheng Wushu in the back, Sir, go. They'll hold them off. Cheng Wushu looked at the driver's bloodied face and said only, a Zhong, I'll take care of your family. Ha, if I hadn't met you back then I'd have died long ago, let alone have a family. Enough said, Sir, go. Without hesitation the driver opened the door and opened fire on the 7 or 8 men who had emerged from the 2 trailing vehicles. Under his cover Cheng Wuxiu exited the car and ran toward the forest with Xia Qi following behind. Cheng Wuxiu, distrusting of Xia Qi at that moment, didn't want her to follow. You'll be in more danger with me. Let's split up. Xia Qi saw this as a perfect chance to earn Cheng Wuxi's trust and refused to let it go. Sir, I won't leave. I want to protect you. Cheng Wuxiu looked at Luo Ye's scrawny frame. Who was protecting whom after all? Then stay here and hold them off, he said, and ran off. Xia Qi was furious. If you want me to stay, at least give me a gun. But since Cheng Wuxiu had said so, she had to stay lest she arouse suspicion. All right, sir, run. They'll cover the rear, she shouted at Cheng Wuxiu, who was already disappearing into the distance. Swiftly Xia Qi climbed a nearby leafy tree, a skill her brother Xia Zhao had taught her as a child. Once up, she pulled out her phone, her fingers flying, and quickly pinpointed nearby mobile signals. Within a kilometer the screen showed 13 red dots and 1 green dot, herself. Near where they had gotten out of the car, 3 or 4 red dots had stopped moving. Another 3 or 4 were still in motion near the vehicle, and 2 or 3 were rapidly approaching her direction. Cheng Wuxi's red had run far, and then stopped, likely hidden somewhere. Seeing the nearest red dot still some distance away, Xia Qi climbed down, gathered a handful of pebbles into her pocket, and climbed back up. She broke off a suitable forked branch and used an elastic band she had kept in her pocket after cutting her hair to fashion a simple slingshot. When the nearest man approached, Xia Qi aimed at his eye and fired a sharp-edged stone with all her might. A direct hit. This slingshot skill was another thing her brother had taught her as a child shooting birds. The sharp stone entered through the eye socket, the force so great it burst the eyeball and penetrated the brain tissue, killing the man instantly without a sound. Killing for the first time, Xia Qi felt a moment of panic and nausea, but time did not allow her to be afraid. She checked the red dots. The next closest was several dozen meters away, and the dense forest covered the dead man completely under the bushes. After a moment's thought, she quickly climbed down, retrieved the dead man's gun, and climbed back up. The next red dot was now less than 10 meters away. Though she had the gun, she had no idea how to use it. As the man came into view, he also spotted his dead companion and immediately raised his gun, scanning the surroundings warily. After fiddling for a while, Xia Qi finally released the safety. The sound caught the man's attention, and he looked up to find Xia Qi in the tree. Both fired at the same time. Gunshots rang out, startling the birds in the woods into a scattered frenzy. A bullet grazed Xia Qi's hair as the bandit beneath the tree crumpled to the ground. The gunfire drew more red dots on her map. 2 more had stopped moving near the vehicles, and the remaining 4 were all heading her way. Knowing she was no match for so many foes, Xia Qi scrambled down the tree and fled. Checking Cheng Wuxi's location, she saw he was on the move again, likely drawn by the gunfire. She sprinted toward him. After all, if she was going to prove her loyalty, he had to witness it. Xia Qi led a string of pursuers as she chased after Cheng Wuxiu. The road grew increasingly desolate, and he had already begun ascending the mountain. As an ordinary woman, her stamina was no match for the men's. The 4 bandits closed in bullets, kicking up puffs of dirt at her feet. Cheng Wuxiu had stopped moving again, convinced he was well hidden, never suspecting that Xia Qi was a walking glitch, his position an open book to her. He was a cunning, treacherous man who valued his own life above all else. Expect no humanity from him. Countless souls, guilty or innocent, had fallen by his hand over the years. Xia Qi finally caught up to Cheng Wuxiu, and the 4 tagalongs arrived right behind her. He was utterly stunned. How had she found him amidst the rugged terrain and dense forest? Sir, why are you still here? Run, they're closing in, she shouted with feigned urgency. None of you are getting away. Cheng Wuxiu, look who's here. Do you remember me? A man with a long scar across his face snarled. Cheng Wuxiu had too many enemies to count. Who was this nobody to him? As the saying goes, the villain dies by his own tongue. The scarred man had barely finished speaking when Cheng Wuxiu put a bullet through his head. The remaining 3 scrambled for cover and opened fire on the pair. Cheng Wuxiu and Xia Qi dodged and returned fire, but outgunned, they could only fight a retreating battle. Cheng Wuxiu took down another bandit, but a bullet grazed his calf in the exchange. Xia Qi quickly helped him behind a tree. He couldn't die yet. She still needed the truth about her brother's death. Had she checked her phone, she'd have seen a swarm of red dots converging on their vehicles. Cheng Wuxi's men had arrived. Only 2 bandits remained, but they had ample ammunition while the pair was nearly out. Cheng Wuxi's injuries slowed him, and Xia Qi struggled to support him as they fled, eventually back to the edge of a cliff with a steep slope behind them. Xia Qi emptied her last rounds, finally taking down another bandit. Now they were completely out of ammunition. The last attacker, bloodlust blinding him, pressed on with relentless fire, determined to claim their lives. It was a gamble now. Staying meant certain death, while leaping might offer a sliver of hope. Xia Qi grabbed Cheng Wuxiu tightly. Sir, hold on to me. Before he could react, she pulled him over the edge and tumbled down the steep slope. The forest was deep, the trees tall, and the undergrowth thick. The pair vanished from sight in an instant. The last bandit stared into the seemingly bottomless ravine, ultimately choosing not to follow. He turned back to retrieve his fallen comrades, only to run into Chung Wux's men on the way. Before he could utter a word, a bullet ended him. The shooter was a brash young man, and no sooner had he killed the bandit than his master cuffed him on the head. "Are you out of your mind? Why did you shoot? We needed him alive to find out where the boss went." They had tracked the trail of bodies and blood to this spot, and the one chance at a live lead had just been wasted by this hothead. Meanwhile, Xiaqi and Chung Wushu tumbled down the cliff, locked in an embrace, plunging into a deep pool at the bottom. Chung Wushu, already wounded, was dizzy from the chaotic roll and slammed hard into the water, inhaling it without any defense. Was this where his story ended? So be it. Death was a release. Living was exhausting, and dying might be a mercy. In his final fading moment, a slender figure appeared in his vision. Backlit by the water's surface, she was indistinct, but he could see her struggling toward him, reaching out a hand. So there was still someone willing to save him. A man steeped in sin who had killed even his own parents. His soul had long been mired in filth. Was he still worth rescuing? Xiaqi had spotted the pool on her red-up map earlier and prepared for the plunge. She had called for Chung Wushu to hold his breath before they hit the water, but in his daze he never heard her. The impact of the fall tore them apart. When Xiaqi surfaced, Chung Wushu was nowhere in sight. Thinking of his injury, she dove back under and found him sinking slowly. Blood seeped from the wound on his calf, staining the surrounding water crimson. Xiaqi swam with all her strength, grabbed him, and fought her way back up. Breaking the surface, she dragged him ashore, but he was already unconscious. Sir, Chung Wushu, Chung Wushu, she shouted, slapping his cheeks, yet he showed no response. She checked his mouth for debris, found none, then rolled him over and hoisted him up, pressing her knee against his abdomen and thrusting hard several times. Chung Wushu vomited a gush of water, followed by a violent fit of coughing as he gasped for air. Still, he didn't regain consciousness. Xiaqi examined him. His breathing had steadied, though he remained out cold. She checked his calf. The bullet had missed the bone, and there was no fracture. But the wound was still bleeding. At this rate, he'd bleed out, even if he didn't drown. She pulled off a shoelace and tied it tightly 10 centimeters above the wound, slowing the flow dramatically. Then she stripped off his tie to wrap the injury, finally stemming the bleeding for now. Only then did she survey her surroundings. It appeared to be a small mountain reservoir with a modest fisherman's hut not far off. She dragged Chung Wushu to the hut, found it locked, and smashed the padlock with a large rock. Pushing the door open, she found a crude bed, a small wood-burning stove, and some simple wooden tables, chairs, and a low cabinet. After hauling Chung Wushu onto the bed, she finally caught her breath. Both of them were soaked through. Thankfully, it was summer. In winter, they'd have frozen to death. Rummaging through the drawers, she found a lighter. There was firewood inside, and though she had never lit a fire before, she managed after tremendous effort. She stripped off her outer shirt, wrung it out, and hung it over a chair back to dry. At that moment, Chung Wux's eyes fluttered open in a daze, and he caught sight of Xiaqi. Her upper body clad only in a thick compression band, which flattened her chest so thoroughly that she passed for a man, even in summer's thin clothing. So you're a woman after all. Consciousness flickered for but a moment before Chung Wushu succumbed to unconsciousness once more. With excessive blood loss and an infected wound, his body temperature was steadily climbing. It was then that Xiaqi realized her phone was missing. Whether it had fallen into the water or been lost during their tumble down the steep slope, she knew not. She turned to search Chung Wux's clothes, but his phone was gone as well. This was indeed a predicament. Regardless, they were both alive. Xiaqi proceeded to strip off Chung Wux's clothes. Having already taken a life today, divesting a man of his garments posed no psychological burden whatsoever. She only ceased when he was reduced to his undergarments, then laid both their clothes out to dry by the fire. Dusk was beginning to fall. Fortunately, they had found this small hut, and a fire, otherwise the night ahead would have been insurmountable. Having endured such a harrowing afternoon, Xiaqi was utterly exhausted. She slumped into a chair, and leaning against the bedside, drifted into a restless sleep. She knew not how long she had slept, but when she stirred, a bright moon hung high outside the window, casting its silvery light across the mountain wilderness. The mountain air grew cold at night, and Xiaqi, clad only in a stretchy tube top and underwear, was roused by the chill wind sweeping through the window. The fire had nearly died out. She quickly rose and added a few more logs to the flames. Their clothes had dried by now, and Xiaqi dressed herself. She intended to clothe Chung Wushu as well, but discovered he was burning with fever, his body scorching hot, and his lips parched and cracked. The hut contained a basin and a bucket, both faintly reeking of fish, but she paid it no mind. She took the bucket to the pond, rinsed it out, and fetched a fresh pail of water from upstream. Setting a pot over the fire, Xiaqi boiled a pot of water and found a towel hanging on the wall, stiff with age and disuse. She soaked the towel in the water, wrung it out slightly, and began to wipe down Chung Wux's body. The pond water was icy cold, and the towel equally, so causing Chung Wushu to shiver involuntarily, yet still he did not wake. Xiaqi wiped him down again and again, changing the water basin after basin until at last his fever began to subside. By then dawn was nearly breaking. She dressed him, gave him some cooled boiled water to drink, and was relieved to find that even in his unconscious state, he could still swallow. When full daylight arrived, Xiaoqi discovered that a cabinet against the back wall held some rice along with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, likely provisions left by the hut's owner. Given the extraordinary circumstances, she helped herself, without hesitation, rinsing a portion of rice before tossing it into the pot. She hadn't eaten a morsel since yesterday noon and was nearly starved to death. The rice porridge bubbled in the pot, releasing a tantalizing aroma that roused Chen Wuxiu from his slumber. His eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, while feeling the familiar ache radiating through his body. He was still alive. Did even the king of hell refuse him? Turning his neck, he caught sight of a slender figure from behind, a silhouette identical to the one he had seen in the water, and the person he had glimpsed through his haze earlier wrapped in that stretchy fabric. It all snapped into sudden clarity. This person was not Luo Yu, and was in fact a woman. Who was she? What purpose did she have in approaching him? Just then Xiaoqi, who was stirring the porridge, felt a scorching gaze on her back. She turned and saw Chen Wuxiu, now awake. Sir, you're awake. How do you feel? Xiaoqai's surprise was genuine. This was a man she had gone to great lengths to save. If he died, all her efforts would have been in vain. Chen Wuxiu tried to speak, but his throat was parched and raw, making even speech a struggle. Xiaoqi quickly gave him water to drink, and only then did he feel somewhat better. Where are we? Chen Wuxiu asked. He was utterly weak, his right leg immobile and entirely dependent on this person's care. Now was not the time to confront her. After we tumbled down the cliff, we fell into a mountain reservoir. This should be the resting hut of the fish farmer who tends the pond. Thank you for saving me, Ayu. Sir, you flatter me. I am your subordinate. Saving you is simply my duty. Xiaoqi smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. It was then that Chen Wuxiu noticed. This person was rather pleasing to the eye. Sir, the porridge will take a little while longer. He'll step outside and see what else might be of use. Xiaoqi searched the area outside. The mountain forest was nature's bounty, teeming with a rich variety of plant life. Before long, she found a medicinal herb that could staunch bleeding and reduce inflammation. Ever since Xiaozhao had joined the military, Xiaoqi had begun studying various herbs, memorizing their appearances, properties, and uses. Whenever Xiaozhao came home, she would share her knowledge with him, hoping that should he ever be injured in the wild, he would have the means to treat himself. What she had done for Chen Wuxiu last night was only emergency first aid. Shoelaces couldn't be used to bind a limb tightly for extended periods. Poor blood circulation could lead to complete necrosis of the limb. After half an hour, once the bleeding had mostly stopped, she had untied it. Bringing the herbs back to the hut, Xiaoqi found a bowl and a wooden stick, crushed the herbs into a paste, and applied it to the wound on Chen Wuxi's calf. The bullet had passed clean through his lower leg, leaving 2 holes, 1 entry, 1 exit, with no bullet lodged inside. Chen Wuxiu watched Xiaoqi tend to his wound with meticulous care, utterly baffled by this person's intentions. If she wanted him dead, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to save him. If she didn't want him dead, then why impersonate Luo Yu to get close to him? If it were for wealth or power, there was no need to take such a dangerous risk of assuming another's identity. Moreover, upon careful observation, he noted there were no traces of disguise on her face. There was only one possibility: she shared an unusually close blood relation with Luo Yu. Siblings, perhaps. Xiaoqi looked up from applying the medicine and met Chen Wuxi's probing gaze. Xiaoqi, stay calm. Don't panic. Sir, the porridge is ready. Please have some to regain your strength. A faint smile curved at the corner of Chen Wuxi's mouth. Thank you for your trouble, Ayu. After finishing the porridge, Chen Wuxiu, his strength spent, drifted back to sleep. Once he was asleep, Xiaoqi went out again. She found another herb that could reduce inflammation, detoxify, and bring down fevers, as well as some wild vegetables. She even used a net from the hut to catch a fish. It was a fish farmer's dwelling after all, so such tools were hardly surprising. Xiaoqi cleaned the fish and stewed it into a pot of wild vegetable fish porridge, then brewed the medicinal herbs into a concentrated decoction. She woke Chen Wuxiu and first made him drink the bowl of medicine, for his fever had spiked again that afternoon. He even began to rave deliriously, muttering things like, "Don't leave me alone," and "Don't lock me in the dark room." Xiaoqi never expected that the ruthless and merciless Chen Wuxiu could harbor such a fragile side. There was much she didn't know: how his mother's abuse had driven him to the brink of collapse before he ultimately descended into darkness. At just 7 years old, Chen Wuxi's heart was already riddled with scars. One night, he killed his sleeping mother, and unexpectedly this act earned him his father's notice, who took him back into his fold. The gang lord had many women, and thus many sons, none of them worth a damn. They schemed and slaughtered one another for their own gain, and the gang lord relished it, raising them like poisonous insects in a jar, believing that only the most formidable offspring deserved to inherit his empire. Chen Wuxiu, with his peerless cunning and ruthless cruelty, emerged as the ultimate victor. Little did the gang lord expect that the very poison he had cultivated would turn on him. Chen Wuxiu, with his wings now fully grown, sent his own biological father to meet his maker and seized complete control of the syndicate. Chen Wuxiu, terrifying beyond measure. Even the formidable Chung Wushu was now nothing more than a sickly weakling. After drinking his medicine and eating a bowl of porridge, he finally regained some spirit and began to chat with Xiaoqi. How do you know so much about medicinal herbs? I learned it from a book I read when I was bored. Xiaoqi lied without batting an eye. Is that so? Impressive. Chung Wushu raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Xiaoqi didn't care whether he believed her or not. Looking at the wound on Chung Wux's leg, she said, Sir, this place is not safe to stay for long. We need to find a way out of here, and your leg injury can't be delayed any longer. What I've done so far is only emergency treatment. My men should be nearby. We just need to wait patiently. Chung Wushu remained calm. Sir, do you know who is trying to kill us? Xiaoqi poked at the fire with a small stool, then added another piece of firewood. Chung Wux's enemies were scattered all over the world. He had no idea who was after them. I never remember insignificant people or meaningless matters. Xia Kai's hand froze at his words. Was her brother Xia Zhao also just a meaningless person in his eyes? Perhaps so. Xia Qi sneered inwardly. Is there anything you particularly want to do? She had once wished for her brother's safety, but now she only wanted to uncover the truth behind his sacrifice. Apart from that, nothing in this world mattered to her. But even if she found the truth, her brother would never come back to life. No. Xia Qi stared into the blazing fire, her heart feeling hollow. Chung Wux's glasses had long since been lost somewhere, making it hard for him to see her expression clearly. Yet he felt she was much like him, both lonely and in different souls. Outside, rain had begun to fall, shrouding the world in a hazy veil of mist. It seemed as though this small cabin was the only safe haven in the entire universe. Neither of them spoke, the only sound being the occasional crackle from the fire. Chung Wushu watched Xia Qi, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace in her presence. As dusk fell, the cabin had no electricity. The only light came from the hearth fire. There was no phone either. It seemed this little cabin had been forgotten by modern civilization. Chung Wushu lay down preparing to sleep and glanced at Xia Qi, who was still staring blankly into the flames. A hint of testing flickered in his eyes. Come up here and sleep with me. Xia Qi felt a pang of inner conflict. Sir, I'm fine just resting my head on the table like this. That's how I got through last night. Come here. Don't make me say it twice. Chung Wushu had only meant to test her, but now he insisted. Xia Qi gritted her teeth. Shed, just pretend a golden retriever was lying next to her. Chung Wushu closed his eyes, feeling the presence of someone lying down beside him. In 30 years, no one had ever lain by his side. The feeling wasn't bad at all. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. His mind at ease, he soon drifted off to sleep. But Xia Qi lying beside him tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Turning her head to look at Chung Wux's sleeping face, she thought, here, I am suffering from insomnia, and he's sleeping like a log. Her thoughts wandered between her brother and Chung Wushu until she finally drifted off to sleep at some point. The next morning, Chung Wushu was awakened by a cacophony of noises, faintly hearing calls of Sir. His men had found them. He was usually so alert. How had they gotten so close without him noticing? Had he really slept that soundly last night? Chung Wushu opened his eyes and tried to get up, only to find his arm tightly embraced by Xia Qi. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she whispered softly in her sleep, Brother. A single tear had escaped the corner of her eye. Chung Wushu felt a mix of confusion and displeasure. Who was this brother she spoke of? And she was shedding tears for him. As if possessed, he reached out and gently wiped the tear away. Xia Qi remained asleep, but felt the warmth of his hand. She instinctively reached up to cover it with her own. This warmth felt just like her brother's. Had her brother come back? Only then did Chung Wushu notice how small her hands were. Delicate and fair, only half the size of his. There's a cabin up ahead. Let's go check it out. Sir. The voices outside grew louder, and it seemed there were quite a few people. Chung Wushu had no choice but to quickly shake Xia Qi awake. Wake up. Xia Qi opened her hazy eyes. She had gone to bed very late last night, and was still incredibly sleepy. The moment she saw her position, she was startled. She had fallen asleep, hugging Chung Wushu. She sprang up like a leaping carp. Sir, I'm so sorry. Never mind that now. Help me up. There are people outside. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and 3 or 4 burly men poured in, shattering the peace of their small sanctuary. Sir, it really is you. We've been searching for you everywhere. Sir, are you all right? Sir, we came too late. Chung Wux's head throbbed from their noise. Strangely, he almost wished they had taken longer to find him, and Xia Qi. Quiet. You're disturbing the boss. Chung Wushu was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Xia Qi to understand what he was feeling and speak up for him. He was rather pleased. The men were stunned. Wasn't this the little lackey from that backwater base? How dare he speak to them like that? He had some nerve. But with the boss right there, they didn't dare act out of line. They'd deal with him later. That effeminate pretty boy dared to raise his voice at them. Chung Wushu seemed to read their thoughts. Looking at his subordinates, who dared not speak, but were clearly resentful, a chill emanated from him. Au is my special assistant. From now on, he will be in charge of all my daily needs and work coordination. You. Before he could finish, the men were already frozen with fear, their spines chilled. They understood immediately. This pretty boy was not someone to offend, but someone to curry favor with. The burly man at the front nodded vigorously. Yes. We've put Assistant Luo through a lot these past 2 days. We came late. Well, accept our punishment when we get back. The others quickly chimed in, afraid that a moment's hesitation would see them thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Xiaoqi was a bit stunned. 2 days ago, she was the lowest-ranked assistant in the secretarial office. Today, she was a special assistant on par with the chief secretary. This rocket ride was too fast. "Oh, let's go," Cheng Wushu called out to her, seeing her dazed expression. He had already been seated in a sedan chair, the only way to traverse the mountain paths. Okay. Xiaoqi took one last look at the cabin where she had stayed for 2 days. Since they had used someone else's things, they should replenish them. She said to the men, "Restock everything in this place, and leave some money as a token of gratitude." One of them immediately stepped forward. Understood. Leave it to me." Cheng Wushu glanced back at the cabin. He probably wouldn't be returning here in this lifetime. The rain had stopped, and the grass, nourished by the night's downpour, was dotted with colorful wildflowers swaying gracefully in the breeze. The mountain pond shimmered just as it had when they first arrived. After numerous trials and tribulations, Xiaoqi and Cheng Wushu finally returned to G City. Cheng Wux's wound had been left untreated for 2 days, and despite simple first aid, it had become infected. He was rushed to the private hospital under the Cheng family's banner, where Xiaoqi remained by his side throughout his care. The scene shifts to a shabby rented room. A tall, languid figure lies on a battered iron bed, his boots still on, casually propped on a chair beside it. The camera pans up to reveal a face of roguish charm, stubbled with coarse whiskers that lended a weary, ruggedly masculine air. Yi Xiao laces his hands behind his head, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stares at the swaying, antiquated ceiling lamp. 2 days had passed since their agreed meeting time. Why hasn't Luo Yu come to find him? A nameless unease stirs in his chest. Perhaps he shouldn't have pressed so hard for his real name last time. Had he offended him, and now he's avoiding me? Luo Yu is far too rigid. It wasn't like he was going to do anything to him. Just asking for a name, was that so wrong? Did he have to get so angry head make him memorize military regulations? Fine. If he won't come to me, he'll go to him. He'll smooth things over, can't afford to waste more time. Yi Xiao, true to his word, set out. Before meeting Luo Yu, he bought his favorite xiaomai. Luo Yu never said it, but after their one shared meal, Yi Xiao had noticed his fondness for them. He arrived near the base brimming with anticipation and sent the signal only they knew. He then concealed himself in a lush leafy tree, waiting for Luo Yu to appear. Yi Xiao waited for a long while, but Luo Yu never showed. He was just wondering what was going on with him when a patrol guard from the base appeared beneath his tree, relieving one of life's pressing needs. Ah yes, really lucky getting noticed by the master and being able to stay by his side. You said it. He's the one who lost the goods, yet it's Hei Ying who got called back for punishment. He gets promoted and lives the easy life. Exactly. The two men finished their business, zipped up, and wandered off. The goods. Luo Yu had told him about that deal. He thought had been back by now. He hasn't returned yet. Yi Xiao mulled it over, turning the matter this way and that, but couldn't make sense of it. He decided to go to G City to find him. The master they spoke of wasn't that Cheng Wushu. What was Luo Yu up to? After lying low for 3 years, just as he was about to reap the rewards, he goes running off to Cheng Wux's side. What is he planning? The moment Yi Xiao saw Xiaoqi, he immediately knew this wasn't him. You're not Luo Yu. Who are you? Yi Xiao? What's wrong with you? Xiaoqi feigned a bewildered look. You're not him. Where's Luo Yu? What have you done to him? Tell me now, or I'll kill you. Yi Xiao seized Xiaoqi by the neck, slamming her against the wall. His eyes betrayed a storm of murderous intent, worry, and fear. Where the hell is Luo Yu? Cough. Let go of me first. Xiaoqi felt the air being squeezed from her lungs, a suffocating agony. Yi Xiao loosened his grip, though he didn't fully release her. Air rushed into her lungs, and she gasped greedily before managing to speak. If even you don't know where he is, how would I? You were the closest one to him. You're definitely not him. What's your game impersonating him? Yi Xiao's voice grew more strained and fierce. I'm his sister. Those words stunned Yi Xiao into silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. He quickly released her. Sister. This was Luo Yu's sister. God, what had he just done to her? If Luo Yu ever found out, he'd be torn limb from limb. Sis, are you alright? I didn't know. Yi Xiao stared at the red marks on Xiaoqai's neck, utterly flustered and panicked. She was Luo Yu's sister, which by extension made her his sister too. That bastard Luo Yu never told him anything about himself, leaving him in the dark and causing him to hurt his own sister. Sis, why are you pretending to be your brother? You don't know? My brother. He's dead. I'm here to find out the truth behind his death. The impact of these words eclipsed even the shock of learning she was Luo Yu's sister. What did you say? How, you must be joking, right? It's impossible. He was so skilled I could barely get the better of him. How could he be dead? It's impossible. Impossible. You're lying to me. Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xiao, who seemed on the verge of madness, and was taken aback. There was someone in this world who found this even harder to accept than she did. What kind of bond did he share with her brother? He said he'd serve the country for life. It's only been a few years. How dare he die? He also said that after retiring he'd settle in a small town and adopt a retired police dog. His enemies are still alive. His goals and dreams are unfulfilled. How can he be dead? Tell me it's not true. Yi Xiao grabbed Xia Qi by the shoulders, shaking her violently. Slap. Unable to bear it any longer, Xia Qi raised her hand and struck him across the face. The sharp sound echoed in the small room. Yi Xiao, stunned by the blow, stared blankly at Xia Qi. Calm down. He was my own brother. My grief is far greater than yours. But am I acting like this? Why do you think I risked coming here? To find the truth about my brother's death. You're right. You're right. He'll work with you. We'll find the truth and bring his killer to justice. Seeing that he had truly calmed down, Xia Qi breathed a sigh of relief. I need to go back. If I'm away too long, Chen Wuxi will get suspicious. He'll work from the inside, you from the outside. Well, coordinate. All right. Yi Xiao seemed to have made a momentous decision, his eyes rimmed with red, his jaw clenched tight. Cut. Good work, we got it. Su Yu and Qin Jian both breathed a sigh of relief. They had shot this scene countless times, but the director always felt something was missing take after take. Finally, they nailed it. Sister Yu, it's all my fault. I made you suffer through this with me. Qin Jian's handsome face flushed slightly as he spoke with embarrassment. Su Yu was about to say it wasn't his fault that they both had shortcomings, but Shinmoshi cut in. You know it. Go back and practice more. Shinmoshi was still irritated thinking about how long they had taken on that scene with all the repeated NG takes. Shinmoshi, can't you be a bit more tolerant as a senior? Su Yu found it childish how he always picked on Qin Jian. You think you're any better? You're worse than him in some aspects. Come back with me now and run lines. He'll teach you. With that, Shinmoshi pulled Su Yu away, giving them no chance to talk further. Hey, I still have another scene to shoot later. It's been moved to tomorrow. Now come back with me. Shinmoshi opened the car door and pushed Su Yu inside. He shot a meaningful glance at Fang Yuan before getting in and driving off. Fang Yuan understood immediately and rushed off to find Jiang Bo, instructing him to reschedule all of Miss Su's remaining scenes for today to tomorrow. Shinmoshi, you're too overbearing. How you call this overbearing? If you really want to see what I'm like when I'm being overbearing, I don't mind giving you a demonstration. Shinmoshi leaned in, his formidable presence instantly enveloping Su Yu. Su Yu was getting angry too. Ever since she ended up in the same production crew as Shinmoshi, he had been suppressing her at every turn. In her past life, she was a fearless man who dared to defy the heavens. Even though she was a woman, now she was still the same person at heart. Su Yu's aura suddenly began to rise. She shoved Shinmoshi, who had been closing in on her, and looked down at him from above. Shinmoshi, please get this straight. We're friends in private and colleagues at work. Stop interfering with my work from now on. Understood? Shinmoshi looked at the fierce Su Yu before him like an uncrowned queen. One foot was planted on the car seat, one hand rested on her knee, and the other pressed firmly against his chest. Shinmoshi was speechless. He liked this side of Su Yu too. What was he supposed to do? Understood. Shinmoshi's starry eyes sparkled as he gazed at Su Yu. He was willing to be her loyal knight as long as she always had him in her sights, and only him. Su Yu curled her lips and brushed off a speck of non-existent dust from Shinmoshi's shoulder. Remember what you said. I don't want a repeat of this. Back at the hotel, Queen Su didn't want to deal with Shinmoshi. After showering, she curled up on the sofa in her room and started gaming. Today she was playing with 4 girls: Su Manru, Song Rohua, her fan club president Li Bingshuan, and her assistant Xiao Qiu, who was just there to fill the roster. The 5 of them formed a party and ventured into the King's Canyon. Filming this damn show meant facing a bunch of men every day. She hadn't seen her little darlings in ages. Su Manru was no longer as terrible as she'd been during labor as glorious. She'd gotten quite good with Angela. Assistant Xiao Qiu, whose job had been snatched by someone else, spent her days holed up in the hotel gaming and had become a solid marksman. Li Bingxian and Song Ruohua were the weaker links. They spent ages fighting over who would play the healer until Su Yu finally assigned their roles. One as the healer, the other as a tank. Su Yu stuck with the assassin role. Leading her 4 girls, she swept through the King's Canyon match after match, securing victory after victory and earning MVP every single time. Su Yu also created a group chat called Bro You Carries You. Now that everyone knew each other, she turned on the microphone. For a moment, the room was like a chorus of nightingales, each voice clearer and more melodious than the last. Shinmoshi had waited in his room for a long time without any sign of Su Yu. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and went to find her. As soon as he reached her door, he heard the Nightingale concert. Su Yu hadn't closed the door. She was sitting on the sofa gaming. Bingshuan, give me a heal. Hua Hua, stay in the bush and wait for me. Xiaoro, quick attack. Shinmoshi's face turned ashen. Had barely taken his eyes off her, and she was already gaming with this many girls, calling them so affectionately. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He tiptoed up behind Su Yu. Normally, she would have sensed someone approaching, but she was too absorbed in her game to notice. Ayu, why did you make me wait so long? As a reigning music superstar, Shinmoshi's voice was magnetic and husky. It could electrify the girls on the other end of the internet connection from miles away. The nightingales fell silent instantly, their minds racing with frantic thoughts. Song Ruahua, why is there a man beside Suyu? And his voice is so gorgeous. Li Bingxuan, is Sister Yu dating someone? No, I refuse to accept this. Sister Yu belongs to our island. Su Manru, that sounds like Shin Moshi's voice. Right, they're filming together. But why does Teacher Shin's voice sound so soft and plaintive? And he called her a Yu. There's definitely a story here. Xiao Qiu, Teacher Shin is here. I'm out. Suyu was startled by Shun Moshi and got killed by the enemy, earning her first death of the night. It's you again. Every time I die it's because of you, Shin Moshi. Suyu was furious. Her one rare quirk was that she couldn't stand seeing anything other than 0 next to her death count. Is that so? Am I really that powerful? Shin Moshi chuckled softly, sending another wave of butterflies through the nightingales on the other end. The nightingales all felt like they were intruding. Stop bothering me. Wait until I finish this match before we rehearse. Suyu irritably shoved away Shin Moshi's head as he leaned in too close. Final wait for you, Ayu. The last syllable carried a breathy, husky tone. They were only going to rehearse lines, not do anything unspeakable, yet Shin Moshi made it sound dripping with allure. The nightingales thought we shouldn't be in the car, we should be under it. The match was already nearing its end anyway. Eager to interrogate Suyu, the girls quickly pushed down the enemy's crystal as soon as she respawned, ending the battle. When the game ended and the girls left the party, Suyu's joy vanished. Just then the Bro You Carries You group chat started buzzing with message notifications. Suyu glanced at the chat and nearly had an aneurysm. What did they mean she had a boyfriend? Was she that kind of person? Abandon a vast forest to tie herself to a single tree. If she were to tie herself to anyone, it would have to be a rare, peerless beauty of a tree. Shin Moshi was tall, and Suyu's phone screen had no privacy filter, so he could see the group messages clearly. He raised an eyebrow at the word well matched. At least they had good taste. He and Suyu were indeed a perfect match. But when he saw Suyu's reply, Shin Moshi grew displeased. He leaned close to her ear. You don't you think him good looking? Suyu was tickled by the warm breath near her ear and instinctively flinched, accidentally pressing the voice message button. Shin Moshi, you're so annoying. Get away from me. She pushed him, and he fell back onto the sofa. Spotting that Suyu was still holding the voice message button and speaking, Shun the wolf instantly transformed into Shun the White Lotus. Don't be mad. It's all my fault. Go ahead and play. I'll wait for you. Suyu released her finger, and the voice message was sent. The girls in the group listened to the voice note clearly sent by accident with background noise and fell into collective silence. So this was how Suyu and Shin Moshi were in private. There was a lot to unpack here. They needed a moment to process. Annoyed beyond measure, Suyu put down her phone and rehearsed with Shin Moshi, missing the window to recall the voice message. She wouldn't discover this until much later. After the rehearsal, Shin Moshi brought up an old topic. You still owe me 4 meals. When are you going to pay up? Suyu was baffled. When did that happen? I don't remember owing you that many meals. Shin Moshi smirked coldly. He knew she'd forget. During your finals, I tutored you for so long, and you said you'd repay me with 4 meals. I guess so. Suyu gave an awkward smile. She'd completely forgotten about that. How about we sneak out now, and I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Suyu thought of ice cold beer, spicy crayfish, and sizzling barbecue on a summer night. She nearly drooled at the thought. Suyu and Shin Moshi, fully disguised, slipped out for a midnight snack. After weighing the risks, Suyu reluctantly gave up the idea of eating at a roadside stall. The cost of being spotted there was simply too high. Alas, the roadside stall was the very soul of a midnight snack. Suyu's heart ached at the thought. She could only settle for a private room. However, as soon as a large platter of spicy, fragrant crayfish arrived, she was instantly mollified. The crayfish were plump with rich roe, their meat springy and fresh. She sucked the roe with the numbing spicy sauce, then washed down the tingling sensation with a swig of ice-cold beer. A life. This was the life. Suyu feasted with gusto, transforming into a human eating machine. She devoured most of the platter by herself, completely ignoring Shin Moshi. Shin Moshi, unaccustomed to this food, wanted to help peel the shrimp for her, but Suyu refused. Crayfish only taste good when you peel them yourself. Go on, eat. There's still barbecue coming. Suyu's lips were swollen from the spice, looking even more red and plump than the crayfish. Shin Moshi didn't want to eat the crayfish on the table, he'd rather eat the crayfish on Suyu's face. But at this moment, Suyu only had eyes for the food in front of her, completely ignoring him. When the barbecue arrived, Shin Moshi ate some non-spicy skewers. He never usually ate midnight snacks, but he was willing to accompany Suyu. Suyu ate until her mouth was greasy, utterly satisfied, only stopping after several loud burps. Shin Moshi pulled out several wet wipes to clean her hands. You invited me to dinner, but you're the one having all the fun. Who told you not to eat? I can only enjoy such delicacies when Sister Xing isn't around, so I have to seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Shin Moshi was torn between amusement and exasperation. Since you're full, let's get going. The hotel isn't far from here. We'll walk back and help you digest. The two paid the bill and left, strolling slowly back along the quiet late-night streets. As they passed an alley, they heard faint screams from a woman and the cursing of several men. Suyu stopped dead in her tracks, instantly transforming from a lazy orange tabby into a vigilant leopard cat, staring warily into the alley. Shinmoshi, something's wrong in there. I'm going in to check. Suyu charged forward, but Shinmoshi grabbed her. Don't rush. Let's approach slowly. As they drew closer, they saw 4 or 5 men brutally beating a woman. Her screams echoed through the alley, chillingly piercing in the dead of night. Silhouettes flickered behind the glass windows of nearby residential buildings, but no one came down to help her. It wasn't that they didn't want these men were gangsters, and they truly dared not. However, they had already called the police, who should be arriving soon. But the woman might not survive until they got there. Suyu couldn't bear it a moment longer. She rushed out and kicked the most vicious attacker flying. Shinmoshi also charged in and took down another man. Though not as skilled as Suyu, he was tall and strong, and with his regular fitness training and boxing practice, he was more than a match for a few thugs. With the two of them attacking, these usually arrogant street thugs could only take the beating and were soon beaten until they couldn't even recognize their own mothers. Suyu planted her foot on the head of a fat, big-eared gangster, her voice cold enough to chill bones. A grown man beating a woman. Quite an accomplishment. Today it'll make you regret ever being born. You? Do you know who we are? You just wait. Mess with us, and it'll make sure you can't even show your faces in G City. The fat man, still defiant, dared to spout threats. Shinmoshi let out a cold laugh. Hell, what's G City? Got a passport. If Fong Yuan were there, he would have added, for Shinmoshi, mess with our young master, and you won't be able to survive anywhere in China. The fat man tried to fight back, grabbing Suyu's foot on his face and attempting to pull her down. Shinmoshi's eyes blazed with fury at the sight of the filthy hands, but before he could step forward, Suyu twisted her foot, stomped down, and with a crack broke both of his hands. The fat man's screams were now even louder than the woman's had been. You scum of society, you're not even worthy of being called human. You have all this strength, but don't use it for anything worthwhile. You love fighting so much. Why don't you go to the front lines? What's so impressive about hitting a woman? You bastards. They'll teach you to hit. They'll teach you. Suyu kicked and cursed as the men were sent scattering, crying out in pain. Ew, that's enough. Stop kicking. Don't ruin yourself over them. Shinmoshi grabbed the agitated Suyu. She finally stopped, quickly walking over to the beaten woman and crouching down to check on her. The woman's face was covered in blood, and she was barely breathing. Help! Me! Shinmoshi, call an ambulance. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, the wail of police sirens sounded from the entrance of the alley. Well, it seems we don't need to call them. Hey, let's go. We'll leave this to the police. Those men had been beaten quite badly, and Shinmoshi didn't want her to be implicated. Regardless of the truth, the phrase Suyu assaulted someone could easily be misconstrued by netizens. Suyu clearly realized this too, and whispered softly to the woman, Don't worry, don't be afraid. You're safe now. The police are here, they'll take you to the hospital soon. Oh, let's go. Shinmoshi grabbed Suyu and ran, exiting from the other end of the alley just as the police were entering. Though her mind was fading, the woman still heard Suyu call out the name Shinmoshi. She wasn't a fan of celebrities, but Shinmoshi was so famous he was practically a household name. After she was out of danger, the woman posted a Weibo post. She didn't name anyone, just expressed her deep gratitude to the 2 people who saved her life. Netizens had no idea who she was talking about. Even when the police asked her who her saviors were, she said she didn't know. However, after watching a video of Suyu, she recognized her voice and became a diehard fan of them both from then on. But that's a story for later. For now, Suyu and Shinmoshi were still running through the streets, their masks and hats firmly in place, hoping they hadn't been recognized or caught on any surveillance cameras. Shinmoshi had already contacted Fong Yuan to wait at the intersection ahead. Seeing them run over, he quickly opened the car door. Only after they got in did they breathe a sigh of relief. It was absurd that acting like a hero felt more like fleeing a crime scene. By the time they snuck back into the hotel, it was almost midnight, and Suyu was exhausted. Suyu yawned as she opened the door. So sleepy. The price of treating you to dinner is too high. We even saved someone tonight. 1 meal is worth 4. Shinmoshi's lips curled into a slight smile. Go shower and sleep. Next time I'll treat you. After watching her go inside, Shinmoshi returned to his own room. Suyu had an early scene the next morning. If Xiaoqiu hadn't come to wake her, she might have overslept. The screenwriter had suddenly added a new plot point, and for Suyu the challenge was immense. Today there was a kissing scene. This was Suyu's on-screen first kiss. Today's kissing scene was a cliched medicine transfer kiss. Suyu flipped through the script, looking at the newly added plot, feeling utterly speechless, and went to find the screenwriter with the script. Screenwriter, there's a bug in this plot. Where? The screenwriter glanced at the spot Suyu pointed to, which was today's kissing scene. No problem. This scene is just fine. The brothership was easy to ship, but there was too little sugar, so she had specially added this scene, openly abusing her position for personal gain to satisfy her desire to ship the couple. Dear screenwriter, this is a hospital, a modern top-tier hospital. Why is there still this medicine transfer kiss? If he can't drink the medicine, insert a gastric tube. If he has gastrointestinal issues, give him intravenous injection. If he's being stubborn and afraid of bitterness, just let him die. This kind of cliched plot, are you sure the audience won't criticize it after release? Suyu was so frustrated and exasperated. How could the screenwriter come up with such a melodramatic plot? Hey, you don't understand. You need to give the audience some sugar, but not too much so they'll be obsessed and addicted, contributing to our box office. The shipping expert screenwriter was explaining to Suyu online. And in the original novel, there was no pure sugar from start to finish, only a bit of sugar in the knives and glass shards. Book fans have personally left messages on my Weibo asking me to add more sugar, so you don't need to worry about being criticized. But Shinmoshi has so many fans, all are girlfriend fans. Won't I be bombarded by his fans? Suyu tried to resist. She really didn't want to kiss a man. You don't need to worry. Shin the King has always used body doubles or close-up replacements, never real kisses, so fans are relatively accepting. Don't worry. Really. Suyu had been fooled by the screenwriter and reluctantly accepted the newly added plot. If it was a close-up, she could still accept it. When Suyu returned to the filming ward, she saw director Jiang explaining the scene to Shinmoshi. He was wearing a hospital gown, half leaning on the bed with pale and weak makeup, listening very attentively. Chung Wushu feared bitterness and loved sweetness, refusing any food with a bitter taste, let alone bitter medicine. Today the hospital prescribed traditional Chinese medicine, but he refused to drink it. Xiaoqi tried to feed him for a long time without success, and it spilled all over her. Xiaoqi got angry, and on a whim held down Chung Wushu and forced the medicine into his mouth with hers. Chung Wushu, still weak, couldn't resist, and was forced to drink the bitter Chinese medicine. Suyu watched this plot, and no matter how many times she saw it, she felt embarrassed. Only someone with cerebral thrombosis for 10 years could write such a plot. After director Jiang finished explaining to Shinmoshi, he saw Suyu come in, and quickly called her. Suyu, come here, I'll explain to you. In a moment you'll hold him down with great authority and presence, feed him the medicine. Chung Wushu wants to resist, but also doesn't want to, so it's a conflicted emotion. Do you understand? Suyu don't understand. Shinmoshi understand. Then Chung Wushu accepts this medicine transfer kiss. Xiaoqi finishes feeding and wants to pull away but can't because Chung Wushu won't let her. The whole process should be sensual, but not explicit. Understand. Suyu was a bit overwhelmed and asked Jiang Bo in confusion, wait director, isn't this supposed to be a close-up? Tell me how to do the close-up. I have no experience. We're not doing a close-up, this is a real take, Jiang Bo explained. He had already gotten Shinmoshi's permission for a real kiss, but as for Suyu, a newcomer, she had no say. What? Shinmoshi, aren't you always using close-ups? Suyu was shocked. Shinmoshi flipped through the script seriously and said calmly, Suyu, I am a very professional actor. This scene will not use a close-up. Then he raised an eyebrow at her as if saying, are you professional enough? Suyu's competitive spirit was provoked again. It was just a kiss, right? In her past life, she had kissed countless beautiful lips, but never a man's. Today she would try to see what was different. Then let's prepare to start. Let's aim for one take. All departments get ready. Jiang Bo began to direct the crew. The props team handed Suyu a bowl of Chinese medicine, which looked dark and murky, but was actually sour plum juice. Scene 20, take 1, action. Xiaoqi held the bowl. The dark, thick medicine looked bitter. I'm not drinking. Take it away. Chung Wushu refused her before she could speak. During the struggle, half the medicine spilled all over her. The medicine was quite hot, and it burned Xiaoqi. Sir, you're too willful. If you don't cooperate, when will this injury ever heal? Xiaoqi was very angry. Her clothes were dripping with medicine, making her smell of it. I'm not drinking. Take it away, Chung Wushu repeated. Xiaoqi was on her period today, and was very irritable. Seeing him stubborn, she picked up the bowl, drank it all in one gulp, and then held down Chung Wushu and kissed him. Shinmoshi felt a soft, tender lip touch his, and his mind went blank with a bang, but a blush crept to his ears. So her lips were this soft. It was as if an electric current passed between their lips, and both of them froze. Cut. What's wrong with you two? Move. Jiang Bo looked at the stunned pair, a bit frustrated. So you could be excused for lack of experience, but Shinmoshi really had no experience. Both in the drama and in real life, this was his first kiss, and his cheeks were covered with a thin blush. Suyu quickly got up at the sound. She still had the sour plum juice in her mouth, which she swallowed in one gulp. It was actually quite tasty. As Suyu left, Shinmoshi felt a moment of loss and his face turned pale again. Let's do it again, starting from the medicine transfer. All departments get ready. Scene 20, take 2, action. The clapperboard was hit again. This time Suyu was fully prepared. She pushed Shinmoshi down, hooked his chin with her fingers. Chung Wushu, played by Shinmoshi, was weak and couldn't resist. Their noses touched, and Suyu's lips slowly pressed against his. In her past life, Suyu was a playboy, and her kissing skills were not something Shinmoshi, a novice, could match. A sour and sweet medicine was transferred into Shinmoshi's mouth. Shinmoshi was dazed by this sweet, soft kiss, and didn't react until Suyu pulled away. Cut. Moshi, what's wrong with you? You can't let her go, you need to be more proactive later. Director Jiang was really frustrated. He thought Suyu would have more problems in this scene, but unexpectedly Shinmoshi was more difficult during the real take. Suyu looked at Shinmoshi mockingly, thinking, little guy, I didn't expect Shinmoshi to be so useless, ha. After kissing twice, her mindset had improved a lot. It was just kissing a man, right? With eyes closed, it was no different from a woman's lips. If she compared, Shinmoshi's lips were quite pleasant to kiss, better than any woman she had kissed in her past life. Director, one more time. Shinmoshi looked at Suye's provocative gaze with a dark desire surging in his eyes, thinking, "I'll get you for this." Director, one more take. Shinmoshi looked at Suyu, the determination in his eyes, making her feel a little uneasy. Director Jiang, holding a megaphone, sat behind the monitor. All departments get ready. One more take. Scene 20, take 1, third attempt, action. Suyu took another sip of the sour plum juice, and just as she was about to lean in and kiss Shinmoshi, she caught a glimpse of his deep abyss-like eyes and felt that she might just be walking into her own demise. Shinmoshi looked at Suye's lips, so close to his own, but stopped. He let out a cold laugh, wrapped one arm around her waist, and pressed his other hand against the back of her head, pulling her into him and capturing her lips with his own. Shinmoshi's heart pounded like a drum, his movements rough, yet reverent, as if he were holding a priceless treasure. Suyu felt invaded, her eyes wide open. She tried to pull away, but he held her firmly in place. The dark sour plum juice trickled down from the tightly sealed seam of their lips. Even the director was stunned by this sensual scene, forgetting to call cut for a long moment. It wasn't until a while later that he snapped out of it, realizing the sequence was off. Cut. Shinmoshi, that was too early. You weren't supposed to get intense yet. At that moment, Shinmoshi reluctantly released Suyu. Even a player like Suyu was left weak in the knees by his kiss. It was utterly ridiculous. How could he be such a fast learner? Her arms felt like jelly as she braced them against his chest, gasping for air. She had nearly suffocated. Director Jiang suddenly felt that his originally serious film had been turned into something else entirely by these two. He had only asked for a simple kiss. You two take a break and think about how you want to play this scene. Director Jiang Bo felt he needed a breather too, deciding to shoot other scenes first. All departments, let's film the other actors' parts first, he called out, rubbing his temples as he walked away. At that moment, they were the only two left in the hospital room. The screenwriter was the last to leave, a knowing smile on her face as she closed the door behind her. Shinmoshi, can you even do this? Suyu was a bit annoyed. 3 consecutive NG takes would put anyone in a bad mood. Except for Shinmoshi, who was in a fantastic mood. Suyu tasted even better than he had imagined. Suyu, don't casually ask a man if he can do it unless you want to try it yourself and find out. Shinmoshi's voice was hoarse and low. He had bent his legs since Suyu had gotten up, grateful that a thin blanket covered him from the waist down due to the role's requirements. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly awkward. Suyu felt a bit humiliated. Was she being teased? She had been a man in her past life, so she understood exactly what he meant. It's not something you prove with words. Don't drag me down again later. Seeing her flustered, Shinmoshi's mood only improved, a slight smile playing on his lips. What can I do? I just can't seem to get this take right. How about we practice now and aim for a perfect take later? Suyu was actually tempted. Compared to wasting everyone's time and patience with repeated NGs, practicing now to get it right in one take didn't seem like a bad idea. There was still a large pot of sour plum juice on the table nearby. Suyu stared at it with a look of resignation, pouring herself a large bowl. Fine, let's practice now. Mind the rhythm, don't go wild. After all, Shinmoshi's lips felt pretty good against hers, so she wasn't exactly at a loss. Suyu took a big gulp of the sour plum juice, skipped the entire opening sequence, and directly cupped his face to kiss him, even though Shinmoshi hadn't even lain down yet. Shinmoshi chuckled inwardly, staying completely still and letting Suyu kiss him. Realizing he wasn't reacting, Suyu remembered he hadn't lain down. She pushed him down, while kissing him, transferring all the sour plum juice in her mouth into his. Shinmoshi lay flat, letting her kiss him like a delicate scholar at the mercy of a domineering female general, surrendering completely to her will. After kissing him like this for a while, Suyu pulled back and snapped, Shinmoshi, what's wrong with you? You're supposed to take the initiative now. Why aren't you reacting? Her lips were almost raw. Is that so? I forgot. Let's do it again. Shinmoshi's voice was a little hoarse. They practiced again, and the large pot of sour plum juice was nearly empty before Shinmoshi finally started to cooperate with her. She wondered what the props department would think when they saw all the props had been consumed. This is the last time. I really can't drink anymore. Suyu let out a burp full of sour plum juice. Alright, one last time. Shinmoshi also felt they couldn't keep kissing or things might get out of hand. Suyu pushed him down, took the last mouthful of sour plum juice, and forcefully transferred it into his mouth. Shinmoshi tried to push her away, but his hand stopped the moment it touched her. Instead, he fiercely gripped her shoulder, unsure if he wanted to push her away or pull her closer. As Suyu finished transferring the juice and was about to pull back, he yanked her into his embrace the moment their lips parted, capturing her slightly swollen, tender lips that had been kissed so many times. Shinmoshi plunged deep, once more savoring the exquisite taste. After a long while, Shinmoshi finally released her. Their noses touched, each breathing the other's air. Suyu, I take back what I said before. You're very professional. Shinmoshi was burning up, his defenses crumbling, and he had to stop. From now on, let's shoot it exactly like this, got it? Suyu was breathless, finally done with the scene. Being an actor was too much of a sacrifice, as she was never doing a kissing scene again. Once Suyu had calmed down, she took the empty sour plum juice pot to the props department to get it refilled. As soon as she left, Shinmoshi locked the door and rushed into the room's shower to take a cold one, spending a long time in there. The screenwriter looked at Suyu's unusually red lips and the empty pot in her hand, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Tisk tisk tisk, the couple I ship is totally real. After the price of an entire pot of sour plum juice, this agonizing kissing scene finally passed in a single take. The director was very satisfied with the result. These two were truly impressive, top-notch professionals. Earlier they were fumbling, but now they looked as natural as a couple who had kissed 1,000 times. Seductive, yet tasteful. A perfect shot. Shinmoshi looked at Suyu's lips swollen from his kisses, his gaze dark and intense. He thought to himself that he would never allow her to film a kissing scene with anyone else, not even a body double. Only he would do. As the scenes continued to be filmed one after another, the plot gradually advanced, and Chung Wushu and Xia Qi slowly fell in love with each other without realizing it. Just as their feelings were about to reach a breaking point, conflict and tension erupted. Night Owl, driven by a burning hatred, finally found the person who had killed Xia Zhao, using the information Xia Qi had gathered while near Chung Wushu. However, he couldn't believe that the murderer was him. Night Owl and Xia Qi reconvened, pooling the information and evidence they had each gathered. The culprit they ultimately deduced was, "The man who killed your brother is Chung Wushu," Night Owl said, lifting his head to look at Xia Qi, who was stunned with disbelief. "How could it be him?" Xia Kai's face instantly turned pale. If it was him, then he had known from the very beginning that I wasn't Luo Yu. Night Owl, can I handle this myself from here on? Confusion and fury flickered alternately in Xia Kai's eyes. Love and hate congested in her chest with no outlet. Night Owl's face was shrouded in gloom. "He must die. I know, just leave it to me," Xia Qi pleaded. "He'll give you 3 days. If he isn't dead by then, I'll kill him myself." "Fine. 3 days it is." Xia Qi returned to Chung Wux's side, struggling to compose herself, but Chung Wushu, meticulous as ever, noticed something was amiss. "Ew, what's wrong?" That address completely shattered Xia Kai's psychological defenses. She stared at him intently, her pent-up hatred finally breaching its dam. Why what?" Chung Wushu remained nonchalant, though a flicker of panic stirred within him. "You know I'm not him, don't you? Did you enjoy making a fool of me?" Xia Qi rushed forward, grabbing his collar, her voice laced with hatred. Chung Wushu was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "What about you? Why did you get close to me? Who was he to you?" "He was my brother. My own brother. You killed my brother with your own hands." "Is that so? No wonder you look exactly alike. I don't care what you plan to do, but now I won't let you go. You'll never escape me." Chung Wux's eyes burned with obsession and madness. He pulled Xia Qi close by the waist, looking at her face flushed with rage, and said slowly, "You are mine. Forever." Chung Wushu himself couldn't comprehend his current actions. Keeping Xia Qi by his side was extremely dangerous. The day he killed Luo Yu, he knew Luo Yu was an undercover agent for the government. Xia Qi, being his sister, was equally dangerous. But he refused to let her go. He had gone from having no one in his heart to having her, and Xia Qi would never be able to escape his side for the rest of her life. Chung Wushu imprisoned Xia Qi. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Night Owl, consumed by vengeance, submitted all the evidence he and Xia Zhao had painstakingly gathered over the years to the authorities, who prepared to dismantle the entire Qing enterprise in Ji City. Chung Wushu caught wind of this in advance and prepared to flee with Xia Qi. He hadn't expected the pursuers to arrive so quickly. He coldly ordered his men, "Hurry, speed up." The car's speed instantly rocketed to its limit. Just as Chung Wushu was about to escape his pursuers, Xia Qi raised a gun at him. Chung Wushu stared fixedly at Xia Qi. He could have gotten away, and he could have snatched the gun from her hands. He had been ruthless and decisive his entire life, but at this moment, he hesitated. He was gambling that Xia Qi also loved him, gambling that she wouldn't kill him. Xia Qi looked at the face she both loved and hated, memories flashing through her mind of moments with Chung Wushu and happier times with her brother. Love and hate intermingled in her heart, and her hand holding the gun trembled. Finally, she thought of the land her brother had loved so deeply, the faith he had protected with his life. Chung Wushu had run rampant on this very land, causing chaos. He deserved to die. Bang! A single tear traced down Xia Kai's cheek. Chung Wushu had lost the gamble, yet he had also won. Xia Qi killed him, but she truly loved him. Chung Wushu collapsed into Xia Kai's arms. Seeing the tear stains on her face, a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He gasped, asking, "What's your name?" "Xia Qi." Chung Wux's breath grew weaker, but his eyes were filled with deep affection. He smiled slightly. "Beautiful name. Xia Qi, bury me beside the cottage by the mountain pond. This is my final wish." "Okay." Chung Wushu closed his eyes with a smile. Returning to where they began wasn't so bad. Another year's summer rain fell gently. Xia Qi sat by the window of the cottage, gazing blankly at the low grave outside. Small wildflowers bloomed beside the mound, stubbornly raising their heads against the rain, clinging to the headstone as if guarding it. Cut. That's the last scene. Great job, everyone. As Jiang Bo finished speaking, the crew erupted in cheers. It's a wrap. Shinmoshi was still lounging in Su-Ye's arms, refusing to get up. Shinmoshi, how long are you going to lie there? Get up, you're crushing me. Shinmoshi took a deep breath in her embrace before finally getting up. 2 months of filming, and it's finally a wrap. Su-Yu said, her face full of excitement. She missed her Hwan-Hwan so much. Shinmoshi was a bit speechless. You got over it that fast. She had been looking at him with such deep affection and sorrow just moments ago. Jiang Bo came forward carrying 2 bouquets of flowers. Great work, everyone. Thank you. And thanks to you too, director. Thank you for your guidance over these 2 months, Director Jiang. Su-Yu beamed as she accepted the bouquet. After the wrap party in the evening, the official Weibo account announced the completion of filming. Fans of both Shinmoshi and Su-Yu celebrated as joyfully as if it were a festival, especially the CP fans. The Misty Other Shore super topic was now flooded with fans of the brotherly CP, squeezing out the original book fans. The account Brother CP official announcement today posted, great. Filming is finally done. Now that it's wrapped today, it can be released tomorrow, right? Tagging the official Misty Other Shore account. The blogger is dreaming. ITLL be lucky if it's released by New Year's Day. The guy above, you're taking it too seriously, aren't you? Dog face, I support a release tomorrow. They'll definitely rally all my relatives to support the box office. I heard there's a kissing scene. I wonder if it's real or just a camera trick. If it's real, it would be both their on-screen first kiss. No way it's real. Shin the King either uses camera tricks or a body double. My second aunt's cousin's sister-in-law's uncle's third son's brother-in-law's girlfriend works on the set, and she said it was a real kiss. It was so hot on set that she got shy watching. Oh my god, isn't this a major adaptation? There was no kissing scene in the original novel, lamented a distraught original book fan. It's not really a big adaptation. The screenwriter is the original author herself, and she added it. Besides, the original was too heartbreaking. A little sweetness is nice too. Did the brother-in-law's girlfriend get any behind-the-scenes photos? I really want to see how Shun the King's lips, touted as the most kissable on the internet, kiss someone. There's definitely no behind-the-scenes photos. The crew has confidentiality agreements, so she didn't dare take any. But she did say they had many retakes for that kissing scene. They just kept kissing over and over. Wow. So jealous on the lemon tree, grows lemon fruit under the lemon tree, stand you and me. I don't even know who to be jealous of right now. In that case, they should just get married on the spot. Haha, exactly. There's no other way to settle this now. Online discussions about Misty Other Shore grew increasingly heated. The hashtag Misty Other Shore rap quickly trended on the hot search. The production team didn't even need to buy promotions. Both Shinmoshi and Su-Yu naturally attracted attention. Su-Yu's stepsister Su-Yuan also saw the post. She couldn't believe Su-Yu was not only filming with Shinmoshi, but also had a kissing scene. It was simply unforgivable. After the wrap party, Su-Yu returned to City A and brought Wan-Wan back to her side. Having not seen her for nearly 2 months, Wan-Wan had grown a bit bigger and was incredibly clingy, following her around almost every waking moment. Having finished such a long shoot when Hongxing had given her a few days off, and now the pair were cozily curled up at home watching TV, as the Sword of No Regret was airing on television that day. The company-provided apartment had no television, but it did have a projector. A spirited young man had just appeared on the screen. It was the youthful Mu Hanxing. A flood of Shueishan's fans immediately filled the bullet comments with adoration. Our boy's here. Baby mommy's here to see you. Young Shun is so handsome. When will the master appear? Su-Yu lounged lazily on the sofa, not wanting to move an inch. Wan-Wan, I fancy some melon seeds. Woof! Wan-Wan immediately jumped off the sofa and trotted off to fetch them for her. I want the 5-spice flavor. Woof! Before long, Wan-Wan returned with a packet of melon seeds from the snack shelf. Indeed, the 5-spice kind. Good boy. Su-Yu gave Wan-Wan's golden head a scratch, then tore open the packet and started munching on seeds while watching the young Mu Hanxing show off his cool demeanor. Watching his owner enjoy the seeds, Wan-Wan suddenly hopped off the sofa, ran to the snack shelf, and brought back a packet of his own treats, placing it in front of Su-Yu. Woof! Su-Yu looked down and saw it was a packet of beef-flavored chew sticks. You want one of these, Woof! Wan-Wan pawed at his snack as if asking her to open it. Alright, I'll open it for you. Su-Yu tore open the package, took out a chew stick, and handed it to him. The two of them then settled in to watch TV while enjoying their snacks, perfectly content. Just then her scene came on. The female swordswoman Lin Shuangjiang descended from the sky in a black and red fitted outfit, a long sword in hand, her high ponytail swirling with an air of dashing grace. The bullet comments went wild. Master is so cool. Cool and beautiful. I'm done for. Give me a ventilator, I'm having trouble breathing. Su-Ye's entrance is amazing, so badass. How does she manage to be both handsome and beautiful? Sis, look at me. I'm available. Either it'll be your girlfriend or you'll be mine. Pick one. If that's not possible, I can be your second disciple, master. Su-Yu was thoroughly entertained when her phone on the coffee table rang. It was a video call invitation, though from whom she wasn't sure. Her chronic laziness had gotten worse since she got Wan-Wan. Wan-Wan. Woof! The loyal dog immediately jumped off the couch, fetched the phone, propped it upright against the fruit bowl on the table, and even tapped the answer button with his nose before returning to his owner's side to gnaw on his chew stick. On the screen appeared Shueishan's face. Undeniably handsome, yet in Su Yes' eyes always carrying a hint of goofiness. Master, long time no see. Su Yes' rate of cracking seeds didn't even change, her eyes still glued to the TV. Master, don't you miss me at all? Why would I miss you? You're not a pretty girl. Suyu spat a seed shell into the nearby bin with a look of disdain. Shueishan watched the pair on the other end, human and dog, contentedly munching on snacks with the silly dog even throwing him the occasional side-eye. It was ridiculous. Master, when did you get a dog? It looks kind of dim-witted. Woof. You are the dim-witted one. Oh, my, trying to pick a fight with me, are you? Come over here and bite me if you dare. Shueishan taunted, wiggling a finger at Wanwan. Woof woof. Can't be bothered. If I bite you, I might catch your silly virus and end up needing a brain doctor. Wanwan gave Shueishan an exaggerated eye roll. Suyu watched the goofball's interaction with Wanwan in exasperation. Do you have business? Speak up or get lost. Master, our show is airing. Are you watching? Wanwan fetched the remote and turn it up for the old man on the other end. Master, that's too harsh. How can you say that about your own disciple? You've taken all the jokes for yourself. Woof. Wanwan went and retrieved the remote. Suyu turned up the volume just in time to hear Mu Hansheng's line, Master, save me. Hear that? Master, you're actually watching. Don't you think your disciple is super handsome? Suyu couldn't be bothered to engage with this goofball and simply rolled her eyes in response. Master, I'm going to post on Weibo later. Make sure to interact with me. Fine, I'll do it after I finish these seeds. Now you may take your leave. Hey Master, don't be like that. Don't you want to chat a bit more? Beep. Wanwan had already ended the call. Good job, Wanwan. That rebellious disciple is too noisy. Suyu gave Wanwan an approving pat. Woof. That goofball was interrupting my TV time with my owner. Shueishan posted on Weibo and tagged Suyu. Shueishan B. Master, come see how my sword practice is coming along today. Suyu video. The video was a compilation of Mu Hansheng's sword practice after he became Lin Xuangjiang's disciple. The comment count climbed rapidly as Shueishan's fans showered him with praise. Shinshin looks so handsome practicing his sword today. Baby, you've been working so hard. Remember to eat well. Today I'm taking off my mom fan hat and being a girlfriend fan for the day. Shueishan is so handsome. After a long delay, Suyu finally showed up, reposting and commenting on Shueishan's Weibo. Suyu V practice is mediocre. Keep working on it. Master, come see how my sword practice is coming along today. Video. Haha, Mu Hansheng, your master says your practice isn't good enough. Indeed, seems like he's not quite at Lin Xuangjiang's level yet. Comment above, be more confident. Drop the seems like. Dog face emoji. Ever since the Sword of No Regret started airing, Suyu had been trending on a daily basis. The clip of Lin Xuangjiang practicing her sword under the moonlight was particularly captivating, spreading far and wide. She was powerful and beautiful, and netizens remarked that no one in the world could truly match her. Su Yuan, seeing Su Yes' growing fame, angrily tore up a freshly completed math test paper. She had to think of a way to stop Su Yu from basking in such glory. Just the other day, a relative had come asking about Su Yu, hoping to get a signed photo for their child. As if Su Yu deserved that. Suddenly an idea struck Su Yuan, and a malicious glint flashed in her eyes. At some point, Su Yu began to notice many strangers in her neighborhood, all skulking around trying to take her picture. She had never revealed that she lived in Jinyu Court. She spent little time there, and always went in and out fully disguised. Even the residents of the community didn't know a celebrity lived among them. So where did these people come from? Gradually their numbers grew. Paparazzi began staking out the area, snapping photos the moment they spotted her. They claimed to want interviews, but they'd shove microphones right in her face. Then one night someone even came knocking on her door. In the master bedroom, Su Yu was sleeping soundly on the large bed when Huan in the small bed beside her suddenly raised her head, twitched her ears, and immediately jumped onto the bed, licking Su Yu awake. Su Yu turned over, wrapped her arms around Huan, and without even opening her eyes murmured, "Be good, Huan, I'll play with you tomorrow." Woof, woof, woof. Huan persistently tugged at the hem of Su Yes' pajamas, trying to pull her off the bed. It was then that Su Yu finally heard the commotion outside the door. Someone was knocking. She sat up with a start. Who would dare come knocking at her door in the dead of night? Some reckless thief looking for trouble. When Su Yu peered through the peephole, she recognized the paparazzo who had been hounding her during the day. Enraged, she swung the door open and gave him a beating. Then she deleted all the photos from his camera. "Who are you and how did you find my place?" Su Yu pressed her foot against the man's face, her patience wearing thin. "You hit me. He'll expose you online." The paparazzo taunted, his face pressed against the floor. "Hell be waiting." She had already called Wen Hongxing when she heard the knocking. This place was no longer safe. "You better start talking. How do you know where I live?" Su Yu stared at him with icy eyes. The paparazzo remained stubbornly silent. "If you don't speak up, I'm calling the police." She ran a hand through her hair in frustration. Huan. Woof, woof, woof. Huan bared her sharp teeth, glaring at the villain. Despite being only 6 months old, her teeth were long and pointed, and drool dripped onto the paparazzo's face. "Don't bite me. They'll talk. Someone sold your address to me." "Who?" "I don't know. She contacted me online, added me on QQ, and deleted me after the deal was done. but I still have the chat logs. Give me your phone. The paparazzo hesitated. The first thing she saw was a pinned conversation. That avatar, it looked vaguely familiar. Suyu stared at the cartoon avatar for a long while before pulling out her own phone. This QQ account belonged to the original host, and she had simply continued using it since she rarely logged on. The first thing she saw was a pinned conversation. That avatar, it looked vaguely familiar. Suyu stared at the cartoon avatar for a long while before pulling out her own phone. This QQ account belonged to the original host, and she had simply continued using it since she rarely logged on. After searching her friends list for a while, she finally found it. Suyuan. This seemed to be the half-sister born to her deadbeat father and his mistress. Since Suyu had taken over the original host's body, she hadn't met this sister yet. She hadn't even had time to deal with her father's nonsense. Was Suyuan out of her mind? Showing up to stir trouble? And how did Suyuan get her address? While Suyu was racking her brain when Hongxing arrived. Sister Xing, you're here. Sorry to disturb your beauty sleep in the middle of the night. Suyu smiled brightly at when Hongxing, who looked flawlessly elegant even at this ungodly hour. But when Hongxing's expression was grim and her luscious red lips fired off like a machine gun, why didn't you tell me sooner that your address had been leaked? Do you have any sense of self-preservation as a top celebrity? Do you know how dangerous this is? Suyu recoiled from the verbal assault, lazily picking at her ear with her pinky. Sister Xing, I know I messed up. What should we do with this guy? Should we call the police? Only then did when Hongxing notice the paparazzo lying on the ground with Suyu's foot on his face. As a hot celebrity, Suyu couldn't afford the scrutiny that came with calling the police. When Hongxing had dealt with plenty of such paparazzi in her years in the industry and had her own ways of handling them. Snap! When Hongxing clicked her fingers and her two burly bodyguards hauled the limp paparazzo off the ground. They'll take him and handle this. You go back to sleep. They'll find you a new place tomorrow. Okay. When Hongxing left, and Suyu went back to sleep. But to her utter surprise, not long after when Hongxing departed, just as she lay down, someone else knocked on her door. Is this ever going to end? Furious, Suyu hurled her pillow to the floor and stormed out with clenched fists, determined to beat these paparazzi senseless this time. Suyu yanked the door open and swung a straight punch at the visitor, but to her shock the person caught her fist. His large hand enveloped hers and pulled, drawing her into his embrace. Suyu, it's me. Caught off guard, Suyu found herself in his arms, momentarily dazed. Shinmoshi, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Shinmoshi inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of her hair, and only when he was certain she was safe did his frantic heart finally settle. He had nearly lost his mind when he got the news that someone had been lurking at Suyu's door in the dead of night. Woof! Huan bared her sharp fangs at this man who refused to let go of her owner. If he didn't release her soon, there would be consequences. Suyu pushed Shinmoshi away and crouched down to stroke Huan. Huan, don't you remember this uncle? He helped me take you to the hospital. Woof! I remember, but I don't like him. Shinmoshi shot a hostile look at the dog that had stolen Suyu's attention, and the two locked eyes, sparks nearly flying. Suyu looked at the tense standoff between man and dog, feeling helpless. Come in first. She sat down on the sofa, and Huan jumped up to snuggle against her, resting her head on Suyu's thigh to stake her claim. Shinmoshi had no time for the silly dog now. He fixed his gaze on Suyu, his eyes dark and brooding. This place isn't safe anymore. Do you know who leaked your address? Probably my half-sister, the one my deadbeat dad had with his mistress. Her name's Suyuan. I don't know what's wrong with her. I haven't even had any contact with her. This was the first time Shinmoshi had heard Suyu mention her family, and it didn't sound like a happy story. Can you tell me about it? There's nothing much to say. My dad cheated and remarried when I was 3, and my mom abandoned me and remarried too. I grew up with my grandpa. That's it. Suyu spoke with a nonchalant, careless air, but it broke Shinmoshi's heart. Had she been living like this for the past decade and more? You can't stay in this place anymore. The company is arranging a new place for me tomorrow. I need to go to sleep now. You should head back. I'm fine. Suyu yawned, exhausted after the night's ordeal. You go to sleep. They'll stay right here. He couldn't bear to leave her alone. Fine, take the guest room then. I'm done for. Make yourself at home. The guest room was kept clean by the housekeeper, who came by daily. Suyu staggered to her feet, her eyes barely open. She accidentally stepped on one of Huan's toy balls and began to topple sideways. In a flash, Shinmoshi rushed over and caught her. The sofa was right behind them. Under the force of the impact, Suyu tumbled onto Shinmoshi, sending them both sprawling onto the sofa. The soft, squishy mochi dessert went flying and splattered onto the hard floor, sending a jolt through both of them. It was then that Suyu realized she wasn't wearing a bra. Shinmoshi felt Suyu's small, soft, and pliant mound beneath his touch, and his mind nearly shattered. He hastily pushed her away, afraid of what he might do next. Suyu, also stunned by the push, was mortified. She usually wore loose clothes at home, and given her flat chest, well, it really didn't have much presence. Earlier, she had been wearing a bra. After when Hongxing left, she had taken it off to sleep. When someone knocked on the door again, she stormed out in a fury, ready to hit someone, but forgot to put the bra back on. Suyu was incredibly embarrassed. Why did Shinmoshi always have to be present during her most humiliating moments? Now because of the stimulation, even her loose clothes couldn't hide the snowy rice cake anymore. Shinmoshi quickly turned his head and stood up, striding towards the guest room. "He'll borrow your guest room for a nap." Watching the door slam shut, Suyu felt a strange sense of displeasure she couldn't explain. She glared at the door as if she could see through it, then returned to her room to sleep. Suyu fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, but Shinmoshi in the guest room next door was agonizingly restless. Having been single his entire life, no one, man or woman, had ever stirred any desire in Shinmoshi. He simply had no interest in that aspect. But ever since he met Suyu, he had lost count of the times Head had those indescribable dreams. Lying in bed, Shinmoshi tried hard to calm himself. It wasn't until dawn broke that he finally managed to settle down. The culprit Suyu was still sleeping soundly, oblivious to it all. Shinmoshi sent a WeChat message to Fong Yuan asking him to bring breakfast and a change of clothes. When Fong Yuan arrived at Jinyu Garden, he easily found Building F Apartment 2702, where Miss Su lived. "Young master." Fong Yuan put the things down after the door was opened. Fong Yuan looked into Su Yuan. "She's Su Ye's half-sister on her father's side." "Yes, young master." By the time Shinmoshi finished his shower, Fong Yuan had already placed the background information on both Su Yuan and Su Yu on the table. Shinmoshi quickly flipped through the documents, growing angrier and more heartbroken for Su Yu with each page. Fong Yuan caused some trouble for Su Jianya. Yes, but to what extent? Since he was Miss Su's biological father, Fong Yuan was a bit hesitant. Shinmoshi's face was as dark as water as he let out a cold laugh. "To the point where he can't survive in City A." Understood. Fong Yuan thought to himself that Su Jianya had truly sealed his fate by crossing the young master. Fong Yuan left to create trouble for Su Jianya. By the time Shinmoshi had set the steaming breakfast on the table, Su Yu was just getting up. Seeing Shinmoshi when she came out, Su Yu, still groggy from just waking up, was momentarily stunned before remembering what happened last night. "Morning. Go wash up quickly, breakfast is ready." Dressed in casual wear and ladling porridge for her, Shinmoshi exuded a strong aura of domesticity. Oh, Suyu, who had been fed by Shinmoshi all summer, was already used to this. On the table was still her favorite traditional Chinese breakfast, juicy meat buns that burst with broth at the first bite, century egg and lean pork, congee soy milk youtiao, and even a jianbing guozi. While Suyu was eating with grease smeared across her mouth, a call came in. It was when Hongxing. Suya's hands were full, so Shinmoshi answered it for her. "Hey Sister Xing, what's up? Your new place is arranged. Pack up a bit later, a driver will come pick you up." "Oh, okay." The call ended, and Suyu continued munching on her bun. Shinmoshi suddenly spoke up. "Suyu, haven't you ever thought about buying your own place? Since becoming an artist, I'm always running around, never settling down. It feels like I can live anywhere. But your suggestion isn't bad." Suyu became interested. "There's a new development in the city center with excellent security. Even people who aren't residents can't get in unless accompanied by an owner. I know the developer, and I can get you a 50% friend discount. Interested?" Shinmoshi dangled the bait, waiting for Suyu to take it. Such a good deal. Suyu's philosophy was that not taking advantage of a good deal was like losing money. So after breakfast, the two went out to look at the property. When they arrived, the development was truly impressive. Great location, convenient transportation, easy access to amenities, beautiful environment, and tight security. Shinmoshi directly took her to see a unit in the best building. 2 elevators serving 2 households per floor, fully furnished with appliances and furniture included, movie and ready. It even had a keypad lock, and people who weren't owners of that floor couldn't even come up. A 360 square meter flat, and it only cost 1 million. That was more than a 50% discount, wasn't it? That was a bone-shattering discount. Even an old shabby building nearby would cost at least 1.0 per square meter. Shinmoshi's friend was too generous. This was practically giving it away. After seeing it, Suyu immediately decided to buy it, and moved in that very night. When Hongxing was amazed at how fast Suyu bought a house, just half a day. However, upon learning the address of the community, she strongly approved of Suyu's decision. This place was much better than the accommodation the company provided. Shinmoshi had already arranged for people to clean the new house again and stocked it with all the necessary items. Suyu didn't have much to pack anyway. The apartment was originally the company's, and her clothes were managed by a dedicated team. She simply grabbed a small shoulder bag and smoothly moved in. Looking at this new world that was solely hers, Suyu was overjoyed. The river view outside the window was beautiful, the interior decoration was beautiful, and even Shinmoshi standing inside seemed more handsome than usual. Watching Suyu, who was as happy as a child, a smile spread across Shinmoshi's lips, making him stunningly handsome. "Shinmoshi, thank your friend for me." Suyu happily wandered from room to room. "Only my friend. Of course I have to thank you too. You're too awesome. Since it's my housewarming day, I'll treat you to a meal. I'm going to cook myself in the new kitchen." Suyu walked up to Shinmoshi and patted his shoulder in a buddy-buddy manner. Shinmoshi, however, mercilessly deflated her enthusiasm. "Better not. Don't burn down the new place." In the end, dinner was delivered by Fong Yuan, filling the table. It served as a housewarming celebration for Suyu. The meal she promised was put on hold for now. Huan inspected her new territory, sniffing here and there. This new home was huge, and she loved it, running around in sheer delight. It was just that the person sitting next to her master wasn't very likable to a dog. Why wasn't he leaving yet? Suyu and Shinmoshi were sitting on the balcony enjoying the breeze and the night view. The balcony was spacious, the high-rise wind was refreshing, and the fully transparent tempered glass railing offered a breathtaking view. A few meters away was the scenic balcony of the next-door neighbor, currently dark, indicating the owner wasn't home yet. Suyu was munching on an after-dinner apple looking at the neighbor's balcony. The balconies were so close with no partition blocking the view. I wonder who lives next door. I should visit them someday since we'll be neighbors now. Shinmoshi chuckled softly. Yes, you should. Hello, Miss Su. I'm Shinmoshi, your next-door neighbor. Suyu was so shocked that the apple fell from her hand without her noticing. You live next door? Suyu never expected that she would end up being neighbors with Shinmoshi. Seeing Suyu standing there in a daze, Shinmoshi let out a low chuckle, rose to his feet, and ruffled her hair. I'm heading back, he said. After taking a few steps with one hand in his pocket, he turned back to look at her. The code to my door is 220,320. Feel free to come find me if anything comes up. It was the moment they first met. Suyu. So why did he tell her his door code? A moment later, the light in the neighboring apartment flicked on. Shinmoshi stepped onto his balcony and saw Suyu still standing on hers, gazing his way. The two balconies were close together with no obstruction between them. If one craned their neck far enough, they could even catch a glimpse of the other's living room. Shinmoshi leaned against the railing, a smile tugging at his lips. It's late. Go shower and get some sleep. Good night. Given the surreal day Shed had, Suyu figured she'd better turn in early. A smile bloomed on her face. Good night. The master bedrooms of the two apartments adjoined each other, their headboards separated by a single wall. That night both of them slept soundly. The next morning, Suyu's assistant Xiao Qiu delivered breakfast, and a housekeeper came by to clean. Suyu, whose self-care skills were practically non-existent, would otherwise be living in a garbage heap, surviving on takeout. Shinmoshi frowned at the steady stream of people coming and going from Suyu's place, including that silly dog that seemed glued to her side. After breakfast, Suyu headed to the company. Her vacation was over, and she was busy again. Recently, The Unrepentant Sword was airing to great success, a quality drama that appealed to everyone young and old. With its impeccable production, a tight plot, and the delightful character of the female swordsman Lin Xuangjiang, the show had catapulted Suyu to fame, dramatically expanding her national recognition. Her fan base was no longer just devoted female fans, as she now had male fans, mom fans, and even grandparent fans. Offers for roles came flooding in, so many that when Hongxing was spoilt for choice when it came to picking scripts. Since Suyu's first leading role had already graced the big screen, when Hongxing refused to settle. None of the current scripts were up to par, so she rejected them all. Until the right script came along, she had no intention of signing Suyu for anything new. Quality over quantity, and never squandering Suyu's potential. We'll wait a few months, she decided. Once The Misty Horizon hits theaters, we'll take on new projects. In the meantime, she can dive deeper into her acting studies and appear on a variety show to keep her buzz going. At the company, Suyu idled in the conference room, playing games, waiting. One Hongxing, now the director of the talent division, was swamped every day, but no matter how busy, Suyu's matters always came first. Just as Suyu finished a game, when Hongxing walked in. Come on, I'm taking you to meet a dance instructor. Starting today, you're adding dance lessons. Next week, you'll be on a dance variety show. What show? Suyu perked up. Tomato TV is launching a major stage variety show focused on dance battles called Come Dance. The contestants are actors and hosts with little to no dance experience. When Hongxing continued, as they walked, stopping at the door of the dance studio to look back at Suyu. People with professional dance training or idol backgrounds aren't allowed. This is Tomato TV's big push this year, so you need to make the most of it. The studio door slid open, revealing someone waiting inside. When Hongxing led Suyu over. This is Ken, a renowned dance instructor. You'll be training with him for the next few days. Ken was tall with perfectly sculpted muscles and an easy smile. Hello. Hello, teacher. They'll be counting on you, Suyu said with a slight smile, extending her right hand for a handshake. Take good care of her, Ken. Suyu, call me if anything comes up. When Hongxing made a phone gesture. Got it. You go ahead, Sister Xing. They'll practice hard. Suyu cheerfully saw when Hongxing out the door. Ken turned on the speakers and rhythmic music flooded the studio, awakening an innate urge to move and groove. Clap. Clap. Ken clapped his hands. Let's start with a freestyle. Don't pressure yourself. Dancing is about freedom and joy. With that, Ken began to move. Even Suyu, who had never danced, could see his exceptional skill. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This instructor was refreshingly unconventional. All right, who was Suyu? Someone with skin thicker than city walls. Shyness or embarrassment had never existed in either of her two lives. She started moving to the beat. Her steps were unorthodox, but there was an inexplicable rhythm to them, and every footfall landed perfectly on the beat. Ken was astonished. Had Suyu really never trained in dance? Her sense of rhythm was impeccable, her body incredibly flexible. Though her moves were a mess, she exuded an undeniable, "This stage is mine" confidence. A true king, captivating to watch. This was someone born for the stage. Ken began switching through different musical styles to test her adaptability. Yet no matter the genre, she handled it with ease, transitioning seamlessly between them. Ken's interest was piqued. Suye's versatility was off the charts. A true dance prodigy. While Suye was learning to dance, Shinmoshi was learning to cook. Head hired a retired chef from a renowned A-city restaurant to teach him. Fong Yuan, initially shocked and sympathetic toward his young master, was now numb to it all, watching emotionlessly as Shinmoshi deftly slaughtered chickens and fish, chopped vegetables, and mastered every technique from frying to braising. It must be for Miss Su again. The young master who once only played the piano and never dated was a thing of the past. After a long pause, Fong Yuan remembered something that was technically business. Sir, about Miss Su's biological father, Su Jianya. His company's funding chain has snapped. He's selling off his properties and cars to try and plug the gap. At the name Su Jianya, Shinmoshi recalled the miserable years Suyu had endured. His hand came down harder, cleaving a large pork hock clean in two. The murderous aura radiating from him startled Fong Yuan and even jolted the dozing chef awake. Whoa, that's the spirit. Quick, precise, and ruthless. You've got talent, kid, haha. The old chef's face crinkled into a mass of wrinkles as he grinned, revealing a toothless mouth. Let him catch his breath first. Wait until he's liquidated all his real estate and funds, when there's no turning back. Then we sever his funding chain completely. In the span of that single sentence, Shinmoshi had quartered a large goose. Fong Yuan shuddered. Crossing the young master came with dire consequences. Su Jianya was truly cursed by misfortune. He had the chance to become the father-in-law of someone who had risen to the top, yet well, you reap what you sow. The heavens are always watching. Every cause has its effect, and retribution is inevitable. As a highly intelligent student, Shinmoshi learned everything quickly. After just one day of practice, he had already achieved considerable success, creating a table full of delicious and beautifully presented dishes. He took a photo of the feast and sent it to Suyu, asking her to come home for dinner. Meanwhile, Suyu was sweating profusely in the company's dance studio. She wore a hip-hop style outfit with a low-slung baseball cap on her head. Her loose trousers wrapped around her long legs, and her crop top revealed a slender waist. Despite the air conditioning in the studio, she was drenched in sweat with beads of perspiration clinging to her defined abs. Although Suye's singing was notoriously terrible, dancing was her innate talent. Anyone seeing her now would never believe she had only been dancing for a day. Even Ken was astonished by how naturally dancing came to her. Every muscle and bone in her body seemed born for the art. Now all Suyu needed was a piece of music, and she could immediately create corresponding dance moves. She could learn choreography from videos after just a few viewings. The studio was currently blasting a song with a powerful beat, and the accompanying choreography was explosive. Suyu followed the teacher's movements, hitting almost every beat, her steps landing perfectly on the drum beats. Her flexible waist possessed astonishing explosive power. It was absolutely stunning. Xiaoqiu stood nearby, completely mesmerized. Although the teacher's movements were more precise, her eyes kept involuntarily following Suyu. When dancing, Suyu was like a black hole of charisma, drawing all the attention of the onlookers. As the song ended, Suyu took off her hat and shook her hair loose. Sweat beads trickled down her slender neck towards her delicate collarbones, looking incredibly alluring. Xiaoqiu blushed as she stepped forward to wipe Suye's sweat, silently reciting the company's assistant regulations. An assistant must never fall for their assigned artist. To stay by Suye's side for a long time, Dengqiu, you have to stay strong. Ken checked the time. It was already 8 p.m. Let's call it a day. Don't push yourself too hard on the first day. Suyu picked up her phone to check messages, opening the photo Shinmoshi had sent her. Seeing the feast on the table, her stomach growled right on cue. She was starving. Thank you for your hard work today, teacher. I appreciate it. Suyu bowed politely to Ken. I don't like being called teacher. Just call me Ken from now on, Ken said, coolly waving his hand as he strode out of the studio first. Yujia, I've prepared your dinner. Eat before you head back, Xiaoqiu said, holding out 2 boxes of diet meals. Even through the lids, Suyu could smell the grass-like scent, and every cell in her body rejected it. No, you eat it. I have something to take care of. I'm heading back. Suyu hurriedly ran off, determined to leave before Sister Xing arrived, or she'd be forced to eat that grass. With Shinmoshi's feast calling to her, she'd have to be out of her mind to eat this instead. Without even changing her clothes, she rushed home at lightning speed. Shinmoshi waited half an hour before getting Suye's reply, coming right back. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had already figured out Suye's weakness. She had zero resistance to good food. Calculating the distance from her company to home, she should be arriving around now. He opened the door and leaned against the frame, waiting for her. Never underestimate the pull of food on a foodie. Suyu arrived even faster than Shinmoshi had expected. Almost as soon as he opened the door, the elevator door slid open, and Suyu stepped out with her long strides, spotting Shinmoshi waiting at the entrance. Suyu hadn't changed, still wearing her dance outfit. When Shinmoshi saw her like this, his eyes first filled with admiration, then his brows furrowed in displeasure. She came back dressed like this. How many people had seen her like this? Suyu didn't even think about going to her own place, striding quickly towards Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi, I danced all day and only had a box of grass for lunch. I'm about to die of hunger. But Shinmoshi extended his arm to block her way, preventing her from entering. Go home first, shower and change. Except for necessary occasions, don't wander around outside dressed like that. Suyu looked down at her clothes. It was just a crop top, wasn't it? As an artist, wasn't it normal to dress like this? The aroma of the food on the table drifted to her nose through the open door. Whoever controls the kitchen has the power, she thought. Suyu surrendered to the allure of food and ran back to her own apartment, shouting as she went. Alright, I'm going to shower and change right now. You have to wait for me, don't you dare eat first. Shinmoshi actually had one more thing he wanted to say. Except for necessary occasions, it wasn't that she couldn't dress like that, but only in front of him. Forget it, head, tell her another time. Watching her sprint away, Shinmoshi went back inside and reheated some of the dishes that had gone cold in the microwave. In just 5 minutes, Suyu reappeared at his door wearing a loose loungewear, set her hair, still dripping wet. Shinmoshi was truly exasperated with this foodie. He sighed helplessly and grabbed a clean towel to dry her hair. Suyu was already chomping down on a braised goose leg. How is it? Shinmoshi asked nervously. Suyu's mouth was greasy as she mumbled, really good. Better than the Riche Torrents. Is that so? Shinmoshi was delighted. He put the towel aside, sat down across from her, a proud, yet seeking praise smile curling on his lips. I made all of this. You made all of it. You're amazing. Did you go to New Oriental Culinary School? Suyu raised an eyebrow in surprise and gave him a thumbs up with one hand. What? Shinmoshi didn't get the reference. Suyu then remembered that this world didn't have New Oriental, so she laughed it off. Nothing, just praising you. They'll cook every day from now on. Sometimes they'll make too much and can't finish it. You can come over and help me eat some. Free food. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. We're like family. Wasting food is a sin. You must call me whenever you cook too much. She really couldn't stand eating grass anymore. I danced all day today, I'm starving. In no time, the human food processor Suyu had polished off another plate of braised prawns. So you're practicing dance. I could teach you, Shinmoshi said. He wasn't boasting, and no one in the current entertainment industry could outshine him on stage. He was the undisputed king of the stage. Suyu also recalled seeing Shinmoshi at the last concert. On stage, he truly was unrivaled. Alright, after I finish eating, we can practice a bit. No rush. It's late, and you've eaten a lot. Tomorrow morning, you can use your jogging time for dance practice instead. That works. They'll come find you tomorrow morning, Suyu said, feeling a bit stuffed. She patted her belly and let out a burp before finally putting down her chopsticks. Feeling full, Suyu started to get sleepy. She had practiced dance all day and skipped her afternoon nap. Woof woof. Wan barked from the balcony towards Shinmoshi's apartment. It was a bit unhappy that its owner had gone next door the moment she came home without playing with it. Wan's calling me. They'll head back now. Thanks for the meal. They'll treat you to dinner next time, Suyu said, yawning as she stood up. After returning home, Suyu brushed her teeth and fell asleep the moment she hit the pillow. Wan helplessly turned off the light for her owner and curled up by the bed to sleep as well. She slept dreamlessly. Having slept early, she woke up early. At just 6 a.m. Suyu was knocking on Shinmoshi's door, but after ringing the doorbell for a while, no one came out. Suyu remembered Shinmoshi had given her the door code. Was it 220,320? She entered the digits as she tried to recall, and the lock buzzed open. Shinmoshi was actually awake, but he was in the shower and couldn't come to the door. Hastily wrapping a towel around his waist, Shinmoshi rushed out, never expecting to run right into Suyu in the loop. Shinmoshi was drenched from head to toe, only a small towel wrapped around his vital areas. Water droplets traced a path from his chiseled chest over his 8-pack abs, sliding down into the depths of sin. He exuded an overwhelming aura of masculine allure, brimming with an aggressive charm. Suyu was stunned, then awkwardly said, "Dude, nice physique." After his initial shock, Shinmoshi calmed down, gripping the towel around his waist with one hand and running the other through his wet hair. "Why are you up so early? Hold on, let me go put on some clothes." Okay. Suyu walked stiffly to the living room and sat down, trying to fool herself with the thought, so what? I used to have 8-pack abs too. It's just a half-naked man. Once upon a time, she had everything Shinmoshi had. After a moment, Shinmoshi emerged wearing a light gray silk robe-style pajama set. Its smooth, flowing cut showcased his perfectly proportioned inverted triangle figure. He had a habit of drinking coffee in the morning, so he walked to the open kitchen, brewed 2 cups, and placed one in front of Suyu. "Have some coffee." As Shinmoshi bent down, his already deep V robe became even more provocative, more alluring and tempting than when he was unclothed. Suddenly, Suyu's nose started bleeding. Shinmoshi looked up, his starry eyes widening in surprise. "Suyu, you're having a nosebleed." "What?" Suyu, unaware of the nosebleed, wiped her hand under her nose and saw blood. She was utterly shocked, thinking, oh heavens, what a mortifying, soul-crushing scene. My reputation as the universe's most handsome person is ruined. Shinmoshi quickly grabbed some tissues and sat beside her to wipe her face. "Don't tilt your head back, lean forward." Tilting back and plugging the nose with tissue were both incorrect methods for a nosebleed. He pressed one hand on the back of her neck to make her lower her head and pinched the bridge of her nose with the other to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. After a few minutes, the bleeding finally stopped. Shinmoshi's $1,000,000 sofa was ruined, and Suyu looked like a messy-faced cat, her clothes speckled with blood. Looking at Suyu's somewhat innocent expression, Shinmoshi couldn't help but chuckle softly. He could probably guess the reason for her nosebleed. "Stop laughing, it's all your fault." Suyu was flustered and embarrassed. There was a time when only others got nosebleeds from looking at her, and she never thought she'd be in this position. Her impeccable reputation was destroyed. Shinmoshi curled his lips slightly at her words, his voice a bit husky. "Because of me, what?" "Because..." Suyu was at a loss for words. She couldn't very well say it was because he was too sexy. Where would her pride go? After a long pause, she stubbornly blurted out, "Because the food you made last night was too spicy and greasy. I'm getting overheated from it." "Oh, then I won't cook anymore." Shinmoshi hit her where it hurt. Suyu, feeling cornered, nervously grabbed his arm and shook her head repeatedly. "No, your cooking is delicious, just maybe make fewer spicy and greasy dishes." Shinmoshi remained silent on the surface, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Foodies were so easy to control. He decided that after mastering the 8 major Chinese cuisines, he would also learn Western Japanese and Southeast Asian cuisine. Suyu, looking at his inscrutable smile in silence, felt a bit anxious, wondering if he would really stop cooking for her. Shinmoshi took out a wet wipe, lifting Suyu's chin with one hand and carefully wiping her face with the other. "It depends on your behavior." This position forced Suyu to look up, her eyes wide open as she stared at Shinmoshi. "How should I behave?" Shinmoshi stared at her red lips, so close and seemingly resting in his palm, his voice hoarse. "Figure it out yourself." Suyu racked her brain but couldn't figure out what she should do, feeling somewhat deflated as she lowered her gaze and pulled away from his grasp. "Fine, I'll just eat grass then. They'll go wash up and change first, then come back to find you." They had agreed to practice dancing together this morning. Watching Suyu's somewhat dejected retreating figure, Shinmoshi decided to stop teasing her. He got up, changed his clothes, and went into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. When Suyu returned, she found 2 simple, yet exquisite breakfasts laid out on Shinmoshi's dining table. Shinmoshi was still busy in the kitchen finishing up a pot of beef and egg porridge. It was the first time Suyu had seen Shinmoshi so domestic. This view of his back made her feel a warmth in her heart. This strange feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar, tinged with a certain uncertainty and fear. She wondered if she was dizzy from losing too much blood earlier. When Shinmoshi turned around, he saw Suyu staring blankly at him. A smile curved on his lips. "Come eat breakfast. Shouldn't we practice dancing first?" She never ate before her morning runs. "No rush, we can practice after eating." He ladled her a bowl of porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and placed it before her. "Careful, it's hot." Suyu, looking at this gentle Shinmoshi, felt she was in danger. She didn't want to turn. Oh, her soul was that of a straight man, and she would rather die than bend. "Sorry, Sister Xing just called me. I have some urgent business at the company, I have to go." Suyu fled in a panic. Shinmoshi was left sitting alone at the dining table, stunned. The carefully prepared steaming breakfast in front of him seemed like a cruel joke. He was completely crestfallen. Why, after all his efforts, couldn't he still get through to her? Over the next few days, Suyu didn't come home. She practiced dancing at the company all day and slept in the temporary restroom at night. Shinmoshi waited at home for 2 nights, but she never came back. His messages went unanswered, his calls went ignored. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he stormed over to Suyu's company. Shinmoshi's unexpected move caught Pan Yushan off guard. He hurriedly contacted the person in charge of Seihai Entertainment, saying they wanted to discuss a collaboration. Any collaboration with Shinmoshi was a guaranteed profitable deal, and Seihai Entertainment would welcome it with open arms. Li Tianrui personally came out to receive Shinmoshi and his entourage. At the company entrance, seeing Shinmoshi and his group get out of the car, Li Tianrui greeted them with a warm smile. "King Shun, it's an honor." Li Tianrui extended his right hand, which hung in midair. Shinmoshi's aversion to physical contact with others had never really changed, except for the variable that was Suyu in his life. Pan Yushan quickly stepped forward with a smile and shook Li Tianrui's hand. "Thank you, President Li, for coming out to welcome us. He'll represent Moshi in the negotiations." Those with some status in this circle knew about Shinmoshi's family background. Li Tianrui, being a tactful man, naturally agreed with a smile. "Then please come to my office. If you're interested, King Shin, you're welcome to tour our company." Shinmoshi was waiting for exactly that. He finally gave Li Tianrui a slight nod. "Sorry for the intrusion." While Pan Yushan and Li Tianrui went to discuss the collaboration, Shinmoshi wandered around Seihai Entertainment for a while, before finally reaching the dance studio door, where he witnessed a sight that made his heart stop. Suyu and Ken were practicing a dance routine, and the chosen piece happened to depict a story of a man and woman deeply in love. Ken was embracing Suyu tightly from behind, and Suyu turned her head to look at him, their lips less than 10 centimeters apart. Although Shinmoshi knew they wouldn't actually kiss, and that it was just a dance practice, he was furious. Anger completely shattered his rationality, and he roared, "Suyu!" Suyu and Ken were so deeply immersed in their dance that they failed to notice Shinmoshi's sudden appearance at the doorway. Both of them were startled by the earth-shattering roar. "What are you two doing?" Having not seen Suyu for several days only to witness such a scene upon their reunion, Shinmoshi's rationality had already bolted away like a runaway stallion never to return. Shinmoshi, why are you here? Suyu felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Was it really such a big deal that she hadn't been home for a few days? Why did he have to be so fierce? Ken released Suyu's waist and greeted Shinmoshi, teacher Shin, long time no see. He had also choreographed dances for Shinmoshi in the past. Ken, standing at 188 centimeters tall, looked quite harmonious next to Suyu, but the sight struck Shinmoshi as strangely jarring. Ignoring Ken, Shinmoshi strode forward, grabbed Suyu's arm, and pulled her along. Come back with me. Shinmoshi, what's wrong with you? Suyu shook off his hand. Was he trying to create gossip for them at the company tomorrow? They'll say it one more time, come back with me. Shinmoshi enunciated each word. I refuse. Why should I go with you? I still need to practice dancing with Ken. Suyu was getting angry too. Had Shinmoshi swallowed gunpowder today? He wasn't her family, so why should she obey him? The mention of dancing reminded Shinmoshi of the scene that had just caused him heartache, fueling his anger even more. You'd rather stay and dance with him than come with me? Provoked by Shinmoshi's irrationality, Suyu blurted out without thinking yes. Shinmoshi's fists clenched tightly before slowly relaxing. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Fine, I'll leave then. Enjoy your dancing. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching his lonely and resolute back, Suyu had a fleeting urge to call him back, but in the end she remained silent. Shinmoshi, meanwhile, was waiting for Suyu to call out to him, but even as he stepped into the elevator, her plea never came. Shinmoshi slumped dejectedly in the elevator like a big golden retriever abandoned by its owner. All his vitality seemed drained, and he looked utterly deflated. Suyu wasn't in much better shape. She stood rooted to the spot, dazed. Shinmoshi had been acting strange today, but she was no different. She couldn't even understand her own heart anymore. Ken, who had witnessed this not-so-melodramatic scene, or perhaps it was a display of affection, saw things clearly as an outsider. Love always makes people act strangely and unreasonably. He knew Suyu was in no mood to practice now. He patted her shoulder in comfort. I have something to do tonight, so let's call it a day early. With that, Ken left. Suyu sat alone in the dance studio, staring blankly at the floor. It wasn't until Xiao Qiu came to ask if she was done practicing for the night and heading home that Suyu nodded absently and followed her out like a lost soul. Seeing her like this, Xiao Qiu felt uneasy and escorted her all the way home, only leaving after she saw her safely inside. As darkness fell, both Shinmoshi and Suyu were at home, yet neither had turned on the lights. Their moods were as dark as the space around them. Whimper. Woof. Wanwan pounced into Suyu's arms, licking her face affectionately. It had stayed with its owner from daylight to darkness. Sensing her bad mood and long silence, the little dog felt worried. Snapped back to reality by the dog's wet kisses, Suyu looked around the dark room and switched on the floor lamp beside the sofa. A soft, warm glow enveloped her and Wanwan. Hugging Wanwan tightly, she felt a sudden urge to pour her heart out. Whether the dog could understand or not, she told it everything about today's events and her past with Shinmoshi. Wanwan, what's wrong with me? And what's up with Shinmoshi? Suyu didn't expect an answer from the dog. She just needed an outlet. Wanwan didn't quite grasp the details, but being a clever dog, it understood one thing: that annoying guy next door had upset its master. Wanwan ran to the balcony and barked furiously at the adjacent one. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. You annoying man. How dare you bully my master? Just you try stepping out, I'll bite you to death. Hearing the barking, Shinmoshi walked to his balcony and saw the light on next door. Suyu was back. He wanted to see her immediately, but the memory of today's events made him stop in his tracks. He was only human too, he could get hurt. Did Suyu truly not care about him at all? A wave of dizziness washed over him. His heart ached, his head spun, his face was pale, cheeks flushed, yet his hands and feet were ice cold. After returning home in a fury earlier, Shinmoshi had taken a cold shower. Without even drying his hair, had sat directly in front of the air conditioner, hoping to cool his anger. Instead, had only managed to give himself a chill. He hadn't slept well in the days Suyu had been away, and his recent workload was heavy. Combined with today's rage and the subsequent chill, Shinmoshi was finally overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to him, he was running a high fever. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he stopped fighting it, collapsing onto the balcony floor. Woof! Wanwan was stunned. Was it that powerful? Did a few barks really knock him out? The sound of a glass cup falling and shattering on the balcony floor, knocked over by Shinmoshi as he fell, drew Suyu's attention. Rushing to her balcony, Suyu saw Shinmoshi lying amidst the broken glass on the other side. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. Clutching the railing tightly, she shouted, Shinmoshi! Shinmoshi, what's wrong? Shinmoshi lay motionless on the ground, but he was still semi-conscious. Hearing the panic in her voice, a flicker of happiness stirred within him. So you do still care about me, don't you? Suyu dashed out of her apartment, frantically keyed in the code to Shinmoshi's door, and rushed to the balcony. She gathered him into her arms. The moment she touched him, she felt how hot his body was. Shinmoshi, wake up! Shinmoshi! Mindful of the glass shards everywhere, she carefully helped him up, draped his arm over her shoulder, and guided him to his bed. Shinmoshi was actually awake by then, but he kept his eyes closed, feigning extreme weakness, and clung tightly to Suye's shoulder. When they reached the bedroom, and she tried to lay him down, he pretended to lose his balance, pulling her down with him, his body pressing heavily against hers. At 190 centimeters tall and 80 kilograms of solid muscle, Shinmoshi deliberately pressed his weight down, pinning Suyu firmly beneath him, making it impossible for her to move. Feeling her completely enveloped by him, a profound sense of security and satisfaction washed over him, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Shinmoshi, get up. You're crushing me, I can't breathe. Shinmoshi, feverish and delirious, pressed his scorching forehead against Suye's cool neck. The intense heat frightened her. How could he be this hot? Would he burn his brains out? Suyu pushed him again with all her might. Shinmoshi, get up. Shinmoshi didn't move, seemingly lost in his feverish delirium. He mumbled incoherently, and it took Suyu a while to make out his words. Suyu, don't ignore me. Suyu, don't dance with him. Suyu frowned. Was he still hung up on what happened today? Suyu was about to use all her strength to push him off, fearing he'd burn himself out completely, when his next words froze her in place. Suyu, I like you. The impact of those words was like an atomic bomb, shattering Suyu into pieces. Shinmoshi likes me. It was as if a hurricane had swept away the gloom hanging over Suyu, making everything clear and bright. All the peculiarities of her past interactions with Shinmoshi suddenly had an explanation. Shinmoshi was now completely delirious from fever, his forehead burning hotter by the minute. Suyu pushed him away with effort. Now was not the time for such thoughts, as she needed to get him to the hospital immediately. But if she took him to the hospital like this, the media would start their baseless speculation again tomorrow. Suyu called Fong Yuan. Upon hearing that his young master was ill, Fong Yuan was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Within 10 minutes, he arrived with the Shun family's personal physicians. Several doctors came bringing portable blood testing equipment. Half an hour later, they delivered their diagnosis. Young Master Shin merely has a cold. He'll recover soon with some medication. The doctors set up an 4-drip for Shinmoshi, and after the medication, his fever subsided considerably. One doctor stayed behind while the others left. Fong Yuan looked at his young master with heartache. It had been a long time since the young master had been sick, and this illness had hit him hard. Suyu stayed by his side the whole time, blankly staring at Shinmoshi's pale, handsome face, replaying his confession in her mind. She wasn't mentally prepared for this. How was she supposed to face him now? By the dead of night, Shinmoshi's fever had completely broken, and the doctor confirmed he was out of danger. Fong Yuan, understanding his young master's feelings, sent the doctor away. Then he turned to Suyu and said, Miss Su, the young master hasn't woken up yet. He's never liked people staying in his house for long. He'll be heading back too. I'll entrust the young master to your care. Suyu used to be oblivious, but now she began to see the clues. If Shinmoshi didn't like people staying in his house, why had he tolerated her constant presence? Could it be that she had already become special to him? Seeing Suyu in a daze, Fong Yuan figured something must have happened at Seahai Entertainment yesterday. He hadn't accompanied the young master due to other duties, so he was in the dark about the details. However, he was clear about his young master's heart. No matter what happened, keeping Miss Su by his side was the right course of action. So even without a response, Fong Yuan slipped away. Only Suyu and Shinmoshi remained in the house. Suyu leaned over the bedside, gazing at his sharply defined profile, wondering what he could possibly see in her. She had had many female admirers before, but this was the first time she had been liked by a man, and the feeling was indescribably strange. Suyu lay by the bedside, lost in thought, until she unknowingly fell asleep. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains and cast a glow on Shinmoshi's face. He stirred his brow, furrowing slightly as he slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Suyu sleeping beside the bed. Suyu had stayed up half the night and was utterly exhausted. The sunlight streaming through the window didn't disturb her slumber in the least. Shinmoshi's memory only went as far as him pinning Suyu down the previous night. He had no recollection of what happened after. However, seeing the needle mark on the back of his hand, he knew Fong Yuan had brought the doctors over. Shinmoshi sat up, his body still feeling weak, but he was mostly recovered. He gently lifted Suyu and placed her on the bed. The motion finally woke her up. Suyu quickly sat up. Shinmoshi, you're awake. How do you feel? Shinmoshi, his mouth dry, took a cup from the nightstand and took a sip of water. I'm fine now. Oh. And then an awkward silence fell between them. Suyu didn't know how to face Shinmoshi, who had confessed his feelings while Shinmoshi was still nursing his hurt from the previous day. Their thoughts were on entirely different wavelengths, leading to a misunderstanding born of cross signals. As Suyu was still mulling over how to broach the subject, Shinmoshi spoke, first his voice flat and expressionless. I'm fine. You should go. Suyu was taken aback. Didn't he just say he liked me? Is this how you treat someone you like? She was a bit upset. But as a former player who had flitted through countless romantic encounters without ever getting attached, the golden rules were can take it or leave it, and easy come easy go. Who cares if you like me or not? Suyu stormed off in a huff. The house, devoid of Suyu and any sense of anticipation, was as cold as before. Shinmoshi couldn't bear to stay in such a place, so he dragged his recovering body to the company. The family doctor who hadn't kept his illness a secret from his parents reported the details to Shun Yunrui and Lu Yun that very day. At that moment, Yu Lingxue was visiting the Shun residence. While Shin Moshi's parents weren't overly concerned, she was beside herself with worry. Brother Moshi is sick. How is he now? The family doctor, knowing Yu Lingxue was the daughter of a long-standing family friend, replied respectfully, he's fine now. I heard from Fong Yuan that young Master Shun went to the office this morning. Brother Moshi is sick. Why is he still going to work? It's not like the family needs him to earn a living, right, Andy? Lu Yun had been slightly worried, but upon hearing the doctor's report she relaxed. As for Shin Yunrui, he paid such trivialities even less mind. Shin Moshi was a grown man. Catching a cold was a childish ailment, wasn't it? Moshi is an adult now. He can handle such a small issue. But he hasn't been home lately. We should call him back tonight. He'll make some soup to nourish him. Lingxue, stay for dinner. Lu Yun genuinely liked Yu Lingxue, who was beautiful, graceful, and proper. Yu Lingxue was delighted but maintained an elegant and composed smile. Sure, then I'm in for a treat. They'll go to the company to see Brother Moshi later and come back with him in the evening. All right, drive safely. Moshi can be stubborn. If he says anything that upsets you, don't take it to heart. Lu Yun grew fonder of Yu Lingxue with each passing moment and was more than happy for her to visit Shin Moshi. So Yu Lingxue headed to the company. Shin Moshi's mood was still foul that day. When the boss is in a bad mood, the entire company suffers, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Yu Lingxue came to see the boss, but none of the employees dared to face him in his current state. In the end, only Fong Yuan was pushed forward to take the brunt of it. Fong Yuan was probably one of only 2 people in the company besides Pan Yushan who understood Shin Moshi's true feelings. But since Yu Lingxue had arrived, he couldn't very well not announce her. Especially since Yu Lingxue came bearing the mistress orders. I'm here to see Brother Moshi. I heard he was sick. Auntie asked me to bring him home for dinner later. Fong Yuan had no choice but to inform Shin Moshi. Young Master Miss Yu is here to see you. Shin Moshi's mood was still sour and his tone was impatient. Who's that? I'm not seeing anyone. Fong Yuan wiped his brow nervously and quickly added, it's Miss Yu Lingxue from the Yu family. She says the mistress wants you to come home for dinner. Not seeing her. Not going home. Frustrated, Shin Moshi strode out of his office, deciding to work up a sweat at the gym. Maybe some exercise would clear his mind. Or so he hoped. But he hadn't expected Yu Lingxue to barge in, and he ran into her right as he stepped out of the office. Brother Moshi, I've come to see you. How are you feeling? Yu Lingxue excitedly hurried forward, stopping in front of him like a light, cheerful bird. But Shin Moshi walked right past her without a glance, heading straight out. Being so blatantly ignored in public was humiliating for Yu Lingxue, but she still trotted after him. Auntie asked me to go home with you for dinner later. Brother Moshi, wait for me. Shin Moshi completely ignored her. Using his intimate knowledge of the office layout, he ducked and weaved until he lost her. Yu Lingxue, having lost him, stood still, grinding her teeth in frustration. Suddenly her assistant stepped forward, holding out a voice recorder. Sister Xue, it's recorded. But are you sure we should do this? Yu Lingxue thought of Lu Yun's kind demeanor earlier, a clear sign of approval. She was destined to be the Shun family's daughter-in-law. It was only a matter of time. There were too many scheming women around Brother Moshi. She was merely staking her claim early to make those delusional types, especially people like Suyu, back off. Release it. Make it clean, and make sure no one finds out it was us. Understood. Not long after, a trending topic exploded onto Weibo, nearly crashing the entire platform. Shin the Heavenly King and Yu Lingxue in a relationship. Engagement imminent. At first, netizens dismissed it as nonsense from clickbait accounts, but unexpectedly a recording was released afterward hinting at substantial evidence. Audio. Brother Moshi, I've come to see you. How are you? Auntie asked me to go home with you for dinner later. Brother Moshi, wait for me. This recording sent netizens into a frenzy. They're already at the stage of going home together to meet the parents. They've hidden this so well. Exactly. If not for this recording, who knows how long they'd have kept it a secret. Shin Moshi's fans were on the verge of a breakdown. No. I don't believe it. How could our brother be with Yu Lingxue? Yu Lingxue doesn't deserve our brother. Calm down, everyone. The recording only has Yu Lingxue's voice. Forget Shin Moshi. Do you hear a second person at all? Right, I was so furious I didn't think of that. Maybe she staged the whole thing herself. Let's not argue. Don't give this clickbait account more attention. Quietly wait for brother's clarification post. Yes. Let's the company's official account and have them come forward to clarify. Consequently, a flood of Shin Moshi's fans surged into the official Weibo account of Tianyue Entertainment, demanding a statement of clarification. Pan Yushan quickly sought out Shin Moshi to understand the origin of the recordings first. Moshi, look at this. What's going on? You and Yu Lingxue aren't actually a thing, are you? You had told me you liked Suyu. Shin Moshi stepped off the treadmill, glanced at the trending topic marked with a boiling icon on Pan Yushan's phone, and sneered, nonsense. Pan Yushan breathed a sigh of relief. Good to hear. He'll handle the PR clarification then. As Pan Yushan turned to leave, Shin Moshi called him back. Wait, hold off on the PR. Why? If this festers any longer, it'll be hard to contain, and it's just letting Yu Lingxue leech off your fame. Pan Yushan couldn't fathom Shinmoshi's thoughts. I want to see Su-Ye's reaction to this. Shinmoshi said, his eyes dark and unreadable. If she remained indifferent even after this. Letting go of Su-Yu was never an option, not in this lifetime, not in the next. If she stayed this way, he would have to resort to force. Pan Yushan instantly grasped Shinmoshi's intentions. Tisk, as the top entertainment mogul Moshi, was too useless, failing to win over Su-Yu yet. But Su-Yu was quite skilled, having captured the heart of the entertainment industry's top star so early on. Fine, I'll give you a bit more time. But you must clarify by tomorrow at the latest. Otherwise the impact on you will be too great. Pan Yushan conceded for the sake of Shinmoshi's lifelong happiness. The person who can truly affect me hasn't been born yet. Shinmoshi walked into the gym's attached shower room, planning to wash up and head home. Pan Yushan rolled his eyes at Shinmoshi's retreating back. Not born yet. Su-Ye's influence has nearly transformed you into a different person. After freshening up and leisurely returning home, Su-Yu had not yet arrived. Shinmoshi reassured himself, it's okay, she'll be back soon. He decided to prepare some delicious food and wait for her. But even after he had cooked a full table of dishes, Su-Yu still hadn't returned. He waited. Night fell, and she still wasn't back. He waited stubbornly. The dishes cooled, were reheated, cooled again, and reheated once more until they were no longer appetizing, yet Su-Yu remained absent. Shinmoshi dumped the entire table of cold, unpalatable food into the trash, sealing away all his hopes and expectations with it. She wasn't coming back. What was I even expecting? It's always been clear that Su-Yu doesn't like me, hasn't it? Darkness consumed Shinmoshi entirely. In reality, Su-Yu still had no idea about any of this. She had taken a last-minute gig today recording an indoor variety show and was still on set at that very moment. She wasn't the original choice. The scheduled celebrity had a last-minute conflict, and with the show about to begin recording, it couldn't proceed without a full lineup. The producer happened to be a close friend of Wen Hongxing, and since an emergency needed an immediate solution, she had been called in to save the day. The recording didn't wrap until 11 p.m. Su-Yu retrieved her phone from Xiaoqiu. The moment she unlocked it, a real-time hot topic was pushed to her: Shinmoshi and Yu Lingsu's relationship exposed. A single line of text, yet it seared her eyes with pain. She opened the trending list. What had started as a boiling topic had escalated to explosive since Shinmoshi hadn't issued a statement promptly. Skimming through the content and listening to the recording dubbed irrefutable evidence by netizens, Su-Yu was consumed by rage. This is what he calls liking her. Shinmoshi, you're dead. Su-Yu yanked the driver from his seat, took the wheel herself, and sped all the way home. If not for a sliver of remaining sanity, she would have blown through red lights. The studio was quite far from her home, typically over an hour's drive, but Su-Yu managed it in just 40 minutes. Shinmoshi was on the brink of being consumed by his inner demons, teetering on the edge of darkness, when at that very moment, Su-Yu violently shoved open his door. She then slammed her fist hard against the living room's main light switch, flooding the entire house with light and illuminating the gloom within Shinmoshi's heart. Shinmoshi stared blankly at Su-Yu storming towards him. She had donned an incredibly cool punk-style look for the show, and combined with her current furious expression, it was devastatingly striking. Su-Yu shoved the rising Shinmoshi back onto the sofa, looking down at him from above. Shinmoshi, what do you mean by this? Shinmoshi's parched heart suddenly felt like it was receiving a life-giving spring rain, everything beginning to revive, but he was still somewhat dazed. What do I mean by what? Seeing Shinmoshi like this only fueled Su-Ye's anger. He said he liked her. He must mean Yu Lingxue. However, during the long drive she had done a lot of thinking. She realized she absolutely could not tolerate anyone else standing by Shinmoshi's side, be it man or woman. Just the thought of his past tenderness, his doting smiles being directed at another person, filled her with blazing fury. She now understood her own heart. She liked Shinmoshi. He was hers alone, and no one was going to take him from her. Su-Yu bent down, roughly grabbed Shinmoshi by the collar, yanking him forward. Her eyes wide with fierce determination, she warned him. Shinmoshi, informally notifying you, you are my personal property. No one else gets to touch you. With that declaration, she flung him back onto the sofa, covered his body with hers, and fiercely sealed his lips, silencing whatever he was about to say. 1 second she was declaring her claim, the next Shinmoshi was utterly gone, completely lost. First her bold, possessive confession had stunned him into a stupor. Then her venting, nibbling kiss had sent him to heaven. For 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, a fully revived Shinmoshi seized control, flipped her over, and kissed her deeply. After an unknown length of time, Shinmoshi had smeared all of Su-Ye's lipstick, and if he kissed any further, things would get out of hand, so he reluctantly released her lips. Su-Yu was almost suffocated by his kiss. Once free, she gasped for oxygen in large gulps. Shinmoshi buried his face in the crook of Su-Ye's neck and let out a low chuckle, then his laughter grew louder. Ha! Su-Yu wondered if Shinmoshi had lost his mind. Was it because she had been too fierce, frightening the poor boy out of his wits? Su-Yu, I'm sorry and thank you. Sorry for making you unhappy, and for making you confess first. Thank you for liking me too. Su-Yu cupped Shinmoshi's face and examined it closely. He was still so handsome, and he didn't look like a fool, so why were his words so silly? Shinmoshi sat up, pulling Suyu up to sit as well. Then he knelt on one knee, gazing at her with deep affection, holding her hand as he delivered his belated confession. Suyu, I like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you when you so fiercely took down my 4 bodyguards, but back then I didn't understand my own heart. Later, the more I interacted with you, the more I liked you, until I was so deeply in love that I couldn't extricate myself, constantly anxious and insecure. I'm actually very timid and cowardly. I never dared to confess to you, afraid that you wouldn't even want to be friends with me anymore. When I saw you being intimate with others, whether male or female, old or young, I was driven mad with jealousy. You have completely merged into my life, into my soul. If I lose you, my soul will never be whole again. Will you be with me? Will you be my girlfriend? Shinmoshi's eyes were slightly red as he looked at Suyu, his entire being focused on her, hoping to hear her say, I do, looking forward to a future with her. Suyu was also stunned by Shinmoshi's heartfelt confession. Had he really liked her for that long? When did she start liking him? Love has no reason, it deepens with time. Suyu couldn't recall the exact moment Shinmoshi entered her heart, but she knew he had already taken up residence and locked the door, throwing the key into the sea. From then on, the only fish in her sea was Shinmoshi. I do. Hearing that heavenly, I do, Shinmoshi excitedly lifted Suyu and spun her around in circles. He was so happy. At 27 years old, this was the happiest moment of his life, right here, right now. Suyu was dizzy from the spinning and kept patting his chest to make him stop. Finally, losing his balance, Shinmoshi fell onto the sofa with Suyu in his arms. He grabbed her chin to kiss her again, but Suyu quickly covered his mouth. There were still unfinished matters. What's going on with you and you, Lingxue? Shinmoshi licked Suyu's palm, tickling her so much that she quickly pulled her hand away. The tool of crime regained its freedom and immediately locked onto its target. Suyu's complaints were all swallowed by his kiss. Shinmoshi had traveled to dozens of countries and tasted all kinds of delicacies, but he could swear that nothing in the world was sweeter than Suyu's lips, and no dessert was more silky and tender than her tongue. He didn't want to let go, he couldn't bear to let go. Until the suspect's other weapon pressed against Suyu's abdomen, Shinmoshi barely pulled back the reins of reason at the edge of the cliff. Not yet time for the full crime. The attempted offender, Shinmoshi reluctantly released the nearly victimized Suyu. Suyu was left with no temper after his kisses, limp and weak in his arms. To hell with you, Lingxue, to hell with Shinmoshi. Suyu stood up on her still weak legs. I've been recording shows all day, I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. Handle you Lingxue's matter yourself. I want to see the result I want when I wake up tomorrow. Suyu was left with no temper after his kisses, limp and weak in his arms. To hell with you, Lingxue, to hell with Shinmoshi. Suyu stood up on her still weak legs. I've been recording shows all day, I'm exhausted. Shinmoshi walked Suyu back to the next room. He and Huan stared at each other for a while, but in the end Shinmoshi lost. After all, he needed a favor from the dog. Take good care of your owner. Woof! Did you even need to say that? Huan shot Shinmoshi a glare, then used its rear to push the door shut. Suyu was about to take a shower when she looked in the mirror. Because of the hot weather, long hours of makeup, and no touch-ups, her face was already smudged. She had worn smoky eye makeup today, which looked even worse when smudged. And her smeared lipstick. It was absolutely hideous. She even startled herself. How could Shinmoshi have kissed her when she looked so ugly? If Suyu knew that Shinmoshi not only wanted to kiss her, but also wanted to devour her bit by bit, what would she think? Shinmoshi, whom Suyu labeled as an undiscriminating eater, was now in his study having a video call with Pan Yushan, his expression cold and his tone picky. We can release the clarification notice. I want this trending topic removed in 5 minutes. And sue the marketing accounts spreading rumors, as well as you, Lingxue. She's definitely not innocent. Pan Yushan's sharp eyes noticed that the corner of Shinmoshi's mouth was slightly broken, as if bitten by someone. His expression was cold, but his complexion was good, and he exuded a faint, pleasant cheerfulness. You and Suyu? At the mention of Suyu, Shinmoshi finally couldn't hold back. The coldness on his face cracked like ice pushed aside by a tide of joy, revealing the blue sea beneath. She's my girlfriend now. Shinmoshi's smile stretched almost to the back of his head. Is that so? Congratulations on finally getting what you wanted. Pan Yushan was happy for Shinmoshi too. He had never seen Shinmoshi smile so happily. He was truly completely smitten with Suyu. But are you planning to go public? My suggestion is not to go public for now. Look at you, Lingxue. She's more famous and has more fans than Suyu, yet her social media was still flooded by your fans. If it were Suyu, it would only be worse. Shinmoshi naturally wanted to announce it immediately, declaring to the world that Suyu belonged to him, and no one else could touch her. He could even quit the entertainment industry for Suyu right away, but Suyu couldn't. Suyu's dream was to conquer the acting world. He couldn't be so selfish. Shinmoshi's good mood was slightly dampened, his brows furrowed slightly. Let's discuss this later. First, deal with you, Lingxue. Okay. Pan Yushan took his leave. Soon fans finally received the clarification announcement from Tianhui Entertainment, along with a lawyer's letter sent to a long list of rumor-mongering marketing accounts and bots. One of them was even addressed to you, Lingxue. Netizens exploded again. Clicking on the trending topics, the hashtag Shinmoshi Yulingshu relationship exposed, which had been at the top all day, had been replaced by Shinmoshi sends lawyer letter to Yulingshu. Netizens were overwhelmed by today's drama. The reversal and face-slapping were full of twists and turns. It was already 1 in the morning, but the internet was still buzzing. The comment section under the trending topic exploded with a flurry of activity. Shinmoshi rejected Yulingshu's romantic advances and threw a ruthless legal notice at her. Finally, an official clarification. Yulingshu hasn't responded to any of this yet. Is it true or false? It's definitely fake. Didn't you see he directly sent a lawyer's letter? Speaking of which, why send a legal notice to Yulingshu? She wasn't the one who leaked the material, was she? Yulingshu is absolutely not innocent. The recording only has her voice. Does she take everyone for fools? This is what you call a shameless setup trying to latch on to Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi gave her a day to respond, but she didn't come forward to clarify. Now she's been publicly humiliated. Yulingshu stared at the image of the legal notice and the netizens' mockery, feeling a mix of rage and grief. Her face was full of sorrow. Could Moshi really be this heartless? In the past, others had tried to use him for publicity stunts, and he had always ignored them. Why did he send her a legal notice this time? Just then, a capable-looking woman hurried in. It was Yulingshu's manager. Lingshu, what do we do now? I advised you against this before, but you insisted on going your own way. How are we going to fix this? The manager was frantic. Yulingshu's face was cold as ice. This is your job. Go handle the aftermath. Don't bother me. I pay you to be my manager and not to complain to me. The manager looked at her in disbelief, almost laughing in exasperation. When the contract is up, whoever wants to be Yulingshu's manager can do it, but she was done. The manager hurried out again to clean up Yulingshu's mess. Half an hour later, Yulingshu's studio released a statement blaming everything on unscrupulous paparazzi and marketing accounts. They claimed the recording was obtained by the paparazzi bribing their staff, and that they were unaware of it. They expressed deep regret for the damage caused to Mr. Shinmoshi's reputation and for wasting public resources. Netizens were once again shocked by Yulingshu's team's audacity. Did they really think they could fool everyone? Tisk tisk tsk. This is beyond ridiculous. Was I blind before? Why did I ever support someone like this? Everyone knows Yulingshu is infatuated with Shinmoshi. Isn't he being too harsh? While the moral compass of the person above is truly astonishing. Just because someone likes him, does he have to respond? With over 200 million fans, he'd be exhausted responding to each one. Exactly. I like Shinmoshi too, but I'm content just to see him from afar. I would never disturb his personal life. Yulingshu was starting to regret her impulsive actions. She just hoped Annie didn't go online and see any of this. Unfortunately for her, Lu Yun was an avid internet surfer. She even checked into Su Ye's fan club and did her daily tasks every day. Naturally, she saw the entertainment gossip that was causing a stir online. That Yulingshu girl didn't seem as smart as she looked pulling a stunt like that. And her son, he was such a worry. When would he ever find her a daughter-in-law? The noisy night gradually quieted down. Suyu was already fast asleep, completely oblivious to the storm online. At the crack of dawn, Shinmoshi got up. He wanted to make a loving breakfast for his girlfriend. Just as he was almost done, Suyu woke up. Her biological clock was quite accurate now, as she woke up around 7 every day. She jumped out of bed, washed up quickly, and ran next door. Shinmoshi was still in the kitchen plating the breakfast when he was suddenly embraced from behind by Suyu. Good morning, my boyfriend. A grin spread across Shinmoshi's face from ear to ear. He turned around and hugged her back. Good morning, my girlfriend. He looked into Suye's big cat-like eyes, which now held only him. It felt wonderful. He couldn't resist leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her eyelid. Cherishing, treasuring. He was now holding his entire world in his arms. Suyu closed her eyes, feeling his soft cherry blossom kiss, and her heart swelled with a fullness she had never felt with those girls in her past life. She had once flitted from one romance to another, never truly loving anyone. So this is what it felt like to be in love. Suyu couldn't help but loop her arms around his neck. Shinmoshi's kisses trailed down her face until he finally captured the lips he had been longing for all night. Suyu stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and responded to his kiss with all her heart. Sunlight streamed through the window, quietly casting its glow upon the embracing couple. In the silent kitchen, love flowed gently. After what felt like an eternity, Shinmoshi finally pulled back, his voice husky. The breakfast is getting cold. Let's eat. Suyu blinked, her large cat-like eyes, a sly smile playing on her lips. I don't want breakfast. I want you. With that, she initiated a kiss on his lips, her own red lips slightly parted, her breath sweet. Shinmoshi bore this sweet torment, his self-control hanging by a thread. He wanted to pull her closer, yet also push her away. Only when the last thread of his sanity was about to snap did Suyu finally release him. Shinmoshi was left in a state of agonizing frustration, but he didn't want to rush this. Suyu deserved the best. He would wait until she wore her wedding dress before they could share that ultimate intimacy. Are you satisfied now? Can we have breakfast? Shinmoshi's voice was incredibly hoarse. He felt flustered and didn't want her to see him like this. He gently pushed Suyu towards the dining table, making her sit with her back to him, then placed the breakfast in front of her. You start eating. They'll be back in a moment. With that, Shinmoshi went back to his room to take another cold shower. This was the second time this morning. Suyu could only eat her breakfast alone, feeling bored. He said he'd be right back, but he still hadn't returned by the time she finished. It was over an hour before Shinmoshi emerged from the bathroom. Suyu had already played 2 rounds of a game out of sheer boredom. Shinmoshi looked at this person who started a fire she wouldn't put out and was having a great time on her own, and he was grinding his teeth in frustration. He sat down heavily beside her, but Suyu was in the middle of a crucial moment in her game and completely ignored him. Ayu, you're ignoring me. Be good, I'll pamper you later. Suyu didn't even look up from her phone. I haven't had breakfast yet. Shinmoshi wrapped his arms around her and nuzzled into her neck. Suyu finally destroyed the enemy's crystal. She put the phone aside, cupped his face, and kneaded it playfully. Why don't you go eat? Do you need me to feed you? Yes. If he couldn't have the main course, he'd at least settle for some soup. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, and we'll have to go take another shower, haha. Suyu laughed meaningfully, her slender white arms looping around his neck, bringing her lips to his ear, and whispering, Are you sure you want me to feed you? A jolt of tingling electricity shot from the base of Shinmoshi's spine straight to the top of his head. This little temptress. In the end, Shinmoshi, dreading another cold shower, didn't dare let Suyu feed him. He ate his now icy breakfast with a face full of sulky resentment, while Suyu sat across from him grinning with a carefree air. Ayu, do you want to make our relationship public? Shinmoshi suddenly thought of this question and wanted to hear Suyu's opinion. Making it public? Wouldn't that hinder her chances with other women? Absolutely not, but she couldn't say that directly or she'd likely drown in Shinmoshi's sea of jealousy. Let's not go public for now. I want to focus on my career. I don't want people to think I only succeeded because of you, Suyu said with a serious face, offering the textbook answer. Shinmoshi felt there must be another reason she didn't want to go public, but he had no proof and was forced to accept her explanation. Feeling a bit annoyed, Shinmoshi stood up and pulled Suyu along. Come on, I'll take you to practice dancing. Don't dance with Ken anymore, I'm no worse than him. Oh my, what a sour smell. At this rate, we won't need to buy vinegar for our household anymore. Suyu had actually already told Wen Hongxing earlier, while Shinmoshi was in the shower, that she wouldn't need Ken to teach her dancing for the time being. Wen Hongxing knew she had been practicing relentlessly day and night for the past 2 days, and assumed she was just too tired, granting her leave to rest at home. It was a wonderfully convenient misunderstanding. Shinmoshi's house was spacious, with one room converted into a dance studio, so they practiced right at home. The effect and experience were no worse than the company's dance room. As soon as the music started, the dancing DNA ingrained in Suyu's bones began to stir. Before Shinmoshi could even begin, Suyu was already moving. Shinmoshi let out the same exclamation Ken had when he first saw Suyu dance. Suyu was truly born to dance. Suyu hadn't seen the original choreography for this song, so she danced different moves, improvising her own style, yet it inexplicably matched the song's vibe perfectly. Shinmoshi didn't stick to the original choreography either, and danced along with Suyu. As the king of the stage, his dancing skills were far beyond Suyu's current reach, but he was willing to match her. Dancing together, they were absolutely stunning. A visual feast, though their only audience was each other. Both Suyu and Shinmoshi were incredibly dedicated and serious about their work. So throughout the day, they seemed to revert to their pre-relationship state, not being clingy at all during practice. They even argued over disagreements, though in the end it was always Shinmoshi who compromised. What could he do? His girlfriend, of course, had to be pampered. However, Shinmoshi's compromises came with compensation. He saved them all up and had Suyu pay up in one go when practice ended. At 5 in the afternoon, Fong Yuan delivered groceries to Shinmoshi's door. The young master's cooking skills were probably now better than many restaurant chefs. Such a master of both the living room and the kitchen. How could Miss Su not see his worth? Fong Yuan lugged a big bag of groceries, muttering to himself as he walked, and when he opened the door to Shinmoshi's place, he was stunned by the scene before him. Suyu was standing, pressing Shinmoshi down into a chair, holding his face in both hands, compensating him for all the compromises he'd made today. Fong Yuan was so shocked that the groceries dropped from his hands. The noise snapped the two, engrossed in their compensation, back to reality. Shinmoshi glared displeased at Fong Yuan, who had interrupted the compensation, and the chill emanating from him precisely enveloped Fong Yuan, making him shiver. Suyu, however, was unfazed. She was open-minded. A simple kiss being seen was no big deal, and she even smiled and greeted Fong Yuan. Looking at Suyu's lips, slightly swollen from his kisses, Shinmoshi for some reason didn't want anyone else to see her like that. Go home, take a shower, and rest. They'll call you when dinner's ready. Before Suyu could respond, he quickly pulled her back to her own place next door. Fong Yuan felt both happy and terrified. Happy that the young master had finally won Miss Su's heart, and terrified that he had of all times interrupted the young master's moment. Why would the young master take back the house had helped him get the down payment for? Only after Suyu had left did Shinmoshi fully unleash his icy aura, scaring Fong Yuan half to death. But he had matters to report and braved the chill to step forward. Young master, Miss Su's biological father, Su Jianya's company has gone bankrupt, burdened with massive debts. All of Su Jianya's significant real estate has been sold off. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him get near Suyu again. Shinmoshi snorted coldly. All the suffering Ayu had endured over the years, he would make Su Jianya taste one by one. And you can get lost too. From now on, don't come directly into my house without permission. Understood, young master. He'll be off then. Seeing that Shinmoshi had no other orders, Fong Yuan quickly scurried away. Speaking of Su Jianya, he was indeed in a sorry state now. Not long ago, he met a big investor at a cocktail party. The man was extremely generous, took an instant liking to him, and even offered to invest in his company, collaborate on new business ventures, and expand old ones. How could Su Jianya refuse such an offer? Unbeknownst to him, it was a trap. He had poured his entire fortune into it, but the big investor vanished into thin air, impossible to find. The project had already started, and the funds were sunk in. He gritted his teeth, sold off his several houses, the large villa he lived in, and his private collection, and even borrowed a significant sum, just barely managing to cover the funding gap. However, the investor's disappearance was just the beginning of the nightmare. Their company's existing clients all canceled their partnerships. Then industry bigwigs who wouldn't have given their small company a second glance suddenly dropped all pretense and aggressively squeezed them. Their new business ventures hadn't yielded returns yet. With internal strife and external pressure, their small company finally collapsed completely and declared bankruptcy. Now the family of three was crammed into a small rented house. Zhang Lian was no longer polished, and Su Yuan could no longer attend the expensive private school. The family of three fought daily over trivial matters. How did I end up with such a useless man like you? Zhang Lian, looking at Su Jianya, who was drunk at home all day, was fuming. You stay home drinking every day, not working. Are you trying to make us mother and daughter live on air? Stop drinking. She snatched the bottle from his hand. Ever since his company went bankrupt, Su Jianya had been in a slump, unable to pick himself up, numbing himself with alcohol daily. Now his only comfort had been taken away by Zhang Lian. Fueled by alcohol, he stood up and violently snatched the bottle back. Stay if you want, leave if you don't. Drunk people are strong. Su Jianya slapped Zhang Lian so hard she fell to the ground. It's so noisy. Can you two just be quiet? I can't even focus on my book. Su Yuan came out of her room and yelled at her parents, stunning them both into silence before slamming the door shut with a bang, not even sparing a glance at her mother lying on the floor bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Zhang Lian looked at the shabby, cramped rental, her drunk and abusive husband, and her own disheveled state. She couldn't take another day of this life. That very night, she took all the money and valuables from the house and fled with her daughter. Su Yuan hadn't wanted to leave initially, and certainly didn't want her mother taking the money. But her mother told her she was taking her to find her first love, who was also Su Yuan's biological father. Su Yuan was shocked. Was the man she had called dad her whole life not her real father? When Su Jianya finally opened his bleary eyes, it was already 3 in the afternoon. His wife and daughter were long gone. He stepped out of the room to find the house eerily silent, devoid of life, and the usual meal left for him on the table was conspicuously absent. Zhang Lian, where the hell are you? You didn't even make dinner, Zhang Lian. Su Jianya stormed into his daughter's room next door, but found no one. The room was in disarray, as if someone had ransacked it. Could it be that thieves had broken in? A knot of dread tightening in his stomach, Su Jianya hurried back to his own room and frantically rummaged through a drawer tucked away in the corner of the wardrobe. It was empty. His last few tens of thousands in cash, the collectibles he couldn't bear to sell, and all of Zhang Lian's valuable jewelry. Gone, every last bit of it. He also noticed that a few of Zhang Lian's favorite outfits were missing. That wretched woman had taken his money and run. Fury burned in Su Jianya's chest. He searched everywhere for his phone, only to find it missing too, just a lonely SIM card lying in her vanity drawer. It was his. Next to the SIM card lay a folded note. As he unfolded it, the color drained from his face, which had been flushed with anger moments before leaving it ashen. Then it flooded back, turning a deep, violent red. Overwhelmed with rage, Su Jianya staggered and collapsed onto the bed, the world spinning around him, the note fluttering to the floor. The note was written with such force that the pen had nearly torn through the paper, revealing the author's intense resentment. Su Jianya, I can't go on living with a spineless, useless man like you. I've taken all the money in the house as compensation for the best years of my youth I wasted on you. I've also taken Yuan Yuan with me. Oh, and I have something to tell you. Yuan Yuan isn't actually your daughter. She's my first love's child. Heh, Yuan Yuan. Not my daughter. Zhang Lian, you bitch, you've made me wear the horns. You've made me a fool, a cuckold. Su Jianya lay on the bed for a long time, trying to steady himself. Penniless, abandoned by his wife, estranged from his daughter, and stripped of his possessions, how had he fallen to such a state? With even his next meal uncertain, he finally remembered Suyu. This eldest daughter of his was already 20 and an adult, and it was her duty to support her aging father. With this thought, Su Jianya slowly sat up. Right, he wasn't at the end of his rope yet. He still had a daughter. He recalled the old neighborhood where Suyu used to live with her maternal grandfather. After scouring the house, he managed to scrounge up a few crumpled bills from various nooks and crannies. After transferring buses several times, he finally arrived at the shabby, aging residential complex. When he knocked on the door of his former father-in-law's apartment, however, it was a strange middle-aged woman who answered. She had a pair of sharp triangular eyes that suggested a nasty temperament. "Who are you? What do you want?" the woman asked, scanning Su Jianya with an impatient, contemptuous glare. "I'm looking for Suyu. I'm her father," Su Jianya stated his purpose. "Don't know her. No one by that name here." Bang! The woman slammed the door shut, nearly smashing Su Jianya's nose. Su Jianya was nearly choked with rage by the woman's attitude. Who would have dared speak to him like that in the past? It was all Zhang Lian's fault. That slut had seduced him while pregnant with another man's bastard and brought him to this state. Cursing under his breath, he started down the stairs, only to encounter an old neighbor who had lived in the building for years and still recognized him. "Oh my, if it isn't Xiao Yes, Dad. How did you end up in such a state?" This old neighbor was notorious in the neighborhood for her loose-tongued gossiping nature and love of petty advantages. Su Jianya had long forgotten who she was, but the fact that she recognized him was a good sign. It meant she might know Su Yes' whereabouts. "Excuse me, sister, do you know where my little Yu and her grandpa are now?" "Pa, who are you calling sister? Do I look that old to you? Look at you with your sorry, ugly face. I should be calling you uncle." The old neighbor's words came out rapid-fire, loud and sharp, making Su Jianya's head throb and his already aching temples pound even harder. "Stop. Miss, can you tell me where Suyu is?" Su Jianya asked, rubbing his temples and forcing himself to be patient. "Who's your miss? Don't you go calling me that. If my man gets the wrong idea, it'll make you regret it. I've got 5 brothers and they're all—" "Hey, I'm not finished talking." Su Jianya couldn't take it anymore. His face dark with fury, he descended the stairs, asking that woman for help. He must have had his head screwed on backwards. If he couldn't win against her, he could at least avoid her. "Your daughter Suyu is a big star now, didn't you know?" the old neighbor shouted after his retreating back. "What?" Su Jianya turned around, a question mark seemingly materializing over his head. "Suyu a star? You're a real failure as a father, you know that. First you cheat on your wife and abandon your daughter, and now you don't even know she's a big star." "Tisk tisk tsk." Su Jianya snapped back to his senses from the shock, and then he burst into laughter. This was an incredible stroke of luck. If Suyu was a big star, that meant she had money. And if Suyu had money, then by extension, so did he, her father. Su Jianya felt as though all the blockages in his veins had cleared, even his headache was gone. He practically flew down the stairs, taking them 2 or 3 at a time. He needed to find out about Suyu's current situation right away. He had been wrong before. No matter how bad Suyu was, she was still his daughter. Why hadn't he paid more attention to her? It was his own fault. He was only finding out now that he had a celebrity daughter. Without a phone, his only option was to go to an internet cafe to look up Suyu. These days, internet cafes were nearly extinct, with only a few combined cafe internet bars remaining in the city center. Knowing Suyu was wealthy, Su Jianya decided against the bus and used his remaining money to take a taxi straight to the city center. As he got out of the taxi in the city center, Su Jianya was nearly knocked over by a young girl with a single ponytail rushing past. "Oh, sorry uncle, are you alright?" the girl said, steadying him. "Hey, hurry up. If we're any slower, Suyu will be gone. We've come all this way, we can't miss her." Another girl with twin ponytails urged impatiently. They had come from a county town under the city's jurisdiction. It had already been 2 hours since they'd learned that Suyu was doing an event at a mall in the city center. "Who did you say? Suyu? Where is she?" At the sound of the name, Su Jianya's face flushed with excitement. Seeing the uncle's excited state, even the girl with twin ponytails stopped urging. "Uncle, are you also Su Yes fan? Then you'd better hurry. Suyu is about to leave. We're going on ahead." With that, the 2 girls ran off hand in hand. In that instant, Su Jianya felt as if his body had regained the vigor of his 30s. He sprinted forward with the fastest speed of his life. Suyu's good daughter was right ahead. Su Jianya sprinted toward the gathering crowd. But age had caught up with him. After running for a while, he was winded. By the time he finally reached the mall entrance, gasping for breath, he found himself blocked by layers upon layers of people, unable to squeeze his way through. Just then, Suyu emerged from the mall, radiating an air of refined luxury. Her delicate features and an innate nobility that ordinary people could only dream of sent waves of screams erupting from the crowd, each louder than the last. Even someone ignorant of fashion could tell that Suyu's clothes and accessories were exorbitantly expensive. Su Jianya, who had once tasted a life of modest wealth, recognized the brands she wore. Labels that even the extravagantly spendthrift Zhang Lian would never dare buy for herself. At this moment, in Su Jianya's eyes, Suyu shone more brilliantly than the sun itself. He shouted her name, but everyone else was shouting it too, and his voice was swallowed by the tidal wave of screams. His throat went hoarse as he watched helplessly while Suyu stepped into a low-key, yet luxurious van and drove away. Was that really his daughter? So exquisitely beautiful, radiating nobility, even from the back of her head, surrounded by a retinue of staff and hordes of adoring fans. The entire exterior of the mall was plastered with her gigantic posters. This was wonderful. Overjoyed, Su Jianya failed to notice that someone had been tailing him ever since he left his rented room. With no money left for an internet cafe, he planned to find a fan to ask about Suyu when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around puzzled. "Excuse me, are you the father of Miss Suyu?" The man wore a genial smile that put one at ease. "Yes, I am. Who are you? How do you know I'm her father?" Su Jianya was delighted. He had been looking for a pillow just as drowsiness hit. "Actually, Miss Su saw you earlier, but it wasn't convenient to talk in that situation. She sent me to pick you up." "Really? That's great. Let's go. I haven't eaten all day, I'm starving." Su Jianya happily got into the man's car. Half an hour later, he realized the route was leading them farther and farther away, heading toward the desolate outskirts. "Where are we going? Aren't we going to see Suyu?" Panic began to set in. Could he have run into criminals after his organs? "Don't worry, we're almost there." The man who had been all smiles now wore a grim expression that sent chills down one's spine. Another half hour passed before the car finally stopped. Su Jianya was thrown out. Trembling, he struggled to his feet and looked around. This desolate, abandoned building was the perfect setting for a murder and body disposal scene from a TV drama. "Who are you people? Where's my daughter? I want to see Suyu. Didn't she say she wanted to meet me?" Su Jianya shouted, his bluster masking his fear. "Miss Su never saw you, and she has no idea about your current situation." The man who had brought him here put on that smiling face again, but this time Su Jianya felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. As Su Jianya's mind raced with escape plans, 3 more vehicles arrived. 2 regular cars flanked an extended Bugatti Veyron in the center. The roar of engines echoed through the abandoned structure like the growls of demons. 7 or 8 burly men in suits and sunglasses got out of the regular cars, and without a word pinned Su Jianya down. "Who are you? What do you want?" Each man landed several blows targeting the most painful spots. Within minutes, Su Jianya was covered in bruises from head to toe. Finally, the door of the Bugatti Veyron opened. A man stepped out, so strikingly handsome that Su Jianya felt even breathing too heavily would be an offense. His godlike features seemed to cast a sheen of color over the gloomy, decaying building. Beyond his breathtaking looks that could dim the stars, this man exuded an overwhelming presence. The closer he approached, the harder it became for Su Jianya to breathe under the weight of his aura. Lying on the ground, Su Jianya struggled to prop himself up. They say the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous, and people are no different. This man was clearly someone at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Why would he come after him? Shinmoshi looked down at Su Jianya, who was sprawled like a pile of mud, his brow slightly furrowed. So this was the man who had made Ayu suffer for over a decade. "Su Jianya, do you have any regrets?" Shinmoshi spoke softly, his voice icy. "Regrets about what?" He had too many regrets to count. "You saw it just now. The Suyu you abandoned has become someone you can never reach." That was indeed his biggest regret right now. If he had known Suyu would become so successful, he would never have abandoned her no matter what. But it wasn't too late yet. As long as he acknowledged Suyu as his daughter and treated her well, she would be obligated to be filial. If she dared to defy him, he would expose her online. How could she earn so much money and refuse to support her own father? Are you still fantasizing about being a loving father-daughter duo with Suyu? And if she doesn't forgive you, you'll expose her. Having his thoughts laid bare, Su Jianya felt a flash of embarrassment. But Suyu was his daughter. The law required her to support him. Fang Yuan brought over a chair. Shinmoshi sat down, crossing his legs, one hand supporting his chin, a faint smirk on his lips. His deep dark eyes seemed to project a tangible, killing intent that enveloped Su Jianya. "I suggest you not entertain such thoughts." In that instant, Su Jianya could feel it. This man truly wanted to kill him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. His face turned deathly pale, and he dared not even take a deep breath. Fang Yuan stepped forward, a professional, businesslike smile on his face. "Mr. Su will give you 2 options now. The Shun Group owns a diamond mine in South Africa. Considering that you did, after all, give Miss Su her life, the Shun Group can arrange for you to work there as a manager." The Shun Group, as in the one I'm thinking of. The top-tier conglomerate ranked among the world's top 50. Yes, the very same. Fang Yuan's formulaic smile held a hint of pride. "What's your relationship with my daughter?" "I want to see my daughter, or I won't believe a word you say." Rumor had it that the Shun Group's direct line had only one heir. Could it be this man? He looked somewhat familiar, like a celebrity. Both he and Suyu were stars, so what were they to each other? Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to like Suyu. If he truly did, then could he, Su Jianya, potentially become an in-law of the Shin Group? Su Jianya's expression shifted through various emotions before settling on a conclusion. This man was very likely the Shin heir, and he was in love with Suyu. If Suyu married into the Shun family, wouldn't he finally climb into high society? That was his lifelong dream. At this thought, Su Jianya's face flushed from pale to an excited red. Forget South Africa. What was the point of going to some godforsaken place? Even if he became the emperor's father-in-law there, it would be useless. He would stay in China, stay close to Suyu, and go nowhere. Fang Yuan saw the look on his face and knew exactly what fantasies were running through his head. Ruthlessly, he shattered them. "Mr. Su, I haven't even mentioned the second option." His face turned cold in an instant. "Either you go to South Africa, or you die." These words were like a basin of ice water poured over Su Jianya's head, chilling him to the bone. The 7 or 8 burly men in black closed in again, and the spots where he had been hit throbbed with dull pain. They weren't joking, they might genuinely kill him. Wait, then, when can I come back? And before I leave, can I at least see Xiaoyu? Su Jianya's face was deathly pale, but he clung to a sliver of hope. Xiaoyu had been deprived of a father's love for so many years. If he were to accept her now, she might be so grateful and overwhelmed with tears that she would beg him to stay. Shinmoshi's patience was exhausted. He stood up ready to leave. Fang Yuan, handle it cleanly. Yes, young master. No, I want to see Xiaoyu. He'll go to South Africa right now. Su Jianya's cold sweat poured down instantly. Mr. Su, the bond between you and Miss Su was severed when she was 3 years old. In this lifetime, you will never see her again. If you wish to arrive safely in South Africa and live comfortably there, you will cooperate with us. Now, any more questions? No more questions. Su Jianya dared not make any more demands. He wished he could sprout wings and fly straight to South Africa. Watching Su Jianya's face pale with terror, Fang Yuan felt she had quite a talent for acting. This was a society governed by law, and they were law-abiding, tax-paying model citizens. They couldn't just go around killing people, could they? Heh. With the matter of Su Jianya settled, Su Yu was already preparing for the recording of the variety show. Throughout it all, Shinmoshi never told her about Su Jianya's situation. A scumbag like that wasn't worth another moment of Su Ye's attention. The official announcement for Let's Dance was imminent, and it had already been teased online for weeks. Su Yu had taken her promotional photos days earlier. The first season of Let's Dance had confirmed the participation of 50 artists. The male and female celebrities would share the stage, and after each public performance, they would be subject to a voting PK between netizens and the live audience. After each performance, a number of contestants would be eliminated. The official Weibo account of Let's Dance posted, "Let's dance, are you ready? A stage like no other, dancers like no other, brilliance like no other. All members assembled, the stage's radiance is about to bloom. Long image, long image, long image, long image, long image, long image." Each long image was composed of photos of several artists, all of them stunningly beautiful and handsome. The comments section immediately exploded. Wow, the long-awaited Let's Dance is finally here. So many artists. It's like half of the entertainment industry is here. So exciting. Su Yu is really handsome. This styling is killing me. So good-looking. They're almost all actors. I wonder how they'll perform on stage. Can't wait. The time for the first recording arrived quickly. Before the official recording, the organizers had arranged a red carpet live stream. Many media outlets were present. The scene was comparable to some awards ceremony. Luxury cars arrived one by one, bringing the guests to the entrance of the red carpet. The scene was dazzling with stars. Tens of millions of netizens were already watching the live stream, with bullet comments and messages flashing across the screen. This Tomato TV really went all out. If I hadn't double-checked that this is just the opening of a variety show, I'd think it was some awards ceremony. Look, someone's coming. It's Yang Fei and Tang Hua, the couple. They're both on stage for the PK. What if they end up being opponents? Haha, if Yang Fei doesn't let his wife win on stage, he'll probably be kneeling on a washboard when he gets home, right? Su Jiajia is already 37, but he still looks 25. So handsome. And Yuan Jin, he looks so young. Do these people eat preservatives? Ten Menki's nose looks a bit different from before. It looks a bit off. Duan Wen is really beautiful. Why is Zheng Yanlin dawdling on the red carpet for so long? If she doesn't move, no one else can come up. The guests made their appearances one after another, leaving their signatures on the board. Su Ye's slot was in the middle toilet part. After more than half an hour, it was finally her turn. Today Su Yu wore a specially designed suit. She looked dashing and handsome, her eyes twinkling like stars, making her stand out among the flamboyantly dressed female artists. Walking the red carpet with her was the rising acting star Zhou Aini. One was tall and handsome, the other sweet and cute. Together they stole the spotlight the moment they appeared. The media on both sides of the red carpet went crazy, frantically shouting their names, hoping they would glance at their cameras. Zhou Aini, holding Su Ye's arm, looked as beautiful as an elf or fairy today. She wore a pair of stiletto heels and walked with careful steps, while Su Yu chivalrously protected her the entire way. Ever since Su Yu appeared, the volume of bullet comments had surged to a new high, the screams filling the screen as if they were about to spill out. Su Yu is really handsome. They look so good together. Zhou Aini looks so small next to Su Yu. So cute. Another strange couple has been created. Crying with laughter. Why can Su Yu be so handsome and also so gentle and gentlemanly? Since I became a fan of Su Yu, I can't find a boyfriend anymore. Haha, same here. Searching by Su Ye's standards, I realize all the men around me are just too shabby. Facepalm. Shinmoshi, wearing his Bluetooth earbuds, was handling business while also watching the live stream. Multitasking was a piece of cake for a genius like him. He now spent most of his time at the Shun Corporation headquarters managing group affairs and the rest writing songs. He had little interest in most variety shows and events unless Su Yu was involved. When Su Yu hadn't appeared, yet Shinmoshi was relatively calm. But after she came on stage, seeing Zo Amy clinging to Su Ye's arm like a delicate little bird, and Su Ye's face showing pure enjoyment at the pretty girl's proximity, his mood instantly plummeted. Several shareholders who had come to report on their work were the first to bear the brunt of this low pressure. Hadn't they heard that President Shun had been in a good mood these past few days? Project approvals and work reports were all passed on the first try. Why was it different when it was their turn? Shin Moshi slammed several reports heavily onto the table, startling the shareholders so much that their faces turned 2 shades paler. Why is the profit for the second quarter of the D-City subsidiary down 3 percentage points compared to the previous quarter? Why is the development of the smart AI assistant so slow? The last issue with the K-City Shipping Company hasn't been resolved, so why is there another new problem? The shareholders trembled in fear, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Why was President Shin only picking out the faults? They had done quite well on the other performance metrics on the report. They had thought that their merits would outweigh their demerits and today would be an easy pass, but they never expected President Shun to be so difficult today. Shin Moshi, with a dark face, dealt with the matters of the subsidiaries. As soon as the shareholders left, he immediately dialed Su Ye's phone number. Su Ye was in her element at the venue. The official recording was still a while away, and some of the big-name seniors hadn't appeared yet. In the meantime, several beautiful female artists in the recording studio enjoyed hanging out with her. It was practically heaven itself. Feeling her phone vibrate in her pocket, she took it out and saw the caller ID the big fool. She quickly found a secluded corner to answer. Hello? Shin Moshi, what do you want? Can I call you if there's nothing? Shin Moshi sneered. I've been watching the live stream. Don't forget your current status. Tone it down. Su Ye was the epitome of one who refuses to be swayed until faced with dire consequences, utterly unafraid of Shin Moshi's threats delivered through the phone line. However, for the sake of her lifelong culinary bliss, she knew she had to placate her boyfriend. What if he went on strike and refused to cook? Don't worry, you'll be a perfect gentleman today, keeping my distance from everyone. Shin Moshi felt a pang of self-pity, realizing he had to guard against both men and women alike. Su Ye's incorrigible habit of attracting admirers left him perpetually on edge. Then remember your words, or else he'll make you eat grass every day, and you can forget about meat. With no other recourse against Su Ye's flirtatious ways, Shin Moshi could only resort to threatening her with food. Don't worry, you'll hang up now. The moment Su Ye ended the call, she turned around and was startled to find Tan Mingqi standing silently beside her, wondering if she had overheard anything. Oh, it's you. Long time no see. Su Ye managed a stiff smile. Su Ye, who were you talking to? You seemed so engrossed, Tan Mingqi questioned, uncertain if she had heard correctly, suspecting Su Ye might have been on the phone with Shin Moshi. Just a friend, Su Ye replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. For some reason, she could never genuinely connect with Tan Mingqi. She sighed, wishing Xiao Ro could be here. It had been so long since they last met. The room was arranged like a self-serve tea party, with artists trickling in and clustering into small groups to chat. After the 2 heavyweight veteran artists had finished their red carpet walk, the official recording was finally about to commence, and the guests moved to a new location. A small indoor stage was encircled by 50 chairs arranged in a semicircle. Let's Dance was recorded via a mix of live streaming and pre-recorded segments. The live feed switched to the indoor set right after the red carpet concluded. The host was Zhou Yang, a beloved veteran in the industry renowned for his profound hosting skills and a stage presence that was both steady and lively, having commanded countless grand events. Hello everyone. I'm Zhou Yang, welcome to Let's Dance. Zhou Yang appeared on stage with a beaming smile. The live chat exploded with comments. Wow. It's Teacher Zhou, I love him. I'm here just for him. He's 45, but looks 25. As Zhou Yang spoke, the audience applauded before falling silent. Now for the rules of the show. We have 50 artists participating, 25 men and 25 women. The competition is divided into 3 stages. Stage 1 is the free pairing stage. You can choose your own teammates, but each team must have exactly 10 members. After the first public performance, the last place team will be eliminated entirely. As soon as Zhou Yang finished, the guests began murmuring amongst themselves. It's that intense from the get-go, eliminating 10 people at once. I'm already nervous. Many of them were artists with little exposure, and this opportunity was a rare chance to shine, so they all hoped to stay longer. As for stages 2 and 3, Zhou Yang paused, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at the anxious yet curious guests. He'll reveal those later. The website streaming the show was not pleased with bullet comments flying across the screen. Teacher Zhou is such a tease, keeping us in suspense. This is getting interesting. I'm intrigued. The competition is fierce, eliminating 10 people right away. What if you're strong but your teammates are weak? Isn't that unfair? That's why choosing your teammates is crucial. The first public performance is in 5 days. In that time, you must present a piece for online and live audience scoring. The winning team's members will each receive a resurrection card, which can save them from elimination once in the later rounds. After Zhou Yang's announcement, a grave expression settled on nearly everyone's face. Except for Su Ye. Since she had started dancing, she had fallen in love with the feeling of pouring her sweat onto the stage and radiating her personal charm. With only 5 days to collaborate with unfamiliar partners, the guests were at a loss. In stark contrast to the disheartened guests, the online audience was ecstatic and the comments surged. "This card is so cool. It's like a one-time get-out-of-jail-free card. The last team gets eliminated, the first team gets a free pass for everyone." The polarization is intense. Before you pick teammates, you must first elect team leaders. In front of you are 5 chairs. If you want to be a leader, take a seat. The camera panned across the guests' faces as some looked eager, while others shook their heads and waved their hands. Finally, the first person stepped forward, dragging her magnificent mermaid gown to sit in the center chair. It was Nan Ran, a 20-year veteran of the entertainment industry and a multiple-time Best Actress winner. "Wow!" The guests applauded. Where there was one, there was a second, and soon more followed, all being established veterans unwilling to take a back seat. Only one chair remained. Suyu deliberated for a long time before deciding she wanted to be a leader. As she stood up, someone from the other side stood up simultaneously. It was a young man with a cool, sharp style quite similar to Suye's own. Seeing them both rise, Zhou Yang smiled and asked, "Suyu and Li Jingxian, you both want to be team leaders?" Since they were already standing, backing down now would be cowardly, so both nodded. "Yes, that's right. But there's only one chair left. How about an impromptu battle? The other guests will score you, and the one with more votes becomes the leader. What do you all say?" "Yes." "Yeah." Everyone was thrilled. It was already this intense from the start. Although none of the guests were professional dancers, the entertainment industry is full of hard workers. Ever since they learned they'd be on this show, everyone had been secretly taking extra lessons. Both stepped onto the center of the stage. Suyu curled her lips at her opponent, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Could the sound effects teacher give us some music?" As the music began, Li Jingxian danced first, his moves cool and dashing. As a popular young actor, he had a large fan base and his fans were going wild in the live chat. After finishing his routine, Li Jingxian smugly gestured an invitation to Suyu. The crowd applauded and cheered. Suyu smiled confidently, thinking, who's afraid of who? Everyone had thought Li Jingxian's performance was impressive. After all, for a non-professional dancer, he had done remarkably well. But when Suyu danced, everyone realized that people are simply not the same. Her movements were dynamic and fluid, hitting every beat perfectly, her facial expressions flawlessly controlled, and her core strength was astonishing, drawing thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. The live chat went berserk. "Suyu is so cool. Slay me," to add to the excitement. "She's on par with professionals. How does she manage to be both cool and alluring?" The outcome was never in doubt. Suyu claimed the final team leader's chair. All 5 team leaders were selected, 2 men and 3 women. Aside from Suyu, who was only 20, the other 4 were seasoned veterans in their 40s. Yet entertainers in this industry are all pickled in preservatives. At a glance, all 5 looked like stunning stars. Now that the 5 team leaders are in place, each contestant may choose the team they wish to join. If a team exceeds 10 members, the leader will have to eliminate the members they don't want. It was a gauntlet right from the start. Whether it was the embarrassment of having fewer than 10 members or the awkwardness of having to cut people due to overcapacity, it was a test for every leader. The contestants below were lost in thought. Everyone had already witnessed Suye's prowess, who joining her team meant they wouldn't have to worry about the first public performance 5 days later. However, the other 4 leaders were seasoned veterans with deep roots in the entertainment industry. Teaming up with them and building rapport could open doors to invaluable connections and resources. As everyone began to pick their teams, netizens expected Suye's line to be the longest. To their surprise, only 3 people chose her. What on earth are these contestants thinking? Suyu dances so well, yet only this many chose her. They're all old foxes who've weathered the industry for years. Who's here purely to dance these days? Suyu looked at the lonely 3 people behind her, all girls she'd gotten along with today, then at the long lines of others. Her delicate face crumpled like an unwanted puppy. With tearful, glistening eyes fixed on the camera, she whimpered, "Am I really that unattractive?" Outside the camera, the little islands, her fans felt their hearts shatter, instantly trading their girlfriend personas for motherly ones. "I just want to hug my little girl. You Bao Mama will always support you. Even so, a pitiful Suyu is still so handsome. I want to jump through the screen and carry my Suyu away. They'll regret not choosing Suyu." Zhou Yang, watching Suye's pitiful state, was caught between laughter and tears. The other leaders' teams are all over capacity. "Let me first ask, is there anyone who wants to switch to Suye's team?" Zhou Yang asked the contestants, but they were all hesitant. If they didn't move now and ended up getting eliminated later going to Suye's team, then would be utterly humiliating. But if they proactively went over now, would their current leader be displeased? In reality, the other 4 leaders were more than happy for someone to volunteer to go to Suye's side, as being forced to eliminate people was a dilemma in itself. In the end, only 2 people walked over to Suyu. Both were contestants whose maternal instincts had been stirred by Suye's earlier pitiful act. "Wow, thank you both for your kindness, ladies." Suyu flashed them a brilliant smile, and even performed a gentlemanly bow to welcome them to her team. Suyu was the youngest among the 50 contestants, but age belied her charm. This smile struck the two women's hearts like a direct hit. Bai Wei and Yiran both felt Su Yu was incredibly handsome, more so than the typical young idols. Choosing her was definitely not a loss. Does anyone else want to join Su Ye's team? If not, well, move to the leaders' reverse selection phase. Please, 4 leaders, eliminate the members you don't want. The bullet comments instantly exploded. What a battleground. Too painful to watch. If someone gets kicked out now, that's a huge loss of face. The contestants were also anxious, silently praying they wouldn't be the ones eliminated. The 4 leaders stood up to start screening their teams. First was Nan Ran, the acclaimed TV queen. Her acting was top-notch, but dancing wasn't her forte, so she chose members based on their stage experience. Although none were professional dancers, as entertainers, they'd all graced a stage at some point. In the end, Nan Ran eliminated a male contestant. She had no memory of assuming he wasn't famous. The eliminated man, Duan Xiangsong, though embarrassed, walked over to Su Ye's team with grace. Next was Lu Mu, a rock singer who had been blazing in the rock scene for 20 years. Without even turning his head, he bluntly pointed to the person at the end of the line. The one at the back, step out. Standing at the very end was Tan Mingqi. Her expression soured. Why did it have to be her? This was so mortifying. Moreover, she really didn't want to go to Su Ye's team. So seizing the moment before anyone could react, she shoved her way forward, pushing out the male contestant who had been standing in front of her. Guo Tsongnan, who got pushed out, was stunned. Was this even allowed? With no other choice, Guo Tsongnan had to go stand in Su Ye's line. The contestants on site might not have reacted in time, but the netizens in the live stream had seen everything. Witnessing Tan Mingqi's sneaky maneuver shattered their sense of morality. Tisk tisk, truly a sight to behold. Does Tan Mingqi have some kind of brain freeze? Did she leave her brain at home? This is a live broadcast. Doing this in front of millions is either incredibly stupid or incredibly brave. I think it's the former. No brave person acts like that. Exactly, don't insult the word brave. Next was Luo Xian, the love song diva, who had dominated the Chinese music scene for years. She stood up. "Sigh, I'm notoriously indecisive. What am I supposed to do with all these choices? I've spent over 2 decades purely singing and never dancing. You might regret picking me." The contestants in her team quickly chimed in, "We won't regret it. Sister Xian, I love you. He'll just pick by counting. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And the one I land on is out." Luo Xian pointed one by one, finally landing on a young man. It was Li Jingxian, the one who had battled Su Yu earlier. Li Jingxian couldn't believe his bad luck. First he lost the battle against Su Yu, and now he had to go be her team member. He'd rather die on the spot. But there was no way around the show's rules, so he had to walk over with a grim face. The bullet comments surged again, so pitiful, ill spare a second of sympathy. Ha! Seriously, losing the battle with Su Yu was bad enough. And then getting kicked out by the leader. Getting kicked out is one thing, but having to go work for the rival is a whole new level of cruel. Now only the last team remained. Its leader, Qiao Jiang, was a TV Drama King winner. At 40, he still commanded a massive loyal fan base. He looked at the team behind him and smiled helplessly. "I have no idea how to choose. How about this, Su Yu, why don't you come pick someone from my team?" Netizens in the live stream commented, "Qiao Jiang is brilliant. No wonder he's known as the ultimate smooth operator in the industry." Exactly. This way whoever gets picked by Su Yu won't feel too embarrassed. And it also gives face to Su Yu. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Brilliant. Qiao Jiang's social butterfly syndrome is terminal, no saving him. I wonder who Su Yu will pick. Su Yu hadn't expected to get the chance to choose. She looked at the long line of people opposite her, pondering who to select. Su Yu stepped forward, a faint smile playing on her lips as her gaze swept across the line of beautiful women. They were all so stunning. She wanted each and every one of them. Her eyes seemed to carry tiny hooks, leaving the women she looked at blushing. Just as Su Yu was about to tear her hair out in indecision, she suddenly recalled Shun Moshi's phone call from earlier. If she picked a woman now, would she be drowned in Shun Moshi's sea of jealousy when she got back? Forget it. Better to pick a man. With the women off the table, Su Yu stopped agonizing and casually grabbed the man closest to her. To be honest, she hadn't even glanced at the men's faces in the lineup. When she pulled him out and looked, he was quite handsome, almost threatening her position as the team's heartthrob. But since she had already chosen him, it would be awkward to shove him back. With the soul of a straight man, Su Yu could never have imagined that picking a woman would make Shinmoshi jealous, but picking a handsome man would be like knocking over an entire vat of vinegar. At this very moment, Shinmoshi, watching the live stream, had a face as dark as thunder. The man Su Yu chose was named Shi Yunting, the second youngest guest among the 50, just a year older than Su Yu at 22. He was a radiant, sun-kissed heartthrob. He wasn't upset about being chosen by Su Yu. Teacher Qiao wasn't going anywhere after all. He could collaborate with him another time. He had grown up watching Qiao Jiang shows and idolized him. It was precisely because of Qiao Jiang that he had chosen to major in performing arts. Alright, teams are set. Over the next few days you can come up with a formidable name for your team, Zhou Yang said, holding the script to cue the next segment. Now it's time to pick your songs and dances. Sound engineer, please play the tracks for our guests. The MV for the first song appeared on the central screen, a fiery, passionate track with a cool, explosive dance routine. Wow, I love this one. Suyu was the first to jump up. A dance this cool was practically tailor-made for her. The contestants from other teams were equally impressed. Not bad, not bad. We like this song too. This dance is awesome, so cool. But the moves look really hard. Only a short snippet of each song was played, and soon the second track began. It was a sweet, lively girl group dance track with a touch of sass. The women in the room were already itching to try it. This one's great, this one's great. Yeah, I love this one too. Zhou Yang watched the buzzing crowd and smiled. Looks like a lot of our female contestants love this song. Don't worry, there's more to come. The third song was unexpectedly a slow ballad. Its melancholic tune instantly dampened the lively atmosphere, and the accompanying dance had a balletic contemporary style. This song is beautiful. It tells such a powerful story. Oh, this one's tricky to dance to. It really tests your fundamentals. I don't like this one. But the climax is absolutely gorgeous. It almost brought me to tears. Then came the fourth song. Its intro immediately chased away everyone's tears. The style was goofy and cheerful, yet incredibly rhythmic. Some guests were already starting to groove. This song is so nice. I love it. Yet it feels so happy and carefree. And the moves are simple, but look great. Let's go with this one. The final track was an 80s rock dance number. The heavy metal vibe swept through the venue like a tornado, exploding like a bomb and setting the entire place ablaze. This is fire. Whoa, let's jump. The recording hall instantly transformed into a massive rave scene. The lighting technician cooperated perfectly, adjusting the lights to a retro disco style. Even the netizens watching the live stream couldn't help but tap their feet, and the bullet comments flew across the screen. So hyped. Haha, feels like life has peaked. All 5 songs are so different. I love every single one. I wonder how the 5 songs will be assigned. This netizen voiced the question on every guest's mind. After all 5 songs were played, Zhou Yang walked to the center again and smiled. Do you all like these 5 songs? An impatient contestant blurted out, Teacher Zhou, how are the songs going to be assigned? For the assignment of these 5 songs, please stand up and take a look out the window. The recording hall was on the 34th floor of the Tomato TV building. Though surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the view stretched far into the distance. A couple of blocks away from the Tomato TV building lay a city karting amusement park. Most of the park was blocked by the high-rises, but its main entrance happened to face their window. Today, the entire karting park had been reserved by Tomato TV. A banner reading, "Let's Dance," hung above the entrance, and the perimeter walls were adorned with photos of the celebrities participating in the show. Even though the park was sponsored by the channel, the production team didn't have to pay a single cent. With so many celebrities playing there, the park would get excellent publicity once the show aired, a win-win situation. Can you all see that? This afternoon, we'll be having a city karting race. Each team will send 2 members, making 10 racers total. The first to cross the finish line earns 10 points, the second gets 9, and so on. The team with the highest total score will get first pick of the songs. The guests on site. The netizens in the live stream. Once the guests snapped out of their shock, they started complaining about the production team. Nan Ran was completely speechless. Aren't we on a dance show? Why do we have to drive carts? Xiao Zhang also looked at the camera with a helpless smile. Does the production team have to be this extra? We're just picking a song to dance to. Yeah, we could just draw lots, Luo Xian added, covering her face with a tearful laugh. But the netizens in the live stream were thrilled. Wow, this production team is awesome. I want to try this too. The celebrities came to a dance show, haven't danced a single step, and are already playing around, crying with laughter. These days dancing isn't enough. You have to know how to drive a go-kart. Facepalm, it's just for picking a song. Are they going to put the guests through the ringer every time? Eating melon. The rules were already set in stone by the production team, so no matter how much the guests complained, it was useless. The guests headed to the Tomato TV employee cafeteria for lunch, then went straight to the karting park. Earlier from the building, most of the park had been hidden by the skyscrapers. But now at the venue, the guests realized, this place is huge. So many carts. Wow, these carts look so cool and cute at the same time. These turns are really sharp. The netizens in the live stream were just as excited. Whoa, this looks so fun. I want to go to this place. So thrilling. Can't wait. The guests had all shed their red carpet finery and changed into light, comfortable clothes. 10 contestants, 2 from each team, had already suited up in racing gear. Among the celebrities, very few had ever driven a go-kart before. But everyone knew how to drive a car, and a few were such car fanatics, they were practically vibrating with anticipation. Of the 10 racers, 9 were men, the sole exception being Suyu. Netizens started to worry for her. With all those guys, and only Suyu as a girl, wouldn't winning feel a bit unfair? Yeah, why didn't Suyu's team send 2 guys? Everyone was worried about Suyu, but only Suyu herself knew just how incredibly excited she was at that moment. In her past life, Suyu had not only driven go-karts, but had even raced in F4 Formula cars. Standing among a crowd of men in her racing suit, her presence was in no way diminished. Being the only woman there, she received cheers and encouragement from all the female contestants regardless of which team they were on. Suyu, go. Beat all those men. Suyu, go for it. Suyu, you're so cool. Zoani looked at Suyu with sparkling eyes. Suyu winning isn't important. Just make sure you're safe. Suyu looked back at the girls cheering for her, a cool smile curving her lips. For you all I will win. The 8 men from the other teams joked sourly. Hey, whose team are you all on anyway? Right, we're racing for you, yet you're cheering for the other team. That's too much. If we lose, it's definitely because you didn't cheer for us. The girls looked at their own team's jealous men and burst into laughter. Haha, alright, you guys cheer hard too. Go. Victory. Li Jingxian was also racing alongside Suyu. He watched her receive all the girls' attention with displeasure and said sarcastically, Hey, follow me later. Whether our team gets a good ranking depends on if you can keep up with me. You better worry about yourself. Don't fall too far behind the other teams, or even if I come in first it won't matter. Suyu looked at Li Jingxian, a slight smile on her lips that didn't reach her eyes. The race was about to begin. The other guests had taken their seats in the stands ready to watch. Zhou Yang stood on a high platform and announced, Racers, the rules for today's race are simple: complete 10 laps around the track. Cameras at the finish line, and along the way will record your laps, and your carts also have a lap counting device. Are you all ready? The racers responded one after another. Ready. Okay. Suyu walked towards her designated cart. The number 7 was printed on both the car body, and its flag as 7 was her favorite number. The 10 carts lined up in 2 rows at the starting line, with each team's 2 drivers positioned one behind the other. With all racers prepared, Zhou Yang raised the flag high. On your marks, go. As the flag dropped, all 10 carts shot off the starting line. Each cart was equipped with 2 GoPro action cameras, one capturing the track ahead, and the other focused on the driver. Initially, everyone was bunched together, but soon the racers began to spread out. The 10 carts gradually formed 3 groups of 334. Among the first 3 carts in the leading group was car number 7. The 3 carts were locked in a tight battle, but as Suyu approached a sharp turn, she executed a spectacular drift, overtaking 2 cars at once. The female celebrities in the stands were screaming their lungs out, Go Suyu! Go number 7! Suyu, victory is yours! The female celebrities were as excited as if they'd taken stimulants, and the netizens in the live stream were no different. Wow, that drift by Suyu was so cool. Suyu isn't giving these men any chance to shine. Facepalm with tears, the guys racing against Suyu are in for a tough time. It would be so embarrassing if they end up losing to a girl. Tears of joy. The production team on site hadn't expected Suyu to be this skilled either. Instinct told the director that this race would be a huge hit for Suyu. They decided to switch the live broadcast feed to Suyu's action camera. The live screen was split in 2. On the left was the track view from Suyu's cart, and on the right was Suyu herself driving. The netizens were a bit confused by this sudden change, but soon realized it was Suyu's car. Wow, this is so thrilling. It feels like I'm driving myself, so scary. Tears of joy, too fast, Suyu is driving too fast and getting dizzy. Wow, these continuous sharp turns are awesome. Suyu looks so cool driving. Mom, I think I'm turning gay. No wonder she's called the human wrench. I'm already bent into a paperclip. How does she drive so aggressively while looking so calm? The feed then switched back to the full view showing the positions of all carts. The production team even thoughtfully displayed the lap count for each vehicle scrolling at the bottom of the screen. The netizens were surprised to see that Suyu had already completed 6 laps in such a short time. The slowest racer had only just finished 2 laps. Suyu was far ahead, now the only one in the leading group. The 10 carts were now divided into 4 groups. The 2 carts that had been battling with Suyu earlier had only finished 5 laps and had fallen back to the second group. Li Jingxian watched as car number 7 whizzed past him again, grinding his teeth in frustration. This Suyu was clearly this skilled, but hadn't told him, making him look foolish in front of everyone. He was in the third group, having just completed 4 laps. His earlier boast for her to follow him felt like a huge slap across his face. If Suyu's performance wasn't crucial for their team's song selection, he would have rammed her off the track. The female celebrities and netizens were going crazy. Suyu is so cool. This is a complete mismatch. Suyu could almost compete with professional drivers. Suyu is like a wolf in a sheep pen. Oh, how can the sheep fight back? Guys, remember, this is actually a dance variety show. Tears of joy. Suyu was on her final lap when an accident occurred. The go-karts at this amusement park were only recreational 2-stroke models, but Suyu was driving it like a professional 4-stroke race car. She was flooring it not just on the straights, but also through every sharp corner, practically stomping the accelerator through the floor. As a result, the rear wheel of the cart gave out. After a sharp turn, it flew off. With one rear wheel gone, Suyu's cart spun violently before careening off the track. Everyone on site, from the other celebrities to the staff and netizens watching the stream, screamed in shock. Watch out. Suyu, however, remained remarkably calm. She used her hands and feet in tandem to control the cart, and after clipping a few tire barriers, she brought the vehicle to a safe stop on the grass. She had encountered situations far more dangerous during her F4 racing days. This was like a child tripping while running. The celebrities in the stands were in a panic while the staff on the ground rushed over immediately. Suyu, are you okay? Are you hurt? Suyu calmly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the cart, stretching her legs. I'm fine, don't worry. It's just this race. I'm sorry to my team. By this time several carts had already crossed the finish line. Suyu looked at her teammates who had gathered around offering an apologetic smile. I let you all down. We lost the race. The netizens were also lamenting, so close. She almost got first place. Although the race isn't officially over, Suye's team will likely place last. Suye's teammates had all witnessed her effort. Given the terrifying accident she just had, they were simply relieved she was unharmed. They all moved to comfort her. It's okay, Captain. Even if we end up with a song nobody wants, we're still the best. Yeah. By now all the racers had completed their laps, and the big screen next to the track flashed the final results. Everyone looked up to see. First place, Xiaojiang's team 106, totaling 16 points. Second place, Oluo Xian's team 95, totaling 14 points. Third place, Olu Mu's team 74, totaling 11 points. Fourth place, Oisu Yes team 80, totaling 8 points. Fifth place, Onan Ran's team 32, totaling 5 points. Suyu hadn't expected her team wouldn't be last. Li Jingxian, seeing Suyu leave the track, suddenly became energized. Without Suyu, their team would have to rely on him. In the final laps, he surged forward with sudden speed, crossing the finish line in third place. Nan Ran's expression was grim, shocked that her team had come in last. Netizens were equally surprised by the outcome. Thank goodness my Suye's team isn't last. That was terrifying just now. If Suye's cart hadn't malfunctioned, their team would have scored 108. What a pity. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi, watching the live broadcast, saw the moment Suye's cart skidded off the track. The blood drained from his face in sheer terror. He immediately began calling her phone frantically. Suye's phone was with Xiao Qiu, who saw the incoming call display. Big fool. Who was this? The recording was still in progress. She couldn't barge into the shot, and she didn't dare answer Suye's phone casually. But this person had called over a dozen times in just 5 minutes. Shinmoshi raced his supercar down the road. Although Suyu had seemed fine in the broadcast, he was still worried. He had to see her with his own eyes to be at ease. After the results were announced, Suye's opinion of Li Jingxian improved slightly. At least he had secured fourth place for the team. Not bad, Li Jingxian. I didn't know you had such driving skills, Suyu said, walking up to him and patting his shoulder with a smile. Li Jingxian looked at Suye's radiant summer bloom smile and felt a strange unease in his heart. He had always detested Suyu, and now he still did. What was she smiling about? His face felt warm, and he retorted stubbornly. I told you to follow me, but you had to show off. Why didn't you just crash and die back there? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Why was Li Jingxian acting so awkwardly? It reminded her of the chubby kid next door from her past life who wanted to play with her, but was too shy to approach. Despite the minor mishap, thankfully, Suyu was unharmed, and the recording continued. The results are in. Let's congratulate Team Xiaojiang on their first-place victory. Zhou Yang stood on the stage once more. Now guests, please take a moment to freshen up. Return to the recording hall in 1 hour for the final song selection round. Suyu was about to change out of her racing suit when Xiao Qiu ran over and handed her the phone. Yujie, this person is probably your friend. He called you several times. Suyu saw a long list of missed calls from Big Fool. Oh no. She had forgotten that Shinmoshi was watching her live stream. He must have seen the accident. Just then Big Fool called again. Suyu hurried to a quiet spot to answer. Hey Shinmoshi, I'm fine. I'm on the basement level 1 of the amusement park. Suyu glanced around guiltily and lowered her voice. Why are you here? Don't you know how many people here recognize you? Shinmoshi desperately wanted to announce their relationship to the world. This secrecy was suffocating. I just wanted to see you to confirm you're safe, then I'll go, he said, his voice low and stubborn. What else could Suyu do? If she didn't soothe him, he might just storm out. Xiao Qiu, wait for me in the car. I have something to take care of, I'll be right back. Xiao Qiu guessed Yujie was off to see that big fool. Who could it be? The person who made Yujie look like that. Unbeknownst to Suyu, her expression, while on the phone with Shinmoshi, was exceptionally soft, her eyes sparkling like starlight. Suyu snuck away from the crowd, avoiding attention, and slipped down to level B1. The amusement park was rented out by Tomato TV for the day, so no other guests were around, leaving the underground parking lot almost empty. The celebrities had all arrived on the cruise buses which stopped at the park's main entrance. As soon as Shinmoshi saw Suyu's figure appear on level B1, he flashed his car lights. Suyu spotted him, immediately jogged over, and got into the car. The moment she was inside, Shinmoshi pulled her into a tight embrace. Only by feeling her safe and sound in his arms did the weight in his heart finally settle. Suyu held firmly, felt his slight trembling, and realized just how worried he had been. All right, I'm fine, see. Suyu reached out and gently patted his back. Shinmoshi wore a baseball cap with the brim pulled low, hiding his reddened eyes. I need to get back, oh, everyone's waiting for me on the bus. Shinmoshi released her and placed a feather-like kiss on her lips. They'll wait for you at home. A warm current flowed through Suyu's heart, a smile spreading across her face. Okay. By the time Suyu returned to the bus, almost everyone was there. She quickly found her seat. Zoani looked at Suyu's racing suit, puzzled. Suyu, where did you go? Why haven't you changed? Suyu couldn't tell the truth, so she deflected. This outfit is cool. I want to wear it a bit longer. Zoani was speechless, a question mark practically hanging over her head. Whatever makes you happy. The live stream was temporarily paused while the celebrities returned to the recording hall to re-record. During the break, netizens clipped Soo Yes driving footage and posted it on Weibo. Videos of her go-kart race quickly trended. Zoe was speechless, a question mark practically hanging over her head. Whatever makes you happy. The live stream was temporarily paused while the celebrities returned to the recording hall to re-record. During the break, netizens clipped Soo Yes driving footage and posted it on Weibo. Who is Soo Yu? A racer. So cool. She's an entertainer and a woman. Haha, that emphasis on woman is hilarious. I was registering at school today and missed the live stream. Soo Yu is so awesome. I'm already tired of saying Soo Yu is cool. Soo Yu drives so aggressively. It's hard to believe a girl can drive like that. But seriously, it was so dangerous. I was terrified when she skidded off the track. Seriously, thank goodness she's okay. I saw it on the subway and screamed. People thought I was crazy. What a pity, and so dangerous. Are the carts at this amusement park that poorly made? Soo Yu could have won first place, but instead she nearly lost her life. The amusement park owner almost cried reading that comment. Their carts were perfectly safe. They're just recreational vehicles not meant to withstand Soo Yes professional driving. A professional racer here, Soo Yes driving style is extremely dangerous. These recreational carts aren't suited for racing, but she drove it like a pro. Glad she's okay. What the person above said. But seriously, Soo Yu is amazing. Our Kia racing team welcomes her to join us for a spin. Soo Yu, scrolling through the comments on the bus, saw the professional racer's invitation and felt a surge of excitement. Today's drive hadn't even satisfied her. The carts were too slow. Maybe she should find some time to go for a real ride. The production crew's bus brought the artists back to the recording hall. Soo Yu quickly changed her clothes, touched up her makeup, and took her place as team captain. When the live stream resumed, the first thing viewers saw was Soo Yes' breathtakingly handsome face. A beauty overload. The moment I clicked in. Quick, get me some heart medicine. The production team had already caught on to Soo Yes' star power. She seemed born with a talent for trending. Anything she touched went viral. Her screen time kept increasing. Welcome back to Let's Dance, brought to you by our exclusive sponsor Wu Yao Yao, Zhou Yang said with a refined smile, charming his legion of fans. The rankings are out. Please have each team come up in order to select your song. You have 5 minutes to discuss which song your team wants. As soon as Zhou Yang finished, the top-ranked Xiao Jiang team began their discussion. Teacher Xiao, which one should we pick? I think the first one is fiery and explosive. It would be amazing on stage. I think that silly quirky fourth song is pretty fun and it looks easy to dance to. The team debated back and forth, finally looking to Xiao Jiang for the final call. Xiao Jiang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I think the third ballad is good. It has a lot of narrative depth. Team member A, a handsome young man, frowned. Teacher Xiao, the choreography for this one is really hard. Does anyone on our team even know ballet? Team member B, a girl, raised her hand timidly. I took ballet until 6th grade, but I stopped when I started middle school because of the workload. I have an idea, Xiao Jiang said, huddling his team together and signaling for them to mute their microphones. After 2 minutes of hushed discussion, team member A's brow cleared. I think this is great. It really plays to our strengths. Yeah, the other members nodded in agreement. The viewers were dying of curiosity. What were they scheming? They'd paid for memberships. Was there something their esteemed VIP status couldn't hear? The discussion concluded, and Xiao Jiang stood up. We choose song number 3 if. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't that the song nobody liked? Especially Nan Ran, whose team ranked last, had been mentally preparing to design that very song. Zhou Yang smiled knowingly. Had known Xiao Jiang for 20 years, and a moment's thought was all it took to understand his old friend's strategy. Alright, now for the second place team to choose. The Luo Xian team had already decided. Captain Luo Xian stood up. Her face, though over 40, was remarkably well preserved. She flashed a sweet smile at the camera. Our team selects song number 2, The Taste of Candy in Dreams. The viewers weren't surprised by Luo Xian's choice. She was the eternal sweetheart of the entertainment world, and the song seemed tailor-made for her. Next, let's invite the third place team, Lu Mu's team. Lu Mu was a rock singer, and everyone assumed had picked the rock anthem Freedom. No one expected his actual choice. I've been rocking for over 20 years, so today, I want a change of pace. We choose song number 4, The Happy Starfish. This truly shocked the audience. It was hard to imagine the wild and rugged Lu Mu dancing to such a silly upbeat tune. After Lu Mu's team, it was Soo Yes' turn. She thought she'd have to say goodbye to her favorite song, but it turned out fate had other plans. We choose song number 1, Breaking the Cocoon, Against the Wind. Only one song remained, and the rock anthem Freedom fell to Nan Ran's team. She was quite pleased with this outcome. She genuinely liked the song. With the song selection complete, today's recording session came to an end. Now please proceed to the dormitories prepared by the production team. For the next month you'll all be roommates. The live stream ended there. Today's broadcast was essentially a pilot. The subsequent practice sessions and dorm life would have occasional live streams, and edited recordings would be released regardless. So you couldn't move into the dorm that evening. She had to register for school the next day. It was September, and tomorrow was the final day of registration. Soo Yu was entering her senior year, and would soon be starting an internship which her company had already arranged at her own entertainment agency. So her trip to school tomorrow was just a formality. The driver dropped Suyu home at 10 p.m. Shinmoshi had been waiting for her all evening. The moment she stepped out of the elevator, he came out to meet her and pulled her straight into his apartment. As soon as the door closed, he wrapped her in his arms. He was feeling quite upset today. Suyu was too dazzling, too well-liked. He felt both proud and annoyed. Why did you pick that guy today? Shinmoshi was referring to Chi Yunting, the sunny, handsome boy Suyu had chosen during the team draft. Suyu was baffled. Who did I pick? Shinmoshi released her and crossed his arms, looking at her. The guy you chose from Chaojiang's team. Suyu had to think for a moment before she remembered who he meant. Seeing his face all twisted with irrational jealousy, she couldn't help but laugh. Suyu wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you jealous? No, Shinmoshi denied, his face stern. Suyu thought to herself, I didn't even pick a pretty girl, I already made a huge concession. If I'd known he'd be jealous over this, I'd have just picked a girl. I smell something sour. Especially right here. It's the sourest of all. Suyu brought her lips close to his, pretending to sniff. With his girlfriend's tempting lips right there, what kind of man would he be to refuse? Shinmoshi captured her lips in a searing kiss. Suyu responded eagerly, their shadows mingling in the warm lamplight. After a long while, Shinmoshi finally released her, leaving her breathless. I made you a midnight snack. Come eat a bit before you go to sleep. I can't, I'm so tired today. I could fall asleep standing up. Be a good girl. I cooked for so long, you have to eat a little something. Shinmoshi scooped Suyu up and settled her on his lap to eat. A pot of seafood congee sat on the table, already cooled to the perfect temperature. He ladled out a single bowl, and Suyu nestled lazily in his arms, enjoying being fed. The apartment was silent, neither spoke, yet a gentle affection flowed between them. The quiet was broken by a series of woof, woof, woof from the balcony. Huan was unhappy. The moment her owner came home, she hadn't even stepped through their own door, before going to the annoying neighbor's house next door and staying for ages. Suyu got up from Shinmoshi's lap and planted a kiss on his forehead. Honey, I need to get back. Her kiss was light as a feather, a fleeting touch, but it ignited a fierce craving within him. A beast inside him roared, not enough. He pulled her back and kissed her again, as if trying to steal the very air from her lungs. Suyu melted into a puddle in his arms. She buried her face in the crook of his neck and whispered in his ear, maybe. He'll just stay here tonight.